For nearly a week now. The record rain fueled by multiple atmospheric rivers is causing widespread flooding that damaged homes and put roadways underwater. Landslides from the soggy soil temporarily shut down Amtrak passenger train service between Portland and Seattle. In Oregon, 2 bodies were found in Portland area creeks, according to the Associated Press. And emergency teams have been racing from rescue to rescue as people have found themselves stranded in rising water. And the threat isn't over yet. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman for more on the latest storm heading west. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, guys. We've got another storm. No surprise here, and more rain and potentially snow on tap for folks that have already received ample amounts of rain and snow, and even some snow over the past couple of days. Here's the deal right now. You can see on your radar still rain falling in many of these areas across Washington and Oregon. We've got another system that's going to work through the day today. It's not quite as robust, not quite as strong, a little on the weaker side. Still, though, any additional rainfall is going to be problematic on those already saturated grounds. As we get into tomorrow, that storm works east. It kind of redevelops here as we get east of the Rockies. That means that it's now going to start to be impactful for the eastern half of the country, moving through Friday into Sunday. Here's where it'll be tomorrow. Strong storms possible into the overnight hours into the southern plains, and then we'll have another chance for some strong storms as we get into Saturday as well. This will be something to watch that could be impactful for airports as well through the weekend. Guys, back over to you.
All right, Angie, thank you. Now for the latest in the race, the 2024 race for the White House. Most of the Republican candidates were in Alabama last night for their last primary debate before the Iowa caucuses. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now to break down the big moments. Bree, good morning. These 4 candidates weren't pulling any punches last night.
Good morning, Philip. No, they weren't. Things quickly got very heated, and a lot of the attacks were aimed at former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, which makes sense because she has gained some ground recently in the polls and picked up some big GOP donors. All 4 candidates criticized the absent frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, but insults really flew in every direction, and sometimes they got personal.
The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley. You can put lipstick on a Dick Cheney. It is still a fascist neocon.
This is the fourth debate that you would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America. So shut up for a little while.
Do everybody a favor. Just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
Is he fit?
You have your thing.
Is he fit or isn't he? No, I don't have my thing. He's the thing. Is he fit or isn't he? You're talking about him being 80 years old.
It doesn't mean that somebody couldn't get elected. That's up to the people that
DeSantis was being pressed there to say whether or not he feels Donald Trump is fit to serve in office. Ultimately, he would only say that the job of president really isn't for anyone who is nearly 80 years old. The former president is still dominating in the polls by as much as 50 points and has skipped every debate. A source tells NBC News that Mr. Trump will likely make an appearance today in Manhattan courtroom to attend the ongoing civil fraud trial that threatens his business empire. Philip.
All right, Bree Jackson for us this morning. Bree, thank you.
Now to the latest college campus to face the terror of an active shooter. At least 3 people were killed when a suspect opened fire at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Students were forced to shelter in place for hours as police evacuated buildings one by one. Law enforcement sources tell NBC News the suspect was a man in his 60s. He was struck and died during a shootout with police. No details have been released about any possible motive.
The Vegas tragedy came hours after yet another mass shooting in America. We're learning more about the suspect in a rampage in San Antonio and Austin, Texas. Police arresting Shane James Jr. for multiple shootings in Austin and San Antonio in less than 24 hours. At least 6 people were killed and several others hurt, including police officers. Authorities believe 2 of the victims are his parents, but it seems some of the shootings were random.
It has now been exactly 2 months since Hamas militants overran southern Israel in a vicious attack, killing around 1,200 people. Since then, the Israeli response has killed more than 10 times that in the Gaza Strip, according to Gaza Health Ministry figures. The UN Secretary General yesterday invoked Article 99 of the UN Charter, labeling the conflict a threat to the maintenance of international peace and security. Let's go now to Claudia Lavanga, who joins us live. Claudia, good morning. What does Article 99 do?
Good morning, Francis. Well, Article 99 is a rarely used power at the United Nations to warn of a looming humanitarian crisis. Now, yesterday, on his X account, the Secretary General Guterres called for all members of the Security Council to avert a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and has reiterated once again his call for a ceasefire. Now, soon later, the United Arab Emirates also posted on their X account a call for all countries to back the call for a ceasefire by Guterres and described the situation in Gaza as catastrophic and close to irreversible. As per the U.S. response to the call for a ceasefire, yesterday there was a briefing at the State Department. Spokesperson Matt Miller said the following: "We have made clear we do not support actions that will put Hamas in place to attack Israel again, but support humanitarian pauses." Now, on the war front, there were many reports in the past few days that Israel may be considering flooding Hamas tunnels with seawater. Now, a U.S. official confirmed to NBC News that Israel is considering that. Israel hasn't denied nor confirmed that, but even just the idea enraged the families of the hostages who may actually be held inside those tunnels. Now, these families met with the government at a war cabinet meeting on Tuesday, and one woman who was held in Gaza, now she's freed, but the husband is still there, still being held hostage in Gaza. Well, she confronted Benjamin Netanyahu on this. Let's take a listen to what she told him.
היה מרביץ לעצמו כל יום, נותן אגרופים לפרצוף שלו עד שהוא היה מדמם, כי היה לו קשה לנסוע, ועכשיו הוא לבד, ולא יודע באיזה תנאים, ואתם רק חושבים השלטון למוטט את החמאס, תחזירו להם קיבינימט את מי שהם רוצים, ותחזירו את כולם, את הנשים, את הגברים. אני חיתלתי מבוגרות, אני ראיתי את ארי זלמנוביץ' מת לידי, וזה מה שיש לכם להגיד? שאתם רוצים למוטט את שלטון החמאס, ואתם רוצים להראות להם למי יש ביצים יותר גדולות?
Well, as you can see, 2 months since the start of the war, tension now is really running high between the government and the families of the hostages. Francis, Philip?
Oh, what a powerful plea to hear. Okay, Claudia, thank you.
New this morning, the U.S. Navy says it is grounding all Osprey aircraft after a crash off the coast of Japan killed 8 airmen last week. In a statement, the military says the move is, quote, out of an abundance of caution. An investigation so far points to a material failure, but the underlying cause is unknown. The Osprey has long been plagued by safety concerns. 20 U.S. service members have been killed in 4 crashes in less than 2 years.
Journalists at the Washington Post are officially on strike this morning. The paper's guild tweeted that it kicked off its one-day walkout at midnight. The union said the 24-hour strike is in protest of staff cuts and that management has refused to bargain in good faith. Contract talks have stretched for 18 months. It is the biggest labor protest at the paper in nearly 50 years.
To weather now, and it's a tale of 2 winners when it comes to temperatures. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is here tracking it all for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Let's start in the southeast where we've got some frost alerts. Some of these freeze alerts have been up, and you've got a frost advisory right now stretching from southern Georgia into portions of northern Florida, including Gainesville, Lake City, Waycross, Panama City, all included in that, with temperatures sitting into the 30s right now, 37 in Waycross, feeling like 41 in Jacksonville, and feeling like 38 in Gainesville. A little farther to the west, we've got those low to mid 30s for what it feels like across much of this area. Now, as we look to the middle of the country, a much different story. We've got the potential for some record warmth through the day today. Mid 50s on tap for Minneapolis. That would tie the record of 54 degrees for this date. Omaha will head to the low 60s. Valentine into the upper 60s. These temperatures running 20 to 25 degrees above normal for this time of year. This warmth will spread a little farther to the east as we get into tomorrow. Nashville, Cincinnati, flirting with those upper 50s to low 60s. And then by the time we get into the weekend, places like New York will hit 60 degrees on Sunday. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 60 degrees in Des Moines today, 50 in Chicago with plenty of sunshine. Some cooler conditions there. Much warmer, though, down through the south where we'll hit mid-60s in New Orleans. Low 70s for Dallas today with some partly cloudy skies. And Santa Fe heads to 50 degrees. And that's looking at your forecast, guys. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Angie. The Big Apple is getting ready to light its big menorah. The world's largest menorah is up in front of the Plaza Hotel ahead of the lighting ceremony tonight. It's considered a symbol of light, Jewish confidence, and pride. They will light that menorah each night throughout the holiday, ending on December 15th.
Early Today is back in just 60 seconds with how a former Jacksonville Jaguars employee allegedly stole over $20 million from the team.
And this daring rescue caught on camera. A group of students raced to lift a car off of a mother and her kids trapped underneath. When Early Today returns.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. Private mail deliveries.
All right, it just did too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Leading the news, changes are coming to AP Black History classes. The College Board has released its updated framework for the courses that are set to begin next year. The revisions include more material on topics including the Tulsa Race Massacre and a unit on the Black feminist movement. The course gained national attention when Florida Governor Ron DeSantis vowed to ban it in his state. When the College Board announced it was making revisions, they promised a, quote, unflinching encounter with the facts.
Turning now to duplicity in Duval. A former employee for the Jacksonville Jaguars has been accused of stealing more than $22 million from the NFL franchise over a 4-year period. According to court documents filed in Florida, Amit Patel used the organization's virtual credit card program to purchase items including vehicles, a condo, and cryptocurrency. In a statement to NBC News, the Jaguars said they were cooperating in the investigation. The club added that Patel, who was fired earlier this year, took advantage of his position to commit fraud for his personal benefit.
Students raced to rescue a mother and her child trapped under a car. The mom, her 2-year-old son, and 3-year-old daughter were trapped underneath the car that ran over them in a school parking lot. The rescue caught on camera as the students managed to lift the car up just a few inches, but enough for an adult to reach in and pull them out. All 3 were taken to the hospital and are expected to survive.
Wow. All right, still to come here, remembering a television icon, how Norman Lear paved the way for change both on and off the small screen. Right after this.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I don't even know where to begin with this horrible story and how sad I am, but my dear, dear friend Ralph, of course, who calls into the show all the time, and Ralph, who has been at my side for so many years, has died. Probably been friends with Ralph for maybe...
The king of all media is remembering one of his closest friends. On Wednesday, Howard Stern revealed that Ralph Cirilla, his stylist and a frequent guest on the long-running radio show, died at the age of 58 following a fight with a rare form of lymphoma. Stern and his staff spent Wednesday morning commemorating Cirilla, who had first called into the show in 1985. Howard said he and Ralph had a great chemistry and that he came to think of him as his family. I mean, it's the reason why Howard Stern met his wife. It was such a shock. As a longtime listener to the show, we were all shocked to hear that morning. He's the greatest caller in the history of that show as well.
I mean, you could tell right there in his voice, and you've heard many, many aspects and versions of Howard Stern, but when it's that powerful of a loss, you can definitely hear it. It'll be shaking up that whole family for quite some time. Turning now from radio to television, where the industry is remembering one of its titans and pioneers. NBC's Joe Fryer commemorates the life of Norman Lear, a man for whom creating some of the most beloved TV shows of all time only scratches the surface of his legacy.
Those were the days.
Norman Lear made the small screen bigger.
We are the Jeffersons.
Stretching TV's boundaries to share new stories.
Oh, this is a big one.
And project new voices.
I have never been in a situation in my life, however tragic, where I didn't see some comedy.
He built the foundation for his TV empire in the 70s with All in the Family.
You are a meathead.
The groundbreaking show used humor to tackle hot-button issues like race.
1, 2, 3.
Well, its spin-off, Maude, addressed abortion months before the Supreme Court's decision in Roe versus Wade.
Just tell me, Walter, that I'm doing the right thing, not having the baby.
With shows like Sanford and Son, Lear depicted life for Black Americans. Family dealing with poverty and good times.
Where we're moving on now.
A successful couple in the Jeffersons.
How can you afford to live in a place like this? You ain't tall enough to be no basketball player.
A vocal opponent of the religious right, in the 80s, Lear created a nonprofit called People for the American Way.
Don't tell us we're bad Christians or good Christians, depending on our political points of view. That isn't the American way.
Age never slowed him down. In his mid-90s, he rebooted a classic series, One Day at a Time, with a Latino family. I spoke with him in 2021.
I've had as good a time in this business as anybody has ever had in any business ever, and I love it.
All in the Family star Rob Reiner paid tribute. I love Norman Lear with all my heart. He was my second father. And from Judd Apatow, Norman Lear changed the world. Joe Fryer, NBC News.
We're talking about how we want to rewatch all of those. It takes on a whole new meaning now in these days, and the fact that he's gone.
One of the most influential people in all of television. All right, coming up here on Early Today, technology is taking flying to new heights and bringing a whole new meaning to remote work.
And McDonald's is expanding its Galaxy with a new venture opening this week.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get tough for all this damage to
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back with what you need to know early today. The number of children with lead poisoning potentially linked to tainted applesauce pouches is now at 64. That's up from 57 last week. The recalled brands include Wanabana, Schnucks, and Weiss. The FDA says cinnamon is the most likely source of the lead and is sampling ingredients from a facility in Ecuador.
According to a new study, air quality in the western U.S. has declined in the last 20 years due to more intense and frequent wildfires. There's also been an increase in premature deaths.
Aircraft automation company Reliable Robotics just made history flying a large cargo plane remotely with no one on board. The aircraft was operated by a pilot 50 miles away.
The first location of McDonald's new spin-off Cosmix is opening this week in Bolingbrook, Illinois. It'll offer pick-me-up snacks like pretzel bites and ice cream and a variety of drinks to compete with Starbucks. Plans to open 10 test restaurants by the end of 2024.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with a surprise that left a boy in Kentucky speechless. He was at school when he found out his soldier dad was back from deployment earlier than expected. Brady Williams with our WFIE affiliate has this story.
Robert Jackson was away from home for 273 days. His wife Samantha says it's been quite a trip.
A little hectic.
See, the Jacksons moved into their home in Dawson Springs in September of 2021. By December, they and many others were hit by one of the worst tornadoes in Kentucky history.
Our garage was completely wiped out. One of our buildings I was going to turn into my craft barn, so I lost all my crafting items.
They were still making repairs 9 months ago when Robert was deployed to Romania. The work back home hasn't stopped.
Septic tank broke, my washing machine broke, things are falling apart left and right.
My job, my household responsibilities became her household responsibilities.
Oh, and by the way, they're raising a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old. Needless to say, Robert's homecoming was exciting for many reasons. Samantha had some ideas to make it even more exciting.
The kids had no clue what I was doing that morning. They had no idea why they stayed at my friend's house.
Samantha had an idea to dress him up as their school mascot.
I was like a kid again, being able to dress up for Halloween.
He's also 6'3", and I was like, is he going to be able to wear it?
Sure enough, he squeezed into it.
I ain't gonna lie to you, that mascot uniform is warm.
And he showed up in their youngest son's class to take pictures with the kids.
I wanted to say something, but I couldn't because you're a mascot, you can't talk.
Hey, are you getting hot in there, Mr. Panther? Are you getting hot? You want to take that off for just a minute and get cooled off?
And they asked me if I was warm. Oh. I took it off. I showed up in tears. Is it a good tears? Is it bad tears? You know, we finally calmed down. And he's like, they were happy tears, Dad. I missed you. And I was like, I missed you too, buddy.
Soon enough, they had the same surprise for his oldest son.
My mini-me. You know, he wants to join the Army with me. He wants to join the Army. He wants to do the same thing like Dad.
9 months apart, trouble with the house, he says everything was worth it to hug his sons again.
It's been an adventure, and like we tell each other all the time, we wouldn't want to do this adventure with anybody else other than us.
Our thanks to Brady Williams for bringing us that beautiful story. 9 months, kids can change so much in that time. Well, what a blessing to be able to see them.
They sure can. Hopefully they'll be able to have a great holiday. Thanks so much for waking up with us. Well, along with Philip Mena and Francis Rivera, we leave you with this. Santa Claus traded his sleigh for scuba gear to bring gifts to all the good little fishes at the aquarium here in Germany. Look at them. It looks like even a couple of sharks managed to stay off the naughty list this year. And you know what? Everybody has Christmas. Even little fishes.
It's that time of year for everybody to celebrate. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
You would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America.
Your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York. Yeah. So do everybody a favor. Just walk yourself off that stage. Enjoy a nice meal.
The insults were flying in a fiery fourth debate between Republican hopefuls, but with the clock ticking to the Iowa caucus, can any of them make a dent in Donald Trump's lead?
Chaos on a college campus. The University of Nevada, Las Vegas, forced to lock down after a gunman opened fire. What we've learned about the deadly rampage.
No reprieve for the Northwest. Residents brace for another round of relentless rain. We're tracking the dangerous flash flooding hitting the region.
Barbie pays tribute to a Cherokee Nation icon with a new doll. Why not everyone is happy about it?
Are you ready for it? Time magazine fills its blank space for Person of the Year with Taylor Swift. It's Thursday, December 7th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. We begin in Alabama, where 4 presidential hopefuls fought for voters' attention. Most of the Republican candidates were there for their 4th primary debate and their last before the Iowa caucuses. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now to break down the big moments. And Bree, good morning. These 4 candidates were not pulling any punches last night.
Good morning, Francis. No, they weren't. So things quickly got very heated, and a lot of the attacks were aimed at former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, which makes sense because she has gained some ground recently in polls and picked up some big GOP donors. All 4 candidates criticized the absent frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, but insults really flew in every direction, and sometimes they got personal.
The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley. You can put lipstick on a Dick Cheney. It is still a fascist neocon.
This is the fourth debate that you would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America. So shut up for a little while.
Do everybody a favor. Just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
Is he fit?
You have your thing.
Is he fit or isn't he? No, I don't have my thing. He's the thing. Is he fit or isn't he? You're talking about him being 80 years old.
It doesn't mean that somebody couldn't get elected. That's up to the people that
And what you saw right there was DeSantis being pressed to say whether or not he feels Donald Trump is fit to serve in office. Ultimately, he would only say that the job of president really is not for anyone who is nearly 80 years old. The former president is still dominating in the polls by as much as 50 points and has skipped every debate. A source tells NBC News that Mr. Trump will likely make an appearance today in a Manhattan courtroom to attend the ongoing civil fraud trial that threatens his business empire. Francis?
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is calling it quits. The California Republican says he is leaving Congress at the end of the year, dealing another blow to the GOP's razor-thin majority in the House. His exit comes just 2 months after far-right Republicans led the charge to oust him, making him the first speaker to ever lose the gavel in the middle of a term. McCarthy says he plans to stay involved in GOP politics.
Republicans blocked President Biden's national security package that includes aid for both Israel and Ukraine. GOP senators filibustered debate on the bill because of immigration, demanding beefed-up border security and stricter asylum rules. But a crucial no vote was also cast by independent Bernie Sanders, objecting to what he called Israel's immoral war on Gaza. President Biden now says he's willing to make significant compromises on the border to get the foreign war aid package through Congress.
It's now been exactly 2 months since Hamas's militants overran southern Israel in a vicious attack that killed around 1,200 people. Since then, Israeli response has killed more than 10 times that in the Gaza Strip. That's according to Gaza Health Ministry figures. And as the assault continues, the UN says a humanitarian catastrophe is looming among the nearly 2 million displaced Palestinians. Our Richard Engel has this report.
Israel says it's destroying Hamas in Gaza, above ground and below, targeting what it says are 300 miles of Hamas tunnels. Military officials showed NBC News videos they say were taken in the northern Gaza city of Beit Hanun. A soldier points to a Hamas tunnel outside of a classroom. Israel has blown up some. Now, a U.S. official tells NBC News the Israeli military is exploring a new tactic, flooding the tunnels with seawater.
Is that under consideration?
I can't comment on any of our future operational activities, what we're planning to do in the future. One thing I do know is that we are focusing on dismantling the terror infrastructure that Hamas has embedded within and underground all of Gaza.
Some of Hamas's hostages may be inside those tunnels. At Tuesday's tense meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu, a released hostage accused the government of playing roulette with their lives. 12-year-old Dua Atif and her family now live in tents near the Egyptian border. With other children, Dua walks barefoot to collect thorn bushes to burn for cooking. The thorns pricking their hands. We are fed up with our lives because of this war. We can't find food. We can't find anything. We drink dirty water, she says. And here in Rafah, Gazans tonight came under attack. The injured rushed to a field hospital.
This is an unprotected leg for a civilian who came to the emergency department now without any anesthesia. This is a genocide.
Israel says it warns Palestinians with leaflets, online maps, and robocalls before carrying out strikes against Hamas, and verifies targets to avoid civilian casualties.
Our thanks to Richard for that report.
Now to the latest: college campus to face the terror of an active shooter. 3 people were killed at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Police took down the suspect. Now an investigation into the attack is just getting started. NBC's Jay Gray has the latest.
As gunshots explode on the UNLV campus, students scramble for shelter.
We were really nervous, so we barricaded all up and I started watching the windows with a couple other kids to just see what we could see, and we saw students running out in single file lines with their hands up.
At least 3 victims didn't have a chance to hide, killed by the gunman. Several others wounded. Minutes later, police move in, quickly tracking down the suspect and eliminating the threat.
And if it hadn't been for the heroic actions of one of those police officers who responded, there could have been countless additional lives taken.
The campus remains locked down for hours. Officers working through the scene as parents gather outside.
She was crying, she was hysterical, saying she heard the gunshots, she heard the screaming. I'm relieved that she is okay, but still scared that she's not with me.
Fear survivors are struggling to comprehend.
This is a place of education, relationships, friendships. College is supposed to be the best time of your life, not the end of it.
Students now concerned for their safety while coping with overwhelming loss. Jay Gray, NBC News, Las Vegas.
And the Vegas tragedy came hours after yet another mass shooting in America. We're learning more about the suspect in a rampage in San Antonio and Austin, Texas. Police arresting Shane James Jr. for multiple shootings in Austin and San Antonio in less than 24 hours. At least 6 people were killed and several others hurt, including police officers. Authorities believe 2 of the victims are his parents, but it seems some of the shootings were random.
Now to the deadly flooding plaguing the Pacific Northwest after nearly a week of nonstop rain. According to the Associated Press, 2 bodies were found in Portland area creeks. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
Bloated and bustling, many of the rivers, streams, and creeks that carve through the Pacific Northwest are bursting at the seams, fueled by days of relentless rain. Across Washington, emergency teams raced from rescue to rescue, the Coast Guard plucking one driver to safety, then hoisting a family from their home, which was suddenly surrounded by 4 feet of rising water. An hour outside Seattle, the damage has been done to some homes in Granite Falls.
I put a lot of time and effort in this, and it just took one thing to take it all away.
The deluge which triggered the flooding, the first of 3 atmospheric rivers, dumping several inches of rain in the region's biggest cities.
It's crested now.
Outside Portland, authorities fear at least 2 people were swept away by powerful currents when flash flooding turned deadly.
How would you feel if you watched your best friend go in the water and no one couldn't do about it?
With up to 10 inches of rain expected to free from the next system will be short-lived.
The water's rising high, and we're getting ready to get out.
A region desperate to dry out, now finding itself in the bullseye of yet another storm. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Granite Falls, Washington.
And that threat isn't over yet. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking the next round of storms heading for the Northwest. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. That next storm is going to impact folks in that region
today. We do see this low pressure that'll start to move onshore. It does bring additional rain, additional snowfall. It won't be quite as strong as the last one that we've seen the impacts from over the past couple of days. But nonetheless, we have saturated ground, so the flooding concerns will be there throughout that region again today. Now, as we get into tomorrow, we see this low kind of redevelop east of the Rockies. This is going to make a big difference because look what happens as we get into Saturday. We see this line of thunderstorms kind of erupt in portions of the south. This is going to be something you'll have to watch for. Severe weather here. If you have plans as we get into your Saturday, this will be definitely something you need to make note of. We'll also see the potential for some heavy rain. As far as the severe weather, a couple of tornadoes will be possible. We'll see some strong winds, potential for large hail, and then the system moves a little farther to the east. Plenty of rain associated with it. We will see a wintry mix for parts of the Great Lakes in the Midwest, and we'll see some strong wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour near the coast. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. 62 degrees today in Kansas City, 64 for St. Louis. We'll end up into the high 60s across Colorado with plenty of sunshine. San Angelo heads to the low 70s along with Dallas and San Antonio. Some partly cloudy skies over El Paso with a high of 71. And that's a look at your forecast, guys. Back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Angie. Early today is Back in 60 Seconds with President Biden's new plan to forgive nearly $5 billion in student loan debt.
And a former Jaguars employee accused of stealing over $20 million from the team. No, it's not Blake Bortles. I'll tell you who next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
New this morning, the Biden administration has announced it will forgive an additional $4.8 billion in student loan debt for more than 80,000 borrowers. This comes after the Department of Education made fixes to its income-driven repayment plans and public service loan forgiveness program. Nearly $132 billion in student debt has been canceled under this administration.
Journalists at the Washington Post are officially on strike this morning. The Papers Guild posted on X that it kicked off its one-day walkout at midnight. The union said the 24-hour strike is in protest of staff cuts and that management has refused to bargain in good faith. Contract talks have stretched for 18 months. It is the biggest labor protest at the paper in nearly 50 years.
Turning now to duplicity in Duval, a former employee of the Jacksonville Jaguars has been accused of stealing more than $22 million from the NFL franchise over a 4-year period. According to court documents filed in Florida, Amit Patel used the organization's virtual credit card program to purchase items like vehicles, a condo, and cryptocurrency. In a statement to NBC News, the Jaguars said they were cooperating in the investigation. The club added that Patel, who was fired earlier this year, took advantage of his position to commit fraud for his personal benefit. Patel's attorney has not responded for comment.
Still to come, a New Year's surprise for comedy fans.
And in her Person of the Year era, who Time is honoring as their 2023 Person of the Year, right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I'm here to save
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You can reveal right now who it is.
Are you ready for it?
We're ready for it.
The 2023 Time Person of the Year is Taylor Swift.
It's an honor you can only imagine in your wildest dreams, or maybe you expected it. On Wednesday, Time magazine revealed that Taylor Swift was named Person of the Year for 2023. Swift dominated the public discourse like few others have over the last 12 months. She broke records in both the concert and film world with her Eras tour, became Spotify's most streamed artist, and was even etched in NFL lore thanks to her budding relationship with Travis Kelce. In a wide-ranging interview, Swift told Time receiving the honor is the proudest and happiest she's ever felt. Other finalists for this year's title included the Hollywood Strikers, King Charles III, also Barbie, in so many facets, in so many generations that she has just impacted. Not a surprise. We've talked about it. You called it months ago.
I mean, this is probably the best year that really anyone could ever have. She's peaking professionally, personally. She seems happy. I mean, it's just, it has us talking, you know, in the commercials about what she's up to. Just an incredible point in her life, and I'm happy for her. It's awesome. The first promo for this weekend's SNL may have you asking, who is this clown?
To play character, the actor must first walk a mile in their shoes.
Oh, this is gonna be hilarious.
It just might be. Adam Driver returns to Studio 8H for his fourth go-around as host for the late night show. The two-time Oscar nominee will be joined by Olivia Rodrigo as a musical guest. So SNL's really rounding out the year strong with a lot of repeat hosts who are really good.
And are great actors when it comes to the drama, musical part, the comedy part of it too. So always good time at the end of the year for SNL. Fans won't have to wait long for their next dose of Dave Chappelle. Netflix revealed Wednesday that the latest special from the iconic stand-up will drop on New Year's Eve. It will be the 7th special Chappelle has released from the platform since 2017. His 2021 special, The Closer, received backlash, remember that, from the LGBT community over jokes made by Chappelle about transgender people. The reaction to the special led to a walkout by hundreds of Netflix employees. When it comes to what he says, a lot of people are holding their breath thinking that, oh, is he going to go there? But that's exactly what people say, draws them to him, is because he does go there.
He does go there every single time. He's unapologetic about it, but he does always come with this unique brand of humor that, quite frankly, many of us have never seen.
Yeah. When we come back, it's a battle over coffee beans at the Yellowstone Ranch.
And later, the king of reggaeton is calling it quits.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. A legal battle is brewing between Yellowstone creator Taylor Sheridan and actor Cole Hauser after Sheridan accused Hauser of trademark infringement over his coffee company logo. Hauser's Free Reign Coffee depicts an F and an R intertwined, while Sheridan's Bosque Ranch depicts a B and an R intertwined as well.
A24 has inked a multi-year streaming deal with Warner Brothers Discovery, bringing its films to HBO, Max, and Cinemax after their theatrical runs. Films include the Elvis Presley biopic Priscilla and Zac Efron's latest film, The Iron Claw.
Netflix has renewed the Squid Game spin-off competition series for season 2. The news comes after the season finale aired last night. Casting for the second season has begun.
Something we need to watch, right? Okay, also the king of reggaeton, Daddy Yankee, announced his retirement, and he is devoting his life to Christ during the final day of his farewell tour. The Gasolina rapper plans to drop his stage name in favor of his legal name. It's Ramon Luis Ayala Rodriguez. Keep it right here early today. We'll be right back after a quick break.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Toy manufacturer Mattel is facing backlash after Cherokee members are pointing out an issue with the Barbie meant to honor Wilma Mankiller, the first female principal chief of the Cherokee Nation. Valerie Castro reports.
You've heard of Wilma Mankiller, right?
The newest Barbie gracing store shelves and selling out, Wilma Mankiller, the first woman to serve as principal chief of the Cherokee Nation, part of Mattel's Inspiring Women series.
A natural leader.
But the doll's packaging and design now drawing some controversy, the production of which came as a surprise to Mankiller's own daughter, Felicia Olaya, who says Mattel has never reached out to her.
I found out on Facebook that there was actually a Barbie, which was upsetting to me as a descendant of Wilma Mankiller, that myself and my family was not included in the production of the doll.
Other members of the Cherokee Nation pointing out a problem with the nation's official seal on the box, the mistake altering the meaning of the language symbols.
What it's spelling out is Chicken Nation, not Cherokee Nation. My ideal scenario would be for them to correct that error.
Other criticisms finding fault with the basket the doll holds, not following suit with the traditional basket weaving patterns of the Cherokee tribe.
It just goes to show that we need more opportunities to show our communities, and because there are so few, then when it's not done completely correctly, then that is disheartening.
The Cherokee Nation says it was not consulted by Mattel. NBC News reached out to the company asking if changes would be made to the doll and packaging. It didn't answer our question, but saying in a statement, throughout the process of bringing this doll to life, Barbie worked directly with Wilma Mankiller's estate, which is led by her husband, Charlie Soap, and good friend Christina Keel, to best preserve and celebrate her legacy. Charlie Soap speaking at a ceremony this week in Oklahoma honoring the release of the doll.
She trusted me in making decisions. I still believe she would be okay about the decisions we made about this project.
Mankiller led the Cherokee Nation for a decade, focused on healthcare and social conditions, advocating for both Native American and women's rights.
What she did to really assert the sovereignty of the Cherokee Nation, help us believe in ourselves.
She received the Presidential Medal of Honor from President Bill Clinton, and her image was commemorated on a U.S. quarter issued in 2022.
If they learn just a bit about Woman Mankiller as a result of the iconic Barbie brand, then I think that's good for the country and good for the Cherokee Nation.
Her daughter not dwelling on the mistakes.
I have no issues with the Barbie at all. I think the Barbie is a wonderful way to honor my mom's legacy.
And hopeful that girls everywhere hear her mother's story and follow their dreams as she did. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
That'll do it for us. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you tomorrow.
Breaking right now on Morning News Now, shock and sadness in Las Vegas after a mass shooting on the UNLV campus. This morning, at least 3 people and the suspected gunman are dead.
This is a place of education, relationships, friendships. College is supposed to be the best time of your life, not the end of it.
We have team coverage with the latest from police and witnesses. Also this morning, more chaos on Capitol Hill as ousted House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announces he's leaving Congress. More on his resignation plus reaction and how the departure could impact the balance of power in Washington. Plus parts of the West Coast underwater as a series of storms makes its way east. And it's not over yet. We're tracking the conditions. And look what you made her do. That's right. Love it or hate it, superstar Taylor Swift is making headlines again as Time's Person of the Year, giving a rare, candid interview, her first in nearly 4 years. We'll have Taylor's version of her life, career, and her budding love story with Travis Kelce.
And her cat.
Yeah, her cat, one of the covers. Oh, my God, what a read. It was very fun to get that interview.
Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. So there's a search for answers this morning after a gunman went on a deadly rampage on the campus of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
The shooting left 3 people dead and another person is in critical condition. The gunman was killed in a shootout with police officers. Police say the shooting started just before noon on the 4th floor of the university's Lee Business School, and the gunman went to several floors before he was confronted by police. During the incident, the university sent out a warning to the campus telling them this is not a test, run, hide, fight. We spoke to English professor Roberto Lovato while he was on lockdown.
We heard the clips of semi-automatic weapons just going for what felt like about 30 seconds. It was a very, very disturbing thing to hear.
3 law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation tell NBC News that the suspect is a man in his 60s. No other details have been released about the suspect or a possible motive. We're going to speak with a student who was in class on campus when the shooting happened. We will get to that in just a moment. But first, let's get to the latest in the investigation. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray and NBC News terrorism contributor and analyst Jim Kavanaugh join us with more on that. Jay, let's start with you. What's the latest on the investigation this morning?
Yeah, Joe, it is continuing. A lot of the campus still locked down. The business school just behind the student union, which was packed yesterday just around lunchtime when all of this broke out. We know that they are searching for evidence here, but also carried out a search warrant at a residence in Henderson, Nevada, which is just 20 or 30 minutes outside of Las Vegas, a suburb. So they went through an apartment there. No indication of what's been found at this point, and still no indication from investigators about any type of motive in the case. That's something they're working toward, and we expect to hear more a bit later in the day here in Las Vegas. You talked about that urgent message sent out by the university as the attack unfolded. Run, hide, fight. We talked with students who did just that and with parents who gathered outside the school as word spread about the attack. Listen to what they had to say.
We were really nervous, so we barricaded all up and I started watching the windows with a couple other kids to just see what we could see, and we saw students running out in single file lines with their hands up.
She was crying, she was hysterical, saying she heard the gunshots, she heard the screaming. I'm relieved that she is okay.
Yeah, and look, obviously it's been less than 24 hours, Joe, Savannah. Still a lot of people rattled and stunned at what's happened on the campus here.
Jim, let's bring you in here. So as Joe just laid out, the only real detail that NBC News has confirmed in the investigation is that the suspect is a man in his 60s, but authorities have not released details about identity other than that or a motive at all. Walk us through what's happening right now in an investigation like this. What steps are authorities taking in order to try to get that information, and when might we know it?
Well, we should start hearing some of that today. You know, what Jay reported on here, the swift search of the suspect's apartment in Henderson. They're going to swipe through his computers, his laptops, his iPads and iPhones and see if he left any message. You know, they quickly identified the guy. Probably, you know, the easiest way we always did it was, you know, go right for the guy's wallet. Don't hold the thing like a big crime scene for hours. Just, you know, as long as he doesn't have a bomb strapped to him, you determine he's safe. Get his wallet out and see who he is. And if he has one, and many times they do, and you go right to his address and safely search. So they'll have some answers today. I think that's important to note here, Joe and Savannah, is that the shooting began on the 4th floor of this business college. The 4th floor of the business college was where it began, according to the sheriff yesterday. So there's a reason the killer is there. They didn't start shooting at a crowd, you know, out on the quad, out on the grassy area out front, which was populated with students. He probably walked past them into the building. So why did he go to the particular place? Motive can sometimes be indicated by the target, the place, the time. So I think that's going to tell us something, that he had a specific target. You know, we look at the motives of violent crime just quickly: greed, power, hate, revenge, and escape as the giant rubrics in all violent crime. This is probably going to get down to some kind of revenge or power for this killer.
Hopefully learn more as the day progresses. Jay, students were preparing to close out the semester ahead of their winter break. They were allowed to go back to their housing last night, but classes are canceled today. They're canceled tomorrow. What are some of the resources available while they wait to hear if classes are even going to resume next week as they try to wrap up the semester?
Yeah, and Joe, counselors are being made available for those students as well as faculty and staff, anyone who feels like they need to talk following the attack yesterday. And I can tell you a lot of the students that we spoke with just after the attack said they didn't want to be anywhere near the campus, that they didn't want to go back. And so that's a sentiment that they'll have to work through. You talked about classes being canceled for the remainder of this week. What university officials are now saying is that they'll decide about next week, in the next couple of days. Next week was to be finals week, where they'd take their final exams and then be off for that winter break. Still unclear at this point how they're going to move forward.
All right. Jay Gray, Jim Kavanaugh, thank you both for kicking us off this hour on this breaking story. We appreciate it.
Yes, we do. Well, Dominic Abella is a junior at the University of Nevada in Las Vegas. He was in a microbiology lab in an adjacent building yesterday when the shooting happened. Thank you very much for joining us. Good morning. We are so glad you are safe. First, just tell us, how are you doing this morning?
Well, you know, I'm very obviously still rattled and shaken by the events that occurred, but I'm just very happy that I'm able to be safe and at home with my family.
I understand you were in the middle of class. You were giving a presentation when the shooting happened at the business school. You were not at that building. You were a few minutes away. But what was going through your mind when you heard there was an active shooter on campus?
Well, like you said, you know, I was in the middle of my presentation. So at first, when the first alert was given, it was around like 11:50. At first, the whole classroom was in shock and didn't really know like what to do. But once we figured out that it was at Beam Hall, we knew that we were quite far from the incident and that our campus police is quite quick when it comes to any incident that occurs on campus. So we had a plan in place to either leave the building if need be or to just stay in place, and we ended up staying in place. So we had you know, we were all just very, very worried and scared. A lot of us were on the phone already with friends and peers who were at the scene and trying to figure out who was hurt or, you know, our friends if they needed help or anything like that. So everyone was pretty scared, but just trying to stay as calm as possible.
So you mentioned you stay in place. As we understand it, you were on lockdown in your classroom for about 4 hours before given that all clear to leave. Tell us what you experienced during those 4 hours. What kinds of things were you hearing? What kind of information were you getting? How was everybody that you were kind of huddled with reacting?
Well, for the most part, everyone was staying pretty calm. We were trying our best not to panic and keep each other level-headed. But I mean, obviously in that situation, there is so many different things going on. We were getting information from friends and peers and different news sources, and we were just trying to make sense of what was going on. We had no idea about the magnitude of the shooting that took place. We were just trying to find any information we can on what had happened, and we were just so scared, and every second felt like an hour. We were just waiting for communication from campus police to let us know what was going on. And like I said, every second that ticked by was very painful, and we were just all hoping that we would be able to go home and see our families.
Dominic, do you feel safe to return to class next week?
I think that I do feel safe because the swift response from campus police and also Metro make me I do feel safe coming to campus because they did handle the situation very quickly, but it is going to take some time to heal from this. And I don't know if it's going to take a week. I think it might take more than that to get situated back on campus. But I think going back to campus next semester is definitely going to be a hard time for all of us.
Understandably so. Dominic, Abella, stay safe. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We are thinking about you and all your classmates during this time.
Thank you.
Now to Washington, where former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he is resigning from Congress at the end of the month. He made the announcement in an op-ed piece published Wednesday in the Wall Street Journal.
McCarthy, who's been in Congress since 2007, was elected House Speaker in January after facing stiff opposition from fellow Republicans. He was ousted from the role in October, as you'll remember. In a video posted on X, McCarthy discussed his decision to step down, but did not say what he's planning to do next.
Today, I am driven by the same purpose that I felt when I arrived in Congress. But now, it is time to pursue my passion in a new arena.
More on this, let's bring in NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. So, Julie, what more can you tell us about his decision to step down? And what does this do to Republicans' thin margin in the House, which might get even smaller after George Santos was expelled?
Yeah, exactly. Good morning, guys. Look, McCarthy didn't really give a clear reason as to why he was leaving Congress, not even finishing his current term, which he was elected to last year, leaving instead at the end of the month. He said he's not going anywhere far. He's going to stay in the arena. He said he's going to keep serving the American people in a different capacity. But it's not all that surprising that he ended up leaving. To those of us who have covered the twists and turns, particularly of McCarthy's last year. He was elected Speaker after 15-some ballots in January. He was ousted by a handful of rebel rousers who he still hadn't seemed to get over what happened to him. And I think he's come to the point where he realized that because of the hard right flank, because of the MAGA populist wing, if you will, of the Republican Party in the House, he doesn't really have much else to do, especially when it comes to being in leadership. And of course, this is going to make the margins that much tighter. They're going to be working with about a 3-vote majority come January, and there's a lot to pass on the agenda, and every vote is going to count to Speaker Johnson.
Julie, let's talk about what else is happening on Capitol Hill. So we know 2 senators have launched a bipartisan investigation into private equity firms' involvement in healthcare across the U.S. Walk us through this, and how significant is it?
And this is a big deal. There are some estimates that over the last decade, private equity's involvement in buying up hospitals, nursing homes, you name it, has really saddled the industry with $1 trillion in debt overall. So now you have these 2 senators. You see letters up on your screen, Chuck Grassley and Sheldon Whitehouse. They are the top lawmakers on the Senate Budget Committee. They've sent letters to several private equity firms that are known to have purchased hospitals and nursing homes. And the real problem here is is that according to the Center's investigation and what they want answered here, these equity firms have said to buy these companies, they saddle them with the debt, then they slash costs to appeal to future potential buyers. And that, of course, is causing issues when it comes to the quality of care that patients receive. Also, when it comes to rising costs, not only for patients, but also for payers like Medicare. So this is an investigation initially spearheaded by Grassley. Now he has a bipartisan partner, and they're hoping to get some answers when it comes to this.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, Israel's military says it is now in the heart of southern Gaza's main city, Han Yunis. They're encircling the home of the top Hamas leader, who's thought to be hiding underground. Many Palestinian civilians are trying to flee the fighting, but residents and aid groups have warned there is nowhere safe to go. Meanwhile, the Israeli Security Cabinet approved a minimal increase in supplies of much-needed fuel to Gaza to prevent a humanitarian collapse. But this morning, the main UN agency for Palestinians said that the conditions required to provide aid to the Gaza Strip do not exist. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest from Tel Aviv.
The Israeli government has agreed to allow what it's calling a minimum amount of fuel into southern Gaza for humanitarian purposes. That decision coming after a lot of pressure from both the White House and the United Nations on Israel to do more to address what is an unfolding humanitarian catastrophe all across the south of Gaza. The Secretary General of the UN is invoking what's called Article 99. This is a rarely used power of his that allows him to refer to the urgent attention of the UN Security Council, the crisis going on in Gaza right now. He says it is a threat to international security, and the UN has been using words like apocalyptic, like hellish, to describe what is going on in Gaza right now. We have a dynamic where most of the population of the Strip is concentrated in the south. These are people who fled their homes in the north. And at the same time, some of the most intensive fighting we have seen in this entire war is happening in and around the southern city of Han Yunis. Now, the Israeli military says that is because that is where Hamas's leaders have fled to. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying overnight Israeli troops have surrounded the house of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader in Gaza. He fled that house weeks ago. They believe he is in the tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip now. But it is a sign that Israel says they are able to operate in every corner of Gaza. For the Palestinian civilians, hundreds of thousands of them in and around Han Yunis, they are facing a devastating choice. Do they flee even further south, try to get to safety down near the Egyptian border, or do they stay in their homes so they risk being encircled by Israeli forces? I spoke yesterday to a man named Mohammed. He's a Palestinian British scientist. He is in a 3-bedroom apartment along with 30 members of his family. He says they are talking hour by hour about what they should do, but they feel at this point that going south would be a dangerous leap into the unknown. They don't know if they would have shelter. They don't know if they'd have water. They don't know if they would have food. And so for now, they are deciding to stay in their homes. Here in Israel, there is mounting frustration among the families of the remaining 137 hostages who feel that the government needs to do more and needs to do it faster to bring their loved ones home. Back to you.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much.
The Justice Department has charged 4 Russian soldiers with war crimes in connection to the Ukraine conflict. The soldiers have been charged with the inhumane treatment of an American who happened to be living in Ukraine and was kidnapped. The alleged victim has not been identified. Yesterday, Attorney General Merrick Garland detailed the allegations.
The victim in this case was tortured, threatened with sexual assault and execution, forced to perform manual labor, and beaten in the head, chest, and stomach with the soldiers' feet, their fists, and their guns. Again and again, he believed he was going to die. The Justice Department and the American people have a long memory. We will not forget the atrocities in Ukraine.
This is the first time the Justice Department has brought war crimes in connection with the war in Ukraine, and Garland says it likely won't be the last.
Well, the U.S. military is grounding all of its Osprey helicopters after 8 U.S. airmen were killed in a crash off the coast of Japan.
A preliminary investigation suggests that last week's crash might have been caused by a material failure with the aircraft. The Osprey has a troubled history with more than 60 people killed in accidents since the early 1990s. The Air Force says its entire fleet, which includes several hundred aircraft, will remain grounded until it completes the investigation into what happened. No word on how long that might take.
Time now for weather and the deadly flooding that's plaguing the Pacific Northwest after nearly a week of non-stop rain.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with the latest on that. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Most of those flood alerts, good news, have come down, but we still have the potential to see more flooding concerns through the day today as another system makes its way a little closer to the coast for folks in the Pacific Northwest. We've got the rain and snow on tap, middle of the country, record warm, but it's really out west that we're keeping a close eye on the impacts that we could see through the next couple of days. This morning, we're watching a low pressure system that's sitting just offshore. It'll eventually work its way a little closer to the coast and bring with it, no surprise, a little more rain and potentially some more snow. Now, the difference with this system versus the one that we just dealt with, the first one was more robust. It was a little stronger. It was a little warmer. So it was mainly a rain event other than those higher elevations that picked up some snow. This system a little weaker and will be a little colder. So we'll add some additional rain. We'll add some additional snow. But again, not quite as strong as the one we just dealt with over the past couple of days. Now, as we get into tomorrow, that low will continue working across the country, kind of redevelops as it gets east of the Rockies. This makes a big difference because look what happens by the time we get into Saturday. We see a line of storms that will just erupt as it continues to work its way a little farther east along that cold front. This means some heavy rain. It means the potential for some strong storms, specifically across parts of the south. Lufkin, Shreveport, Jackson, Little Rock, Tupelo, all included in the potential to see some strong storms later into the day for the afternoon hours and evening hours of Saturday. Tornadoes are possible, some strong wind gusts, hail, all on the table for that second half of Saturday. Now, Sunday, it looks like a mess across the eastern third of the country. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some airport delays. We see some difficulty on the roads with driving. We've got a wintry mix that will be impactful, especially for parts of, the Ohio Valley, around the Great Lakes, and a whole lot of rain that we could see a little closer to the East Coast and stretching down towards the southeast. We'll see a flood risk from Florida basically to New England, and we could see some strong winds with this system, especially along the coast where we could be upwards of 50 miles per hour. Now, Monday gets a little better for the mid-Atlantic to the southeast, guys, but we'll still have some of that rain and those strong winds stretched across parts of the Northeast and New England. We could pick up some good amounts of snow depending on how quickly that system works out.
All right. Well, maybe we'll have a white Christmas somewhere.
I knew you'd find the bright side.
Looking for the bright side. All right.
Thanks, Angie.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, relief for students as the Biden administration cancels billions more dollars in federal loans. What borrowers need to know.
First, though, after the break, 4 presidential contenders going head-to-head, and it could be their last chance to win over voters. We'll bring you highlights from last night's Republican presidential debate.
morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back with a recap of last night's fourth Republican presidential debate. The stage was smaller, with only 4 of the 5 candidates in attendance. Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, Vivek Ramaswamy. Former President Donald Trump was not present.
Those 4 contenders were asked a range of questions on a variety of topics, from immigration and foreign policy to gender-affirming care. But they spent much of their airtime engaging in heated exchanges with each other. The Iowa caucus is now just 6 weeks away. These candidates are running out of time in efforts to make a dent in the polls against Trump.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with more on what we need to know about last night's debate. Hey, Ali, good morning. Let's start with Nikki Haley. Both Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy took swipes at Haley throughout the debate. First, I want to play a little bit of those remarks. We'll talk after.
You have other candidates up here like Nikki Haley. She caves anytime the left comes after her, anytime the media comes after her. If you're somebody that's going to be the president of the United States and you can't stand up against child abuse, how are you going to be able to stand up for anything?
Nikki, you were bankrupt when you left the UN. That math does not add up. It adds up to the fact that you are corrupt. And she should come nowhere near the levers of power, let alone the White House.
I love all the attention, fellas.
That last line, love all the attention, fellas. All right, Ali, tell us, did Haley emerge as the second-place competitor in the race for the White House last night? And how did she compare to DeSantis, who has seemingly been Trump's top rival so far in the GOP race, though recent polling has had them pretty neck and neck?
Well, there's a reason that Ron DeSantis spent so much time going after Nikki Haley last night, and that's exactly what the Haley campaign told me they expected at the outset. Of course, usually at this point in the race, Savannah, when the stage gets smaller, you get a chance to really get a hard look at the front runners. Usually they get more scrutiny. Certainly that's what happened on the stage last night, except for the reality that Governor Chris Christie reminded us of at the very beginning, which is that here on Earth A, Donald Trump is still in the race, and he's still 30 or 40 points ahead, depending on which polls you're looking at. So yes, in the case of whoever was on the stage got the front runner treatment, yes, Nikki Haley got the front runner treatment because she is polling at the head of the pack and clearly has the momentum, both in terms of polls and ground game, but also in terms of where donor money might be going. But in actuality, no one on that stage is the front runner right now because Donald Trump isn't on it.
Another Earth A question for you, Ali. Chris Christie barely qualified for the debate stage last night. We try to live in it as much as possible. So Chris Christie, but he was still, again, the only one who took aim at former President Trump. He also came to Haley's defense. What's the reaction to his performance? Can he stay in the campaign until Iowa, especially considering he is facing some pressure to drop out and support Haley?
Well, look, I have the benefit because these quarters are so close that Governor Christie just finished his live shot next to me, and I heard him saying that he's going to be staying in this race until at least New Hampshire, because that's really where he's concentrated so much of his resources and, frankly, his time. But when you look at the way that the stage was changed because Christie was on it, and remember, this is a candidate who barely qualified at the last minute, got on the stage because of a last-minute poll. He really did change the dynamic up there, in large part because of the ways that he is the only candidate left in this race and on the debate stage who's willing to go at the former president directly. And he would explain that, and did on the stage last night, as the reality that he's running now and someone like Haley or DeSantis is trying to prepare themselves for a run later in a post-Trump environment. Whatever the case may be, Christie is the only person who was on that stage last night willing to speak about the fact that he thinks that Trump is unfit for office, in part because of the things that we saw during the time he was president, but also because of comments that we've seen in just the last 48 hours. Trump clearly toying with the idea of being a dictator as if it's somewhat of a joke or something in a positive fashion. Clearly, that's something that in any normal primary, most of his opponents would take issue with, but in this one, only one did.
And Chris Christie, though, did also point out that Trump remains well ahead of all 4 candidates in the national polls. Let's play a little bit of that.
We're 17 minutes into this debate, and except for your little speech in the beginning, we've had these 3 acting as if the race is between the 4 of us. The 5th guy, who doesn't have the guts to show up and stand here, He's the one who, as you just put it, is way ahead in the polls. And yet I've got these three guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort, he who shall not be named. They don't want to talk about it. But the fact of the matter is the truth needs to be told. And for us to go 17 minutes without discussing the guy who has all those gaudy numbers you talked about is ridiculous.
What do you make, Ali, both of his analysis, but also his decision to take that approach and address it head on, and then also about Trump's strategy to not attend these debates? What do we think? Is it working?
I think that strategy looks pretty good, frankly. I mean, it's difficult to say that it serves voters, but I think at this point, too, voters know who Donald Trump is. Those who are voting for him are not going to have their mind changed by one debate appearance or not. And clearly, he looks like he's skating above the fray right now, which might be working for him. Clearly, if you look at the polls, it is. What Christie is saying on the stage, though, is the very reason that he got in the race. And so I think that it does provide at least a range of opinions on the stage. Whether or not Republican voters want to hear it, that's what ends up being reflected in the polls. But I do think what was fascinating last night, if you're looking at the ways that this could change the trajectory, I have a hard time thinking that debates at this point change things in a huge way. But clearly for Ron DeSantis, he was able to at least show up on the stage and sort of stop the bleeding, because there has been a lot of behind-the-scenes drama in that campaign. And for Nikki Haley, she was really playing defense the whole night and wasn't able to get into her normal groove of pitching her message.
Ali Vitale, thank you for your analysis here. We appreciate it.
Former President Trump's New York civil fraud trial is set to resume today, briefly pausing yesterday after his son Eric decided not to take the stand again.
Donald Trump is expected to be in attendance today ahead of his testimony on Monday as the star witness for the defense, with the trial winding down soon after.
NBC News legal analyst Annie Savalas joins us now. So get us up to speed here. We expect to hear from an NYU accounting expert. What are you watching for today?
The Trump defense has not done a bad job in putting on their case. For example, they've already called Deutsche Bank executives to say, yeah, I mean, the Trump people submitted us this stuff. We wrote it down a little bit. Their estimations were a little high, but on the whole, it was business as usual. That's pretty important. And remember, Justice Engoron, the judge in this case, is acting as the jury. He is the fact finder. So he may be changing his mind along the way. It is really strange, and I've done a number of bench trials where you just argue to a judge. It's a weighty position. As the trial goes on, he may be shifting in his opinion. And so the Trump team has put on competent expert evidence in addition to, I guess, eyewitness evidence, which is, hey, we're the people from Deutsche Bank. We thought this was pretty normal, and we went down there and we adjusted the numbers, and now you're going to have an accounting expert to back that up with expert testimony. So they're putting on a yeoman's case. The splashy part of it is when the Trumps testify. And yes, they add something to it, but on the whole, the meat and potatoes of this case for the Trump team is people like Deutsche Bank and expert testimony. That's key.
As we mentioned, Trump is expected to take the stand on Monday as the final defense witness. When we saw him last month, it got pretty hostile, pretty combative. What do you think we might see this time? What type of kind of version of the former president might we get? And what do you think his lawyers are advising him to do?
I'm curious to see how much substantive evidence they're going to get from Trump, other than him saying, hey, I didn't do anything wrong. These were the numbers. I wasn't really directly involved in it. I relied on my accountants. Somewhere along that theme, which has been consistent with the entire approach for the Trump defense team. But will there be fireworks? Absolutely. I think Trump views this as his last opportunity in a very public forum that he knows will get reported on to push the envelope, and push it he will. And in a way, Trump is more protected when he's on the stand than when he's out on the street tweeting, because when you testify, the rules of defamation don't really apply the way they do when you're out on the street. You have a kind of privilege when you're testifying in court. So look for Trump to be aware of that and to push the envelope.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's get to international headlines now. Venezuela's president is ordering the creation of a new map with a new state.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labonga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Joe Savannah, good morning. That's right. The president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, has ordered the creation of a new state of Guyana Esequiba and called for the creation of also of a new map of Venezuela, which includes the disputed territory. He also said that all residents in that territory would be granted Venezuelan nationality. The area is about 2/3 of Guyana's national territory and is densely forested and oil-rich. Guyanese President Irfan Ali called the move a desperate attempt and an imminent threat and said that they are engaging with international allies in defense cooperation. Now over to the UK, where Boris Johnson was heckled during the United Kingdom's public COVID inquiry. The inquiry is examining Johnson's decision-making during the COVID-19 pandemic while he was still Prime Minister. During his opening statement containing an apology, 4 people stood with signs reading, "The dead can't hear your apologies," and were then ejected from the hearing. Despite this apology, Johnson went on to defend his actions during the pandemic. And now heading down under, the world's mullet champion has been crowned. Dr. Alistair Bush was handed his trophy at a contest held in New South Wales, Australia. The British Army doctor said he started growing his mullet in lockdown in October 2021. He also used his campaign to victory to raise funds and awareness for the charity Testicular Cancer UK. Back to you guys.
World
Good
mullet champion.
We need more side shots.
Who knew?
To really see the flow.
You could go for that.
The flow. I'm from Minnesota. I've seen plenty of hockey hair in my life, and I just don't think it's going to work for me. Thanks, Claudia. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, a growing crisis in Chicago after a multi-million-dollar plan to house immigrants falls through.
More on the scramble to come up with an alternative. This is Morning News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Asylum seekers in Chicago are being caught in the crosshairs as city and state leaders are pitted against each other regarding the migrant crisis. A multi-million-dollar tent camp intended to house thousands of migrants scrapped after toxic chemicals were found on site. Now the race to figure out who can house them instead is on. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has the latest.
In Chicago, the migrant crisis taking on new urgency as frigid winter temperatures move in and hundreds of people remain out on the streets.
We need to, move as quickly as we can.
A major setback, plans to open a $65 million tent camp that would house nearly 2,000 migrants near Chicago's Midway Airport, halted by the governor over serious environmental concerns.
It is toxic. And now can we sit down and actually talk about what we can do that's humane? This is a concentration camp.
The reversal coming after the city released an environmental report over the weekend indicating the Brighton Park site would require a cleanup of toxic chemicals and heavy metals, as the 9.5-acre plot formerly housed industrial work. Mercury, arsenic, and lead, along with cyanide, pesticides, and the now banned cancer-causing compounds known as PCBs, were found on site. City officials saying the most problematic levels of contamination were removed and still deemed the location safe for migrants.
Discovering toxicity there wasn't a surprise. The state of Illinois knew that this assessment was happening and felt confident enough to continue to build on this site.
Friction between the mayor and governor's offices on full display as nearly 600 migrants await placement in shelters, according to the city. The mayor's office writing it's received clear signals from Texas officials that the number of buses will continue to increase, so the urgency of the moment remains.
We say no!
The proposed site facing opposition from residents in the community from the start, as state and city officials struggle to house the influx of migrants.
With 80 buses of migrants arriving in just the last month, the need for shelters like this is massive. An alliance with faith-based organizations like Grace and Peace Church is filling that gap.
También nos dan dotaciones de ropa y eso para estar preparados para el invierno.
What's the realistic capacity for churches that are part of this initiative without those bigger shelters?
Well, let me tell you something. There's more than 100 churches in the city of Chicago. The church is really the gatekeepers of the city. If we get the church involved in many areas, you know, we can relieve some of the stress that the city is dealing with.
Pastor John Zayas is coordinating shelter for around 200 migrants across his 8 sites.
It's hard because we have this water hose that's constantly coming with migrants. But there are people on the ground giving tireless hours to serve this city and to serve the people in our community.
He says they've developed a plan with the city to get migrants housed and employed in 60 days.
There's continual flexibility of folks rotating in. There's also folks that have received their work permits. And so we're just lining folks up into the system of, you know, housing and working as we move along.
Bueno, fue un proceso largo, costoso, muchos inconvenientes, no es fácil.
Uncertainty rising as the temperatures here only continue to drop.
That was Maura Barrett reporting. Well, the city of Chicago says the city's plan for feeding asylum seekers fell through, but the state stepped in with $2 million in additional funding.
An NBC News investigation is looking into shootings involving federal task force officers and why they're rarely prosecuted. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander takes a closer look.
Jimmy Hill spends his days fighting for justice for his son, Jimmy Atchison, who was shot and killed by law enforcement.
You just can't take life because you just decide you just want to up and take a life. My son Jimmy's life mattered. He was a living, breathing human being.
In December 2018, 21-year-old Atchison was accused of stealing a purse at gunpoint. The next month, an FBI task force raided his girlfriend's home. Local prosecutors say the FBI did not have a search warrant. Atchison ran to a neighbor's home where police cornered him in a bedroom closet under a pile of clothes. According to FBI documents, Atlanta police officer Sung Kim saw Atchison move his right hand and, thinking he had a gun, shot him. Local prosecutors say Atchison was unarmed and defenseless. Atchison's aunt, Tammy Featherstone.
What about that moment stands out the most to you?
The hurt in my sister's face. The pain of losing her only son. To know that he was unarmed and afraid and was killed in that manner, that's what really hurt me more than anything.
I was already prepared that this is going to be.
Local prosecutors' hands are tied.
The case is being handled by Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis, best known for charging former President Donald Trump and 18 others with election interference in Georgia. But this case could prove more difficult. An NBC News investigation found from 2018 to 2022, 223 people were shot by federal officers, task force officers, or local police in cases tied to DOJ enforcement. In the cases for which NBC News obtained documents, the shootings were justified 98% of the time. Part of the reason may be the prosecutor's inability to even build a case.
We have found in the prosecutions we've done that the federal agencies were very uncooperative. And so I imagine that other prosecutors around the nation may have tried to do the correct thing to bring charges, and they find that there are so many roadblocks, it becomes impossible to do.
During that 5-year period we examined, Atchison's case is one of only 2 that resulted in charges. Willis has charged Kim with murder. But part of her challenge, she says, is the slow pace in getting files and case information from the Justice Department.
And you find that you believe that people are being purposefully uncooperative, and then they give you a document back, and it's literally the entire page is redacted.
And that's something that's happened to you.
That is an actual thing that has happened.
The Department of Justice did not specifically respond to Willis's comments, but said, because there are circumstances where the use of force may occur, we recently updated our policy to ensure it parallels the best practices of federal, state, and local law enforcement. Earlier this year, Kim's case was moved to federal court, where historically judges have ruled that federal law protects officers from being prosecuted by local authorities. Kim has retired from the Atlanta Police Department and has pleaded not guilty. Both he and his attorney declined our request for comment. The DOJ says it is expanding the use of body cameras, and the FBI tells NBC News, we've got to keep doubling down on our partnerships with state, local, and federal law enforcement. It's not enough to coexist. We've got to complement one another and be truly integrated. Kim's trial date has not yet been set. Until then, Jimmy Hill says he will keep going for his son.
And he should still be alive today, and we're going to continue to fight. There's no giving up.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Atlanta.
Coming up, another round of student loan debt forgiven. Up next, the announcement just made by the Biden administration.
Plus, caught on camera, a promposal gone wrong. Why a student who witnessed it all is now planning to sue the school. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with a promposal in Arizona that sent one student to the hospital. The student's attorney says he was a bystander and is now planning to sue the school, including the principal who was allegedly in on the plan. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the details and a warning. Some viewers may find it difficult to view the video.
Dramatic video of a promposal gone terribly wrong.
After the accident, we could tell that he's become a little bit more withdrawn and closed off.
Surveillance video from Arizona College Prep High School shows senior William Vanasap leaving campus on his motorcycle back in April when this Porsche SUV speeds right through a stop sign, sending him flying.
Okay, can you move your leg at all?
But running that stop sign was allegedly no accident. Instead, all part of another student's plan to ask his girlfriend to prom, according to Vanasap's attorney, who is now preparing to sue the school, the district, the principal, and the school resource officer for $1 million.
It was not a good plan. The estimated speed of the car involved that was being driven by the student was over 40 miles an hour.
According to the notice of claim sent ahead of the lawsuit, the student in the Porsche had his girlfriend in the passenger seat and planned to speed through that stop sign to be pulled over by school resource officer Joshua Basil. And when it appeared he was in trouble, he would then turn to his girlfriend and ask her to prom. That plan going off course when Vanasap entered the intersection. Basil, who according to the notice of claim was there to take part in the promposal, instead racing to check on the injured Vanasap.
He very easily could have died in this accident by just milliseconds difference in timing.
The notice alleging that not only was the school resource officer involved, but that the principal, Robert Bix, knew about the plan ahead of time too. In a statement to police included in that notice, the driver of the Porsche saying he, quote, had very clear arrangements where I gave the law enforcement as well as the school administration the make and model of my car, the time, and everything. They agreed to this.
Those adults at the school should have said, no, we're not going to do this.
In Officer Basil's body camera video, which was released by Vanasap's attorney, Principal Bix is seen sitting in Basil's car at the time of the accident. Then, minutes after Vanasap was hit, he says this.
I don't know about this.
The Chandler Unified School District and Chandler Police declined to comment, citing the pending litigation. But police confirming school resource officer Basil is still working at the school. No arrests have been made in this case.
I just wish that at least someone will be held accountable for this, because the only consequences that we've seen is William being injured.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report.
Financial headlines now. Some much-needed relief is coming to some students paying off their college loan debts.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us on that and more. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so the Biden administration is forgiving another $5 billion in federal student loans. Now, the announcement, which impacts some 80,000 people, brings the total of canceled student debt to $132 billion. Now, while the Supreme Court struck down President Biden's student loan plan this year, he has still offered relief to borrowers by working around the need for approval from the courts or Congress. Student loan payments resumed in October, and interest began accruing on federal loans in September. McDonald's is teaming up with Google to use generative AI starting next year, when thousands of locations will get hardware and software upgrades. Now, along with the updates to in-store kiosks and the McDonald's app, the fast food giant will be able to use generative AI on massive amounts of data to streamline operations. The company says one outcome will be hotter and fresher food for customers, and you can also expect more AI-driven automation in the drive-through lanes. And Starbucks will help keep you caffeinated and alert during the holidays. Starting today, the chain is giving customers half off any drink every Thursday for the rest of December. You can get one discounted drink from noon until 6 p.m. The deal also applied to Starbucks' 4 new holiday cold foams: peppermint chocolate cream, sugar cookie cream, chestnut praline cream, and caramel brulee cream, guys.
Huh.
A lot of sugar
cool.
there.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of cream.
That is cool, though. Half off drinks every Thursday?
Yeah.
Very
cool. Love it.
Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Coming up, it's Taylor's time, literally.
Of course, we are talking about Taylor Swift. Is there another Taylor right now?
I don't
She was
think
just
so.
named Times Person of the Year. Her reaction to the honor, highlights from her tell-all interview, her first in years. Swifties, get ready for it. This is Morning News Now.
just one, the greatest party you ever did see. I'll hear his sleigh bells twinkling light.
Welcome back. So finally this hour, we all know Taylor Swift is Time's Person of the Year for 2023. And in the issue, the superstar gave a rare in-depth interview.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is here to break it all down. She's just going to read the interview to us, right, Emily?
You know, I read this through at least 10 times. Good morning to you. Time's cover story gave Swifties a rare glimpse inside the singer's life and career. Taylor posting she usually has trust issues when it comes to giving interviews, but couldn't be happier with the magazine's piece, saying she is the proudest and happiest she's ever felt.
It's a moment in time that has Swifties shrieking with excitement.
It's a great day to be a Swiftie.
And Taylor Swift sharing the biggest, loudest, most aggressively overexcited thank you on social media after being named Time Magazine's Person of the Year. An honor revealed right here on Today with Savannah and Hoda.
We picked a choice, someone who represents joy, someone who's bringing light to the world.
Time's cover story, Swift's first interview in 4 years, features a series of stunning photos. The pop star telling the magazine, "It feels like the breakthrough moment of my career, happening at 33. And it's one she's trained hard for, describing her rigorous regimen to prepare for the Eras tour. Every day I would run on the treadmill, singing the entire set list out loud," she says.
Welcome to the Eras tour.
That record-breaking Eras tour so huge, it boosted local economies and even dominated the silver screen. But since her first album 17 years ago, Swift points out she's been raised up and down the flagpole of public opinion. She discussed some of the most difficult moments, like getting canceled and moving to a foreign country after her public feud with Kanye West and then-wife Kim Kardashian, and described feeling beat when her music catalog was sold. But Swift also celebrated some of her biggest influences, like Beyonce, saying she's the most precious gem of a person.
Mama is the guy on the trees.
As for her love story with Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce, Swift says it all started when he put her on blast on his podcast this summer.
You made her a bracelet?
Yeah, I wanted to give Taylor Swift one with my number on it.
Months later, Swift attended multiple Chiefs games, while Kelce traveled all the way to Argentina to support her on tour. "We're showing up for each other," Swift tells Time about their relationship. While some are disappointed with the magazine's choice amid a year marred by war, many applauding Time's joyful selection.
She absolutely deserves it. She's built an amazing career based solely on her talent.
And despite some of the challenges she's faced on the road to superstardom, Swift says she is, quote, "very careful to be grateful every second that I get to be doing this at this level." Next up, Swifties are hopeful she will release Reputation, Taylor's version, which she says will have some fire new tracks. You know, Swifties are buzzing about that one.
Oh, my goodness. We certainly are.
Ourselves included.
We know she's going to release it. The question is just when, and we all keep, like, thinking we know. And
how many are left? How many albums are left to do?
Reputation, and then her original
The very first Taylor Swift.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, that was 17 years ago.
So now we're pretty sure that's going to be the last.
How old was she then?
Oh, my God. Well, that was what's so amazing about her. She was in high school. I mean,
She was so young.
Yeah, yeah.
We could go on about hours about this.
I know.
Yeah.
As you're well aware.
Consider a documentary.
We're ready. We're ready for it.
But actually to hear, so as you know, she releases these new songs that she wrote at the time, but that we've never heard when she does these re-recordings. And those are the songs that she says are going to be fire.
Fire, vault tracks.
Well, there you go. Emily, thank you.
Thank you.
Ready for the fire. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now, though. Stick with us.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, terror in the desert. The suspect is dead after a shooting rampage at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas yesterday. Law enforcement now confirms at least 3 people were killed. We will bring you what we know this morning as President Biden once again calls on Congress for action. Also this morning, it's down to 4 at the 4th Republican debate. It devolved into a political free-for-all with the clock ticking down to the pivotal Iowa caucus, now just weeks away. Candidates taking aim at former President Trump, who is absent once again, and at former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, who is surging. Got a full recap, plus a look at how voters are responding. In the Middle East, harrowing new IDF video from the ground in Gaza. It allegedly shows gains against Hamas and its commanders in the field. Also, U.S. officials say Israel's military is now planning to flood those underground tunnels with seawater. We're going to bring you the latest. And we're going to end this hour by flipping the script with the trailblazing creator of the critically acclaimed Showtime series, Fellow Travelers. The show is bringing the unseen tension of McCarthyism and the Lavender Scare to a brand new audience. I am addicted to it. We watch it when it comes out every single Friday. It's going to be exciting to talk about.
Appointment viewing. I love when we get a flip in the script.
Exactly. All right. We're going to begin this hour. The race for the White House. 4 Republican presidential candidates took the debate stage for what could be their final battle ahead of the Iowa caucus.
That's right. It was Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, and Vivek Ramaswamy. They spent the night laying out their platforms, but also hurling insults at one another. But one candidate loomed over them all, even though he wasn't there. Former President Donald Trump. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake has the details.
Overnight, the 4th Republican presidential debate devolving into a 4-way brawl, with Nikki Haley and the absent Donald Trump taking most of the punches. Chris Christie calling out his fellow candidates for ignoring their party's dominant frontrunner.
He's the one who, as you just put it, is way ahead in the polls. And yet, I've got these 3 guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort. He who shall not be named. They don't want to talk about it.
Christie also asked about this Trump comment.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one.
This is an angry, bitter man who now wants to be back as president because he wants to exact retribution on anyone who has disagreed with him. Do I think he was kidding when he said he was a dictator? All you have to do is look at the history.
But with Mr. Trump fundraising in Florida overnight and refusing to take part in a single debate, it's been Nikki Haley who's seen a rise in both momentum and money.
And in terms of these donors that are supporting me, they're just jealous. They wish that they were supporting them.
Haley fending off increasingly personal attacks from Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy.
Nikki will cave to those big donors when it counts. The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley.
I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
Haley later brushing off Ramaswamy when he called her corrupt.
Would you like to respond? No. It's not worth my time to respond to him.
With the frontrunner absent, the night often marked by personal attacks.
Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York. Yeah. So do everybody a favor, just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
Christie also mocking DeSantis for refusing to directly answer a question about Mr. Trump's fitness for office.
We do not want to do someone that's
talking about him being 80 years old.
It doesn't mean that somebody couldn't get elected. That's up to the people that I think we have an opportunity to do somebody who is in the prime of their life.
Thanks to Garrett Hake for that recap.
Let's now bring in NBC News Digital senior political reporter Jonathan Allen for more on this. Jonathan, always great to have you with us. Good morning. So we just heard some of the attacks against Nikki Haley during last night's debate. But what we didn't see, Chris Christie, who came to her defense when Vivek Ramaswamy criticized her knowledge of Ukraine. First, I want to play some of that.
He has insulted Nikki Haley's basic intelligence, not her positions, her basic intelligence. She doesn't know regions. She wouldn't be able to find something on a map that his 3-year-old could find. Look, if you want to disagree on issues, that's fine. And Nikki and I disagree on some issues. But I'll tell you this, I've known her for 12 years, which is longer than he's even started to vote in a Republican primary. And while we disagree about some issues and we disagree about who should be president of the United States, what we don't disagree on is this is a smart, accomplished woman, and you should stop insulting her.
Jonathan, I mean, could that be something bigger in the future, the two of them kind of teaming up? And how does it benefit her to get that support from him?
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Chivalry is not dead. Chris Christie standing up there for Nikki Haley. Look, it was a moment where you could envision him potentially dropping out and endorsing her at some point. I mean, his words for her were not, he obviously has been critical of her, as he has of other candidates, for not going after Donald Trump as hard as he would like them to, or as hard as he thinks people should be doing in order to stop Donald Trump. But I think that was a genuine moment from Christie, where he looked at, what Vivek Ramaswamy was doing and said, basically cut it out. Like, why would you attack the intelligence of a candidate who, who nobody, I don't think anybody who's ever dealt with Nikki Haley or watched her for very long, questions her intelligence, questions her intellect. As Christie said, you can disagree with her on her positions, but it's pretty low blow to start attacking her intellect.
John, let's talk about Ramaswamy. I mean, he started strong early in the campaign, but has since declined. I think some of that would be because of his performances at the debate. He tends to repel some people. Did his performance last night do anything to change that?
Not at all, Joe. I mean, you could see on the stage, I mean, these candidates, I think dislike him would be an understatement. I think they really are disgusted by him at times. And I think they look at him as, as pulling gimmicks and not taking the process seriously enough for somebody who wants to be the president of the United States. He has needed to gain attention. He's needed to gain donors to be able to stay on debate stages, to be able to stay in the discussion. And so you see, sort of increasing levels of gimmickry on the stage. In one of the previous debates, in the NBC-hosted debate, he called for Ronna McDaniel to resign as RNC chair from the stage. And then last night, as we saw in Garrett's package, he held up a notepad saying that Nikki equals corrupt. I mean, this is a he has, many minutes to speak in the debate. He certainly didn't need a visual aid.
Jonathan, finally, we heard the candidates talk, a wide range of topics, of course. Something that was not brought up either by Megyn Kelly or the contenders, abortion. Can Democrats seize on this issue ahead of the Iowa caucus? And how much was it sort of, glaring that it was left out of the conversation here?
It was glaring, Savannah. It's hard to fathom that that's something that they didn't discuss at all, particularly because some of these candidates, and Nikki Haley is one of them for sure, have had shifting positions on abortion, not only over time, but sort of in the, within the context of this campaign. So, I was surprised that wasn't asked at all.
Jonathan Allen, as always, we appreciate you joining us to break this all down. Thank you.
The University of Nevada, Las Vegas, UNLV, is reeling after a gunman opened fire on campus yesterday, killing 3 people. The gunman then died in a shootout with police. Authorities say there could have been more victims had it not been for a quick response from campus police. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Vegas with the latest. Steve, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Campus here really at a standstill. All classes, all activities, all events shut down for the rest of the week as the community here really works to process its grief. Meanwhile, police working to uncover what led to this terrifying attack.
A day of terror on the campus of UNLV. Just before noon, police say a gunman opened fire on the 4th floor of the business school building, killing 3 and wounding a 4th before being shot and killed by university police.
Armed confrontation of the suspect by law enforcement stopped the suspect's further actions.
3 law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation tell NBC News the gunman was a male in his 60s. The suspect had been reportedly turned away from a job at UNLV in previous years, investigators not providing a motive. This alarm prompting students like Brett Johnson to escape on foot.
I always hear about mass shootings, and especially at schools and stuff, but it doesn't feel real until it actually happens.
A chilling warning posted on the campus website urging students to run, hide, fight.
And we heard the clips of semi-automatic weapons just going for what felt like about 30 seconds. It was a very, very disturbing thing to hear.
Classrooms full of terrified students locked down for hours.
I honestly didn't think I was going to make it out of there alive.
For many in Las Vegas, the shooting brought back memories of the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history, when 58 people were killed and hundreds wounded in 2017 at a music festival on the Vegas Strip, less than 4 miles from the UNLV campus.
No student should have to fear pursuing their dreams on the college campus.
After the initial terror, some students expressing anger. More has not been done to stop mass shootings in America.
School shootings have been happening since I was born. I was born in the year 2000. It's 2023. And I'm tired of it. College is supposed to be the best time of your life, not the end of it.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have now been more than 630 mass shootings in this country in 2023 alone. That is at a record pace at this point. Joe?
All right, Steve, thank you so much.
Well, a new round of intense fighting has erupted in Gaza. Israeli troops are battling Hamas militants as aid groups are warning that the humanitarian crisis triggered by this war is getting even worse. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in southern Israel with the latest.
This is the kibbutz of Nir Oz, and it's one of the communities that was devastated when Hamas attacked 2 months ago today. There were only 400 people living here, so a very tight-knit community, and 25% of people on this kibbutz were either killed or kidnapped. This is the town center, and you can see how Hamas shot their way in through the front doors. And there's one thing here that I want to show you that I think encapsulates the entire tragedy of what happened here. This is the small post office. And all of the post boxes have been marked with these stickers. Black for kidnapped, blue for free, and there aren't very many of those, and red for people who were killed. This attack happened just after 6:30 in the morning as Hamas militants swept through this community and others like it, killing and kidnapping everyone they could find.
Israeli troops say they're making advances against Hamas in Gaza, killing its field commanders. The military releasing new video overnight of soldiers on foot on the attack. And fresh airstrikes. Military officials tell NBC News troops are finding and destroying hundreds of entrances to Hamas tunnels, showing us videos of shafts discovered outside a school.
You can see the piers of the tunnel, the Hamas terror tunnel going under the school.
Israel is blowing up the tunnels it locates, and according to U.S. officials, is considering flooding them with seawater. Some of Hamas's hostages may be inside those tunnels. As Israel continues its open-ended military campaign in Gaza, U.S. officials tell NBC News they worry if Israel has a clear exit strategy. The offensive is turning much of the Gaza Strip into a wasteland. An Israeli colonel acknowledged the entire city of Beit Hanun in northern Gaza has been made uninhabitable.
Are Palestinians going to be able to go back to areas that you were clearing?
Well, right now they won't, but if there will be a rehabilitation effort from the international community after deneutralizing the Gaza Strip, then I think it will be possible. Right now, it's not livable.
That means there will be no homes to return to for many of the Palestinians who have fled the north and are now packed into southern Gaza. Moving south has been traumatic for 7 orphans and disabled children who left a care home in Gaza City. We met Ayas at the start of the war. He's blind and paralyzed. Now he and some of the others are in Han Yunis. His carer is running out of medicine for him. They've already moved 4 times and may have to relocate again as Israel's campaign against Hamas continues to expand.
Right next to the post office is the kibbutz's dining room, and today is the first day of Hanukkah, and they've set up the tables with placemats for the people who can't be here, those who were killed or kidnapped, including members of the Bibas family. He's the youngest hostage held by Hamas. Instead of a family meal, they have a table of remembrance.
Just heartbreaking. Richard Engel, thank you very much.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
That means Angie Lastman is here, and she's tracking the next round of storms headed for the northwest. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. And that storm that we're going to watch impact the northwest today, that's eventually going to impact most of the country here as we go through the next couple of days. So let's see what's going on right now on the radar. You'll notice still rain coming in from northern California up into portions of Washington. They've been dealing with the on and off rain. The good news with today's system that we're going to see work through, it's not quite as strong. So we don't have those those really, really impressive amounts of rain that we've been seeing in the past couple of days, but it's still additional rain that, of course, they don't need. Those grounds are very saturated. The rivers are swollen, so an additional half an inch, quarter of an inch, not great for folks in that area. We could see upwards of maybe an inch in some of these spots. So we'll still watch for flooding, although the flooding alerts have come down in a lot of spots, but the potential is there. If you live in this area, again, Northern California up into Washington, we'll have to watch for that here through the next couple of days. Now, that system is eventually going to move east. It's going to kind of get its act together, or re-get its act together, I should say, as it gets east of the Rockies for tomorrow. And then as we get into Saturday, we see this line of thunderstorms kind of develop along the cold front. It goes from basically the Midwest, Michigan, all the way down to Texas, and it will bring the chance for some strong storms, a severe threat, also some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and the potential for some kind of wintry conditions in some spots. Now, one thing to note, as we get into Saturday night, there could be a chance for some of those severe storms ramping up in parts of the deep south. That means tornadoes, hail, strong wind gusts, all on the table for folks for the afternoon hours and into the evening hours of Saturday. Now, Sunday, we see it move a little farther to the east. This brings the rain and that kind of wintry mix to the eastern third of the country. That includes basically the northeast down to the south. Florida all the way up into Maine, we'll see rain. We'll see some gusty conditions too. And we'll also, with that heavy rain, have the potential for some flooding. This isn't a great day to travel. I think airport delays will be possible up and down the East Coast. With those winds over 50 miles per hour, that'll be a concern too. And not to mention, we could see some heavy snow developing behind that system as it starts to exit. It will still be lingering for folks in the Northeast and New England as we get back to work on Monday. Rainfall totals anywhere from about an inch to 2 inches is the higher amounts. You can see places like New York, Washington, D.C., Huntsville, Knoxville, all included in those amounts. And then the interior areas of New England, that's where we could see some good amount of snow. It depends on how fast that system exits, but places like upstate New York could have some wintry weather to contend with as they are out on the roads on Monday.
Yeah, they're used to it up there.
Yeah, they are. You're right. And it's December.
Exactly.
What can you expect? Angie, thank you so much. No problem. Well, we've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including new sexual assault allegations against hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs, how he is responding this morning.
Plus, a high-profile legal challenge to abortion restrictions in Texas goes in front of a judge today. What the verdict could mean for a person's right to choose there. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Back now with international headlines. The U.S., South Korea, and Japan are set to meet to discuss security concerns over North Korea.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. South Korea confirmed that this week it will host a three-way meeting with Japan and the United States to discuss especially the growing military threat by North Korea to the region. Now, on Saturday, the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is expected to meet his counterparts from South Korea and Japan to discuss what the National Security Council called regional issues of mutual concern, particularly in the security environment. Japan said discussions will include the recent launch by North Korea of a spy satellite. Let's now go to Zambia, where a man was pulled alive out of a mine nearly a week after a landslide caused by heavy rain trapped dozens of miners. 2 bodies were also retrieved from under the debris. Government officials said that more than 30 miners could still be trapped underground. A 49-year-old survivor said he spent 5 days trying to find his way out of the collapsed tunnels and is now recovering in hospital. And let's end this tour in the world of arts. Take a look at this painting. Only 2 years ago, it was valued at $15,000. Well, on Wednesday, it sold at an auction for almost $14 million. Its value skyrocketed after Sotheby's auction house attributed it to none other than Rembrandt. Art experts spent about 18 months analyzing the painting and concluded it is definitely the work of the Dutch master. It depicts the encounter of the 3 wise men and Jesus, although it looks like the wisest man of all was the collector who bought it for peanuts and sold it for millions.
No
he also
kidding.
might have said, "Oh, Jesus," when he realized how much the painting was worth.
He might have, Claudio. We're not sure.
That is quite the
That
investment.
is incredible, though.
And
I love
fascinating
those,
that
like,
they spent
lost masterpiece
spending
stories.
18 months to be like, yeah, it's Rembrandt.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. What a find. Claudio, thank you so much. Well, Texas's strict abortion rules are set to face a major challenge today when a judge hears the case of a 31-year-old mother seeking an emergency abortion.
The lawsuit was filed against the Texas Attorney General's office. It says Kate Cox's baby has a deadly fetal condition, which means it has little to no chance of survival. Lawyers say the pregnancy also jeopardizes the mother's health.
NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us on this now. Hi, Marissa. Good morning. So we know Texas has some of the toughest abortion rules in the country. So walk us through Cox's story and why her case has actually been brought to the court.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Yeah, I mean, this is nothing short of historic. This is one of the first attempts to seek a court-ordered abortion since Dobbs, the overturn of Roe versus Wade. So the woman at the center of this all, Kate Cox, she's 20 weeks pregnant. She's carrying a baby who has trisomy 18, and roughly 90 to 95% of babies do not survive their first year with trisomy 18. And so Cox has said that her doctors in Texas have told her that she is required to carry out this pregnancy under Texas law as it stands right now. And so on Tuesday, she filed a lawsuit with the Center for Reproductive Rights asking for there to be an exception to this. Part of this is, Kate Cox says she does want a third child. She currently has 2 children already. And they're arguing that not only is her life threatened, but the future fertility for her and her family is threatened if she does indeed carry this out. So Savannah and Joe, what they're asking for is for a temporary stop to the abortion bans in Texas to be made so that her OBGYN can perform an abortion for her.
Does Cox's legal team believe they have a chance here?
Yeah, and that's the great question here, because their argument is that this is an urgent medical need. We talked about trisomy 18, how it not only puts the baby's life at risk, but, the mother's life at risk. So they're arguing that they have a sound case that this does constitute as an urgent medical need. And so in interviews with NBC News, the Center for Reproductive Rights has continuously said that they remain hopeful, guys.
And Marissa, what happens if the court rules against Cox? Does she have any other options?
Yeah, so in that same interview with NBC News, a senior staff member with this legal rights group had said that in similar cases, people, women, have gone to other states to seek abortion care, and that would potentially be the route that Kate Cox takes if this does go that route. But they said that they're arguing that she should be able to get the care she needs in her own local area.
And this is an insane situation for any person in need of urgent health care to be in. I can tell you that she says tears occur every single day. She is trying to be hopeful. She is optimistic, but she's very scared. And who wouldn't be? So if Kate can't get the abortion in Texas that she is seeking, I don't know what will happen to her.
So, Joe, Savannah, a lot of eyes will be on this. This case will be heard in less than 2 hours.
All right, Marissa, keep us posted on this. Thank you so much. Well, hip-hop music mogul Sean Combs is facing new allegations of sexual assault this morning.
A fourth woman has now filed a lawsuit claiming Combs, who's also known as Diddy, raped her when she was just 17. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us with more on this. Liz, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Yeah, a shocking allegation here. The woman says this happened to her when she was still in high school. She claims Combs and 2 other men gang raped her at a music studio here in New York. It's something Combs is now adamantly denying.
This morning, music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, facing a 4th accusation of sexual assault. In a federal lawsuit filed Wednesday against the 3-time Grammy winner, an unnamed woman alleges Combs and 2 other men, including a former longtime president of Combs' record label, gang raped her in a New York recording studio 20 years ago when she was just 17 and a junior in high school. The woman says it all began when she met 2 associates of Combs at a Detroit lounge. According to the lawsuit, which includes these photos allegedly taken that night, they convinced her to get on a private plane with them to New York, where they then plied her with drugs and alcohol. It's there, she says, the 3 men took turns raping her in the studio's bathroom. When they were done, the lawsuit says they drove her to the airport and put her back on a plane to Michigan. Combs denies the allegations, posting on Instagram Wednesday, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear," he continued. "I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." This woman, now the 4th person in recent weeks to raise accusations against Combs, some including rape and trafficking. Last month, his former longtime partner, singer Cassie, whose real name is Cassandra Ventura, filed a graphic lawsuit claiming Combs raped and physically abused her over the course of a decade. That complaint accuses Combs of uncontrollable rage and alleges that he often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on her. Cassie and Combs reached a settlement in that lawsuit without disclosing terms of the agreement. 2 other women have also alleged in recent lawsuits that Combs sexually assaulted them, allegations Combs also denies.
And the lawsuit says the first 3 women to come forward with allegations against Combs gave this 4th woman the confidence to share her story. She says as a result of being raped, she suffered significant emotional distress that, guys, has plagued her life for 20 years.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank
For
you.
more on this, we're joined now by NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella. So, Angela, there have been 3 other lawsuits accusing Sean Combs of sexual assault filed in less than a month. One of those claims brought by Combs' ex, Cassie, has already settled. Can that case or any others have any bearing at all on this new claim?
Not directly, but this new claim is represented by the same lawyer that settled Cassie's lawsuit. And in general, when you see a settlement that is brought by a figure who is well-resourced and has a lot of publicity, then often a lot of settlements will follow because there is a sign there that the person who is involved is willing to settle and not willing to go through trial. Because look, in these extremely sensitive situations, often what deters someone from going and filing this lawsuit is not wanting to have to go to trial, not wanting to have to repeat whatever trauma alleged that happened on the stand. But if you know that the person is willing to settle, that tends to change the game. So it is likely because of the settlement with Cassie that we are seeing a number of allegations follow.
Angela, given that we've seen that settlement happen, given that we now have as many accusers as we do coming forward, but then also that we did get this statement now on Instagram from Sean Combs, what are you looking for to happen next? How do you see this playing out?
Well, it sounds like these allegations are horrific and also don't really involve just him. So if he were to take this to trial and not settle immediately as he did with Cassie, then it would involve a lot of other people. Also in this case, it's not just allegations against people, but also against his company, because as we saw in the allegations, Pierre, the individual who first met the Jane Doe who is filing this lawsuit, was at that point the president of Bad Boy Entertainment. So with a trial, as you know, because you are now experts in these trials and lawsuits, there's so much discovery that happens, and all of that information can become public. So I think it's extremely unlikely that we will see a trial at this point, but who knows with regards to the amounts of settlement.
All right, Angela Sindadella, thank you so much. Appreciate your time this morning. Coming up, a behind-the-scenes look at how one major mover is working to make sure your holiday deliveries arrive in one piece.
We'll run through the paces at FedEx's futuristic package lab. That's after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
We're back with new details on a legal dispute that could further shake up the set of the popular series Yellowstone. A company owned by the show's creator, Taylor Sheridan, is now suing one of his own cast members over, get this, coffee. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas breaks down the brewing legal battle.
Hey there, this lawsuit was filed by Taylor Sheridan's ranch, and it comes amid a rocky last year for his runaway hit series, with star Kevin Costner exiting the show and suggesting that he will go to court over how that departure played out.
Do what's best for the ranch.
A legal battle percolating between the creator of the hit show Yellowstone and one of its own actors.
Everybody ready?
The lawsuit was filed in a Texas federal court by Bosque Ranch, which is owned by Yellowstone showrunner Taylor Sheridan and serves as a filming location for the series. According to a Wall Street Journal report citing executives and crew members, Yellowstone's network Paramount pays Sheridan up to $50,000 a week to film on his properties. Bosque Ranch debuted a coffee line in June and is accusing a coffee company launched 4 months later by Cole Hauser, who plays ranch hand Rip Wheeler on Yellowstone, of trademark infringement and false advertising.
You leave now or you never leave.
The grounds for the lawsuit: Bosque Ranch alleges that the interlocking letter design of Hauser's Free Reign logo is confusingly similar to the ranch's, causing irreparable damage to its brand. Taylor Sheridan and Bosque Ranch did not respond to NBC News' request for comment. Free Reign declined to comment to NBC News on the lawsuit. But Hauser talked about his new brand of coffee on Today when it launched in October.
What's the story behind Free Reign?
I'll tell you, it's about taking risk. It's about enjoying your time and a little bit of coffee.
Brand isn't something you earn, it's something you live up to.
It could mean even more drama behind the scenes of the wildly popular hit show. Set to start filming its final episodes in the spring after a hiatus during the Hollywood strikes, scheduled to air in November 2024. But there's been no shortage of rumblings surrounding the series' end, including whether its star Kevin Costner will appear as John Dutton in the final episodes at all, after Costner testified during a September child support hearing that Paramount, quote, offered him less money than previous seasons and that there were issues with the creatives behind the show. Now it's unclear how the latest legal twist will affect Yellowstone's final days of filming. Costner said during the hearing that he was owed $12 million from the show and that they'd probably go to court over it, meaning another Yellowstone star could soon be embroiled in a legal dispute. Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much.
Well, Christmas is just around the corner. Time is maybe running out to get those gifts on your list set out. It's the time of year when shipping companies work overtime to get those packages to you quickly. Also, though, importantly, in one piece.
One person who always delivers for us is NBC News Business and Data correspondent Brian Shaw.
Thank you very much.
I can't take credit.
I see what you did.
I can't take credit. Our producers wrote that one. It's an exclusive look at how FedEx makes sure all the packages survive.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So again, when we're talking about what's happening here with FedEx, obviously they are handling millions of packages. So I wanted to go to their lab, which is out in Memphis, Tennessee, to take a look at, well, how exactly do they test those packages to make sure they hold up to the test? Take a listen. About 82 million packages per day will zigzag across the country this holiday season, with the major shipping companies finding new and faster ways to get items to your door, including AI and autonomous vehicles to help move packages. And at FedEx's 33,000 square foot packaging lab right outside of Memphis, Tennessee, experts work with companies like Walmart and Wayfair to figure out the best ways to keep things undamaged in transit. Shaking, rattling, and rolling them. I'm trying to think of what to gift my mom for the holidays and decided to test out some options that might get to her intact with the help of FedEx packaging lab managers Evan Edwards and Tyler Kenny. So we have a set of wine glasses here. We have a poster of her favorite artist, Harry Styles, some Central Barbecue. First, the wine glasses. We surrounded each fragile item with cardboard inserts before adding packing paper. There's steps to making sure that these are all going to arrive in one piece.
Yeah, and it all depends on the fragility of the product.
For our poster, trying to make sure our oddly shaped item doesn't crinkle or bend. We go with the tube in another tube.
So what we're really trying to do is just make sure this thing isn't moving around too much. So that'll give us just an extra layer of safety and security.
And for perishable items, our ribs packed in a cooler with ice. With everything wrapped up, it's time to put the packages to the test. First, the drop test. 3, 2, 1.
This package may be coming down a slide, coming down a belt with a heavier package behind it that may bump into it. I didn't hear any broken glass.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Then we applied some pressure.
So today we're going to try to compress this package to 283 pounds.
Literally bearing the load of other packages on top.
250
Again,
pounds?
simulating that much weight on top of it.
Absolutely.
And then tested for the bumps and bruises of a little turbulence.
So it can be anything from hitting potholes, hitting the brakes hard. It could be turbulence in the back of your aircraft when the package is being shipped.
Finally, for the ribs, FedEx puts packages in a chamber that can simulate a really hot or really cold day to test if the items can keep in transit. Even if this box is in 100-degree weather.
That's right, and we've got the climate chamber set up to a typical hot Memphis summer day.
Now, time to assess the damage. First, our ribs stayed chill. Yeah, no, this is cold to the touch. She's gonna be absolutely devastated if this isn't in one piece.
Well,
the poster held up. In one piece?
That's right.
And finally, the fragile wine glasses.
Pristine. Looks very good. I think your mother would be happy.
I think so too. When tests aren't successful like ours were, FedEx will rethink or redesign its packaging and help businesses do the same. And guys, a few more FedEx tips to help you ship. Include an address on a separate piece of paper inside your package in case something happens with the label. And shop and ship early. FedEx actually helped me package and send, some other things as well. So, a lot going on there. But, it's really cool to see the apparatuses and the tests that they have on site.
Yeah. Wow. Is it true? I would have never thought about putting an address inside. I would have never thought about shipping.
The label comes off. That way, they can go inside and then see actually exactly who it's
There you go. Smart. Yep. Brian Chung, our NBC News business correspondent. Congratulations on the new title. Thanks so much. Coming up, for a lot of us, life can seem pretty tough at times. You might even feel like your struggles are so out of this world that nothing in the universe could help you tackle them.
Thankfully, our good friend Mike Massimino, astronaut extraordinaire and noted expert on all things space, has a new book called Moonshot. He's taking the lessons he's learned up there to help bring you back down to Earth in a good way. That's next on Morning News Now.
happen now.
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back with some financial headlines for you. Facebook parent company Meta is making some changes to calling and chatting on the app.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Meta Platforms is rolling out end-to-end encryption for all personal and, oh, guys, you know what? I'm very sorry. I'm having a little issue right here. Let me see if I can get this squared away.
Wait. Nope.
Sorry
Silvana.
about that. Nope.
Yep. we'll let you go and we'll move along here. We don't want to read any bad financial headlines. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. All right. Do you ever feel like life's obstacles, for example, the teleprompter doesn't work when you're reading a CNBC business headline? Do they get in the way of your dreams? Or maybe you just have a goal that seems impossible to achieve? Well, we have some wisdom for you that's literally out of this world.
One former NASA astronaut is now taking the life lessons he learned while on his journey to space and sharing them with people for their everyday struggles. He details the wisdom he's gained from space exploration in a way for people to take action in overcoming obstacles that might even seem impossible, but right down here on Earth. Joining us now in studio is our friend, former NASA astronaut and New York Times bestselling author, Mike Massimino. It's so great to see you. And this is his new book. You're looking at it right here. It's titled Moonshot, a NASA astronaut's guide to achieving the impossible. From a Long Island kid with bad eyesight and a fear of heights of spacewalking. Those are two of the things that are kind of part of this thread here.
Yeah.
You make it to NASA, such a difficult process, but you also sort of outline how exactly it is to try to become an astronaut. Tell us just first about challenges that you've faced along the way, because I think we look at you and we're like, you're an astronaut.
Yeah,
it's hard for us to imagine.
And that's what I would do as well, is look at, my idols were Neil Armstrong and these astronauts, when I was growing up, and you don't realize that people in your position as well, and successful people in general, they've had struggles to get there. Successful people are not those that never failed. They're those who never let failure stop them. And so when you're trying to do something, especially a dream or something that's a little bit different or extraordinary, don't expect it to be easy. And the important thing, I think, is just to keep going. I was rejected 3 times from NASA, including a medical disqualification for my eyesight. I had to train my eyes to see better. That had never been overcome before, I don't think. Previously, and people had been disqualified before for that, but I was able to figure a way to get around that and apply again and get picked on my 4th try. So 1 out of a million is not 0. If the odds are against you, just keep trying. And the only way that it goes to 0 is if you give up.
I love that. That's the name of one of your chapters.
Yep,
1 in a million is not
that's
0.
Correct.
Why is it so important for you to share these lessons with other people?
Joe, there was a lot of perseverance to get to the astronaut office. And then when I got there, I was a civilian, and this was a whole new world for me. I started hearing these tips of advice, and I wanted to do well, right? So I listened to the veterans, to people, my colleagues, people I work with, the instructors, the flight directors, everybody, and realized that there was a lot of wisdom on how to be successful as an astronaut. Things like letting your mistakes pass, the teamwork issue. So it was like teamwork, perseverance, leadership, all these lessons that I learned over the years were really helpful to me in space. And then I realized over the last 10 years since leaving NASA, they're also helpful in my personal life and my life here on Earth. And I do a fair amount of speaking in different organizations. And what I found was it was those lessons that they were most interested in. So it was so extraordinary for me to learn these things and to apply them into my space flights. And I realized they're also applicable to whether you're working in a cubicle or working here in the studio or working a job somewhere or at home or dealing with family members and friends. The same rules and guidelines apply. So I wanted to share those.
Yeah, and what's really cool, as you just described, is like there's a chapter where you're talking about something that kind of goes down where you didn't want to ask for help as you're on one of your first spacewalks, I think the first. And you pull out of that a lesson like go slow and resist the temptation to act too quickly, something that we could think about any time with anything down here on Earth
Absolutely,
at home.
One of the things I had to learn was how to deal with my mistakes. Making mistakes, I was good at making mistakes. That I didn't have to learn how to do, but how to deal with them was the issue, right? And we all don't want to make mistakes, but we do. Things happen. Sometimes they're out of our control. Sometimes it's something we've messed up. But how do you react to that? That's the key. So there's 2 chapters in here dealing with mistakes. One is the 30-second rule. Beat yourself up for 30 seconds, and then that's it. Have an internal rant, and then move on because your team needs you. You can't dwell on it. I would ruminate on things for days when something went wrong or I made a mistake. But you can't do that in space. But you don't have any time to waste here.
You say it's to be 30 seconds of regret.
Regret,
say,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
Regret.
What did I say?
No,
30 seconds. Give yourself 30 seconds. 30 seconds of regret. 30 seconds of remorse is what my friend C.J. Sturkile called it. He's the guy that invented it, I think. And 30 seconds of regret is hard. So you can be regretful. It's okay to be upset about something that went wrong, but cap it at 30 seconds and move on. And then another thing you were talking about, Savannah, is no matter how bad things seem to appear, oh man, this is the worst. Remember, you can make it worse.
Yeah.
It could always get worse. And so when something happens, it's usually only strike one. Slow down, get help. That's what I did on my spacewalks, and I find that I use these rules every day. Because I make mistakes all the time.
We have a minute left here, but I think we have a full screen that has some of the lessons that you teach in this lesson. What's your advice to people to just try to apply this in everyday life? Because it's not always easy to actually apply it.
No, it's not. The way I did it is good to have these little things in your head that when something happens, you can revert to that. Okay, I made this mistake. I'm gonna have my 30-second rant on the side of my head, and then I'm gonna move on. So I think each chapter is kind of independent. You can read one they don't stack. This kind of like each lesson is in each chapter. At the end, there's kind of a summary. So that I think is what you want to try to keep in mind moving forward. That's the way I did it. I would apply these things. And one to keep in mind is to try to, for the holidays, I think, is to always have a good thought about people. You know, if you find teamwork, the most important thing is to care for and admire everyone on your team. You find someone you don't like, don't think of it, you don't like them. Think of it, you don't know them well enough, and always have that good thought in your head about everyone in your life. So when you might have a conflict, like maybe in the holidays, right? Go to that bank of good thoughts and remember why that person means so much to you.
I absolutely love, just quickly, the last one that's on there, too, when you're just talking about being amazed.
Yes, we live in an amazing planet. You can, from space, Earth looks like a paradise. I always felt like I was looking into heaven, but that's admiring from afar. When you get down into it and you're moving around, you can see the real beauty of the planet. I just got out of the car today and saw that Christmas tree.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So be amazed by all the wonders we have around us, particularly at Christmas.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in. Congrats on this book. Really, it's a fabulous read. I highly recommend it. Thank you.
Coming up, we're flipping the script this morning with the tremendously talented creator of Fellow Travelers, the new Showtime limited series bringing the untold stories of McCarthyism to life. That creator is going to join us next with more, not just on the Red Scare, but the Lavender Scare. Stick around.
morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back with a delicious Philadelphia-style surprise for some hungry New Yorkers. Look, you recognize that face. That is actor Bradley Cooper. He's serving up Philly cheesesteaks yesterday from the Angelo's Pizzeria food truck in New York's Greenwich Village. Angelo's is a Philly-based restaurant known for its sandwiches, snacks, and breakfast options. Well, Cooper is reportedly partnering with Angelo's owners to open Danny and Coop's Cheesesteaks. The pop-up event is scheduled to take place again today. I don't know, you're going to run down there to get a cheesesteak from Bradley Cooper,
That's
Joe?
not, I feel like the line might be long now.
Now that we've announced it to the world.
Exactly.
Good luck.
All right, very cool. Good luck to anyone who's getting it. I'm sure it'll be great. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on air, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter Fellow Travelers. It's a Showtime series starring Matt Bomer and Jonathan Bailey that focuses on two men who fall in love during the 1950s. It's an understatement to say that was a tough time to be queer. It was the height of the Lavender Scare, when gay men and lesbians were investigated, interrogated, and removed from the federal government. The series is based on a 2007 novel by Thomas Mallon, also called Fellow Travelers. This morning we are joined by the showrunner and executive producer of the limited series, Ron Nicewander. Ron, so good to have you with us. I have been watching it every single week. I'm caught up. It is an extraordinary show, amazing acting, amazing writing. What was it about this book that made you say, I need to adapt this for the small screen?
Well, and it was 11 years ago when I read it. It took a long time. It's the love story at the center of it. It's the best kind of love story with people that are really not suited to each other. They're opposite, and they're powerfully drawn to each other. And to put that at a time of our history that I didn't even know anything about, the Lavender Scare, and McCarthy and Cohen purge of homosexuals from the government. It was sort of too, I couldn't resist it.
A lot of times we hear about McCarthyism, we think of the Red Scare, not the Lavender Scare. Why? What do you want people to know about that time? Because we just don't learn about it really in school.
Well, it certainly wasn't microaggressions. You know, it was actually a government sanctioned. There was an executive order signed by President Eisenhower that banned all sexual deviants from working for the federal government. You would be banned for life. An investigation into you could be started by a colleague anonymously, maybe someone who didn't like you. And people were polygraphed. The FBI went into people's homes and they questioned their neighbors. They sent letters to their families and said, your son or daughter is being invested as a sexual deviant. At one point, they were estimating that one employee a week was committing suicide. You know, because your life was ruined, basically. And it's important to remember, you know, that government can be used to truly harm its citizens, you know, if we're not paying attention.
You mentioned the love story aspect of this. I saw an interview with you where you said, I love stories about people who are not meant to be together. That's kind of what this is, right?
I've done a lot of research personally, by the way, in that arena. But yes, I just think that actually, I wanted a love story that constantly has dramatic tension. And I also think these two guys, played by Matt Bomer and Jonathan Bailey, they embody different ways of going through the world. And so what happens, you know, Matt is he's methodical and he is very clear about what he wants. Jonathan's like an open wound. He just wants to be loved. We're not sure that Hawk, the character that Matt plays, is even capable of love. He's not sure.
He's kind of an unlikable character at times.
You know, I love him.
Yeah.
I love Hawkins Fuller, actually, because he's in control of his life. You know, but in times, when times are tough, the rules change. You know, and Hawk's mission is to survive. And he might have to get you out of his way. And Jonathan is sort of this open heart that goes to the world. And I think watching them, they're drawn to each other for a reason.
It is a compelling love story, and it takes place over generations. We should let people know, too, all the way up to the 80s and the AIDS crisis.
Right, exactly. The 60s and the 70s. We watched these two men intersect for decades.
You mentioned it's Matt and Jonathan, who are two openly gay men.
That's correct.
In their real life. How important was it to cast openly gay people in these roles?
And by the end, Jelani Aladdin and Noah Ricketts also play gay men, and Allison Williams is in the show as well. She's not gay. And it was a priority, but not a rule, you know, so that we really wanted to have all of our LGBTQ characters, if we could, if we found the right people, played by LGBTQ actors, and we found great actors for the roles, perfectly suited to the roles, who are LGBTQ.
We only have 30 seconds here, but a lot of folks may not realize you wrote Philadelphia.
I did.
30 years ago.
I was very young, Joe.
I
was a child.
Exactly. That has changed. What have you seen change when it comes to that? I mean...
Well, we were the first big Hollywood movie to have a homosexual main character who wasn't, you know, a secret killer. And I think, we were pioneering, and there are things we didn't know. Obviously, we don't quite have that. That's not quite the situation now. So there are more of us on the screen.
All right, fellow travelers. Do we have, what, 2 more episodes left to go to be released still?
7 and 8.
Something.
Yep.
All
2
right,
more.
very good. They're coming out on Fridays, streaming on Showtime, and then you can watch on television over the weekend,
That's
too,
correct.
right? All right, I think I got that right. Ron, this way, and Warner, thank you so much for joining us, fellow travelers. It is a pleasure having you on.
Thanks.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Breaking right now on Morning News Now, shock and sadness in Las Vegas after a mass shooting on the UNLV campus. This morning, at least 3 people and the suspected gunman are dead.
This is a place of education, relationships, friendships. College is supposed to be the best time of your life, not the end of it.
We have team coverage with the latest from police and witnesses. Also this morning, more chaos on Capitol Hill as ousted House Speaker Kevin McCarthy announces he's leaving Congress. More on his resignation plus reaction and how the departure could impact the balance of power in Washington. Plus parts of the West Coast underwater as a series of storms makes its way east. And it's not over yet. We're tracking the conditions. And look what you made her do. That's right. Love it or hate it, superstar Taylor Swift is making headlines again as Time's Person of the Year, giving a rare, candid interview, her first in nearly 4 years. We'll have Taylor's version of her life, career, and her budding love story with Travis Kelce.
And her cat.
Yeah, her cat, one of the covers. Oh, my God, what a read. It was very fun to get that interview.
Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us. So there's a search for answers this morning after a gunman went on a deadly rampage on the campus of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
The shooting left 3 people dead and another person is in critical condition. The gunman was killed in a shootout with police officers. Police say the shooting started just before noon on the 4th floor of the university's Lee Business School, and the gunman went to several floors before he was confronted by police. During the incident, the university sent out a warning to the campus telling them this is not a test, run, hide, fight. We spoke to English professor Roberto Lovato while he was on lockdown.
We heard the clips of semi-automatic weapons just going for what felt like about 30 seconds. It was a very, very disturbing thing to hear.
3 law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation tell NBC News that the suspect is a man in his 60s. No other details have been released about the suspect or a possible motive. We're going to speak with a student who was in class on campus when the shooting happened. We will get to that in just a moment. But first, let's get to the latest in the investigation. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray and NBC News terrorism contributor and analyst Jim Kavanaugh join us with more on that. Jay, let's start with you. What's the latest on the investigation this morning?
Yeah, Joe, it is continuing. A lot of the campus still locked down. The business school just behind the student union, which was packed yesterday just around lunchtime when all of this broke out. We know that they are searching for evidence here, but also carried out a search warrant at a residence in Henderson, Nevada, which is just 20 or 30 minutes outside of Las Vegas, a suburb. So they went through an apartment there. No indication of what's been found at this point, and still no indication information from investigators about any type of motive in the case. That's something they're working toward, and we expect to hear more a bit later in the day here in Las Vegas. You talked about that urgent message sent out by the university as the attack unfolded, run, hide, fight. We talked with students who did just that and with parents who gathered outside the school as word spread about the attack. Listen to what they had to say.
We were really nervous, so we barricaded all up and I started watching the windows with a couple other kids to just see what we could see, and we saw students running out in single file lines with their hands up.
She was crying, she was hysterical, saying she heard the gunshots, she heard the screaming. I'm relieved that she is okay.
Yeah, and look, obviously it's been less than 24 hours, Joe, Savannah. Still a lot of people rattled and stunned at what's happened on the campus here.
Jim, let's bring you in here. So as Joe just laid out, the only real detail that NBC News has confirmed in the investigation is that the suspect is a man in his 60s, but authorities have not released details about identity other than that or a motive at all. Walk us through what's happening right now in an investigation like this. What steps are authorities taking in order to try to get that information, and when might we know it?
Well, we start hearing some of that today. You know, what Jay reported on here, the swift search of the suspect's apartment in Henderson. They're going to swipe through his computers, his laptops, his iPads and iPhones and see if he left any message. You know, they quickly identified the guy. Probably, you know, the easiest way we always did it was, you know, go right for the guy's wallet. Don't hold the thing like a big crime scene for hours. Just, you know, as long as he doesn't have a bomb strapped to him, you determine he's safe. Get his wallet out and see who he is. And if he has one, and many times they do, and you go right to his address and safely search. So they'll have some answers today. I think that's important to note here, Joe and Savannah, is that the shooting began on the 4th floor of this business college. The 4th floor of the business college was where it began, according to the sheriff yesterday. So there's a reason the killer is there. They didn't start shooting at a crowd, you know, out on the quad, out on the grassy area out front, which was populated with students. He probably walked past them into the building. So why did he go to the particular place? Motive can sometimes be indicated by the target, the place, the time. So I think that's going to tell us something, that he had a specific target. You know, we look at the motives of violent crime just quickly: greed, power, hate, revenge, and escape as the giant rubrics in all violent crime. This is probably going to get down to some kind of revenge or power for this killer.
Hopefully learn more as the day progresses. Jay, students were preparing to close out the semester ahead of their winter break. They were allowed to go back to their housing last night, but classes are canceled today. They're canceled tomorrow. What are some of the resources available while they wait to hear if classes are even going to resume next week as they try to wrap up the semester?
Yeah, and Joe, counselors are being made available for those students as well as faculty and staff, anyone who feels like they need to talk following the attack yesterday. And I can tell you a lot of the students that we spoke with just after the attack said they didn't want to be anywhere near the campus, that they didn't want to go back. And so that's a sentiment that they'll have to work through. You talked about classes being canceled for the remainder of this week. What university officials are now saying is that they'll decide about next week, in the next couple of days. Next week was to be finals week, where they'd take their final exams and then be off for that winter break. Still unclear at this point how they're going to move forward.
All right. Jay Gray, Jim Kavanaugh, thank you both for kicking us off this hour on this breaking story. We appreciate it.
Yes, we do. Well, Dominic Abella is a junior at the University of Nevada in Las Vegas. He was in a microbiology lab in an adjacent building yesterday when the shooting happened. Thank you very much for joining us. Good morning. We are so glad you are safe. First, just tell us, how are you doing this morning?
Well, you know, I'm very obviously still rattled and shaken by the events that occurred, but I'm just very happy that I'm able to be safe and at home with my family.
I understand you were in the middle of class. You were giving a presentation when the shooting happened at the business school. You were not at that building. You were a few minutes away. But what was going through your mind when you heard there was an active shooter on campus?
Well, like you said, you know, I was in the middle of my presentation. So at first, when the first alert was given, it was around like 11:50. At first, the whole classroom was in shock and didn't really know like what to do. But once we figured out that it was at Beam Hall, we knew that we were quite far from the incident and that our campus police is quite quick when it comes to any incident that occurs on campus. So we had a plan in place to either leave the building if need be or to just stay in place, and we ended up staying in place. So we had, we were all just very, very worried and scared. A lot of us were on the phone already with friends and peers who were at the scene and trying to figure out who was hurt or, our friends if they needed help or anything like that. So everyone was pretty scared, but just trying to stay as calm as possible.
So you mentioned you stay in place. As we understand it, you were on lockdown in your classroom for about 4 hours before given that all clear to leave. Tell us what you experienced during those 4 hours. What kinds of things were you hearing? What kind of information were you getting? How was everybody that you were kind of huddled with reacting?
Well, for the most part, everyone was staying pretty calm. We were trying our best not to panic and keep each other level-headed. But I mean, obviously in that situation, there is so many different things going on. We were getting information from friends and peers and different news sources, and we were just trying to make sense of what was going on. We had no idea about the magnitude of the shooting that took place. We were just trying to find any information we can on what had happened, and we were just so scared, and every second felt like an hour. We were just waiting for communication from campus police to let us know what was going on. And like I said, every second that ticked by was very painful, and we were just all hoping that we will be able to go home and see our families.
Dominic, do you feel safe to return to class next week?
I think that I do feel safe because the swift response from campus police and also Metro make me I do feel safe coming to campus because they did handle the situation very quickly, but it is going to take some time to heal from this. And I don't know if it's going to take a week. I think it might take more than that to get situated back on campus. But I think going back to campus next semester is definitely going to be a hard time for all of us.
Understandably so. Dominic, Abella, stay safe. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We are thinking about you and all your classmates during this time.
Thank you.
Now to Washington, where former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he is resigning from Congress at the end of the month. He made the announcement in an op-ed piece published Wednesday in the Wall Street Journal.
McCarthy, who's been in Congress since 2007, was elected House Speaker in January after facing stiff opposition from fellow Republicans. He was ousted from the role in October, as you'll remember. In a video posted on X, McCarthy discussed his decision to step down, but did not say what he's planning to do next.
Today, I am driven by the same purpose that I felt when I arrived in Congress. But now, it is time to pursue my passion in a new arena.
More on this, let's bring in NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. So, Julie, what more can you tell us about his decision to step down? And what does this do to Republicans' thin margin in the House, which might get even smaller after George Santos was expelled?
Yeah, exactly. Good morning, guys. Look, McCarthy didn't really give a clear reason as to why he was leaving Congress, not even finishing his current term, which he was elected to last year, leaving instead at the end of the month. He said he's not going anywhere far. He's going to stay in the arena. He said he's going to keep serving the American people in a different capacity. But it's not all that surprising that he ended up leaving. To those of us who have covered the twists and turns, particularly of McCarthy's last year. He was elected Speaker after 15-some ballots in January. He was ousted by a handful of rebel rousers who he still hadn't seemed to get over what happened to him. And I think he's come to the point where he realized that because of the hard right flank, because of the MAGA populist wing, if you will, of the Republican Party in the House, he doesn't really have much else to do, especially when it comes to being in leadership. And of course, this is going to make the margins that much tighter. They're going to be working with about a 3-vote majority come January, and there's a lot to pass on the agenda, and every vote is going to count to Speaker Johnson.
Julie, let's talk about what else is happening on Capitol Hill. So we know 2 senators have launched a bipartisan investigation into private equity firms' involvement in healthcare across the U.S. Walk us through this, and how significant is it?
Yeah, this is a big deal. There are some estimates that over the last decade, private equity's involvement in buying up hospitals, nursing homes, you name it, has really saddled the industry with $1 trillion in debt overall. So now you have these 2 senators. You see letters up on your screen. Chuck Grassley and Sheldon Whitehouse, they are the top lawmakers on the Senate Budget Committee. They've sent letters to several private equity firms that are known to have purchased hospitals and nursing homes. And the real problem here is that according to the senator's investigation and what they want answered here, these equity firms have said to buy these companies, they saddle them with the debt, then they slash costs to appeal to future potential buyers. And that, of course, is causing issues when it comes to the quality of care that patients receive. Also, when it comes to rising costs, not only for patients, but also for payers like Medicare. So this is an investigation initially spearheaded by Grassley. Now he has a bipartisan partner, and they're hoping to get some answers when it comes to this.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, Israel's military says it is now in the heart of southern Gaza's main city, Han Yunis. They're encircling the home of the top Hamas leader, who's thought to be hiding underground. Many Palestinian civilians are trying to flee the fighting, but residents and aid groups have warned there is nowhere safe to go. Meanwhile, the Israeli Security Cabinet approved a minimal increase in supplies of much-needed fuel to Gaza to prevent a humanitarian collapse. But this morning, the main UN agency for Palestinians said that the conditions required to provide aid to the Gaza Strip do not exist. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez has the latest from Tel Aviv.
The Israeli government has agreed to allow what it's calling a minimum amount of fuel into southern Gaza for humanitarian purposes. That decision coming after a lot of pressure from both the White House and the United Nations on Israel to do more to address what is an unfolding humanitarian catastrophe all across the south of Gaza. The Secretary General of the UN is invoking what's called Article 99. This is a rarely used power of his that allows him to refer to the urgent attention of the UN Security Council, the crisis going on in Gaza right now. He says it is a threat to international security, and the UN has been using words like apocalyptic, like hellish, to describe what is going on in Gaza right now. We have a dynamic where most of the population of the Strip is concentrated in the south. These are people who fled their homes in the north. And at the same time, some of the most intensive fighting we have seen in this entire war is happening in and around the southern city of Han Yunis. Now, the Israeli military says that is because that is where Hamas's leaders have fled to. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying overnight Israeli troops have surrounded the house of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader in Gaza. He fled that house weeks ago. They believe he is in the tunnels underneath the Gaza Strip now. But it is a sign that Israel says they are able to operate in every corner of Gaza. For the Palestinian civilians, hundreds of thousands of them in and around Han Yunis, they are facing a devastating choice. Do they flee even further south, try to get to safety down near the Egyptian border, or do they stay in their homes so they risk being encircled by Israeli forces? I spoke yesterday to a man named Mohammed. He's a Palestinian British scientist. He is in a 3-bedroom apartment along with 30 members of his family. He says they are talking hour by hour about what they should do, but they feel at this point that going south would be a dangerous leap into the unknown. They don't know if they would have shelter. They don't know if they'd have water. They don't know if they would have food. And so for now, they are deciding to stay in their homes. Here in Israel, there is mounting frustration among the families of the remaining 137 hostages who feel that the government needs to do more and needs to do it faster to bring their loved ones home. Back to you.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thank you so much.
The Justice Department has charged 4 Russian soldiers with war crimes in connection to the Ukraine conflict. The soldiers have been charged with the inhumane treatment of an American who happened to be living in Ukraine and was kidnapped. The alleged victim has not been identified. Yesterday, Attorney General Merrick Garland detailed the allegations.
The victim in this case was tortured, threatened with sexual assault and execution, forced to perform manual labor, and beaten in the head, chest, and stomach with the soldiers' feet, their fists, and their guns. Again and again, he believed he was going to die. The Justice Department and the American people have a long memory. We will not forget the atrocities in Ukraine.
This is the first time the Justice Department has brought war crimes in connection with the war in Ukraine, and Garland says it likely won't be the last.
Well, the U.S. military is grounding all of its Osprey helicopters after 8 U.S. airmen were killed in a crash off the coast of Japan.
A preliminary investigation suggests that last week's crash might have been caused by a material failure with the aircraft. The Osprey has a troubled history with more than 60 people killed in accidents since the early 1990s. The Air Force says its entire fleet, which includes several hundred aircraft, will remain grounded until it completes the investigation into what happened. No word on how long that might take.
Time now for weather and the deadly flooding that's plaguing the Pacific Northwest after nearly a week of non-stop rain.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us with the latest on that. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Most of those flood alerts, good news, have come down, but we still have the potential to see more flooding concerns through the day today as another system makes its way a little closer to the coast for folks in the Pacific Northwest. We've got the rain and snow on tap, middle of the country, record warm, but it's really out west that we're keeping a close eye on the impacts that we could see through the next couple of days. This morning, we're watching a low pressure system that's sitting just offshore. It'll eventually work its way a little closer to the coast and bring with it, no surprise, a little more rain and potentially some more snow. Now, the difference with this system versus the one that we just dealt with, the first one was more robust. It was a little stronger. It was a little warmer. So it was mainly a rain event other than those higher elevations that picked up some snow. This system a little weaker and will be a little colder. So we'll add some additional rain. We'll add some additional snow, but again, not quite as strong as the one we just dealt with over the past couple of days. Now, as we get into tomorrow, that low will continue working across the country, kind of redevelops as it gets east of the Rockies. This makes a big difference because look what happens by the time we get into Saturday. We see a line of storms that will just erupt as it continues to work its way a little farther east along that cold front. This means some heavy rain. It means the potential for some strong storms, specifically across parts of the South. Lufkin, Shreveport, Jackson, Little Rock, Tupelo, all included in the potential to see some strong storms later into the day. For the afternoon hours and evening hours of Saturday, tornadoes are possible, some strong wind gusts, hail, all on the table for that second half of Saturday. Now, Sunday, it looks like a mess across the eastern third of the country. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some airport delays. We see some difficulty on the roads with driving. We've got a wintry mix that will be impactful, especially for parts of, the Ohio Valley, around the Great Lakes, and a whole lot of rain that we could see a little closer to the East Coast and stretching down towards the southeast. We'll see a flood risk from Florida basically to New England, and we could see some strong winds with this system, especially along the coast where we could be upwards of 50 miles per hour. Now, Monday gets a little better for the mid-Atlantic to the southeast, guys, but we'll still have some of that rain and those strong winds stretched across parts of the Northeast and New England. We could pick up some good amounts of snow depending on how quickly that system works out.
All right. Well, maybe we'll have a white Christmas somewhere.
I knew you'd find the bright side.
Looking for the bright side. All right.
Thanks, Angie.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, relief for students as the Biden administration cancels billions more dollars in federal loans. What borrowers need to know.
First, though, after the break, 4 presidential contenders going head-to-head, and it could be their last chance to win over voters. We'll bring you highlights from last night's Republican presidential debate.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with a recap of last night's fourth Republican presidential debate. The stage was smaller, with only 4 of the 5 candidates in attendance. Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, Vivek Ramaswamy. Former President Donald Trump was not present.
Those 4 contenders were asked a range of questions on a variety of topics, from immigration and foreign policy to gender-affirming care. But they spent much of their airtime engaging in heated exchanges with each other. The Iowa caucus is now just 6 weeks away. These candidates are running out of time in efforts to make a dent in the polls against Trump.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now with more on what we need to know about last night's debate. Hey, Ali, good morning. Let's start with Nikki Haley. Both Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy took swipes at Haley throughout the debate. First, I want to play a little bit of those remarks. We'll talk after.
You have other candidates up here like Nikki Haley. She caves anytime the left comes after her, anytime the media comes after her. If you're somebody that's going to be the president of the United States and you can't stand up against child abuse, how are you going to be able to stand up for anything?
Nikki, you were bankrupt when you left the UN. That math does not add up. It adds up to the fact that you are corrupt. And she should come nowhere near the levers of power, let alone the White House.
I love all the attention, fellas.
That last line, love all the attention, fellas. All right, Ali, tell us, did Haley emerge as the second place competitor in the race for the White House last night? And how did she compare to DeSantis, who has seemingly been Trump's top rival so far in the GOP race, though recent polling has had them pretty neck and neck?
Well, there's a reason that Ron DeSantis spent so much time going after Nikki Haley last night, and that's exactly what the Haley campaign told me they expected at the outset. Of course, usually at this point in the race, Savannah, when the stage gets smaller, you get a chance to really get a hard look at the front runners. Usually they get more scrutiny. Certainly that's what happened on the stage last night, except for the reality that Governor Chris Christie reminded us of at the very beginning, which is that here on Earth A, Donald Trump is still in the race, and he's still 30 or 40 points ahead, depending on which polls you're looking at. So yes, in the case of whoever was on the stage got the front runner treatment, yes, Nikki Haley got the front runner treatment because she is polling at the head of the pack and clearly has the momentum, both in terms of polls and ground game, but also in terms of where donor money might be going. But in actuality, no one on that stage is the front runner right now because Donald Trump isn't on it.
Another Earth A question for you, Ali. Chris Christie barely qualified for the debate stage last night. We try to live in it as much as possible. So Chris Christie, but he was still, again, the only one who took aim at former President Trump. He also came to Haley's defense. What's the reaction to his performance? Can he stay in the campaign until Iowa, especially considering he is facing some pressure to drop out and support Haley?
Well, look, I have the benefit because these quarters are so close that Governor Christie just finished his live shot next to me, and I heard him saying that he's going to be staying in this race until at least New Hampshire, because that's really where he's concentrated so much of his resources and, frankly, his time. But when you look at the way that the stage was changed because Christie was on it, and remember, this is a candidate who barely qualified at the last minute, got on the stage because of a last-minute poll. He really did change the dynamic up there, in large part because of the ways that he is the only candidate left in this race and on the debate stage who's willing to go at the former president directly. And he would explain that, and did on the stage last night, as the reality that he's running now and someone like Haley or DeSantis is trying to prepare themselves for a run later in a post-Trump environment. Whatever the case may be, Christie is the only person who was on that stage last night willing to speak about the fact that he thinks that Trump is unfit for office, in part because of the things that we saw during the time he was president, but also because of comments that we've seen in just the last 48 hours. Trump clearly toying with the idea of being a dictator as if it's somewhat of a joke or something in a positive fashion. Clearly, that's something that in any normal primary, most of his opponents would take issue with, but in this one, only one did.
And Chris Christie, though, did also point out that Trump remains well ahead of all four candidates in the national polls. Let's play a little bit of that.
We're 17 minutes into this debate, and except for your little speech in the beginning, we've had these three acting as if the race is between the four of us. The fifth guy, who doesn't have the guts to show up and stand here, he's the one who, as you just put it, is way ahead in the polls. And yet, I've got these three guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort. He who shall not be named. They don't want to talk about it. But the fact of the matter is, the truth needs to be told. And for us to go 17 minutes without discussing the guy who has all those gaudy numbers you talked about is ridiculous.
What do you make, Ali, both of his analysis, but also his decision to take that approach and address it head on, and then also about Trump's strategy to not attend these debates? What do we think? Is it working?
I think that strategy looks pretty good, frankly. I mean, it's difficult to say that it serves voters, but I think at this point, too, voters know who Donald Trump is. Those who are voting for him are not going to have their mind changed by one debate appearance or not. And clearly, he looks like he's skating above the fray right now, which might be working for him. Clearly, if you look at the polls, it is. What Christie is saying on the stage, though, is the very reason that he got in the race. And so I think that it does provide at least a range of opinions on the stage. Whether or not Republican voters want to hear it, that's what ends up being reflected in the polls. But I do think what was fascinating last night, if you're looking at the ways that this could change the trajectory, I have a hard time thinking that debates at this point change things in a huge way. But clearly for Ron DeSantis, he was able to at least show up on the stage and sort of stop the bleeding, because there has been a lot of behind-the-scenes drama in that campaign. And for Nikki Haley, she was really playing defense the whole night and wasn't able to get into her normal groove of pitching her message.
Ali Vitale, thank you for your analysis here. We appreciate it.
Former President Trump's New York civil fraud trial is set to resume today, briefly pausing yesterday after his son Eric decided not to take the stand again.
Donald Trump is expected to be in attendance today ahead of his testimony on Monday as the star witness for the defense, with the trial winding down soon after.
NBC News legal analyst Annie Sabalos joins us now. So get us up to speed here. We expect to hear from an NYU accounting expert. What are you watching for today?
The Trump defense has not done a bad job in putting on their case. For example, they've already called Deutsche Bank executives to say, yeah, I mean, the Trump people submitted us this stuff. We wrote it down a little bit. Their estimations were a little high, but on the whole, it was business as usual. That's pretty important. And remember, Justice Engoron, the judge in this case, is acting as the jury. He is the fact finder. So he may be changing his mind along the way. It is really strange. And I've done a number of bench trials where you just argue to a judge. It's a weighty position. As the trial goes on, he may be shifting in his opinion. And so the Trump team has put on competent expert evidence in addition to, I guess, eyewitness evidence, which is, hey, we're the people from Deutsche Bank. We thought this was pretty normal, and we went down there and we adjusted the numbers, and now you're going to have an accounting expert to back that up with expert testimony. So they're putting on a yeoman's case. The splashy part of it is when the Trumps testify. And yes, they add something to it, but on the whole, the meat and potatoes of this case for the Trump team is people like Deutsche Bank and expert testimony. That's key.
As we mentioned, Trump is expected to take the stand on Monday as the final defense witness. When we saw him last month, it got pretty hostile, pretty combative. What do you think we might see this time? What type of kind of version of the former president might we get? And what do you think his lawyers are advising him to do?
I'm curious to see how much substantive evidence they're going to get from Trump, other than him saying, hey, I didn't do anything wrong. These were the numbers. I wasn't really directly involved in it. I relied on my accountants. Somewhere along that theme, which has been consistent with the entire approach for the Trump defense team. But will there be fireworks? Absolutely. I think Trump views this as his last opportunity in a very public forum that he knows will get reported on to push the envelope, and push it he will. And in a way, Trump is more protected when he's on the stand than when he's out on the street tweeting, because when you testify, the rules of defamation don't really apply the way they do when you're out on the street. You have a kind of privilege when you're testifying in court. So look for Trump to be aware of that and to push the envelope.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's get to international headlines now. Venezuela's president is ordering the creation of a new map with a new state.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labonga joins us from Rome with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Joe Savannah, good morning. That's right. The president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, has ordered the creation of a new state of Guyana Esequiba and called for the creation of also of a new map of Venezuela, which includes the disputed territory. He also said that all residents in that territory will be granted Venezuelan nationality. The area is about 2/3 of Guyana's national territory and is densely forested and oil-rich. Guyanese President Irfan Ali called the move a desperate attempt and an imminent threat, and said that they are engaging with international allies in defense cooperation. Now over to the UK, where Boris Johnson was heckled during the United Kingdom's public COVID inquiry. The inquiry is examining Johnson's decision-making during the COVID-19 pandemic while he was still Prime Minister. During his opening statement containing an apology, 4 people stood with signs reading, "The dead can't hear your apologies," and were then ejected from the hearing. Despite this apology, Johnson went on to defend his actions during the pandemic. And now heading down under, the world's mullet champion has been crowned. Dr. Alistair Bush was handed his trophy at a contest held in New South Wales, Australia. The British Army doctor said he started growing his mullet in lockdown in October 2021. He also used his campaign to victory to raise funds and awareness for the charity Testicular Cancer UK. Back to you guys.
World
Good
mullet champion.
We need more side shots.
Who knew?
To really see the flow.
You could go for that.
The flow. I'm from Minnesota. I've seen plenty of hockey hair in my life, and I just don't think it's going to work for me. Thanks, Claudia. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, a growing crisis in Chicago after a multi-million-dollar plan to house immigrants falls through.
More on the scramble to come up with an alternative. This is Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing
Welcome back. Asylum seekers in Chicago are being caught in the crosshairs as city and state leaders are pitted against each other regarding the migrant crisis. A multi-million-dollar tent camp intended to house thousands of migrants scrapped after toxic chemicals were found on site. Now the race to figure out who can house them instead is on. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett has the latest.
In Chicago, the migrant crisis taking on new urgency as frigid winter temperatures move in and hundreds of people remain out on the streets.
We need to, move as quickly as we can.
A major setback, plans to open a $65 million tent camp that would house nearly 2,000 migrants near Chicago's Midway Airport, halted by the governor over serious environmental concerns.
It is toxic. And now can we sit down and actually talk about what we can do that's humane? This is a concentration camp.
The reversal coming after the city released an environmental report over the weekend indicating the Brighton Park site would require a cleanup of toxic chemicals and heavy metals, as the 9.5-acre plot formerly housed industrial work. Mercury, arsenic, and lead, along with cyanide, pesticides, and the now banned cancer-causing compounds known as PCBs, were found on site. City officials saying the most problematic levels of contamination were removed and still deemed the location safe for migrants.
Discovering toxicity there wasn't a surprise. The state of Illinois knew that this assessment was happening and felt confident enough to continue to build on this site.
Friction between the mayor and governor's offices on full display as nearly 600 migrants await placement in shelters, according to the city. The mayor's office writing it's received clear signals from Texas officials that the number of buses will continue to increase, so the urgency of the moment remains.
We say no!
The proposed site facing opposition from residents in the community from the start, as state and city officials struggle to house the influx of migrants.
With 80 buses of migrants arriving in just the last month, the need for shelters like this is massive. An alliance with faith-based organizations like Grace and Peace Church is filling that gap.
También nos dan dotaciones de ropa y eso para estar preparados para el invierno.
What's the realistic capacity for churches that are part of this initiative without those bigger shelters?
Well, let me tell you something. There's more than 100 churches in the city of Chicago. The church is really the gatekeepers of the city. If we get the church involved in many areas, we can relieve some of the stress that the city is dealing with.
Pastor John Zayas is coordinating shelter for around 200 migrants across his 8 sites.
It's hard because we have this water hose that's constantly coming with migrants. But there are people on the ground giving tireless hours to serve this city and to serve the people in our community.
He says they've developed a plan with the city to get migrants housed and employed in 60 days.
There's continual flexibility of folks rotating in. There's also folks that have received their work permits. And so we're just lining folks up into the system of, housing and working as we move along.
Bueno, fue un proceso largo, costoso, muchos inconvenientes, no es fácil.
Uncertainty rising as the temperatures here only continue to drop.
That was Maura Barrett reporting. Well, the city of Chicago says the city's plan for feeding asylum seekers fell through, but the state stepped in with $2 million in additional funding.
An NBC News investigation is looking into shootings involving federal task force officers and why they're rarely prosecuted. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander takes a closer look.
Jimmy Hill spends his days fighting for justice for his son, Jimmy Atchison, who was shot and killed by law enforcement.
You just can't take life because you just decide you just want to up and take a life. My son Jimmy's life mattered. He was a living, breathing human being.
In December 2018, 21-year-old Atchison was accused of stealing a purse at gunpoint. The next month, an FBI task force raided his girlfriend's home. Local prosecutors say the FBI did not have a search warrant. Atchison ran to a neighbor's home where police cornered him in a bedroom closet under a pile of clothes. According to FBI documents, Atlanta police officer Sung Kim saw Atchison move his right hand and, thinking he had a gun, shot him. Local prosecutors say Atchison was unarmed and defenseless. Atchison's aunt, Tammy Featherstone.
What about that moment stands out the most to you?
The hurt in my sister's face.
the pain of losing her only son. To know that he was unarmed and afraid and was killed in that manner, that's what really hurt me more than anything.
I was already prepared that this is going to be a fight.
That fight is especially hard because Kim, a local Atlanta police officer, was part of that FBI task force, a designation that at the time meant he did not need to wear a body camera. It also brings its own set of protections, especially from local prosecutors seeking information about the case.
If the federal government makes it literally impossible to get that information, local prosecutors' hands are tied.
The case is being handled by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, best known for charging former President Donald Trump and 18 others with election interference in Georgia. But this case could prove more difficult. An NBC News investigation found from 2018 to 2022, 223 people were shot by federal officers, task force officers, or local police in cases tied to DOJ enforcement. In the cases for which NBC News obtained documents, the shootings were justified 98% of the time. Part of the reason may be the prosecutor's inability to even build a case.
We have found in the prosecutions we've done that the federal agencies were very uncooperative. And so I imagine that other prosecutors around the nation may have tried to do the correct thing to bring charges, and they find that there are so many roadblocks, it becomes impossible to do.
During that 5-year period we examined, Atchison's case is one of only 2 that resulted in charges. Willis has charged Kim with murder. But part of her challenge, she says, is the slow pace in getting files and case information from the Justice Department.
And you find that you believe that people are being purposefully uncooperative, and then they give you a document back, and it's literally the entire page is redacted.
That's something that's happened to you.
That is an actual thing that has happened.
The Department of Justice did not specifically respond to Willis's comments, but said, because there are circumstances where the use of force may occur, we recently updated our policy to ensure it parallels the best practices of federal, state, and local law enforcement. Earlier this year, Kim's case was moved to federal court, where historically judges have ruled that federal law protects officers from being prosecuted by local authorities. Kim has retired from the Atlanta Police Department and has pleaded not guilty. Both he and his attorney declined our request for comment. The DOJ says it is expanding the use of body cameras, and the FBI tells NBC News, we've got to keep doubling down on our partnerships with state, local, and federal law enforcement. It's not enough to coexist. We've got to complement one another and be truly integrated. Kim's trial date has not yet been set. Until then, Jimmy Hill says he will keep going for his son.
And he should still be alive today, and we're going to continue to fight. There's no giving up.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Atlanta.
Coming up, another round of student loan debt forgiven. Up next, the announcement just made by the Biden administration.
Plus, caught on camera, a promposal gone wrong. Why a student who witnessed it all is now planning to sue the school. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health. Big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the
All right, it just fit too.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We are back with a promposal in Arizona that sent one student to the hospital. The student's attorney says he was a bystander and is now planning to sue the school, including the principal who was allegedly in on the plan. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has the details, and a warning: some viewers may find it difficult to view the video.
Dramatic video of a promposal gone terribly wrong.
After the accident, we could tell that he's become a little bit more withdrawn and closed off.
Surveillance video from Arizona College Prep High School shows senior William Vanasap leaving campus on his motorcycle back in April when this Porsche SUV speeds right through a stop sign, sending him flying.
Okay, can you move your leg at all?
But running that stop sign was allegedly no accident. Instead, all part of another student's plan to ask his girlfriend to prom, according to Vanasap's attorney, who is now preparing to sue the school, the district, the principal, and the school resource officer for $1 million.
It was not a good plan. The estimated speed of the car involved that was being driven by the student was over 40 miles an hour.
According to the notice of claim sent ahead of the lawsuit, the student in the Porsche had his girlfriend in the passenger seat and planned to speed through that stop sign to be pulled over by school resource officer Joshua Basil. And when it appeared he was in trouble, he would then turn to his girlfriend and ask her to prom. That plan going off course when Vanasap entered the intersection. Basil, who according to the notice of claim was there to take part in the promposal, instead racing to check on the injured Vanasap.
He very easily could have died in this accident by just milliseconds difference in timing.
The notice alleging that not only was the school resource officer involved, but that the principal, Robert Bix, knew about the plan ahead of time too. In a statement to police included in that notice, the driver of the Porsche saying he, quote, had very clear arrangements where I gave the law enforcement as well as the school administration the make and model of my car, the time, and everything. They agreed to this.
Those adults at the school should have said, no, we're not going to do this.
In Officer Basil's body camera video, which was released by Vanasap's attorney, Principal Bix is seen sitting in Basil's car at the time of the accident. Then, minutes after Vanasap was hit, he says this.
I don't know about this.
The Chandler Unified School District and Chandler Police declined to comment, citing the pending litigation. But police confirming school resource officer Basil is still working at the school. No arrests have been made in this case.
I just wish that at least someone will be held accountable for this, because the only consequences that we've seen is William being injured.
Our thanks to Stephen Romo for that report.
Financial headlines now. Some much-needed relief is coming to some students paying off their college loan debts.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us on that and more. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Good morning to you. Yeah, so the Biden administration is forgiving another $5 billion in federal student loans. Now, the announcement, which impacts some 80,000 people, brings the total of canceled student debt to $132 billion. Now, while the Supreme Court struck down President Biden's student loan plan this year, he has still offered relief to borrowers by working around the need for approval from the courts or Congress. Student loan payments resumed in October, and interest began accruing on federal loans in September. McDonald's is teaming up with Google to use generative AI starting next year, when thousands of locations will get hardware and software upgrades. Now, along with the updates to in-store kiosks and the McDonald's app, the fast food giant will be able to use generative AI on massive amounts of data to streamline operations. The company says one outcome will be hotter and fresher food for customers, and you can also expect more AI-driven automation in the drive-through lanes. And Starbucks will help keep you caffeinated and alert during the holidays. Starting today, the chain is giving customers half off any drink every Thursday for the rest of December. You can get one discounted drink from noon until 6 p.m. The deal also applied to Starbucks' 4 new holiday cold foams: peppermint chocolate cream, sugar cookie cream, chestnut praline cream, and caramel brulee cream, guys.
Huh.
A lot of sugar there.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of cream.
That is cool, though. Half off drinks every Thursday?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Love it.
Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Coming up, it's Taylor's time, literally.
Of course, we are talking about Taylor Swift. Is there another Taylor right now?
I don't
She was
think
just
so.
named Times Person of the Year. Her reaction to the honor, highlights from her tell-all interview, her first in years. Swifties, get ready for it. This is Morning News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
I'm here to stay fast.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No. What is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. So finally this hour, we all know Taylor Swift is Times Person of the Year for 2023. And in the issue, the superstar gave a rare in-depth interview.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is here to break it all down. She's just going to read the interview to us, right, Emily?
You know, I read this through at least 10 times. Good morning to you. Times cover story gave Swifties a rare glimpse inside the singer's life and career. Taylor posting she usually has trust issues when it comes to giving interviews, but couldn't be happier with the magazine's piece, saying she is the proudest and happiest she's ever felt.
It's a moment in time that has Swifties shrieking with excitement.
It's a great day to be a Swiftie.
And Taylor Swift sharing the biggest, loudest, most aggressively overexcited thank you on social media after being named Time Magazine's Person of the Year. An honor revealed right here on Today with Savannah and Hoda.
We picked a choice, someone who represents joy.
someone who's bringing light to the world.
Time's cover story, Swift's first interview in 4 years, features a series of stunning photos. The pop star telling the magazine, "It feels like the breakthrough moment of my career, happening at 33. And it's one she's trained hard for, describing her rigorous regimen to prepare for the Eras tour. Every day I would run on the treadmill, singing the entire set list out loud," she says.
Welcome to the Eras tour.
That record-breaking Eras tour so huge, it boosted local economies and even dominated the silver screen. But since her first album 17 years ago, Swift points out she's been raised up and down the flagpole of public opinion. She discussed some of the most difficult moments, like getting canceled and moving to a foreign country after her public feud with Kanye West and then-wife Kim Kardashian, and described feeling beat when her music catalog was sold. But Swift also celebrated some of her biggest influences, like Beyonce, saying she's the most precious gem of a person.
Is the guy on the trees.
As for her love story with Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce, Swift says it all started when he put her on blast on his podcast this summer.
You made her a bracelet?
Yeah, I wanted to give Taylor Swift one with my number on it.
Months later, Swift attended multiple Chiefs games, while Kelce traveled all the way to Argentina to support her on tour. "We're showing up for each other," Swift tells Time about their relationship. While some are disappointed with the magazine's choice amid a year marred by war, many applauding Time's joyful selection.
She absolutely deserves it. She's built an amazing career based solely on her talent.
And despite some of the challenges she's faced on the road to superstardom, Swift says she is, quote, "very careful to be grateful every second that I get to be doing this at this level." Next up, Swifties are hopeful she will release Reputation, Taylor's version, which she says will have some fire new tracks. You know, Swifties are buzzing about that one. Oh, my goodness. We certainly are. Ourselves included. We know she's going to release it. The question is just when, and we all keep, like, thinking we know. And
how many are left? How many albums are left to do?
Reputation and then her original The very first Taylor Swift.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, that was 17 years ago. So now we're pretty sure that's going to be the last.
How old was she
one.
then?
Oh, my God. Well, that was what's so amazing about her. She was in high school. I
She
mean,
was so young.
Yeah. We could go on about hours about this.
I know.
Yeah, as you're well aware. Like a documentary. We're ready. We're ready for it. But actually to hear, so as you know, she releases these new songs that she wrote at the time, but that we've never heard when she does these re-recordings. And those are the songs that she says are going to be fire. Fire, vault tracks. There you go. Emily, thank you. Thank you.
Ready for the fire. It's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now, though. Stick with us. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, terror in the desert. The suspect is dead after a shooting rampage at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas yesterday. Law enforcement now confirms at least 3 people were killed. We will bring you what we know this morning as President Biden once again calls on Congress for action. Also this morning, it's down to 4 at the 4th Republican debate. It devolved into a political free-for-all with the clock ticking down to the pivotal Iowa caucus, now just weeks away. Candidates taking aim at former President Trump, who is absent once again, and at former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, who is surging. Got a full recap, plus a look at how voters are responding. In the Middle East, harrowing new IDF video from the ground in Gaza. It allegedly shows gains against Hamas and its commanders in the field. Also, U.S. officials say Israel's military is now planning to flood those underground tunnels with seawater. We're going to bring you the latest. And we're going to end this hour by flipping the script with the trailblazing creator of the critically acclaimed Showtime series, Fellow Travelers. The show is bringing the unseen tension of McCarthyism and the Lavender Scare to a brand new audience. I am addicted to it. We watch it when it comes out every single Friday. It's going to be exciting to talk about.
Appointment viewing. I love when we get a flipping the script.
Exactly. All right. We're going to begin this hour. The race for the White House. 4 Republican presidential candidates took the debate stage for what could be their final battle ahead of the Iowa caucus.
That's right. It was Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, and Vivek Ramaswamy. They spent the night laying out their platforms, but also hurling insults at one another. But one candidate loomed over them all, even though he wasn't there, former President Donald Trump. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake has the details.
On
Overnight, the fourth Republican presidential debate devolving into a four-way brawl, with Nikki Haley and the absent Donald Trump taking most of the punches. Chris Christie calling out his fellow candidates for ignoring their party's dominant frontrunner.
He's the one who, as you just put it, is way ahead in the polls. And yet, I've got these three guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort, he who shall not be named. They don't want to talk about it.
Christie also asked about this Trump comment.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one.
This is an angry, bitter man who now wants to be back as president because he wants to exact retribution on anyone who has disagreed with him. Do I think he was kidding when he said he was a dictator? All you have to do is look at the history.
But with Mr. Trump fundraising in Florida overnight and refusing to take part in a single debate, it's been Nikki Haley who's seen a rise in both momentum and money.
And in terms of these donors that are supporting me, they're just jealous. They wish that they were supporting them.
Haley fending off increasingly personal attacks from Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy.
Nikki will cave to those big donors when it counts. The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley.
I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
Haley later brushing off Ramaswamy when he called her corrupt.
Would you like to respond?
No. It's not worth my time to respond to him.
With the frontrunner absent, the night often marked by personal attacks.
Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York. Yeah. So do everybody a favor, just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
Christie also mocking DeSantis for refusing to directly answer a question about Mr. Trump's fitness for office.
Is we do not want to do someone
You're talking about him being 80 years old.
It doesn't mean that somebody couldn't get elected. That's up to the people that
DeSantis, let him finish.
I think we have an opportunity to do somebody who is in the prime of their life.
Thanks to Garrett Hake for that recap.
Let's now bring in NBC News Digital senior political reporter Jonathan Allen for more on this. Jonathan, always great to have you with us. Good morning. So we just heard some of the attacks against Nikki Haley during last night's debate. But what we didn't see, Chris Christie, who came to her defense when Vivek Ramaswamy criticized her knowledge of Ukraine. First, I want to play some of that.
He has insulted Nikki Haley's basic intelligence, not her positions, her basic intelligence. She doesn't know regions. She wouldn't be able to find something on a map that his 3-year-old could find. Look, if you want to disagree on issues, that's fine. And Nikki and I disagree on some issues. But I'll tell you this, I've known her for 12 years, which is longer than he's even started to vote in the Republican primary. And while we disagree about some issues and we disagree about who should be president of the United States, what we don't disagree on is this is a smart, accomplished woman, and you should stop insulting her.
Jonathan, I mean, could that be something bigger in the future, the two of them kind of teaming up? And how does it benefit her to get that support from him?
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Chivalry is not dead. Chris Christie standing up there for Nikki Haley. Look, it was a moment where, you could envision him potentially dropping out and endorsing her at some point. I mean, his words for her were not, he obviously has been critical of her as he has of other candidates for not going after Donald Trump as hard as he would like them to, or as hard as he thinks people should be doing in order to stop Donald Trump. But I think that was a genuine moment from Christie where he looked at, what Vivek Ramaswamy was doing and said, basically cut it out. Like, why would you attack the intelligence of a candidate who, who nobody, I don't think anybody who's ever dealt with Nikki Haley or watched her for very long, questions her intelligence, questions her intellect. As Christie said, you can disagree with her on her positions, but it's pretty low blow to start attacking her intellect.
John, let's talk about Ramaswamy. I mean, he started strong early in the campaign, but has since declined. I think some of that would be because of his performances at the debate. He tends to repel some people. Did his performance last night do anything to change that?
Not at all, Joe. I mean, you could see on the stage, I mean, these candidates, I think dislike him would be an understatement. I think they really are disgusted by him at times. And I think they look at him as, as pulling gimmicks and not taking the process seriously enough for somebody who wants to be the president of the United States. He has needed to gain attention. He's needed to gain donors to be able to stay on debate stages, to be able to stay in the discussion. And so you see, sort of increasing levels of gimmickry on the stage. In one of the previous debates, in the NBC-hosted debate, he called for Ronna McDaniel to resign as RNC chair from the stage. And then last night, as we saw in Garrett's package, he held up a notepad saying that Nikki equals corrupt. I mean, this is he has, many minutes to speak in the debate. He certainly didn't need a visual aid.
Jonathan, finally, we heard the candidates talk, a wide range of topics, of course. Something that was not brought up either by Megyn Kelly or the contenders, abortion. Can Democrats seize on this issue ahead of the Iowa caucus? And how much was it sort of, glaring that it was left out of the conversation here?
It was glaring, Savannah. It's hard to fathom that that's something that they didn't discuss at all, particularly because some of these candidates, and Nikki Haley is one of them, for sure, have had shifting positions on abortion, not only over time, but sort of in the, within the context of this campaign. So, yeah, I was surprised that wasn't asked at all.
Jonathan Allen, as always, we appreciate you joining us to break this all down. Thank you.
The University of Nevada, Las Vegas, UNLV, is reeling after a gunman opened fire on campus yesterday, killing 3 people. The gunman then died in a shootout with police. Authorities say there could have been more victims had it not been for a quick response from campus police. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Vegas with the latest. Steve, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Campus here really at a standstill. All classes, all activities, all events shut down for the rest of the week as the community here really works to process its grief. Meanwhile, police working to uncover what led to this terrifying attack.
A day of terror on the campus of UNLV. Just before noon, police say a gunman opened fire on the 4th floor of the business school building, killing 3 and wounding a 4th before being shot and killed by university police.
Armed confrontation of the suspect by law enforcement stopped the suspect's further actions.
3 law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation tell NBC News the gunman was a male in his 60s. The suspect had been reportedly turned away from a job at UNLV in previous years. Investigators not providing a motive. This alarm prompting students like Brett Johnson to escape on foot.
I always hear about mass shootings, and especially in schools and stuff, but it doesn't feel real until it actually happens.
A chilling warning posted on the campus website urging students to run, hide, fight.
We heard the clips of semi-automatic weapons just going for what felt like about 30 seconds. It was a very, very disturbing thing to hear.
Classrooms full of terrified students locked down for hours.
I honestly didn't think I was going to make it out of there alive.
For many in Las Vegas, the shooting brought back memories of the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history, when 58 people were killed and hundreds wounded in 2017 at a music festival on the Vegas Strip, less than 4 miles from the UNLV campus.
No student should have to fear pursuing their dreams on the college campus.
After the initial terror, some students expressing anger. More has not been done to stop mass shootings in America.
School shootings have been happening since I was born. I was born in the year 2000. It's 2023. And I'm tired of it. College is supposed to be the best time of your life, not the end of it.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have now been more than 630 mass shootings in this country in 2023 alone. That is at a record pace at this point. Joe?
All right, Steve, thank you so much.
Well, a new round of intense fighting has erupted in Gaza. Israeli troops are battling Hamas militants as aid groups are warning that the humanitarian crisis triggered by this war is getting even worse. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in southern Israel with the latest.
This is the kibbutz of Nir Oz, and it's one of the communities that was devastated when Hamas attacked 2 months ago today. There were only 400 people living here, so a very tight-knit community, and 25% of people on this kibbutz were either killed or kidnapped. This is the town center, and you can see how Hamas shot their way in through the front doors. And there's one thing here that I want to show you that I think encapsulates the entire tragedy of what happened here. This is the small post office. And all of the post boxes have been marked with these stickers. Black for kidnapped, blue for free, and there aren't very many of those, and red for people who were killed. This attack happened just after 6:30 in the morning as Hamas militants swept through this community and others like it, killing and kidnapping everyone they could find.
Israeli troops say they're making advances against Hamas in Gaza, killing its field commanders. The military releasing new video overnight of soldiers on foot on the attack. And fresh airstrikes. Military officials tell NBC News troops are finding and destroying hundreds of entrances to Hamas tunnels, showing us videos of shafts discovered outside a school.
You can see the piers of the tunnel, the Hamas terror tunnel going under the school.
Israel is blowing up the tunnels it locates, and according to U.S. officials, is considering flooding them with seawater. Some of Hamas's hostages may be inside those tunnels. As Israel continues its open-ended military campaign in Gaza, U.S. officials tell NBC News they worry if Israel has a clear exit strategy. The offensive is turning much of the Gaza Strip into a wasteland. An Israeli colonel acknowledged the entire city of Beit Hanun in northern Gaza has been made uninhabitable.
Are Palestinians going to be able to go back to areas that you were clearing?
Well, right now they won't, but if there will be a rehabilitation effort from the international community after denuclearizing the Gaza Strip, then I think it will be possible. Right now, it's not livable.
That means there will be no homes to return to for many of the Palestinians who have fled the north and are now packed into southern Gaza. Moving south has been traumatic for 7 orphans and disabled children who left a care home in Gaza City. We met Ayas at the start of the war. He's blind and paralyzed. Now he and some of the others are in Han Yunis. His carer is running out of medicine for him. They've already moved 4 times and may have to relocate again as Israel's campaign against Hamas continues to expand.
Right next to the post office is the kibbutz's dining room, and today is the first day of Hanukkah, and they've set up the tables with placemats for the people who can't be here, those who were killed or kidnapped, including members of the Bibas family. He's the youngest hostage held by Hamas. Instead of a family meal, they have a table of remembrance.
Just heartbreaking. Richard Engel, thank you very much.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
That means Angie Lastman is here and she's tracking the next round of storms headed for the northwest. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. And that storm that we're going to watch impact the northwest today, that's eventually going to impact most of the country here as we go through the next couple of days. So let's see what's going on right now on the radar. You'll notice still rain coming in from northern California up into portions of Washington. They've been dealing with the on and off rain. The good news with today's system that we're going to see work through, it's not quite as strong. So we don't have those really impressive amounts of rain that we've been seeing in the past couple of days, but it's still additional rain that, of course, they don't need. Those grounds are very saturated. The rivers are swollen, so an additional half an inch, quarter of an inch, not great for folks in that area. We could see upwards of maybe an inch in some of these spots. So we'll still watch for flooding, although the flooding alerts have come down in a lot of spots, but the potential is there. If you live in this area, again, Northern California up into Washington, we'll have to watch for that here through the next couple of days. Now, that system is eventually going to move east. It's going to kind of get its act together, or re-get its act together, I should say, as it gets east of the Rockies for tomorrow. And then as we get into Saturday, we see this line of thunderstorms kind of develop along the cold front. It goes from basically the Midwest, Michigan, all the way down to Texas, and it will bring the chance for some strong storms, a severe threat, also some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and the potential for some kind of wintry conditions in some spots. Now, one thing to note, as we get into Saturday night, there could be a chance for some of those severe storms ramping up in parts of the deep south. That means tornadoes, hail, strong wind gusts, all on the table for folks for the afternoon hours and into the evening hours of Saturday. Now, Sunday, we see it move a little farther to the east. This brings the rain and that kind of wintry mix to the eastern third of the country. That includes basically the northeast down to the south. Florida, all the way up into Maine, we'll see rain. We'll see some gusty conditions, too. And we'll also, with that heavy rain, have the potential for some flooding. This isn't a great great day to travel. I think airport delays will be possible up and down the East Coast. With those winds over 50 miles per hour, that'll be a concern too. And not to mention, we could see some heavy snow developing behind that system as it starts to exit. It will still be lingering for folks in the Northeast and New England as we get back to work on Monday. Rainfall totals anywhere from about 1 inch to 2 inches is the higher amounts. You can see places like New York, Washington, D.C., Huntsville, Knoxville, all included in those amounts. And then the interior areas of New England, that's where we could see some good amount of snow. It depends on how fast that system exits, but places like upstate New York could have some wintry weather to contend with as they are out on the roads on Monday.
Yeah, they're used to it up there.
Yeah, they are. You're right. And it's December.
Exactly.
What can you expect? Angie, thank you so much. No problem. Well, we've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including new sexual assault allegations against hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs, how he is responding this morning.
Plus, a high-profile legal challenge to abortion restrictions in Texas goes in front of a judge today. What the verdict could mean for a person's right to choose there. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Back now with international headlines. The U.S., South Korea, and Japan are set to meet to discuss security concerns over North Korea.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Labanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. South Korea confirmed that this week it will host a three-way meeting with Japan and the United States to discuss especially the growing military threat by North Korea to the region. Now, on Saturday, the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is expected to meet his counterparts from South Korea and Japan to discuss what the National Security Council called regional issues of mutual concern, particularly in the security environment. Japan said discussions will include the recent launch launched by North Korea of a spy satellite. Let's now go to Zambia, where a man was pulled alive out of a mine nearly a week after a landslide caused by heavy rain trapped dozens of miners. 2 bodies were also retrieved from under the debris. Government officials said that more than 30 miners could still be trapped underground. A 49-year-old survivor said he spent 5 days trying to find his way out of the collapsed tunnels and is now recovering in hospital. And let's end this tour in the world of arts. Take a look at this painting. Only 2 years ago, it was valued at $15,000. Well, on Wednesday, it sold at an auction for almost $14 million. Its value skyrocketed after Sotheby's auction house attributed it to none other than Rembrandt. Art experts spent about 18 months analyzing the painting and concluded it is definitely the work of the Dutch master. It depicts the encounter of the 3 wise men and Jesus, although it looks like the wisest man of all was the collector who bought it for peanuts and sold it for millions.
No
He also
kidding.
might have said, "Oh, Jesus," when he realized how much the painting was worth.
He might have, Claudio. We're not sure.
That is quite the
That
investment.
is incredible, though.
And
I love
fascinating
those,
that
like,
they spent
lost masterpiece
spending
works.
18 months to be like, yeah, it's Rembrandt.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. What a find. Claudio, thank you so much. Well, Texas's strict abortion rules are set to face a major challenge today when a judge hears the case of a 31-year-old mother seeking an emergency abortion.
The lawsuit was filed against the Texas Attorney General's office. It says Kate Cox's baby has a deadly fetal condition, which means it has little to no chance of survival. Lawyers say the pregnancy also jeopardizes the mother's health.
NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us on this now. Hi, Marissa. Good morning. So we know Texas has some of the toughest abortion rules in the country. So walk us through Cox's story and why her case has actually been brought to the court.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Yeah, I mean, this is nothing short of historic. This is one of the first attempts to seek a court-ordered abortion since Dobbs, the overturn of Roe versus Wade. So the woman at the center of this all, Kate Cox, she's 20 weeks pregnant. She's carrying a baby who has trisomy 18, and roughly 90 to 95% of babies do not survive their first year with trisomy 18. And so Cox has said that her doctors in Texas have told her that she is required to carry out this pregnancy under Texas law as it stands right now. And so on Tuesday, she filed a lawsuit with the Center for Reproductive Rights asking for there to be an exception to this. Part of this is, Kate Cox says she does want a 3rd child. She currently has 2 children already. And they're arguing that not only is her life threatened, but the future fertility for her and her family is threatened if she does indeed carry this out. So Savannah and Joe, what they're asking for is for a temporary stop to the abortion bans in Texas to be made so that her OBGYN can perform an abortion for her.
Does Cox's legal team believe they have a chance here?
Yeah, and that's the great question here, because their argument is that this is an urgent medical need. We talked about trisomy 18, how it not only puts the baby's life at risk, but, the mother's life at risk. So they're arguing that they have a sound case that this does constitute as an urgent medical need. And so in interviews with NBC News, the Center for Reproductive Rights has continuously said that they remain hopeful, guys.
And Marissa, what happens if the court rules against Cox? Does she have any other options?
Yeah, so in that same interview with NBC News, a senior staff member with this legal rights group had said that in similar cases, women have gone to other states to seek abortion care, and that would potentially be the route that Kate Cox takes if this does go that route. But they said that they're arguing that she should be able to get the care she needs in her own local area.
And this is an insane situation for any person in need of urgent health care to be in. I can tell you that she says tears occur every single day. She is trying to be hopeful. She is optimistic, but she's very scared. And who wouldn't be? So if Kate can't get the abortion in Texas that she is seeking, I don't know what will happen to her.
So, Joe, Savannah, a lot of eyes will be on this. This case will be heard in less than 2 hours.
All right, Marissa, keep us posted on this. Thank you so much. Well, hip-hop music mogul Sean Combs is facing new allegations of sexual assault this morning.
A 4th woman has now filed a lawsuit claiming Combs, who's also known as Diddy, raped her when she was just 17. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us with more on this. Liz, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Yeah, a shocking allegation here. The woman says this happened to her when she was still in high school. She claims Combs and 2 other men gang raped her at a music studio here in New York. It's something Combs is now adamantly denying.
This morning, music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, facing a fourth accusation of sexual assault. In a federal lawsuit filed Wednesday against the three-time Grammy winner, an unnamed woman alleges Combs and two other men, including a former longtime president of Combs' record label, gang raped her in a New York recording studio 20 years ago when she was just 17 and a junior in high school. The woman says it all began when she met two associates of Combs at a Detroit lounge. According to the lawsuit, which includes these photos allegedly taken that night, they convinced her to get on a private plane with them to New York, where they then plied her with drugs and alcohol. It's there, she says, the three men took turns raping her in the studio's bathroom. When they were done, the lawsuit says they drove her to the airport and put her back on a plane to Michigan. Combs denies the allegations, posting on Instagram Wednesday, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear," he continued. "I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." This woman, now the fourth person in recent weeks to raise accusations against Combs, some including rape and trafficking. Last month, his former longtime partner, singer Cassie, whose real name is Cassandra Ventura, filed a graphic lawsuit claiming Combs raped and physically abused her over the course of a decade. That complaint accuses Combs of uncontrollable rage and alleges that he often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on her. Cassie and Combs reached a settlement in that lawsuit without disclosing terms of the agreement. Two other women have also alleged in recent lawsuits that Combs sexually assaulted them, allegations Combs also denies.
And the lawsuit says the first three women to come forward with allegations against Combs gave this fourth woman the confidence to share her story. She says as a result of being raped, she suffered significant emotional distress that, guys, has plagued her life for 20 years.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. Appreciate it. For more on this, we're joined now by NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella. So, Angela, there have been three other lawsuits accusing Sean Combs of sexual assault filed in less than a month. One of those claims brought by Combs' ex, Cassie, has already settled. Can that case or any others have any bearing at all on this new claim?
Not directly, but this new claim is represented by the same lawyer that settled Cassie's lawsuit. And in general, when you see a settlement that is brought by a figure who is well-resourced and has a lot of publicity, then often a lot of settlements will follow because there is a sign there that the person who is involved is willing to settle and not willing to go through trial. Because look, in these extremely sensitive situations, often what deters someone from going and filing this lawsuit is not wanting to have to go to trial, not wanting to have to repeat whatever trauma alleged that happened on the stand. But if you know that the person is willing to settle, that tends to change the game. So it is likely because of the settlement with Cassie that we are seeing a number of allegations follow.
Angela, given that we've seen that settlement happen, given that we now have as many accusers as we do coming forward, but then also that we did get this statement now on Instagram from Sean Combs, what are you looking for to happen next? How do you see this playing out?
Well, it sounds like these allegations are horrific and also don't really involve just him. So if he were to take this to trial and not settle immediately as he did with Cassie, then it would involve a lot of other people. Also in this case, it's not just allegations against people, but also against his company, because as we saw in the allegations, Pierre, the individual who first met the Jane Doe who is filing this lawsuit, was at that point the president of Bad Boy Entertainment. So with a trial, as you know, because you are now experts in these trials and lawsuits, there's so much discovery that happens and all of that information can become public. So I think it's extremely unlikely that we will see a trial at this point, but who knows with regards to the amounts of settlement.
All right. Angela Senadella, thank you so much. Appreciate your time this morning. Coming up, a behind-the-scenes look at how one major mover is working to make sure your holiday deliveries arrive in one piece.
We'll run through the paces at FedEx's futuristic package lab. That's after this.
man. This is it.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're gonna have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
I'm here in
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to
We're back with new details on a legal dispute that could further shake up the set of the popular series Yellowstone. A company owned by the show's creator, Taylor Sheridan, is now suing one of his own cast members over, get this, coffee. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas breaks down the brewing legal battle.
Hey there, this lawsuit was filed by Taylor Sheridan's ranch, and it comes amid a rocky last year for his runaway hit series, with star Kevin Costner exiting the show and suggesting that he will go to court over how that departure played out.
Do what's best for the ranch.
A legal battle percolating between the creator of the hit show Yellowstone and one of its own actors.
Everybody ready?
The lawsuit was filed in a Texas federal court by Bosque Ranch, which is owned by Yellowstone showrunner Taylor Sheridan and serves as a filming location for the series. According to a Wall Street Journal report citing executives and crew members, Yellowstone's network Paramount pays Sheridan up to $50,000 a week to film on his properties. Bosque Ranch debuted a coffee line in June and is accusing a coffee company launched 4 months later by Cole Hauser, who plays ranch hand Rip Wheeler on Yellowstone, of trademark infringement and false advertising.
You leave now or you never leave.
The grounds for the lawsuit? Bosque Ranch alleges that the interlocking letter design of Hauser's Free Reign logo is confusingly similar to the ranch's, causing irreparable damage to its brand. Taylor Sheridan and Bosque Ranch did not respond to NBC News' request for comment. Free Reign declined to comment to NBC News on the lawsuit. But Hauser talked about his new brand of coffee on Today when it launched in October.
What's the story behind Free Reign?
I'll tell you, it's about taking risk. It's about enjoying your time and a little bit of coffee.
Brand isn't something you earn, it's something you live up to.
It could mean even more drama behind the scenes of the wildly popular hit show. Set to start filming its final episodes in the spring after a hiatus during the Hollywood strikes, scheduled to air in November 2024. But there's been no shortage of rumblings surrounding the series' end. including whether its star Kevin Costner will appear as John Dutton in the final episodes at all. After Costner testified during a September child support hearing that Paramount, quote, offered him less money than previous seasons and that there were issues with the creatives behind the show. Now it's unclear how the latest legal twist will affect Yellowstone's final days of filming.
Costner said during the hearing that he was owed $12 million from the show and that they'd probably go to court over it, meaning another Yellowstone star could soon be embroiled in a legal dispute. Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much.
Well, Christmas is just around the corner. Time is maybe running out to get those gifts
you're good.
on your list sent out. It's the time of year when shipping companies work overtime to get those packages to you quickly. Also, though, importantly, in one piece.
One person who always delivers for us is NBC News Business and Data correspondent Brian Shaw.
Thank you very much.
I can't take credit.
I see what you did.
I can't take credit. Our producers wrote that one. It's an exclusive look at how FedEx makes sure all the packages survive.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So again, when we're talking about what's happening here with FedEx, obviously they are handling millions of packages. So I wanted to go to their lab, which is out in Memphis, Tennessee, to take a look at, well, how exactly do they test those packages to make sure they hold up to the test. Take a listen. About 82 million packages per day will zigzag across the country this holiday season, with the major shipping companies finding new and faster ways to get items to your door, including AI and autonomous vehicles to help move packages. And at FedEx's 33,000 square foot packaging lab right outside of Memphis, Tennessee, experts work with companies like Walmart and Wayfair to figure out the best ways to keep things undamaged in transit. Shaking, rattling, and rolling them. I'm trying to think of what to gift my mom for the holidays and decided to test out some options that might get to her intact with the help of FedEx packaging lab managers Evan Edwards and Tyler Kenny. So we have a set of wine glasses here. We have a poster of her favorite artist, Harry Styles, some Central Barbecue. First, the wine glasses. We surrounded each fragile item with cardboard inserts before adding packing paper. There's steps to making sure that these are all going to arrive in one piece.
Yeah, and it all depends on the fragility of the product.
For our poster, trying to make sure our oddly shaped item doesn't crinkle or bend. We go with a tube in another tube.
So what we're really trying to do is just make sure this thing isn't moving around too much. So that'll give us just an extra layer of safety and security.
And for perishable items, our ribs packed in a cooler with ice. With everything wrapped up, it's time to put the packages to the test. First, the drop test. 3, 2, 1.
This package may be coming down a slide, coming down a belt with a heavier package behind it that may bump into it. I didn't hear any broken glass.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Then we applied some pressure.
So today we're going to try to compress this package to 283 pounds.
Literally bearing the load of other packages on top.
250 pounds?
Again, simulating that much weight on top of it.
Absolutely.
And then tested for the bumps and bruises of a little turbulence.
So it can be anything from hitting potholes, hitting the brakes hard. It could be turbulence in the back of your aircraft when the package is being shipped.
Finally, for the ribs, FedEx puts packages in a chamber that can simulate a really hot or really cold day to test if the items can keep in transit, even if this box is in 100-degree weather.
That's right, and we've got the climate chamber set up to a typical hot Memphis summer day.
Now, time to assess the damage. First, our ribs stayed chill. Yeah, no, this is cold to the touch. She's gonna be absolutely devastated if this isn't in one piece. Well, the poster held up in one piece.
That's right.
And finally, the fragile wine glasses.
Pristine. Looks very good. I think your mother would be happy.
I think so too. When tests aren't successful like ours were, FedEx will rethink or redesign its packaging and help businesses do the same. And guys, a few more FedEx tips to help you ship. Include an address on a separate piece of paper inside your package in case something happens with the label. And shop and ship early. FedEx actually helped me package and send, some other things as well. So, a lot going on there. But, it's really cool to see the apparatuses and the tests that they have on site.
Yeah. Wow. Is it true? I would have never thought about putting an address inside.
Yeah.
I would have never thought about shipping these things.
The label comes off.
Yeah.
That way, you know,
Yeah.
they can go inside and then see actually exactly who it's
There you go. Smart. Brian Chung, our NBC News business correspondent. Congratulations on the new title. Thanks so much. Coming up, for a lot of us, life can seem pretty tough at times. You might even feel like your struggles are so out of this world that nothing in the universe could help you tackle them.
Thankfully, our good friend Mike Massimino, astronaut extraordinaire and noted expert on all things space, has a new book called Moonshot. He's taking the lessons he's learned up there to help bring you back down to Earth in a good way. That's next on Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you ever feel like life's obstacles, for example, the teleprompter doesn't work when you're reading the CNBC business headlines? Do they get in the way of your dreams? Or maybe you just have a goal that seems impossible to achieve? Well, we have some wisdom for you that's literally out of this world.
One former NASA astronaut is now taking the life lessons he learned while on his journey to space and sharing them with people for their everyday struggles. He details the wisdom he's gained from space exploration in a way for people to take action in overcoming obstacles that might even seem impossible, but right down here on Earth. Joining us now in studio is our friend, former NASA astronaut and New York Times bestselling author, Mike Massimino. It's so great to see you. And this is his new book. You're looking at it right here. It's titled Moonshot, a NASA astronaut's guide to achieving the impossible. From a Long Island kid with bad eyesight and a fear of heights of spacewalking. Those are two of the things that are kind of part of this thread here.
Yeah.
You make it to NASA, such a difficult process, but you also sort of outline how exactly it is to try to become an astronaut. Tell us just first about challenges that you've faced along the way, because I think we look at you and we're like, you're an astronaut.
Yeah,
it's hard for us to imagine.
And that's what I would do as well, is look at, you know, my idols were Neil Armstrong and these astronauts, you know, when I was growing up, and you don't realize that people in your position as well, and successful people in general, they've had struggles to get there. Successful people are not those that never failed. They're those who never let failure stop them. And so when you're trying to do something, especially a dream or something that's a little bit different or extraordinary, don't expect it to be easy. And the important thing, I think, is just to keep going. I was rejected 3 times from NASA, including a medical disqualification for my eyesight. I had to train my eyes to see better. That had never been overcome before, I don't think. Previously, there was people had been disqualified before for that, but I was able to figure a way to get around that and apply again and get picked on my 4th try. So 1 out of a million is not 0. You know, if the odds are against you, just keep trying. And the only way that it goes to 0 is if you give up.
I love that. That's the name of one of your chapters.
Yep,
1 in a million is not
That's
0.
correct.
Why is it so important for you to share these lessons with other people?
Joe, there was a lot of perseverance to get to the astronaut office. And then when I got there, I was a civilian, and this was a whole new world for me. I started hearing these tips of advice, and I wanted to do well, right? So I listened to the veterans, to people, my colleagues, people I work with, the instructors, the flight directors, everybody, and realized that there was a lot of wisdom on how to be successful as an astronaut. Things like letting your mistakes pass, the teamwork issue. So it was like teamwork, perseverance, leadership, all these lessons that I learned over the years were really helpful to me in space. And then I realized over the last 10 years since leaving NASA, they're also helpful in my personal life and my life here on Earth. And I do a fair amount of speaking to different organizations. And what I found was it was those lessons that they were most interested in. So it was so extraordinary for me to learn these things and to apply them into my space flights. And I realized they're also applicable to whether you're working in a cubicle or working here in the studio or working a job somewhere or at home or dealing with family members and friends. The same rules and guidelines apply. So I wanted to share those.
Yeah, and what's really cool, as you just described, is like there's a chapter where you're talking about something that kind of goes down where you didn't want to ask for help as you're on one of your first spacewalks, I think the first. And you pull out of that a lesson like go slow and resist the temptation to act too quickly, something that we could think about any time with anything down here on Earth.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the things I had to learn was how to deal with my mistakes. You know, making mistakes, I was good at making mistakes. That I didn't have to learn how to do, but how to deal with them was the issue, right? And we all don't want to make mistakes, but we do. Things happen. Sometimes they're out of our control. Sometimes it's something we've messed up. But how do you react to that? That's the key. So there's 2 chapters in here dealing with mistakes. One is the 30-second rule. Beat yourself up for 30 seconds, and then that's it. You know, have an internal rant, and then move on because your team needs you. You can't dwell on it I would ruminate on things for days when something went wrong or I made a mistake. But you can't do that in space. But you don't have any time to waste here.
You said it to be 30 seconds of regret.
Regret,
say,
yes,
right?
yeah.
Regret.
Yeah, what did I say?
No,
30 seconds. Yeah, give yourself 30 seconds. 30 seconds of regret. Yeah, 30 seconds of remorse is what my friend C.J. Sturkile called it. He's the guy that invented it, I think. And 30 seconds of regret is hard. So you can be regretful. It's okay to be upset about something that went wrong, but cap it at 30 seconds and move on. And then another thing you were talking about, Savannah, is no matter how bad things seem to appear, you know, oh man, this is the worst. Remember, you can make it worse.
Yeah.
It could always get worse. And so when something happens, it's usually only strike one. Slow down, get help. That's what I did on my spacewalks. And I find that I use these rules every day because I make mistakes all the time.
We have a minute left here, but I think we have a full screen that has some of the lessons that you teach in this lesson. What's your advice to people to just try to apply this in everyday life? Because it's not always easy to actually apply it.
No, it's not. The way I did it is good to have these little things in your head that when something happens, you can revert to that. Okay, I made this mistake. I'm gonna have my 30-second rant on the side of my head, and then I'm gonna move on. So I think each chapter is kind of independent. You can read one they don't stack. This kind of like each lesson is in each chapter. At the end, there's kind of a summary. So that I think is what you want to try to keep in mind. Moving forward. That's the way I did it. I would apply these things. And one to keep in mind is to try to, for the holidays, I think, is to always have a good thought about people. You know, if you find someone, teamwork, the most important thing is to care for and admire everyone on your team. You find someone you don't like, don't think of it, you don't like them, think of it, you don't know them well enough, and always have that good thought in your head about everyone in your life. So when you might have a conflict, like maybe in the holidays, right? Go to that bank of good thoughts and remember why that person means so much to you.
I absolutely love, just quickly, the last one that's on there, too, when you're just talking about being amazed.
Yes, we live on an amazing planet. You can, from space, Earth looks like a paradise. I always felt like I was looking into heaven. But that's admiring from afar. When you get down into it and you're moving around, you can see the real beauty of the planet. I just got out of the car today and saw that Christmas tree.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So be amazed by all the wonders we have around us, particularly at Christmas.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in. Congrats on this book. Really, it's a fabulous read. I highly recommend it. Thank you.
Coming up, we're flipping the script this morning with the tremendously talented creator of Fellow Travelers, the new Showtime limited series bringing the untold stories of McCarthyism to life. That creator is going to join us next with more, not just on the Red Scare, but the Lavender Scare. Stick around.
I'm hearing What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, this is it, right?
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer delivery.
All right, it just made it too.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? What's the threat it took for all this damage to occur?
We're back with a delicious Philadelphia-style surprise for some hungry New Yorkers. Look, you recognize that face. That is actor Bradley Cooper. He's serving up Philly cheesesteaks yesterday from the Angelo's Pizzeria food truck in New York's Greenwich Village. Angelo's is a Philly-based restaurant known for its sandwiches, snacks, and breakfast options. Well, Cooper is reportedly partnering with Angelo's owners to open Danny and Coop's Cheesesteaks. The pop-up event is scheduled to take place again today. I don't know, you going to run down there to get a cheesesteak from Bradley Cooper,
That's
Joe?
not, I feel like the line might be long now.
Now that we've announced to the world.
Exactly.
Good luck.
All right, very cool. Good luck to anyone who's getting it. I'm sure it'll be great. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on air, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter Fellow Travelers. It's a Showtime series starring Matt Bomer and Jonathan Bailey that focuses on two men who fall in love during the 1950s. It's an understatement to say that was a tough time to be queer. It was the height of the Lavender Scare, when gay men and lesbians were investigated, interrogated, and removed from the federal government. The series is based on a 2007 novel by Thomas Mallon, also called Fellow Travelers. This morning, we are joined by the showrunner and executive producer of the limited series, Ron Nicewander. Ron, so good to have you with us. I have been watching it every single week. I'm caught up. It is an extraordinary show, amazing acting, amazing writing. What was it about this book that made you say, I need to adapt this for the small screen?
Well, and it was 11 years ago when I read it. It took a long time. It's the love story at the center of it. It's the best kind of love story, with people that are really not suited to each other. They're opposite, and they're powerfully drawn to each other. And to put that at a time of our history that I didn't even know anything about, the Lavender Scare, and McCarthy and Cohen purge of homosexuals from the government. It was sort of I couldn't resist it.
A lot of times we hear about McCarthyism, we think of the Red Scare, not the Lavender Scare. Why? What do you want people to know about that time? Because we just don't learn about it really in school.
Well, it certainly wasn't microaggressions. You know, it was actually a government sanctioned. There was an executive order signed by President Eisenhower that banned all sexual deviants from working for the federal government. You would be banned for life. An investigation into you could be started by a colleague anonymously, maybe someone who didn't like you. And people were polygraphed. The FBI went into people's homes and they questioned their neighbors. They sent letters to their families and said, your son or daughter is being invested as a sexual deviant. At one point, they were estimating that one employee a week was committing suicide, you know, because, you know, your life was ruined, basically. And it's important to remember, you know, that government can be used to truly harm its citizens, you know, if we're not paying attention.
You mentioned the love story aspect of this. I saw an interview with you where you said, I love stories about people who are not meant to be together. That's kind of what this is, right?
I've done a lot of research personally, by the way, in that arena. But yes, I just think that actually, I wanted a love story that constantly has dramatic tension. And I also think these two guys, played by Matt Bomer and Jonathan Bailey, they embody different ways of going through the world. And so what happens, you know, Matt is he's methodical and he is very clear about what he wants. Jonathan's like an open wound. He just wants to be loved. We're not sure that Hawk, the character that Matt plays, is even capable of love. He's not sure.
He's kind of an unlikable character at times.
You know, I love him.
Yeah.
I love Hawkins Fuller, actually, because he's in control of his life. You know, but in times, when times are tough, the rules change. You know, and Hawk's mission is to survive. And he might have to get you out of his way. And Jonathan is sort of this open heart that goes to the world. And I think watching them, they're drawn to each other for a reason.
It is a compelling love story, and it takes place over generations. We should let people know, too, all the way up to the 80s and the AIDS crisis.
Right, exactly. The 60s and the 70s. We watched these two men intersect for decades.
You mentioned it's Matt and Jonathan, who are two openly gay men.
That's correct.
In their real life. How important was it to cast openly gay people in these roles?
And by the end, Jelani Aladdin and Noah Ricketts also play gay men, and Allison Williams is in the show as well. She's not gay. It was a priority, but not a rule, you know, so that we really wanted to have all of our LGBTQ characters, if we could, we found the right people, played by LGBTQ actors, and we found great actors for the roles, perfectly suited to the roles, who are LGBTQ.
We only have 30 seconds here, but a lot of folks may not realize you wrote Philadelphia.
I did.
30 years ago.
I was very young, Joe.
I
was a child.
Exactly. That has changed. What have you seen change when it comes to that? I mean...
Well, we were the first big Hollywood movie to have a homosexual main character who wasn't, you know, a secret killer. And I think, we were pioneering, and there are things we didn't know. Obviously, we don't quite have that. That's not quite the situation now. So there are more of us on the screen.
All right, fellow travelers, do we have, what, 2 more episodes left to go to be released still?
7 and 8.
Something, all right, more. Very good. They're coming out on Fridays, streaming on Showtime, and then you can watch on television over the weekend, too.
That's correct.
Right? All right, I think I got that right. Ron Nisbet-Honor, thank you so much for joining us. Fellow travelers, it is a pleasure having you on.
Thanks.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, terror in the desert. The suspect is dead after a shooting rampage at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas yesterday. Law enforcement now confirms at least 3 people were killed. We will bring you what we know this morning as President Biden once again calls on Congress for action. Also this morning, it's down to 4 at the 4th Republican debate. It devolved into a political free-for-all with the clock ticking down to the pivotal Iowa caucus, now just weeks away. Candidates taking aim at former President Trump, who is absent once again, and at former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, who is surging. Got a full recap, plus a look at how voters are responding. In the Middle East, harrowing new IDF video from the ground in Gaza. It allegedly shows gains against Hamas and its commanders in the field. Also, U.S. officials say Israel's military is now planning to flood those underground tunnels with seawater. We're going to bring you the latest. And we're going to end this hour by flipping the script with the trailblazing creator of the critically acclaimed Showtime series, Fellow Travelers. The show is bringing the unseen tension of McCarthyism and the Lavender Scare to a brand new audience. I am addicted to it. We watch it when it comes out every single Friday. It's going to be exciting to talk about.
Appointment viewing. I love when we get to flip in the script.
Exactly. All right. We're going to begin this hour. The race for the White House. 4 Republican presidential candidates took the debate stage for what could be their final battle ahead of the Iowa caucus.
That's right. It was Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, and Vivek Ramaswamy. They spent the night laying out their platforms, but also hurling insults at one another. But one candidate loomed over them all, even though he wasn't there, former President Donald Trump. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake has the details.
Overnight, the 4th Republican presidential debate devolving into a 4-way brawl, with Nikki Haley and the absent Donald Trump taking most of the punches. Chris Christie calling out his fellow candidates for ignoring their party's dominant frontrunner.
He's the one who, as you just put it, is way ahead in the polls. And yet, I've got these 3 guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort. He who shall not be named. They don't want to talk about it.
Christie also asked about this Trump comment.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, no, other than day one.
This is an angry, bitter man who now wants to be back as president because he wants to exact retribution on anyone who has disagreed with him. Do I think he was kidding when he said he was a dictator? All you have to do is look at the history.
But with Mr. Trump fundraising in Florida overnight and refusing to take part in a single debate, it's been Nikki Haley who's seen a rise in both momentum and money.
And in terms of these donors that are supporting me, they're just jealous. They wish that they were supporting them.
Haley fending off increasingly personal attacks from Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy.
Nikki will cave to those big donors when it counts. The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley.
I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
Haley later brushing off Ramaswamy when he called her corrupt.
Would you like to respond? No. It's not worth my time to respond to him.
With the frontrunner absent, the night often marked by personal attacks.
Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York. Yeah. So do everybody a favor, just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
Christie also mocking DeSantis for refusing to directly answer a question about Mr. Trump's fitness for office.
Is he fit or isn't he? You're
talking about him being 80 years old.
It doesn't mean that somebody couldn't get elected. That's up to the people that decide. But I think we have an opportunity to do somebody. I think we have an opportunity to do somebody who is in the prime of their life.
Thanks to Garrett Hake for that recap.
Let's now bring in NBC News Digital senior political reporter Jonathan Allen for more on this. Jonathan, always great to have you with us. Good morning. So we just heard some of the attacks against Nikki Haley during last night's debate. But what we didn't see, Chris Christie, who came to her defense when Vivek Ramaswamy criticized her knowledge of Ukraine. First, I want to play some of that.
He has insulted Nikki Haley's basic intelligence, not her positions, her basic intelligence. She doesn't know regions. She wouldn't be able to find something on a map that his 3-year-old could find. Look, if you want to disagree on issues, that's fine. And Nikki and I disagree on some issues. But I'll tell you this, I've known her for 12 years, which is longer than he's even started to vote in a Republican primary. And while we disagree about some issues and we disagree about who should be president of the United States, what we don't disagree on is this is a smart, accomplished woman, and you should stop insulting her.
Jonathan, I mean, could that be something bigger in the future, the two of them kind of teaming up? And how does it benefit her to get that support from him?
Hey, good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. Chivalry is not dead. Chris Christie standing up there for Nikki Haley. Look, it was a moment where, you could envision him potentially dropping out and endorsing her at some point. I mean, his words for her were not, he obviously has been critical of her as he has of other candidates for not going after Donald Trump as hard as he would like them to, or as hard as he thinks people should be doing in order to stop Donald Trump. But I think that was a genuine moment from Christie where he looked at, what Vivek Ramaswamy was doing and said, basically cut it out. Like, why would you attack the intelligence of a candidate who, who nobody, I don't think anybody who's ever dealt with Nikki Haley or watched her for very long, questions her intelligence, questions her intellect. as Christie said, you can disagree with her on her positions, but it's pretty low blow to start attacking her intellect.
John, let's talk about Ramaswamy. I mean, he started strong early in the campaign, but has since declined. I think some of that would be because of his performances at the debate. He tends to repel some people. Did his performance last night do anything to change that?
Not at all, Joe. I mean, you could see on the stage, I mean, these candidates, I think dislike him would be an understatement. I think they really are disgusted by him at times. And I think they look at him as, as pulling gimmicks and not taking the process seriously enough for somebody who wants to be the president of the United States. He has needed to gain attention. He's needed to gain donors to be able to stay on debate stages, to be able to stay in the discussion. And so you see, sort of increasing levels of gimmickry on the stage. In one of the previous debates, in the NBC-hosted debate, he called for Ronna McDaniel to resign as RNC chair from the stage. And then last night, as we saw in Garrett's package, he held up a notepad saying that Nikki equals corrupt. I mean, this is he has, many minutes to speak in the debate. He certainly didn't need a visual aid.
Jonathan, finally, we heard the candidates talk, a wide range of topics, of course. Something that was not brought up either by Megyn Kelly or the contenders, abortion. Can Democrats seize on this issue ahead of the Iowa caucus? And how much was it sort of, glaring that it was left out of the conversation here?
It was glaring, Savannah. It's hard to fathom that that's something that they didn't discuss at all, particularly because some of these candidates, and Nikki Haley is one of them for sure, have had shifting positions on abortion, not only over time, but sort of in the, within the context of this campaign. So, I was surprised that wasn't asked at all.
Jonathan Allen, as always, we appreciate you joining us to break this all down. Thank you.
The University of Nevada, Las Vegas, UNLV, is reeling after a gunman opened fire on campus yesterday, killing 3 people. The gunman then died in a shootout with police. Authorities say there could have been more victims had it not been for a quick response from campus police. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from Vegas with the latest. Steve, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Campus here really at a standstill. All classes, all activities, all events shut down for the rest of the week as the community here really works to process its grief. Meanwhile, police working to uncover what led to this terrifying attack.
A day of terror on the campus of UNLV. Just before noon, police say a gunman opened fire on the 4th floor of the business school building, killing 3 and wounding a 4th before being shot and killed by university police.
Armed confrontation of the suspect by law enforcement stopped the suspect's further actions.
3 law enforcement sources familiar with the investigation tell NBC News the gunman was a male in his 60s. The suspect had been reportedly turned away from a job at UNLV in previous years, investigators not providing a motive. This alarm prompting students like Brett Johnson to escape on foot.
I always hear about mass shootings, and especially at schools and stuff, but it doesn't feel real until it actually happens.
A chilling warning posted on the campus website urging students to run, hide, fight.
We heard the clips of semi-automatic weapons just going for what felt like about 30 seconds. It was a very, very disturbing thing to hear.
Classrooms full of terrified students locked down for hours.
I honestly didn't think I was going to make it out of there alive.
For many in Las Vegas, the shooting brought back memories of the deadliest mass shooting in U.S. history, when 58 people were killed and hundreds wounded in 2017 at a music festival on the Vegas Strip, less than 4 miles from the UNLV campus.
No student should have to fear pursuing their dreams on the college campus.
After the initial terror, some students expressing anger. More has not been done to stop mass shootings in America.
School shootings have been happening since I was born. I was born in the year 2000. It's 2023, and I'm tired of it. College is supposed to be the best time of your life, not the end of it.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have now been more than 630 mass shootings in this country in 2023 alone. That is at a record pace at this point. Joe?
All right, Steve, thank you so much.
Well, a new round of intense fighting has erupted in Gaza. Israeli troops are battling Hamas militants as aid groups are warning that the humanitarian crisis triggered by this war is getting even worse. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is in southern Israel with the latest.
This is the kibbutz of Nir Oz, and it's one of the communities that was devastated when Hamas attacked 2 months ago today. There were only 400 people living here, so a very tight-knit community, and 25% of people on this kibbutz were either killed or kidnapped. This is the town center, and you can see how Hamas shot their way in through the front doors. And there's one thing here that I want to show you that I think encapsulates the entire tragedy of what happened here. This is the small post office, and all of the post boxes have been marked with these stickers: black for kidnapped, blue for free, and there aren't very many of those, and red for people who were killed. This attack happened just after 6:30 in the morning as Hamas militants swept through this community and others like it, killing and kidnapping everyone they could find.
Israeli troops say they're making advances against Hamas in Gaza, killing its field commanders. The military releasing new video overnight of soldiers on foot on the attack. And fresh airstrikes. Military officials tell NBC News troops are finding and destroying hundreds of entrances to Hamas tunnels, showing us videos of shafts discovered outside a school.
You can see the piers of the tunnel, the Hamas terror tunnel going under the school.
Israel is blowing up the tunnels it locates, and according to U.S. officials, is considering flooding them with seawater. Some of Hamas's hostages may be inside those tunnels. As Israel continues its open-ended military campaign in Gaza, U.S. officials tell NBC News they worry if Israel has a clear exit strategy. The offensive is turning much of the Gaza Strip into a wasteland. An Israeli colonel acknowledged the entire city of Beit Hanun in northern Gaza has been made uninhabitable.
Are Palestinians going to be able to go back to areas that you were clearing?
Well, right now they won't, but if there will be a rehabilitation effort from the international community after deneutralizing the Gaza Strip, then I think it will be possible. Right now, it's not livable.
That means there will be no homes to return to for many of the Palestinians who have fled the north and are now packed into southern Gaza. Moving south has been traumatic for 7 orphans and disabled children who left a care home in Gaza City. We met Ayas at the start of the war. He's blind and paralyzed. Now he and some of the others are in Han Yunis. His carer is running out of medicine for him. They've already moved 4 times and may have to relocate again as Israel's campaign against Hamas continues to expand.
Right next to the post office is the kibbutz's dining room, and today is the first day of Hanukkah, and they've set up the tables with placemats for the people who can't be here, those who are killed or kidnapped, including members of the Bibas family. He's the youngest hostage held by Hamas. Instead of a family meal, they have a table of remembrance.
Just heartbreaking. Richard Engel, thank you very much.
Time to get a check on your morning News Now weather.
That means Angie Lastman is here, and she's tracking the next round of storms headed for the northwest. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. And that storm that we're going to watch impact the northwest today, that's eventually going to impact most of the country here as we go through the next couple of days. So let's see what's going on right now on the radar. You'll notice still rain coming in from northern California up into portions of Washington. They've been dealing with the on and off rain. The good news with today's system that we're going to see work through, it's not quite as strong. So we don't have those really impressive amounts of rain that we've been seeing in the past couple of days, but it's still additional rain that, of course, they don't need. Those grounds are very saturated. The rivers are swollen, so an additional ½ an inch, quarter of an inch, not great for folks in that area. We could see upwards of maybe an inch in some of these spots. So we'll still watch for flooding, although the flooding alerts have come down in a lot of spots, but the potential is there. If you live in this area, again, Northern California up into Washington, we'll have to watch for that here through the next couple of days. Now, that system is eventually eventually going to move east. It's going to kind of get its act together, or re-get its act together, I should say, as it gets east of the Rockies for tomorrow. And then as we get into Saturday, we see this line of thunderstorms kind of develop along the cold front. It goes from basically the Midwest, Michigan, all the way down to Texas, and it will bring the chance for some strong storms, a severe threat, also some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and the potential for some kind of wintry conditions in some spots. Now, one thing to note, as we get into Saturday night, there could be a chance for some of those severe storms ramping up in parts of the deep south. That means tornadoes, hail, strong wind gusts, all on the table for folks for the afternoon hours and into the evening hours of Saturday. Now, Sunday, we see it move a little farther to the east. This brings the rain and that kind of wintry mix to the eastern third of the country. That includes basically the northeast down to the south. Florida all the way up into Maine, we'll see rain. We'll see some gusty conditions too. And we'll also, with that heavy rain, have the potential for some flooding. This isn't a great day to travel. I think airport delays will be possible up and down the East Coast. With those winds over 50 miles per hour, that'll be a concern too. And not to mention, we could see some heavy snow developing behind that system as it starts to exit. It will still be lingering for folks in the Northeast and New England as we get back to work on Monday. Rainfall totals anywhere from about 1 inch to 2 inches is the higher amounts. You can see places like New York, Washington, D.C., Huntsville, Knoxville, all included in those amounts. And then the interior areas of New England, that's where we could see some good amount of snow. It depends on how fast that system exits, but places like upstate New York could have some wintry weather to contend with as they are out on the roads on Monday.
Yeah, they're used to it up there.
Yeah, they are. You're right. And it's December.
Exactly.
What can you expect? Angie, thank you so much. No problem. Well, we've got much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including new sexual assault allegations against hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs, how he is responding this morning.
Plus, a high-profile legal challenge to abortion restrictions in Texas goes in front of a judge today. What the verdict could mean for a person's right to choose there. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out-college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with international headlines. The U.S., South Korea, and Japan are set to meet to discuss security concerns over North Korea.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. South Korea confirmed that this week it will host a three-way meeting with Japan and the United States to discuss especially the growing military threat by North Korea to the region. Now, on Saturday, the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is expected to meet his counterparts from South Korea and Japan to discuss what the National Security Council called regional issues of mutual concern, particularly in the security environment. Japan said discussions will include the recent launch by North Korea of a spy satellite. Let's now go to Zambia, where a man was pulled alive out of a mine nearly a week after a landslide caused by heavy rain trapped dozens of miners. 2 bodies were also retrieved from under the debris. Government officials said that more than 30 miners could still be trapped underground. A 49-year-old survivor said he spent 5 days trying to find his way out of the collapsed tunnels and is now recovering in hospital. And let's end this tour in the world of arts. Take a look at this painting. Only 2 years ago, it was valued at $15,000. Well, on Wednesday, it sold at an auction for almost $14 million. Its value skyrocketed after Sotheby's auction house attributed it to none other than Rembrandt. Art experts spent about 18 months analyzing the painting and concluded it is definitely the work of the Dutch master. It depicts the encounter of the 3 wise men and Jesus, although it looks like the wisest man of all was the collector who bought it for peanuts and sold it for millions.
No
he also
kidding.
might have said, "Oh, Jesus," when he realized how much the painting was worth.
He might have, Claudio. We're not sure.
That is quite the
That
investment.
is incredible.
And
I love
fascinating
those like
that they spent
lost masterpiece
spending
stories.
18 months to be like, yeah, it's Rembrandt.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. What a find. Claudio, thank you so much. Well, Texas's strict abortion rules are set to face a major challenge today when a judge hears the case of a 31-year-old mother seeking an emergency abortion.
The lawsuit was filed against the Texas Attorney General's office. It says Kate Cox's baby has a deadly fetal condition, which means it has little to no chance of survival. Lawyers say the pregnancy also jeopardizes the mother's health.
NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us on this now. Hi, Marissa. Good morning. So we know Texas has some of the toughest abortion rules in the country. So walk us through Cox's story and why her case has actually been brought to the court.
Hey, Savannah, Joe, good morning. Yeah, I mean, this is nothing short of historic. This is one of the first attempts to seek a court-ordered abortion since Dobbs, the overturn of Roe versus Wade. So the woman at the center of this all, Kate Cox, she's 20 weeks pregnant. She's carrying a baby who has trisomy 18, and roughly 90 to 95% of babies do not survive their first year with trisomy 18. And so Cox has said that her doctors in Texas have told her that she is required to carry out this pregnancy under Texas law as it stands right now. And so on Tuesday, she filed a lawsuit with the Center for Reproductive Rights asking for there to be an exception to this. Part of this is, Kate Cox says she does want a 3rd child. She currently has 2 children already. And they're arguing that not only is her life threatened, but the future fertility for her and her family is threatened if she does indeed carry this out. So Savannah and Joe, what they're asking for is for a temporary stop to the abortion bans in Texas to be made so that her OBGYN can perform an abortion for her.
Does Cox's legal team believe they have a chance here?
Yeah, and that's the great question here, because their argument is that this is an urgent medical need. We talked about trisomy 18, how it not only puts the baby's life at risk, but, the mother's life at risk. So they're arguing that they have a sound case that this does constitute as an urgent medical need. And so in interviews with NBC News, the Center for Reproductive Rights has continuously said that they remain hopeful, guys.
And Marissa, what happens if the court rules against Cox? Does she have any other options?
Yeah, so in that same interview with NBC News, a senior staff member with this legal rights group had said that in similar cases, women have gone to other states to seek abortion care, and that would potentially be the route that Kate Cox takes if this does go that route. But they said that they're arguing that she should be able to get the care she needs in her own local area.
And this is an insane situation for any person in need of urgent health care to be in. I can tell you that she says tears occur every single day. She is trying to be hopeful. She is optimistic, but she's very scared. And who wouldn't be? So if Kate can't get the abortion in Texas that she is seeking, I don't know what will happen to her.
So, Joe, Savannah, a lot of eyes will be on this. This case will be heard in less than 2 hours.
All right, Marissa, keep us posted on this. Thank you so much. Well, hip-hop music mogul Sean Combs is facing new allegations of sexual assault this morning.
A fourth woman has now filed a lawsuit claiming Combs, who's also known as Diddy, raped her when she was just 17. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us with more on this. Liz, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Yeah, a shocking allegation here. The woman says this happened to her when she was still in high school. She claims Combs and 2 other men gang raped her at a music studio here in New York. It's something Combs is now adamantly denying.
This morning, music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, facing a 4th accusation of sexual assault. In a federal lawsuit filed Wednesday against the 3-time Grammy winner, an unnamed woman alleges Combs and 2 other men, including a former longtime president of Combs' record label, gang raped her in a New York recording studio 20 years ago when she was just 17 and a junior in high school. The woman says it all began when she met 2 associates of Combs at a Detroit lounge. According to the lawsuit, which includes these photos allegedly taken that night, they convinced her to get on a private plane with them to New York, where they then plied her with drugs and alcohol. It's there, she says, the 3 men took turns raping her in the studio's bathroom. When they were done, the lawsuit says they drove her to the airport and put her back on a plane to Michigan. Combs denies the allegations, posting on Instagram Wednesday, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear," he continued. "I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." This woman, now the 4th person in recent weeks to raise accusations against Combs, some including rape and trafficking. Last month, his former longtime partner, singer Cassie, whose real name is Cassandra Ventura, filed a graphic lawsuit claiming Combs raped and physically abused her over the course of a decade. That complaint accuses Combs of uncontrollable rage and alleges that he often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on her. Cassie and Combs reached a settlement in that lawsuit without disclosing terms of the agreement. 2 other women have also alleged in recent lawsuits that Combs sexually assaulted them, allegations Combs also denies.
And the lawsuit says the first 3 women to come forward with allegations against Combs gave this 4th woman the confidence to share her story. She says as a result of being raped, she suffered significant emotional distress that, guys, has plagued her life for 20 years.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank
For
you.
more on this, we're joined now by NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Senadella. So, Angela, there have been 3 other lawsuits accusing Sean Combs of sexual assault filed in less than a month. One of those claims brought by Combs' ex, Cassie, has already settled. Can that case or any others have any bearing at all on this new claim?
Not directly, but this new claim is represented by the same lawyer that settled Cassie's lawsuit. And in general, when you see a settlement that is brought by a figure who is well-resourced and has a lot of publicity, then often a lot of settlements will follow because there is a sign there that the person who is involved is willing to settle and not willing to go through trial. Because look, in these extremely sensitive situations, often what deters someone from going and filing this lawsuit is not wanting to have to go to trial, not wanting to have to repeat whatever trauma alleged that happened on the stand. But if you know that the person is willing to settle, that tends to change the game. So it is likely because of the settlement with Cassie that we are seeing a number of allegations follow.
Angela, given that we've seen that settlement happen, given that we now have as many accusers as we do coming forward, but then also that we did get this statement now on Instagram from Sean Combs, what are you looking for to happen next? How do you see this playing out?
Well, it sounds like these allegations are horrific and also don't really involve just him. So if he were to take this to trial and not settle immediately as he did with Cassie, then it would involve a lot of other people. Also in this case, it's not just allegations against people, but also against his company, because as we saw in the allegations, Pierre, the individual who first met the Jane Doe who is filing this lawsuit, was at that point, the president of Bad Boy Entertainment. So with a trial, as you know, because you are now experts in these trials and lawsuits, there's so much discovery that happens, and all of that information can become public. So I think it's extremely unlikely that we will see a trial at this point, but who knows with regards to the amounts of settlement.
All right, Angela Sindadella, thank you so much. Appreciate your time this morning. Coming up, a behind-the-scenes look at how one major mover is working to make sure your holiday deliveries arrive in one piece.
We'll run through the paces at FedEx's futuristic package lab. That's after this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. What if you do have points or you have miles? Is now a good time to use them?
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It's the threat get took for all this damage to
We're back with new details on a legal dispute that could further shake up the set of the popular series Yellowstone. A company owned by the show's creator, Taylor Sheridan, is now suing one of his own cast members over, get this, coffee. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas breaks down the brewing legal battle.
Hey there, this lawsuit was filed by Taylor Sheridan's ranch, and it comes amid a rocky last year for his runaway hit series, with star Kevin Costner exiting the show and suggesting that he will go to court over how that departure played out.
Do what's best for the ranch.
A legal battle percolating between the creator of the hit show Yellowstone and one of its own actors.
Everybody ready?
The lawsuit was filed in a Texas federal court by Bosque Ranch, which is owned by Yellowstone showrunner Taylor Sheridan and serves as a filming location for the series. According to a Wall Street Journal report citing executives and crew members, Yellowstone's network Paramount pays Sheridan up to $50,000 a week to film on his properties. Bosque Ranch debuted a coffee line in June and is accusing a coffee company launched 4 months later by Cole Hauser, who plays ranch hand Rip Wheeler on Yellowstone, of trademark infringement and false advertising.
You leave now or you never leave.
The grounds for the lawsuit? Bosque Ranch alleges that the interlocking letter design of Hauser's Free Reign logo is confusingly similar to the ranch's, causing irreparable damage to its brand. Taylor Sheridan and Bosque Ranch did not respond to NBC News' request for comment. Free Reign declined to comment to NBC News on the lawsuit. But Hauser talked about his new brand of coffee on Today when it launched in October.
What's the story behind Free Reign?
I'll tell you, it's about taking risk. It's about enjoying your time and a little bit of coffee.
Brand isn't something you earn, it's something you live up to.
It could mean even more drama behind the scenes of the wildly popular hit show. Set to start filming its final episodes in the spring after a hiatus during the Hollywood strikes, scheduled to air in November 2024. But there's been no shortage of rumblings surrounding the series' end, including whether its star Kevin Costner will appear as John Dutton in the final episodes at all. After Costner testified during a September child support hearing that Paramount, quote, offered him less money than previous seasons and that there were issues with the creatives behind the show. Now it's unclear how the latest legal twist will affect Yellowstone's final days of filming.
Costner said during the hearing that he was owed $12 million from the show and that they'd probably go to court over it, meaning another Yellowstone star could soon be embroiled in a legal dispute. Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much.
Well, Christmas is just around the corner. Time is maybe running out to get those gifts on your list set out. It's the time of year when shipping companies work overtime to get those packages to you quickly. Also, though, importantly, in one piece.
One person who always delivers for us is NBC News Business and Data correspondent Brian Shaw.
Thank you very much.
I can't take credit.
I see what you did.
I can't take credit. Our producers wrote that one. It's an exclusive look at how FedEx makes sure all the packages survive.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So again, when we're talking about what's happening here with FedEx, obviously they are handling millions of packages. So I wanted to go to their lab, which is out in Memphis, Tennessee, to take a look at, well, how exactly do they test those packages to make sure they hold up to the test? Take a listen. About 82 million packages per day will zigzag across the country this holiday season, with the major shipping companies finding new and faster ways to get items to your door, including AI and autonomous vehicles to help move packages. And at FedEx's 33,000 square foot packaging lab right outside of Memphis, Tennessee, experts work with companies like Walmart and Wayfair to figure out the best ways to keep things undamaged in transit. Shaking, rattling, and rolling them. I'm trying to think of what to gift my mom for the holidays and decided to test out some options that might get to her intact with the help of FedEx packaging lab managers Evan Edwards and Tyler Kenny. So we have a set of wine glasses here. We have a poster of her favorite artist, Harry Styles, some Central Barbecue. First, the wine glasses. We surrounded each fragile item with cardboard inserts before adding packing paper. There's steps to making sure that these are all going to arrive in one piece.
Yeah, and it all depends on the fragility of the product.
For our poster, trying to make sure our oddly shaped item doesn't crinkle or bend. We go with the tube in another tube.
So what we're really trying to do is just make sure this thing isn't moving around too much. So that'll give us just an extra layer of safety and security.
And for perishable items, our ribs packed in a cooler with ice. With everything wrapped up, it's time to put the packages to the test. First, the drop test. 3, 2, 1.
This package may be coming down a slide, coming down a belt with a heavier package behind it that may bump into it. I didn't hear any broken glass.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Then we applied some pressure.
So today we're going to try to compress this package to 283 pounds.
Literally bearing the load of other packages on top.
250 pounds?
Again, simulating that much weight on top of it.
Absolutely.
And then tested for the bumps and bruises of a little turbulence.
So it can be anything from hitting potholes, hitting the brakes hard. It could be turbulence in the back of your aircraft when the package is being shipped.
Finally, for the ribs, FedEx puts packages in a chamber that can simulate a really hot or really cold day to test if the items can keep in transit, even if this box is in 100-degree weather.
That's right, and we've got the climate chamber set up to a typical hot Memphis summer day.
Now, Time to assess the damage. First, our ribs stayed chill.
Yeah, no, this is cold to the touch. She's gonna be absolutely devastated if this isn't in one piece. Well,
The poster held up.
in one piece? That's right.
And finally, the fragile wine glasses.
Pristine. Looks
Cheers.
very good. I think your mother would be happy.
I think so too.
When tests aren't successful like ours were, FedEx will rethink or redesign its packaging and help businesses do the same.
And guys, a few more FedEx tips to help you ship. Include an address on a separate piece of paper inside your package in case something happens with the label. And shop and ship early. FedEx actually helped me package and send, some other things as well. So, a lot going on there. But, it's really cool to see the apparatuses and the tests that they have on site.
So, wow. Is it true? I would have never thought about putting an address inside. I would have never thought about shipping things.
The label comes off. That way, they can go inside and then see actually exactly who it's
There you go. Smart. Brian Chung, our NBC News business correspondent. Congratulations on the new title. Thanks so much. Coming up, for a lot of us, life can seem pretty tough at times. You might even feel like your struggles are so out of this world that nothing in the universe could help you tackle them.
Thankfully, our good friend Mike Massimino, astronaut extraordinaire and noted expert on all things space, has a new book called Moonshot. He's taking the lessons he's learned up there to help bring you back down to Earth in a good way. That's next on Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail delivery system.
All right, it just did too.
I'm here to save us.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Do you ever feel like life's obstacles? For example, the teleprompter doesn't work when you're reading a CNBC business headline. Do they get in the way of your dreams? Or maybe you just have a goal that seems impossible to achieve? Well, we have some wisdom for you that's literally out of this world.
One former NASA astronaut is now taking the life lessons he learned while on his journey to space and sharing them with people for their everyday struggles. He details the wisdom he's gained from space exploration in a way for people to take action in overcoming obstacles that might even seem impossible, but right down here on Earth. Joining us now in studio is our friend, former NASA astronaut and New York Times bestselling author, Mike Massimino. It's so great to see you. And this is his new book. You're looking at it right here. It's titled Moonshot, a NASA astronaut's guide to achieving the impossible. From a Long Island kid with bad eyesight and a fear of heights of spacewalking. Those are two of the things that are kind of part of this thread here.
Yeah.
You make it to NASA, such a difficult process, which you also sort of outline how exactly it is to try to become an astronaut. Tell us just first about challenges that you've faced along the way, because I think we look at you and we're like, you're an astronaut.
Yeah,
it's hard for us to imagine.
And that's what I would do as well, is look at, who are my idols with Neil Armstrong and these astronauts, when I was growing up, and you don't realize that people in your position as well, and successful people in general, they've had struggles to get there. successful people are not those that never failed. They're those who never let failure stop them. And so when you're trying to do something, especially a dream or something that's a little bit different or extraordinary, don't expect it to be easy. And the important thing, I think, is just to keep going. I was rejected 3 times from NASA, including a medical disqualification for my eyesight. I had to train my eyes to see better. That had never been overcome before, I don't think. Previously, there was people had been disqualified before for that, but I was able to figure a way to get around that and apply again and get picked on my 4th try. So 1 out of a million is not 0. You know, if the odds are against you, just keep trying. And the only way that it goes to 0 is if you give up.
I love that. That's the name of one of your chapters.
Yep,
1 in a million is not
that's
0.
correct.
Why is it so important for you to share these lessons with other people?
Joe, there was a lot of perseverance to get to the astronaut office. And then when I got there, I was a civilian, and this was a whole new world for me. I started hearing these tips of advice, and I wanted to do well, right? So I listened to the veterans, to people, my colleagues, people I work with, the instructors, the flight directors, everybody, and realized that there was a lot of wisdom on how to be successful as an astronaut. Things like letting your mistakes pass, the teamwork issue. So it was like teamwork, perseverance, leadership, all these lessons that I learned over the years were really helpful to me in space. And then I realized over the last 10 years since leaving NASA, they're also helpful in my personal life and my life here on Earth. And I do a fair amount of speaking to different organizations. And what I found was it was those lessons that they were most interested in. So it was so extraordinary for me to learn these things and to apply them into my space flights. And I realized they're also applicable to whether you're working in a cubicle or working here in the studio or working a job somewhere or at home or dealing with family members and friends. The same rules and guidelines apply. So I wanted to share those.
Yeah, and what's really cool, as you just described, is like there's a chapter where you're talking about something that kind of goes down where you didn't want to ask for help as you're on one of your first spacewalks, I think the first. And you pull out of that a lesson like go slow and resist the temptation to act too quickly, something that we can think about any time with anything down here on Earth at home.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the things I had to learn was how to deal with my mistakes. You know, you know, making mistakes, I was good at making mistakes. That I didn't have to learn how to do, but how to deal with them was the issue, right? And we all don't want to make mistakes, but we do. Things happen. Sometimes they're out of our control. Sometimes it's something we've messed up. But how do you react to that? That's the key. So there's 2 chapters in here dealing with mistakes. One is the 30-second rule. Beat yourself up for 30 seconds, and then that's it. You know, have an internal rant, and then move on because your team needs you. You can't dwell on it I would ruminate on things for days when something went wrong or I made a mistake. But you can't do that in space. But you don't have any time to waste here.
You say it's to be 30 seconds of regret.
Regret,
say,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
Regret.
Yeah, what did I say?
No,
30 seconds. Give yourself 30 seconds of regret. Yeah, 30 seconds of remorse is what my friend C.J. Sturkile called it. He's the guy that invented it, I think. And 30 seconds of regret is hard. So you can be regretful. It's okay to be upset about something that went wrong, but cap it at 30 seconds and move on. And then another thing you were talking about, Savannah, is no matter how bad things seem to appear, you know, oh man, this is the worst. Remember, you can make it worse.
Yeah.
It could always get worse. And so when something happens, it's usually only strike one. Slow down, get help. That's what I did on my spacewalks. And I find that I use these rules every day because I make mistakes all the time.
We have a minute left here, but I think we have a full screen that has some of the lessons that you teach in this lesson. What's your advice to people to just try to apply this in everyday life? Because it's not always easy to actually apply it.
No, it's not. The way I did it is good to have these little things in your head that when something happens, you can revert to that. Okay, I made this mistake. I'm gonna have my 30-second rant on the side of my head, and then I'm gonna move on. So I think each chapter is kind of independent. You can read one they don't stack. This kind of like each lesson is in each chapter. At the end, there's kind of a summary. So that I think is what you want to try to keep in mind. Moving forward. That's the way I did it. I would apply these things. And one to keep in mind is to try to, for the holidays, I think, is to always have a good thought about people. You know, if you find teamwork, the most important thing is to care for and admire everyone on your team. You find someone you don't like, don't think of it, you don't like them, think of it, you don't know them well enough, and always have that good thought in your head about everyone in your life. So when you might have a conflict, like maybe in the holidays, right? Go to that bank of good thoughts and remember why that person means so much to you.
I absolutely love, just quickly, the last one that's on there, too, when you're just talking about being amazed.
Yes, we live on an amazing planet. You can, from space, Earth looks like a paradise. I always felt like I was looking into heaven. But that's admiring from afar. When you get down into it and you're moving around, you can see the real beauty of the planet. I just got out of the car today and saw that Christmas tree.
Yeah.
What? It's amazing. So be amazed by all
you're
the
the
wonders
best.
we have around us,
I love
particularly
that.
at Christmas.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in. Congrats on this book.
Thank you
Really,
for
it's a
having me.
fabulous read. I highly recommend it. Thank you.
Coming
Thanks
up,
for
we're
having
flipping the script this morning with the tremendously talented creator of Fellow Travelers, the new Showtime limited series bringing the untold stories of McCarthyism to life. That creator is going to join us next with more, not just on the Red Scare, but the Lavender Scare. Stick around.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get ahead.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that snake flying through the night.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get tough for all this damage to it.
We're back with a delicious Philadelphia-style surprise for some hungry New Yorkers. Look, you recognize that face. That is actor Bradley Cooper. He's serving up Philly cheesesteaks yesterday from the Angelo's Pizzeria food truck in New York's Greenwich Village. Angelo's is a Philly-based restaurant known for its sandwiches, snacks, and breakfast options. Well, Cooper is reportedly partnering with Angelo's owners to open Danny and Coop's Cheesesteaks. The pop-up event is scheduled to take place again today. I don't know. You going to run down there to get a cheesesteak from Bradley Cooper,
That's
Joe?
not. I feel like the line might be long now.
Now that we've announced to the world.
Exactly.
Good luck.
All right. Very cool. Good luck to anyone who's getting it. I'm sure it'll be great. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on air, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter Fellow Travelers. It's a Showtime series starring Matt Bomer and Jonathan Bailey that focuses on two men who fall in love during the 1950s. It's an understatement to say that was a tough time to be queer. It was the height of the Lavender Scare, when gay men and lesbians were investigated, interrogated, and removed from the federal government. The series is based on a 2007 novel by Thomas Mallon, also called Fellow Travelers. This morning we are joined by the showrunner and executive producer of the limited series, Ron Nicewander. Ron, so good to have you with us. I have been watching it every single week. I'm caught up. It is an extraordinary show, amazing acting, amazing writing. What was it about this book that made you say, I need to adapt this for the small screen?
Well, and it was 11 years ago when I read it. It took a long time. It's the love story at the center of it. It's the best kind of love story, which people that are really not suited to each other, they're opposite, and they're powerfully drawn to each other. And to put that at a time of our history that I didn't even know anything about, the Lavender Scare, and McCarthy and Cohen purge of homosexuals from the government. It was sort of too, I couldn't resist it.
A lot of times we hear about McCarthyism, we think of the Red Scare, not the Lavender Scare. Why? What do you want people to know about that time? Because we just don't learn about it really in school.
Well, it certainly wasn't microaggressions. You know, it was actually government sanctioned. There was an executive order signed by President Eisenhower that banned all sexual deviants from working for the federal government. You would be banned for life. An investigation into you could be started by a colleague anonymously, maybe someone who didn't like you. And people were polygraphed. The FBI went into people's homes and they questioned their neighbors. They sent letters to their families and said, your son or daughter is being invested as a sexual deviant. At one point, they were estimating that one employee a week was committing suicide. You know, because your life was ruined, basically. And it's important to remember, you know, that government can be used to truly harm its citizens, you know, if we're not paying attention.
You mentioned the love story aspect of this. I saw an interview with you where you said, I love love stories about people who are not meant to be together. That's kind of what this is, right?
I've done a lot of research personally, by the way, in that arena. But yes, I just think that actually, I wanted a love story that constantly has dramatic tension. And I also think these two guys, played by Matt Bomer and Jonathan Bailey, they embody different ways of going through the world. And so what happens, you know, Matt is he's methodical and he is very clear about what he wants. Jonathan's like an open wound. He just wants to be loved. We're not sure that Hawk, the character that Matt plays, is even capable of love. He's not sure.
He's kind of an unlikable character at times.
You know, I love him.
Yeah.
I love Hawkins Fuller, actually, because he's in control of his life. You know, but in times, when times are tough, the rules change. You know, and Hawk's mission is to survive. And he might have to get you out of his way. And Jonathan is sort of this open heart that goes to the world. And I think watching them, they're drawn to each other for a reason.
It is a compelling love story, and it takes place over generations. We should let people know, too, all the way up to the 80s, the AIDS crisis.
Right, exactly. The 60s and the 70s. We watched these two men intersect for decades.
You mentioned it's Matt and Jonathan, who are two openly gay men.
That's correct.
In their real life. How important was it to cast openly gay people in these roles?
And Jelani Aladdin and Noah Ricketts also play gay men, and Allison Williams is in the show as well. She's not gay. It was a priority, but not a rule, you know, so that we really wanted to have all of our LGBTQ characters, if we found the right people, played by LGBTQ actors, and we found great actors for the roles, perfectly suited to the roles, who are LGBTQ.
We only have 30 seconds here, but a lot of folks may not realize you wrote Philadelphia.
I did.
30 years ago.
I was very young, Joe.
I
was a child.
Exactly. That has changed. What have you seen change when it comes to that? I mean...
Well, we were the first big Hollywood movie to have a homosexual main character who wasn't, you know, a secret killer. And I think, we were pioneering, and there are things we didn't know. Obviously, we don't quite have that. That's not quite the situation now. So there are more of us. on the screen.
All right, fellow travelers, do we have, what, 2 more episodes left to go to be released still?
7 and 8.
Something,
yep.
all
2
right,
more.
very good. They're coming out on Fridays, streaming on Showtime, and then you can watch on television over the weekend,
That's
too,
correct.
right? All right, I think I got that right.
I'm
Ron,
proud
this
of us.
way, and Honor, thank you so much for joining us,
My
fellow
pleasure, John.
travelers. It is a pleasure having you on.
Thanks.
That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, everyone. Good Thursday. We're so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is December 7th, 2023. Tragedy in Las Vegas. Students at the University of Nevada mourning today after a shooter went on a rampage Wednesday, killing at least 3 people. More on the 63-year-old suspect and how students are trying to move forward.
Complete collapse, a dire warning from the UN chief on the situation in Gaza, aid and hospitals all on the verge of a breakdown, while Israel and Hamas trade blame on rocket fire that killed civilians, the future of those remaining hostages, and even the security across the Middle East.
Brewing battle. The creator of the hit show Yellowstone is suing one of the show's stars, accusing him of trademark infringement. The product at issue and how it could affect the show.
Drama addiction. Yes, it's real. It can have some pretty serious impacts on your family, your friends, and even your coworkers. We'll talk with an expert about what causes it and how to rein it in for today's mental health check.
Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start in Las Vegas, where at least 3 people are dead after a shooting at the University of Nevada. Authorities have identified the shooter as 67-year-old Anthony Polito. They say he had applied for a job at the university but wasn't hired. He allegedly opened fire on the 4th floor of the school's business building yesterday morning. This, according to police. There was 1 other person injured.
The university police chief said the suspect was killed in a shootout with 2 of his officers. And he also said there were groups of students gathered just outside the building, socializing, eating as that shooting unfolded. Well, now those students are shaken as they really try to process this senseless tragedy.
I always hear about mass shootings, and especially in schools and stuff, but like it doesn't feel real until it actually happens.
I honestly didn't think I was going to make it out of there alive.
School shootings have been happening since I was born. I was born in the year 2000. It's 2023, and I'm tired of it.
Tired of it. NBC News national correspondent Jay Gray is live in Las Vegas with the latest. Jay, I mean, you've covered, just as a correspondent, so many of these different types of mass shootings, and you hear those students describe how tired they are, the fatigue they feel at their young ages, and also the surprise that it's happening to them at this time. What do we know about this suspect in particular?
Yeah, and Morgan, when you talk about those students, they've joined a somber club, a club no one wants to be a part of, and one that they will be members of for the rest of their lives. A lot of them still shaken, obviously, stunned by what's happened here. But I want you to take a look down the walkway. We're on the campus here at UNLV, and as you see the white building there, that's the business school. That's where the shooting started. And you can see the courtyard. It was filled with students yesterday. There was an event going on, and you can see there's sheriff's deputies, police, continuing their investigation here. This is an active investigation. While they're searching for evidence here, we know that police carried out a search warrant last night in Henderson, a suburb of Las Vegas, at an apartment. We haven't been told of any evidence that's been recovered, either here or at that apartment. And we don't know of a motive at this point. We do know a little more about the shooter, as you talked about, a 67-year-old Anthony Polito. He is someone who has been a career professor and academic. We know that he spent time in the Carolinas as well as Georgia, that he did apply for a job here, but that was apparently years ago. And officers trying to understand what led to the shooting, how it all unfolded, and why yesterday was the day when he had applied for a job here so long ago.
Jay, there's so many layers here. You hear school shooting, you hear mass shooting, and now this potential act of workplace violence because they're saying that maybe he had applied for a job there, wasn't hired. What more can you tell us about the people who were killed and whether they potentially were targets or were they random victims?
Yeah, and that's kind of an interesting part of all of this. I've talked to a couple of investigators today, not specifically involved in this case, but longtime law enforcement investigators who will tell you that because this shooting happened on the 4th floor of the business building, it's likely that this was a targeted attack. He did not just fire at random at the crowd that was gathered in the courtyard here, that he started shooting there in the business center, and that's where police ultimately found him and stopped the threat.
NBC News national correspondent Jay Gray live in Nevada for us. Jay, thank you.
Meanwhile, abortion is taking center stage in a Texas courtroom today. Just an hour ago, a judge sided with a woman who filed a lawsuit to get an emergency abortion, even though most abortions are illegal in the state. Now, this all comes after doctors told 31-year-old Kate Cox that she's carrying a fetus with a fatal diagnosis. It's an unprecedented win in a state with very strict abortion laws. According to the Center for Reproductive Rights, Texas is one of 14 states where the procedure is illegal. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now. Marissa, so many people have been following this case because of what it means. Tell us what happened in court today.
Hey, Morgan. I mean, this is nothing short of historic. This was one of the first attempts to seek a court-ordered abortion since the overturn of Roe versus Wade. The hearing wrapped just over an hour ago, and I wanted to take you to some of the words from that district court judge in Texas. She said, quote, "The idea that Ms. Cox wants so desperately to be a parent and this law may have her lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice." Now, for some background here on the woman at the center of all of this, Kate Cox, 20 weeks pregnant. She's had 2 C-sections from 2 previous children. She's carrying a baby who has trisomy 18. This is a condition where 90 to 95% of babies do not survive their first year with this. Just this week, she went to the ER for the 4th time since her pregnancy began. And so, her lawyers argued that physicians were saying that Kate Cox was not only at risk with her own life, but her future fertility was at risk if she carried out this pregnancy, which doctors said that she needed to do according to Texas law. And that is why her legal team filed that emergency appeal. And because this is an emergency medical case, Morgan, that is why, even though that was filed on Tuesday, we already have a decision by noon just 2 days later, Morgan.
A decision by noon 2 days later, but then what happened in the days to come? Where does this go, Marissa?
Yeah, and that's the top of everyone's minds here. A couple of things to keep in mind. This is a specific suit. The judge's court order only applies to Kate Cox, not to other women. We do expect the state to appeal this, however, and we could see other lawsuits filed in a similar fashion as a result of this. Now, we've reached out to Kate Cox's legal team as well as the state of Texas to get a sense of that timeline, but because of the nature of the emergency of this, Morgan, we do expect all next steps to move rather quickly.
All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra there joining us live. Marissa, thank you.
Israel says its troops are engaging in intense fighting in the city of Khan Yunis, that's widely seen as the most important remaining Hamas military stronghold. Troops are trying to locate and free hostages there, which is really being complicated by the city's dense urban environment. And meanwhile, the head of the United Nations is issuing a grim warning for Gaza, saying humanitarian and healthcare systems are at risk of collapsing and that public order could, quote, completely break down soon. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. Raf, it is good to see you. So the UN is saying aid operations in Gaza are being, quote, strangled by Israel's heavy military operations. The head of the UN is warning the situation is becoming so bad it could create a catastrophe with irreversible implications. You were telling us yesterday the number of aid trucks has gone down dramatically and they're having a hard time getting in. What's the latest on the ground there?
Yeah, Vicky, the United Nations is really running out of adjectives here. They've used hellish, they've used apocalyptic, they've used catastrophic. None of them, they say, really captures the desperate humanitarian situation in southern Gaza right now. Remember, most of the population of the Gaza Strip is now concentrated in the south. People fled there because Israel's military told them to leave the north. And now there is this very, very intense fighting going on. And the United Nations says it is simply unable to reach the people who are in need. They say there is not enough aid coming into Gaza through Egypt, but they say there's also not enough fuel inside Gaza to deliver that aid. And so these Palestinian civilians are facing just devastating choices. I spoke to a man named Mohammed yesterday. He's got 30 people staying in a 3-bedroom apartment and they are trying to decide, do they head further south from Han Yunis, try to get to safety? Do they stay in their home, risk being encircled by the Israeli military? He's saying at this point it feels safer to stay because they simply do not know whether they will have shelter, whether they will have food, whether they'll have water if they go south to Rafah. And that is something we're hearing over and over again. People are lacking the absolute basics, and they are unable to make these literally life and death decisions to try to keep their children safe.
Yeah, these impossible choices. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. Thank you, Raf.
Switching gears now, it's time for our CNBC Money Minute. Electric vehicle sales in the U.S. are seeing a slowdown. In fact, sales dropped 35% last month, and that was compared to just the year before. And that's a pretty big turnaround from the 90% year-over-year growth we saw just last summer.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, the EV industry saw record sales in the U.S. this year. What's causing this pullback, buyers?
Vicki Morgan, good morning. The director of industry analytics at CarGurus said falling gas prices are also driving down EV demand. With gas prices now around $3 per gallon, many mainstream buyers, they just don't want to pay more for an EV than it would cost for a gas car. Consumers are also still concerned about the location cost and convenience of EV charging stations. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is reportedly considering selling insider shares of his company SpaceX. According to a Bloomberg report, the company is approaching investors with a tender offer of around $95 a share, and that values the company at an estimated $170 billion. Finally, McDonald's is teaming up with Google to use generative AI starting next year. Thousands of locations will get hardware and software upgrades to their in-store kiosks and apps. The fast food giant will also be able to use generative AI on massive amounts of data to streamline operations. You can also expect more AI-driven automation in the drive-through lane. It's everywhere, guys.
It's everywhere. The drones, the automation, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A. We are in a whole new world. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, thank you.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs facing more sexual assault allegations. How the artist is responding to a federal lawsuit. Next. You are watching NBC News Daily.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is facing new allegations of sexual assault. A fourth woman is now suing him for allegedly gang raping her with two other men when she was just 17 years old. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more on those accusations, which Combs strongly denies.
Music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, facing a fourth accusation of sexual assault. In a federal lawsuit filed Wednesday against the three-time Grammy winner, an unnamed woman alleges Combs and two other men, including a former longtime president of Combs' record label, gang raped her in a New York recording studio 20 years ago when she was just 17 and a junior in high school. The woman says it all began when she met two associates of Combs at a Detroit lounge. According to the lawsuit, which includes these photos allegedly taken that night, they convinced her to get on a private plane with them to New York, where they then plied her with drugs and alcohol. It's there, she says, the three men took turns raping her in the studio's bathroom. When they were done, the lawsuit says they drove her to the airport and put her back on a plane to Michigan. Combs denies the allegations, posting on Instagram Wednesday, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear," he continued. "I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." This woman, now the fourth person in recent weeks to raise accusations against Combs, some including rape and trafficking. Last month, his former longtime partner, singer Cassie, whose real name is Cassandra Ventura, filed a graphic lawsuit claiming Combs raped and physically abused her over the course of a decade. That complaint accuses Combs of uncontrollable rage and alleges that he often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on her. Cassie and Combs reached a settlement in that lawsuit without disclosing terms of the agreement. Two other women have also alleged in recent lawsuits that Combs sexually assaulted them, allegations Combs also denies. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
Former President Donald Trump is back in a New York courtroom today, sitting in for his civil fraud trial. That trial is now winding down after more than 2 months of testimony. Mr. Trump and his company are accused of inflating their financial statements by billions of dollars. Trump denies any wrongdoing. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan for us today. Yasmin, Mr. Trump, he's actually not scheduled to take the stand again until Monday, when he's set to testify in his own defense. No. But we have been seeing him coming to court using these different appearances, almost like campaign stops. What did he say to reporters today?
He did the same thing today, and I think one of the expectations that we had as to why he actually decided to show up today was because there was a Republican debate last night, and he wasn't on that stage by his own choice. But of course, he mentioned his Republican opponents and the president as well when he was addressing reporters twice so far today. He also mentioned, which is something that we normally hear from him, which is this is a witch hunt, this is politically motivated, and so on and so forth, and he should not be held liable, and everything that was done above board. But I think we're kind of really getting to the nitty-gritty as to why it is the former president decided to show up today, and that is he wanted the press focus on the person that was testifying today. This is really what they're seeing as a secret weapon for the defense's witness as they wrap up their case here. Over the next day and a half, today and half of tomorrow, and only half of tomorrow because Friday is only a half day in this court, Eli Bartov is going to be testifying. He's been testifying so far this morning. He's an accounting professor at NYU. He's got a heck of a lot of credentials, Vicki. I got to say, he has lectured in front of Goldman Sachs. He's testified in front of the SEC. He has served as an expert witness many, many times. And in fact, he served as an expert witness for the New York AG in an ExxonMobil case, interestingly enough. So he was allowed to testify. Judge Engoron allowed the testimony to move forward. And certainly, as Lisa Rubin put it, it was a love fest between the two. And I will say this, and this is not a verbatim, but certainly paraphrased from inside the courtroom, him saying this: "My main finding is that there is no evidence whatsoever for any accounting fraud. On the other hand, my analysis shows the statements of financial condition for all the years were not materially misstated." So certainly, I think the former president wanting the press, the country to focus on the testimony of this witness appearing today.
This expert witness, okay. Well, what else can we expect to see? What's the timeline here for when this could all wrap up?
Yeah, so of course we're looking at the former president testifying on Monday. This past Wednesday, his son Eric Trump was supposed to testify, but the defense actually pulled his testimony, saying he would only be repetitive to what we had heard from other witnesses earlier. The former president expects to testify this Monday. We haven't heard anything different from the defense team, so we are looking for and thinking he's going to testify on Monday. Of course, that could all change, as things do with him sometimes, but that's what we're expecting. Then there'll be the rebuttal from the prosecution, which will take a few days, and then they will adjourn until January 11th, in which they will then offer closing arguments, and then it'll take a couple weeks after that for the decision to come out from the judge, Vicki.
MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian, thank you so much, Yasmin.
Well, trying to cut down on sugar, it can be a challenge, especially since some sugar substitutes come with health risks. We'll have more. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now to an NBC News investigation looking into why federal law enforcement task force agents often are not charged in shooting cases.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander spoke with one attorney about how complicated actually prosecuting those officials can be.
Jimmy Hill spends his days fighting for justice for his son, Jimmy Atchison, who was shot and killed by law enforcement.
You just can't take life because you just decide you just want to up and take a life. My son Jimmy's life mattered. He was a living, breathing human being.
In December 2018, 21-year-old Atchison was accused of stealing a purse at gunpoint. The next month, an FBI task force raided his girlfriend's home. Local prosecutors say the FBI did not have a search warrant. Atchison ran to a neighbor's home where police cornered him in a bedroom closet under a pile of clothes. According to FBI documents, Atlanta police officer Sung Kim saw Atchison move his right hand and, thinking he had a gun, shot him. Local prosecutors say Atchison was unarmed and defenseless. Atchison's aunt, Tammy Featherstone.
What about that moment stands out the most to you?
The hurt in my sister's face. The pain of losing her only son. To know that he was unarmed and afraid and was killed in that manner, that's what really hurt me more than anything.
I was already prepared that this is going to be a fight.
That fight is especially hard because Kim, a local Atlanta police officer, was part of that FBI task force, a designation that at the time meant he did not need to wear a body camera. It also brings its own set of protections, especially from local prosecutors seeking information about the case.
If the federal government makes it literally impossible to get that information, local prosecutors' hands are tied.
The case is being handled by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, best known for charging former President Donald Trump and 18 others with election interference in Georgia. But this case could prove more difficult. An NBC News investigation found from 2018 to 2022, 223 people were shot by federal officers, task force officers, or local police in cases tied to DOJ enforcement. In the cases for which NBC News obtained documents, the shootings were justified 98% of the time. Part of the reason may be the prosecutor's inability to even build a case.
We have found in the prosecutions we've done that the federal agencies were very uncooperative. And so I imagine that other prosecutors around the nation may have tried to do the correct thing to bring charges, and they find that there are so many roadblocks, it becomes impossible to do.
During that 5-year period we examined, Atchison's case is one of only 2 that resulted in charges. Willis has charged Kim with murder. But part of her challenge, she says, is the slow pace in getting files and case information from the Justice Department.
And you find that you believe that people are being purposefully uncooperative, and then they give you a document back and it's literally the entire page is redacted.
And that's something that's happened to you.
That is an actual thing that has happened.
The Department of Justice did not specifically respond to Willis's comments, but said because there are circumstances where the use of force may occur, we recently updated our policy to ensure it parallels the best practices of federal, state, and local law enforcement. Earlier this year, Kim's case was moved to federal court, where historically judges have ruled that federal law protects officers from being prosecuted by local authorities. Kim has retired from the Atlanta Police Department and has pleaded not guilty. Both he and his attorney declined our request for comment. The DOJ says it is expanding the use of body cameras, and the FBI tells NBC News we've got to keep doubling down on our partnerships with state, local, and federal law enforcement. It's not enough to coexist. We've got to complement one another and be truly integrated. Kim's trial date has not yet been set. Until then, Jimmy Hill says he will keep going for his son.
And he should still be alive today, and we're going to continue to fight. There's no giving up.
Lane Alexander, NBC News, Atlanta.
Coming up, a promposal gone wrong. The $1 million lawsuit a school now faces after a student wound up in the hospital. You are watching NBC News Daily. And a reminder, you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do that wherever you stream. It's really easy to find on YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and of course, Peacock. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us here at the half hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. A deputy U.S. Marshal was arrested in the UK this week after allegedly sexually assaulting passengers and crew on a Delta flight from New York to London. The unnamed federal agent was one of 2 deputies on board. Both marshals had reportedly been drinking when a woman complained about being inappropriately touched. Authorities say one of the marshals was briefly detained before being sent back to the U.S. The other remains in local police custody. The U.S. Marshals Service says it is aware of the allegations and is cooperating with UK law enforcement.
Well, 750 unionized Washington Post journalists are walking off the job today in a historic 24-hour strike. They're asking readers not to engage with their content all day long. All of this comes after 18 months of failed contract negotiations and a warning last week of imminent layoffs if staffers do not take voluntary buyouts.
The White House announced it is canceling nearly $5 million in federal student loan debt for more than 80,000 borrowers. This now brings the total amount of student loans canceled by the Biden administration to $132 billion. Loan repayments resumed in October, but President Biden says he will use every tool he can to get student loan borrowers the relief they need.
With less than 6 weeks into the Iowa caucuses, 4 presidential hopefuls took to the stage last night in Alabama for the 4th Republican debate.
Former President Donald Trump was once again a no-show, but instead of criticizing him, the candidates directed most of their attacks at Nikki Haley.
You have other candidates up here like Nikki Haley. She caves anytime the left comes after her, anytime the media comes after her.
The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley.
I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
That clip getting a lot of play. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster live in Tuscaloosa, Alabama for us today. So Shaq, Nikki Haley got a lot of that front runner treatment last night. Lots of eyes focused on her, a lot of attention from those men on stage. What were some of the other big highlights?
Well, let's start with Haley, because she's saying this morning that she acknowledges she was on defense last night, but said it's a confirmation of the rise that she's been seeing in the polling. That rise is somewhat relative because in that same polling, you're seeing former President Trump dominating both national and many of the state contests. But Nikki Haley really forced to defend herself on foreign policy, on some of her comments about TikTok and social media apps, and even her corporate connections. Many of those attacks coming from Vivek Ramaswamy, who was the aggressor for much of the night, and even from Governor Ron DeSantis, whose campaign feels that he was able to effectively tout himself and his policies and his record while also getting in those attacks on Nikki Haley and putting her and keeping her on the defensive, guys.
You know, Shaq, time, it is running out to sort of make a dent in Trump's lead. We saw that Nikki Haley is sort of closing that gap between her and Ron DeSantis. But at this point, is this sort of just a fight for second place?
It somewhat is, and that's the point that Chris Christie was making on stage last night. Listen to a little bit of his point repeatedly throughout the debate.
For us to go 17 minutes without discussing the guy who has all those gaudy numbers you talked about is ridiculous. This is a guy who just said this past week that he wants to use the Department of Justice to go after his enemies when he gets in there. He is unfit to be president, and there is no bigger issue in this race, Megyn, than Donald Trump, and those numbers prove it.
His big point throughout the campaign was that you can't take on Trump or you can't beat Trump unless you take him on. He told me before the debate that he was going to come into the debate and using his role as prosecutor. And he told me after the debate, he looked into the camera, leaned into the mic and said, "I told you."
That's right. I mean, you could see him really trying to position himself as the only critic of Trump there on the stage. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, as always. Shaq, thank you so much.
At an Arizona high school, a former student is now suing school officials after he says the school signed off on a classmate's elaborate promposal attempt that left him hospitalized. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo shows us the moment this former student was hit by his classmate's car in this promposal and knocked off his motorcycle.
Dramatic video of a promposal gone terribly wrong.
After the accident, we could tell that he's become a little bit more withdrawn and closed off.
Surveillance video from Arizona College Prep High School shows senior William Vanasap leaving campus on his motorcycle back in April when this Porsche SUV speeds right through a stop sign, sending him flying.
Okay, can you move your leg at all?
But running that stop sign was allegedly no accident. Instead, all part of another student's plan to ask his girlfriend to prom, according to Vanasap's attorney, who is now preparing to sue the school, the district, the principal, and the school resource officer for $1 million.
It was not a good plan. The estimated speed of the car involved that was being driven by the student was over 40 miles an hour.
According to the notice of claim sent ahead of the lawsuit, the student in the Porsche had his girlfriend in the passenger seat and planned to speed through that stop sign to be pulled over by school resource officer Joshua Basil. And when it appeared he was in trouble, he would then turn to his girlfriend and ask her to prom. That plan going off course when Vanasap entered the intersection. Basil, who according to the notice of claim was there to take part in the promposal, instead racing to check on the injured Vanasap.
He very easily could have died in this accident by just milliseconds difference in timing.
The notice alleging that not only was the school resource officer involved, but that the principal, Robert Bix, knew about the plan ahead of time too. In a statement to police included in that notice, the driver of the Porsche saying he, quote, had very clear arrangements where I gave the law enforcement as well as the school administration the make and model of my car, the time, and everything. They agreed to this.
Those adults at the school should have said, no, we're not going to do this.
In Officer Basil's body camera video, which was released by Vanasap's attorney, Principal Bix is seen sitting in Basil's car at the time of the accident. Then, minutes after Vanasap was hit, he says this.
I don't know about this.
The Chandler Unified School District and Chandler Police declined to comment, citing the pending litigation. But police confirming school resource officer Basil is still working at the school. No arrests have been made in this case.
I just wish that at least someone will be held accountable for this, because the only consequences that we've seen is William being injured.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Diabetes is on the rise nationwide. The leading cause, the growing number of Americans who are overweight or obese, according to the Pan American Health Organization, which is why some people are now turning to sugar alternatives and artificial sweeteners to really lower their risk of diabetes and weight gain. But do we actually know enough about what's inside of these sweeteners? Here to discuss, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta for us. Dr. Gupta, it's great to see you again. First off, what exactly are these alternatives and what's inside them?
Oh, Morgan, I'm glad we're talking about this. There's so many out there. There's artificial sweeteners that are built in the lab, actually produced in a lab, things like Splenda, Sweet and Low, that mimic the taste of sugar. In many cases don't increase your blood sugar nearly as much as, say, just adding table sugar into, say, your morning coffee. But there's some concerns about health risks associated with it. Could they potentially cause cancer? We're still trying to figure that out. There's still some known unknowns here. Then there's plant-based alternatives, products like monk fruit, stevia, that are believed to be healthier, but again, are derived from plants that are not made in a laboratory. Lastly, there's things like honey and agave, naturally occurring sweeteners that we directly get from nature, come with a much more fiber, are healthier, don't increase your blood sugar as much. So that's the scope of it, but lots of known unknowns, Morgan.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because, you know, in my household, there's an argument between me and my dad. Cuban coffee is made with serious sugar, okay? And I like the real thing. And my dad's like, can we please start using, you know, artificial sweetener? And I'm like, oye, pero that's not cafecito cubano, you know? And so are some of these alternatives actually sweeter than regular sugar? Are they worse for you?
Absolutely. In some cases, they are much sweeter. Everything I just mentioned here, whether they're plant-derived, made in a lab, naturally occurring, in many cases, they're all sweeter than table sugar. But again, unknown unknowns, in some cases, especially the things that are most common that the consumer typically consumes, like Sweet and Low or Splenda, we are worried that there might be unintended health risks here that we just don't know enough about, which is why go for something like agave. Go for something like stevia or monk fruit. Less awareness about those alternatives, but much healthier, more knowns about what they might be doing to the human body.
So, doctor, what do we do about it? How do we actually go about cutting excess sugar from our diet, just in general?
Well, so if you're doing, making morning lunch for your kiddo, if you're a parent, really emphasize eating fruits. But what types of fruits? High fiber fruits, strawberries, pomegranates, melons, oranges. The type of fruit matters here. Those have high fiber. They have naturally occurring sweets. Really important. Limit candies. Eliminate donuts. And again, Sweet and Low, Splenda. Don't use those. Go for something like agave. Go for something like monk fruit.
I love the explicit eliminate donuts. That's great. And thanks for the tips for our kids. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta, always a pleasure.
But what about Twizzlers, Morgan?
What about Twizzlers? I know, I'm being outed on set on national television. I do love Twizzlers.
Don't we all? All right, we're going to turn now to the latest Hollywood drama making waves off-screen. Taylor Sheridan, the creator of the hit show Yellowstone, is suing one of the show's stars.
Now get this, he's accusing Cole Hauser of trademark infringement over his new coffee brand. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has more.
Do what's best for the ranch.
A legal battle percolating between the creator of the hit show Yellowstone and one of its own actors.
Everybody ready?
The lawsuit was filed in a Texas federal court by Bosque Ranch, which is owned by Yellowstone showrunner Taylor Sheridan and serves as a filming location for the series. According to a Wall Street Journal report citing executives and crew members, Yellowstone's network Paramount pays Sheridan up to $50,000 a week to film on his properties. Bosque Ranch debuted a coffee line in June and is accusing a coffee company launched 4 months later by Cole Hauser, who plays ranch hand Rip Wheeler on Yellowstone, of trademark infringement and false advertising.
You leave now or you never leave.
The grounds for the lawsuit? Bosque Ranch alleges that the interlocking letter design of Hauser's Free Reign logo is confusingly similar to the ranch's, causing irreparable damage to its brand. Taylor Sheridan and Bosque Ranch did not respond to NBC News' request for comment. Free Reign declined to comment to NBC News on the lawsuit. But Hauser talked about his new brand of coffee on Today when it launched in October.
What's the story behind Free Reign?
I'll tell you, it's about taking risk. It's about enjoying your time and a little bit of coffee.
Brand isn't something you earn, it's something you live up to.
It could mean even more drama behind the scenes of the wildly popular hit show. Set to start filming its final episodes in the spring after a hiatus during the Hollywood strikes, scheduled to air in November 2024. But there's been no shortage of rumblings surrounding the series' end, including whether its star Kevin Costner will appear as John Dutton in the final episodes at all. After Costner testified during a September child support hearing that Paramount, quote, offered him less money than previous seasons and that there were issues with the creatives behind the show. Now it's unclear how the latest legal twist will affect Yellowstone's final days of filming. Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Well, still ahead, we are diving into what's called addiction to drama. And we're going to talk about how it impacts the brain. More when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, we have had plenty of conversations about various types of addictions, habits, and personality traits on the show.
And today we want to focus on being addicted to drama because, believe it or not, it's actually a thing and more people are affected by it than you might think. So joining us now is clinical psychologist Dr. Scott Lyons. He's the author of Addicted to Drama, Healing Dependency on Crisis and Chaos in Yourself and Others. Dr. Scott, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you here in the studio. First off, what does it mean to be addicted to drama and how does it show up?
Yeah, let's break it down. So drama is the unnecessary stress and turmoil in our life. It's the way that we exaggerate and intensify behaviors, emotions, feelings, all those things. And it's a disproportionate amount of energy between what's happening and someone's response to it. And addiction, and this is really important to understand in terms of why is this an addiction? Why do people become dependent on stress? And that's because they are essentially chasing the drama to avoid their trauma. It's a distraction, it's a survival response so that they don't have to deal with the underlying pain.
So like a cognitive dissonance, like if I don't have to focus on my own issues if I focus on yours.
Right.
Exactly.
Create more of a drama for other people to be in. And sometimes it's cyclical, right? That's how you might have seen your parents interact or relationships you might have grown up in. How does this affect your family, your friends, even your coworkers? And can it be passed down? Is it genetic in a way?
Yeah, absolutely. So stress is contagious. And so when we're with someone who's having a stressful response, like if I'm feeling really nervous right now, you're gonna feel some of that in your body. And so that type of contagious we call secondhand stress. And the effects are severe. We get ill, we have issues, we get all the autoimmune disorders that are associated with stress with secondhand
Physical,
stress.
actual issues.
Actual issues,
I mean,
diseases.
that's so interesting. You actually talk about in this book that drama is a global drug. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so back in the day before social media, our addiction to drama, the drama and how it showed up, was really insular. It wasn't like exposed on a massive level. And it stayed within the family. That contagiousness was really in an insular spot. But now that mass media, social media, the whole world is our stage for drama. And everyone, when they're exaggerating and intensifying their stories and their posts, they get that dopamine hit because they get all the likes. And so it becomes a global drug. We all become dependent on it. We need it, we crave it, and we have withdrawal symptoms from it that show up as anxiety and boredom.
This all makes so much sense. It also becomes normalized and it's so public, this public drama. How do you engage with someone who is addicted to drama?
Yeah, so especially as we're nearing the holidays and we all know someone addicted to drama, most likely that drama is going to show up in our family, as it always does, as we reenact our old patterns from when we were kids. And I have a few tips that I really like to do. And one is I get a big bowl of ice water and I put my hands in the ice water. I grow a little resilience, or what's called stress tolerance. So I know that if I can deal with a little discomfort here, I can deal with a little discomfort with my family or with friends or with people that tend to be a little bit dramatic.
Yeah. It's also, you know, you raise a good point. What do you do in terms of solution? And is there a healthy way to do it? For example, if you like storytelling, or what about reality television or fiction books where you're seeing a story written? How can you engage in sort of the other types of storytelling that's out there?
Yeah, the entertainment aspect of drama, which is fun. It's entertaining, it's exciting. And when is enough enough? So you have to start to become aware of in your body when there's too much stress, when there's too much overwhelm, and stop. So if you're scrolling through the internet a lot or watching a lot of things on television or late at night watching really violent stuff, check in with your body. How's your heart rate? How's your breath? And if it's too much, stop.
All right, that is all great advice. Clinical psychologist Dr. Scott Lyons, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
SAG-AFTRA has fully ratified their new deal, which means actors will be back on set. But before lights, camera, and action are in full swing, we do have some new trailers for some of the most anticipated projects coming next year.
Yep, that's right. And with the return of actors, we have a new set of pairings for Variety's Actors on Actors, including the Barbenheimer leading duo and a Devil Wears Prada reunion that has been years in the making. No one better to break it all down than entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar.
Hello, hello.
Brian, it is great to have you. Congratulations on adopting the new puppy, by the way.
Thank you, and I have to say, I'm loving the color story happening here. I love the greens and the yellows. Thank you very much.
Yes, we are doing well. All right, let's talk a little entertainment. What about these trailers? What should we be looking forward to?
Well, the first one I want to show you is Fallout. Take a look at this. I don't know if you're familiar with the video game, which is an incredible story in of itself. Okay, so this is on Prime. It's premiering on April 12th. It's a series, and it's about a series of nuclear explosions, and you have the people who lived in the fallout shelters and the people who lived above ground and kind of mutated as one does when you're exposed to
as one does.
As one does. It's a really amazing series. It's getting incredible reviews, especially from the diehard fans that love the video game and the parallels that you kind of expect to see when you see a series, you know, that's kind of mirroring a video game. So that's a really good one. Let's talk about Furiosa, a Mad Max saga.
She's coming back?
Yes.
Charlize?
Okay. Well, she's not. So that's so interesting. Okay, so this is a film that's coming out. They were going to, it's a prequel, so they were going to age her backwards, right?
Oh, gosh.
But the director is not into CGI and all that stuff, so they cast Anya Taylor-Joy.
Oh, I love her too.
She's fantastic. She looks incredibly intense. And Chris Hemsworth, by the way, who's unrecognizable in the film.
Wait, what?
Which you would kind of think, wait, you kind of want him to be a little recognizable.
Don't you want those Hemsworth jeans?
There he is, right? Would you even know?
No, that doesn't really look like him.
Right, okay.
Oh, can't wait.
Okay, that one, we did 5/4, May 4th, we're going to see that.
Okay.
And then Godzilla versus Kong, because you need your, you need your villains to be super big and fighting each other. This is in a world that supports the hollow Earth theory. Do you know the hollow Earth theory, where in the Earth there's a lot of hollow spaces where these creatures can just be hiding, and there's a third creature that's going to be a threat to Kong and civilization as we know it.
I'm nervous.
April 12th. Be very nervous. Okay?
I like when
Be very
Kong and
nervous.
Godzilla are friends. I like that better.
I feel like they could try and get along.
Team up.
And then we have The Boys season 4.
Oh, yeah.
That's on Prime. No date yet on when that's coming out, but the trailer is out and people are very excited about that.
Absolutely.
These are a bunch of vigilantes that are fighting bad superheroes because there are bad superheroes, you know? It happens.
I'm in on it. I'm in
It
on
happens.
it.
No one's perfect.
Right. Drinking that V.
Right. And so people are excited about that trailer as well.
Brian, what about the reality TV side? What about Squid Game Challenge? I heard they were renewed for a second season.
Right, it's already renewed for season 2. Wow. In fact, they just released the finale last night. I won't spoil it. Are you watching this show, by the way?
I haven't.
You gotta watch it. It's so good because the stakes are real. Like, these are real stakes. They're really fighting for the money. They simulate, you know, they have squids.
Nobody's dying.
Nobody's dying. But they kind of act like they do. They all have to like pass out and like play dead at the when they're eliminated. It's pretty cool. But it's really intense.
Yes.
It delivers. And season 2 is they're going to have season 2 of the scripted show. They're bringing back, I think, 3 or 4 of the original cast members and then a whole new group of people. And we won't see that until like late this year, maybe.
Okay. Well, a lot to look forward to.
Yeah.
What about Variety's talk show, Actors on Actors?
Well, this is really great. You know, a lot of these actors, we couldn't see them because of the strikes. So now we're seeing this great reunion of Anne Hathaway and Emily Blunt, and they're reminiscing about 18 years ago. Can you believe it?
Has it been that long since Devil Wears Prada?
Right. Yeah. So let's take a look at a clip of them talking about some of their more favorite lines.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have some prior commitment? Do you have some hideous skirt convention to go to?
My favorite line, though, was, "I'm one stomach flew away from my goal weight." Do you remember that one? Which we can all pretend we don't be that way, but, you know, if you ever had one, you're like, I look good after this.
Been there, done that, got a t-shirt.
Okay. Body beautiful, yeah, but I don't mind, you know, a little bit of the aftermath of a flu. Okay, and then we have Cillian Murphy and Margot Robbie, they give a really good one, too.
Oh.
But let's talk about what you should be watching this weekend,
Tell me.
shall we?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about The Boy and the Heron, right? This is in theaters. It's the first film we've seen in 10 years from Hayao Miyazaki. movie. He's 83. This is hand animated by more than 60 animators.
Hand-animated?
Right? Yes. Isn't that amazing? And it's getting incredible reviews. Beautiful story. This is apparently going to be his last film, but he's said that before.
Okay.
Okay, but that's the one to watch. And then on Netflix, let's talk about Leave the World Behind.
Yes.
This is one I don't want you to know anything.
Ursula?
Just watch it.
Oh, I can't
Just
wait.
watch it. Julia Roberts and Ethan Hawke, they rent a kind of an Airbnb, and stuff starts to happen.
Interesting.
Right. And it's more than just someone shows up. It's just more. And I think sometimes you want to go into a movie cold and just trust and be surprised along with them.
And we will find out.
Do
Our
it.
top expert, Brian Balthasar. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. We love
much.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. I'm here to stay back.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this Thursday. I'm Morgan Radford.
It's great to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Thursday, December 7th. On-campus shooting. At least 3 people are dead after a gunman opened fire at the University of Nevada in Las Vegas. What we're learning about the suspect and what connection he may have had to the school.
Candidates clash for presidential hopefuls squaring off in last night's Republican debate. Their pitch to voters as the frontrunner Donald Trump appears in a New York courtroom today for his own civil fraud trial.
Protecting your packages. With the holiday season in full swing, the race is on to get gifts delivered on time. We'll take you inside a special FedEx factory working to make sure your boxes survive the shipping.
Back on set as more actors return to work, we're getting a look at some of the biggest movies and shows set to be released next year, plus what to watch this weekend in our entertainment wrap.
We are so glad you could join us today, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now in Las Vegas, where 3 people are dead after a shooting on the University of Nevada campus. Police say it began yesterday afternoon on the 4th floor of the school's business building. 1 other person was injured and hospitalized.
The shooter has been identified by police as 67-year-old Anthony Polito. They say he applied for a job at the school a few years ago, but wasn't hired. Police say he was killed in a shootout with officers. All classes and activities on campus have been canceled for the rest of this week. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is live in Las Vegas for us today. So, Dana, we know the university president called this shooting unfathomable. How are people there coping today?
You know, I think they're coping the best that they can. Some people have left campus, others still remain here. It's been very quiet as investigators continue combing through this scene, which is just through this breezeway behind us. That is Beam Hall, the business school where the shooting took place on the 4th floor. We've seen several officers outside of it. We've learned that some area hotels have actually offered for students to come stay at their properties because they understand that there could be some psychological impacts because of this shooting. We are still waiting word on the victims to try to understand who was involved in this attack and what's the possible motive.
Speaking of that, I mean, do we have any leads when it comes to those motives? Do we have any clues at all from investigators, and especially in terms of where this investigation now heads?
Absolutely. So the picture of what happened here and the connection between the shooter and this campus is starting to unfold. So Polito unsuccessfully sought employment here at UNLV years ago, and that is likely what investigators will look toward to see, you know, was there a connection? Why did he choose this campus? He was not hired, so he wasn't a current professor. And also the victims here, we know 3 were killed, 1 remains in the hospital. So once we learn the identities or at least the positions, whether they were students or teachers at the school, it may help to paint this picture. A search warrant was performed at an apartment in Henderson. Investigators have not said whether that apartment is tied to the suspect, but we hope to learn more of those details as the day goes on. Back to you.
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us live in Nevada. Dana, thank you so much.
Morgan, today marks 2 months since the Israel-Hamas war began, and right now conditions inside Gaza are quickly deteriorating. The head of the United Nations is issuing an alarming warning, saying the situation is becoming a catastrophe with potentially irreversible implications on regional peace and security. The UN chief says the humanitarian system is facing a severe risk of collapse, prompting calls for the UN's Security Council to now step in to avert a further humanitarian disaster. NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. Raf, the UN in Gaza says the aid groups are now being limited to just distributing supplies in and around Rafah. That is the southernmost part of Gaza. But now Rafah, which has largely been a safe humanitarian zone for civilians, that has also come under attack. Talk to us about the conditions there, Raf.
So, Vicky, the UN is running out of adjectives. They've used apocalyptic, they've used catastrophic. They say it is a full-on humanitarian disaster unfolding before the eyes of the world right now in southern Gaza. They say there is not enough aid getting into Gaza, and there is not enough fuel to distribute that aid even when it gets in, which is why they say they've been limited to handing out those very basic supplies, food, medicine, water, in the area around Rafah, which, as you said, is the southernmost edge of the Gaza Strip. Now, the Israeli military says either Hamas or other Palestinian militant groups fired rockets from Rafah, from what is supposed to be a safe zone earlier on today. Israel responding with airstrikes. Civilians in Rafah saying that there were innocent people killed when an apartment building was hit there. NBC News not able to independently verify that. But the Secretary General of the United Nations is invoking what's called Article 99, which allows him to bring to the urgent attention of the UN Security Council what he says is just this dire, dire humanitarian situation inside Gaza right now. Vicky.
And Raf, Israel is saying it is seeing the most intense fighting of this war so far. According to the military, the toughest battles are happening inside Khan Yunis, where the troops are trying to locate and still free Israeli hostages. What more do you know about those efforts?
So in just the last few minutes, Vicky, the Israeli military has announced Gadi Eisenkot. He is a senior member of the Israeli government. He's a member of the war cabinet. He's also the former head of the Israeli military. His 25-year-old son was killed in fighting inside Gaza, which is a sign Israel's military is taking painful casualties during this campaign. Now, the reason they say they are focusing on Khan Yunis is that many senior Hamas leaders, including Yahya Sinwar, who Israel says is the mastermind behind the October 7th terrorist attack, has fled south from Gaza City to Khan Yunis. Israeli forces surrounded his house in the city yesterday. He's no longer there. They say they believe he is hiding in tunnels, and they say they are determined to find him and to kill him. Vicky.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez. Thank you, Raf.
A major legal victory today for a woman seeking an emergency abortion in Texas. A judge granted 31-year-old Kate Cox's request for the emergency procedure, and doctors told Cox that her baby has a fatal condition with little chance of survival, and the mother of two was also at risk of serious medical complications if she carried the baby full term. Cox then sued the state over its restrictive abortion laws and won. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now. Marissa, a lot of other places and states are looking to see if this perhaps was the canary in the coal mine, if this was a roadmap for other states in the future. But this was a very quick decision. What actually happened in court?
Yeah, and it moved quickly. Today's hearing that we heard and wrapped up not that long ago. So I will say this is historic. This is one of the first attempts we've seen in the country of seeking a court-ordered abortion since the overturn of Roe versus Wade. So I want to read you some words from the judge just this morning saying, quote, "The idea that Ms. Cox wants so desperately to be a parent and this law may have her lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice." Now, for some background, Kate Cox, who's at the center of all of this, she is 20 weeks pregnant. She's had 2 C-sections, which puts her at further risk. So she already has 2 children. She is actively seeking to have a 3rd child. She's carrying a fetus who has trisomy 18. This is a condition that 90 to 95% of babies with it do not survive their first year. So doctors told her she's required to continue with her pregnancy by Texas law, even though she was told last week her fetus has no chance of survival. And this week, she went to the ER for the 4th time since her pregnancy began. So lawyers for Cox argued that her future fertility, as well as even her own life, was at risk if she continued with this pregnancy.
Yeah.
And that is why her legal team filed this emergency appeal here, Morgan. And that is why things moved so quickly that even though this was filed on Tuesday, we have a decision just 2 days later.
You know, Marissa, we talked about sort of the larger implications of this case. What does this mean going forward? What happens next?
Right, and that is the big question here. So a couple of things as we answer that. This specific decision by this judge only pertains to Kate Cox. It does not pertain to other women. We do expect the state to appeal this, and we could very well see other lawsuits, whether it's in Texas or outside of that state, filed as a result of the results of this one. And only time will tell when it comes to that. But we have reached out to the state of Texas, as well as the legal team for Kate Cox, to get a sense of the timeline for those next steps. We'll be talking to them soon, but I will just say on the back end of this, Morgan, because of the emergency nature of this, remember the legal team saying that her life is at risk. She's been to the hospital 4 times as a result. We do expect all of this to move quickly.
All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra following this case for us. Marissa, thank you.
We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. It has been a tough year for hopeful home buyers. A new report shows 2023 was the least affordable year for home buying in more than a decade. This is according to real estate company Redfin.
CNBC Senior Markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, why did purchasing a home become just so much more costly this year? I mean, where else, when we look at other parts of the country, did you see the most expensive places for Americans who are looking to buy?
So, Morgan, Vicki, it was a combination of the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage skyrocketing in terms of the total cost and a decrease in house listings on the market. Now, Californians were the most likely to feel that sting. Redfin found that Anaheim, San Francisco, and San Jose were the most expensive metro areas, and many people in those areas had to keep renting as a result of those market dynamics. Elsewhere in sports, Jon Rahm, the world's #3 ranked golfer and reigning Masters champion, is reportedly set to leave the PGA Tour for the Saudi-backed LIV Tour. The Wall Street Journal reports the deal is expected to happen sometime this week. It comes ahead of a December 31st deadline when the 2 leagues are supposed to finalize a deal to possibly join forces. And George Santos has a new gig since being booted out of Congress. The former New York representative is on the website Cameo, which is basically a hub for public figures to record personalized video messages at a price. And it's paying off. The congressman has apparently eclipsed his congressional salary of $174,000 in his first 48 hours on Cameo. That's according to a report from Semaphore. He charges between $200 to $300 for each video. I guess we can all find second acts, but I'm not sure how much in terms of momentum there is for Cameo in this particular George Santos dynamic, ladies.
$200 to $300. This might just not be a second act. There might be a 3rd or 4th act. I'm not convinced this saga is over.
Who's paying for it is what I want.
Better question, Dom. Better question.
Yes.
We're going to leave it there. CNBC Senior Markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thank you.
Rapper Sean Diddy Combs says enough is enough. His new response to several sexual assault lawsuits against him, plus the new rape accusations he faces right when we come back. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is facing new allegations of sexual assault. A fourth woman. He's now suing Combs for allegedly gang raping her with two other men when she was just 17.
Now, Combs released a statement denying all the allegations against him. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz has more.
Music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, facing a fourth accusation of sexual assault. In a federal lawsuit filed Wednesday against the three-time Grammy winner, an unnamed woman alleges Combs and two other men, including a former longtime president of Combs' record label, gang raped her in a New York recording studio 20 years ago when she was just 17 and a junior in high school. The woman says it all began when she met two associates of Combs at a Detroit lounge. According to the lawsuit, which includes these photos allegedly taken that night, they convinced her to get on a private plane with them to New York, where they then plied her with drugs and alcohol. It's there, she says, the three men took turns raping her in the studio's bathroom. When they were done, the lawsuit says they drove her to the airport and put her back on a plane to Michigan. Combs denies the allegations, posting on Instagram Wednesday, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear," he continued. "I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." This woman, now the fourth person in recent weeks to raise accusations against Combs, some including rape and trafficking. Last month, his former longtime partner, singer Cassie, whose real name is Cassandra Ventura, filed a graphic lawsuit claiming Combs raped and physically abused her over the course of a decade. That complaint accuses Combs of uncontrollable rage and alleges that he often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on her. Cassie and Combs reached a settlement in that lawsuit without disclosing terms of the agreement. 2 other women have also alleged in recent lawsuits that Combs sexually assaulted them, allegations Combs also denies. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
We want to go in and bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos for more. Danny, look, this is a case that has a lot of different layers to it. Can we talk about who brought the case, what then the burden of proof is, and why was this civil and not criminal?
This case is brought by a victim through plaintiff's attorneys. I have cases similar to this in New York, and so it is driven by the plaintiff's attorneys who are seeking money damages for their client. Your question, could it become a criminal case? It could, but that would only be if law enforcement authorities do 2 things. They hear about this in the news, they pick up the complaint, they read it, they decide, ooh, that looks bad. And then part 2, they get out their calendar, they get out their stopwatch, and they figure out, have all the statutes of limitations, have they all expired, or is anything still available for us to bring this case? And I guess thirdly, you'd have to ask, well, in a civil case, you only need to prove your case to a preponderance of the evidence. That's basically 51%. In criminal, you need to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So even if they think the allegations, very different burden of proof. So even if law enforcement sees this, they think there's a statute of limitations that they can get the case in under, they still have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And since most civil cases settle, the objective here on the civil side is money. The objective on the criminal side is justice.
And there is no potential for jail time with this particular suit, only if federal prosecutors were to pursue it. What about the idea that this young woman was brought across state lines? There may be some sex trafficking here. What's the statute of limitations on that?
Yes, and that could implicate the Mann Act, for example. It could implicate federal law. Virtually any time you have anything that crosses state lines, and that includes an email or a text message, arguably, if you're committing a crime, it could fall under, say, wire fraud, mail fraud, any of the interstate nexus that gives the federal government authority. Right. Ordinarily, most crimes, even sex crimes, are handled by state authorities. So, generally speaking, 5-year statute of limitations for federal criminal law, and that's the challenge here. A lot of these allegations are decades ago, and most of the allegations that we're hearing about now that are brought decades later are usually in New York. For example, we have the Child Victims Act, the Adult Survivors Act. Those reopened a 1-year window to bring, come one, come all, bring all your claims.
That expired on November 24th. This one was brought under the Gender-Motivated Violence Protection Law.
Exactly. It's a separate, different New York law that allows you to sue for a criminal act that is based or motivated on gender. So you have an assault plus the allegation that it was motivated by the fact that somebody was a woman, as opposed to, no other reason, or a bar fight or something like that. So, yes, this is a separate statute. It's not the Adult Survivors Act, but you're seeing a lot of these cases brought years and years and years afterwards, because the modern trend is to amend statutes, including in New York, to allow for longer statutes of limitations and allow for, when somebody discovers that they have been the victim, then the statute of limitations begins ticking.
Wow. All right, Danny Cevallos for us there. Danny, as always, thank you for your expertise and your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Danny. Well, with the clock ticking down to buy and send your holiday gifts, we're going to take you behind the scenes of a FedEx facility to try to show you the best ways to keep your packages safe. You're watching Daily.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling
Now to an NBC News investigation looking into why federal law enforcement task force agents often are not charged in shooting cases.
NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander spoke with one attorney about how complicated actually prosecuting those officials can be.
Jimmy Hill spends his days fighting for justice for his son, Jimmy Atchison, who was shot and killed by law enforcement.
You just can't take life because you just decide you just want to up and take a life. My son Jimmy's life mattered. He was a living, breathing human being.
In December 2018, 21-year-old Atchison was accused of stealing a purse at gunpoint. The next month, an FBI task force raided his girlfriend's home. Local prosecutors say the FBI did not have a search warrant. Atchison ran to a neighbor's home where police cornered him in a bedroom closet under a pile of clothes. According to FBI documents, Atlanta police officer Sung Kim saw Atchison move his right hand and, thinking he had a gun, shot him. Local prosecutors say Atchison was unarmed and defenseless. Atchison's aunt, Tammy Featherstone.
What about that moment stands out the most to you?
The hurt in my sister's face. The pain of losing her only son. To know that he was unarmed and afraid and was killed in that manner, that's what really hurt me more than anything.
I was already prepared that this is going to be a fight.
That fight is especially hard because Kim, a local Atlanta police officer, was part of that FBI task force, a designation that at the time meant he did not need to wear a body camera. It also brings its own set of protections, especially from local prosecutors seeking information about the case.
If the federal government makes it literally impossible to get that information, local prosecutors' hands are tied.
The case is being handled by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, best known for charging former President Donald Trump and 18 others with election interference in Georgia. But this case could prove more difficult. An NBC News investigation found from 2018 to 2022, 223 people were shot by federal officers, task force officers, or local police in cases tied to DOJ enforcement. In the cases for which NBC News obtained documents, the shootings were justified 98% of the time. Part of the reason may be the prosecutor's inability to even build a case.
We have found in the prosecutions we've done that the federal agencies were very uncooperative. And so I imagine that other prosecutors around the nation may have tried to do the correct thing to bring charges, and they find that there are so many roadblocks, it becomes impossible to do.
During that 5-year period we examined, Atchison's case is one of only 2 that resulted in charges. Willis has charged Kim with murder. But part of her challenge, she says, is the slow pace in getting files and case information from the Justice Department.
And you find that you believe that people are being purposefully uncooperative, and then they give you a document back and it's literally the entire page is redacted.
And that's something that's happened to you.
That is an actual thing that has happened.
The Department of Justice did not specifically respond to Willis's comments, but said because there are circumstances where the use of force may occur, we recently updated our policy to ensure it parallels the best practices of federal, state, and local law enforcement. Earlier this year, Kim's case was moved to federal court, where historically judges have ruled that federal law protects officers from being prosecuted by local authorities. Kim has retired from the Atlanta Police Department and has pleaded not guilty. Both he and his attorney declined our request for comment. The DOJ says it is expanding the use of body cameras, and the FBI tells NBC News we've got to keep doubling down on our partnerships with state, local, and federal law enforcement. It's not enough to coexist. We've got to complement one another and be truly integrated. Kim's trial date has not yet been set. Until then, Jimmy Hill says he will keep going for his son.
And he should still be alive today, and we're going to continue to fight. There's no giving up.
Blaine Alexander, NBC News, Atlanta.
Coming up, a promposal gone wrong. The $1 million lawsuit a school now faces after a student wound up in the hospital. You are watching NBC News Daily. And a reminder, you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do that wherever you stream. It's really easy to find on YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and of course, Peacock. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back at the half hour. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. The U.S. military is grounding its entire fleet of Osprey aircraft, and that announcement comes just 1 week after a crash that killed 8 American airmen in Japan. U.S. officials say it's unclear how long the grounding will last, but that the fleet will not fly again until the aircrafts are deemed safe.
The off-duty pilot accused of trying to bring down an Alaskan Airlines flight is expected to be arraigned in an Oregon courtroom today. 44-year-old Joseph Emerson was indicted on 84 endangerment charges earlier this week. Emerson's attorneys say he'd been struggling with depression and taken psychedelic mushrooms 2 days before the incident. They say he thought he was in a dream and didn't mean to hurt anyone.
And the Biden administration is delaying its ban on menthol cigarettes until at least March of 2024. The decision comes amid criticism from tobacco companies who say banning the cigarettes will force customers to turn to an illicit market. Public health officials, on the other hand, have expressed concern for the delay, saying the products are responsible for taking thousands of American lives.
Reaction is pouring in today from last night's fiery GOP debate. It is the 4th time the candidates have faced off on stage, and it came less than 6 weeks before the Iowa caucuses.
That's right. The candidates all made their pitch to voters why they should be the next Republican presidential nominee. But instead of attacking the frontrunner Donald Trump, they directed most of their shots at Nikki Haley. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is live for us in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Shaq, let's get right to it. It was really interesting watching Haley say, thank you, gentlemen, for all this attention, because it's really showing how she's closing that gap in the polls between her and Ron DeSantis. But who ultimately was the biggest winner and loser from last night?
Yeah, it was very interesting, Morgan. You know, let's put it like this. You know, Nikki Haley, we saw in a unique position on that stage last night. Normally at the debates, she's been able to introduce herself, talk about her record, and then throw a couple of jabs at some of the other candidates. This time around, she was receiving nearly all of the attacks on that stage. She was forced to defend her record as governor, comments that she recently made about the TikTok app, even some donors' endorsements that she received that were seen as an asset coming into last night's debate. Here's a sample of how she both received those attacks and responded to them.
If you're somebody that's going to be the president of the United States and you can't stand up against child abuse, how are you going to be able to stand up for anything?
Nikki, you were bankrupt when you left the UN. That math does not add up. It adds up to the fact that you are corrupt.
And I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
You saw Vivek Ramaswamy there playing the familiar role of the aggressor on stage. Ron DeSantis was able to do what Nikki Haley normally does, which is get out his lines and also pivot and kind of attack Nikki Haley whenever he could. And then there was Governor Chris Christie, who told me before the debate that he was going in as a prosecutor, not letting other candidates evade some of the answers, and to point out the leader of the pack who wasn't on stage, Donald Trump. In the spin room last night, he made a beeline to my camera, leaned in, looked in my eyes, and said, "I told you."
He did it. All right. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster. Shaq, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, let's talk about that front runner, because as the Republican presidential candidates are looking forward to the Iowa caucuses, former President Donald Trump is back in New York courtroom today for his civil fraud trial. Mr. Trump and his company are accused of inflating financial statements by billions of dollars, and he is not expected to take the stand today, but he did speak to reporters earlier outside the courtroom.
If you look at the case, we did nothing wrong. There were no victims. The bank loves us. The bank testified. They love us. We did absolutely nothing wrong.
All right, MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian is live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Of course, Yasmin, you have been following this case. An accounting professor at NYU has been testifying today as an expert witness for the defense. But what exactly is he saying?
So it's interesting, Morgan, because when the day started off, essentially the point of Eli Bartov's initial testimony was proving that he was a credible witness. As you mentioned, he's a New York NYU accounting professor. He talked a lot about how he has served as an expert witness many times. He has testified in front of the SEC. He has lectured in Goldman Sachs. He certainly proved himself to be the most likely credible witness in this defense so far. At one point during his testimony early today, and by the way, he's going to be testifying over the next day and a half or so, he said, "My main finding is that there is no evidence whatsoever for any accounting fraud. On the other hand, my analysis shows the statements of financial condition for all the years were not materially misstated." He went on to say this, essentially, Morgan, which is the financial statements that were drawn up by the Trump organization were checked off by Mazars. If there was anything wrong, and Eli Bartov has said repeatedly he didn't see anything wrong with those financial statements, Mazars should have found them. And any credible institutions, i.e. financial institutions and or banks, will also be doing their own valuations and assessments as well. So the big question today has been, why did the former president show up today on this day? And I think to turn the focus on what they see as their star witness, Eli Bartov, who's testifying today along with tomorrow as well.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. MSNBC anchor Yasmin Vasugian. Yasmin, thank you.
Well, Morgan, we've all heard of promposals, but this one really takes the cake. At an Arizona high school, a former student is now suing school officials after he says the school signed off on a classmate's elaborate promposal attempt that left him hospitalized. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo shows us the moment this former student was hit by his classmate's car and knocked off his motorcycle.
Dramatic video of a promposal gone terribly wrong.
After the accident, we could tell that he's become a little bit more withdrawn and closed off.
Surveillance video from Arizona College Prep High School shows senior William Vanasap leaving campus on his motorcycle back in April when this Porsche SUV speeds right through a stop sign, sending him flying.
Okay, can you move your leg at all?
But running that stop sign was allegedly no accident. Instead, all part of another student's plan to ask his girlfriend to prom, according to Vanasap's attorney, who is now preparing to sue the school, the district, the principal, and the school resource officer for $1 million.
It was not a good plan. The estimated speed of the car involved that was being driven by the student was over 40 miles an hour.
According to the notice of claim sent ahead of the lawsuit, the student in the Porsche had his girlfriend in the passenger seat and planned to speed through that stop sign to be pulled over by school resource officer Joshua Basil. And when it appeared he was in trouble, he would then turn to his girlfriend and ask her to prom. That plan going off course when Vanasap entered the intersection. Basil, who according to the notice of claim was there to take part in the promposal, instead racing to check on the injured Vanasap.
He very easily could have died in this accident by just milliseconds difference in timing.
The notice alleging that not only was the school resource officer involved, but that the principal, Robert Bix, knew about the plan ahead of time too. In a statement to police included in that notice, the driver of the Porsche saying he, quote, had very clear arrangements where I gave the law enforcement as well as the school administration the make and model of my car, the time, and everything. They agreed to this.
Those adults at the school should have said, no, we're not going to do this.
In Officer Basil's body camera video, which was released by Vanasap's attorney, Principal Bix is seen sitting in Basil's car at the time of the accident. Then, minutes after Vanasap was hit, he says this.
I don't know about this.
The Chandler Unified School District and Chandler Police declined to comment, citing the pending litigation. But police confirming school resource officer Basil is still working at the school. No arrests have been made in this case.
I just wish that at least someone will be held accountable for this, because the only consequences that we've seen is William being injured.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
All right, well, the holiday shopping season is in full swing, and right now companies are hard at work getting deliveries out before Christmas Day. But what does it take to actually protect those packages from damage?
It's a really fascinating look. We've got a Today Show exclusive where NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung takes us inside a FedEx facility where packages are put through the ringer to make sure they are delivered to your doorstep in one piece.
About 82 million packages per day will zigzag across the country this holiday season, with the major shipping companies finding new and faster ways to get items to your door, including AI and autonomous vehicles to help move packages. And at FedEx's 33,000 square foot packaging lab right outside of Memphis, Tennessee, experts work with companies like Walmart and Wayfair to figure out the best ways to keep things undamaged in transit. Shaking, rattling, and rolling them. I'm trying to think of what to gift my mom for the holidays and decided to test out some options that might get to her intact with the help of FedEx packaging lab managers Evan Edwards and Tyler Kenny. So we have a set of wine glasses here. We have a poster of her favorite artist, Harry Styles, some Central Barbecue. First, the wine glasses. We surrounded each fragile item with cardboard inserts before adding packing paper. There's steps to making sure that these are all going to arrive in one piece.
Yeah, and it all depends on the fragility of the product.
For our poster, trying to make sure our oddly shaped item doesn't crinkle or bend. We go with the tube in another tube.
So what we're really trying to do is just make sure this thing isn't moving around too much. So that'll give us just an extra layer of safety and security.
And for perishable items, our ribs packed in a cooler with ice. With everything wrapped up, it's time to put the packages to the test. First, the drop test. 3, 2, 1.
This package may be coming down a slide, coming down a belt with a heavier package behind it that may bump into it. I didn't hear any broken glass.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Then we applied some pressure.
So today we're going to try to compress this package to 283 pounds.
Literally bearing the load of other packages on top.
250 pounds?
Again, simulating that much weight on top of it.
Absolutely.
And then tested for the bumps and bruises of a little turbulence.
So it can be anything from hitting potholes, hitting the brakes hard. It could be turbulence in the back of your aircraft when the package is being shipped.
Finally, for the ribs, FedEx puts packages in a chamber that can simulate a really hot or really cold day to test if the items can keep in transit. Even if this box is in 100-degree weather.
That's right, and we've got the climate chamber set up to a typical hot Memphis summer day.
Now, time to assess the damage. First, our ribs stayed chill.
Yeah, no, this is
cold to the touch. She's going to be absolutely devastated if this isn't in one piece.
Well,
the poster held up.
In one piece.
that's right.
And finally, the fragile wine glasses.
Pristine. Looks
Cheers.
very good. I think your mother would be happy.
I think so, too. When tests aren't successful like ours were, FedEx will rethink or redesign its packaging and help businesses do the same. Brian Chung, NBC News.
All right, thanks, Brad, for that interesting look. As we approach the end of the year, we've got some new trailers for some of the most anticipated movies and shows coming in 2024. Your entertainment wrap next. More NBC News Daily after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I get took for all this damage to
SAG-AFTRA has fully ratified their new deal, which means actors will be back on set. But before lights, camera, and action are in full swing, we do have some new trailers for some of the most anticipated projects coming next year.
Yep, that's right. And with the return of actors, we have a new set of pairings for Variety's Actors on Actors, including the Barbenheimer leading duo and a Devil Wears Prada reunion that has been years in the making. No one better to break it all down than entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar.
Hello, hello.
Brian, it is great to have you. Congratulations on adopting the new puppy, by the way.
Thank you, and I have to say I'm loving the color story happening here. I love the greens and the yellows. Thank you very much.
Yes, we are doing well. All right, let's talk a little entertainment. What about these trailers? What should we be looking forward to?
Well, the first one I want to show you is Fallout. Take a look at this. I don't know if you're familiar with the video game, which is an incredible story in of itself. Okay, so this is on Prime. It's premiering on April 12th. It's a series, and it's about a series of nuclear explosions, and you have the people who lived in the fallout shelters and the people who lived above ground and kind of mutated as one does when you're exposed to
as one does.
As one does. It's a really amazing series. It's getting incredible reviews, especially from the diehard fans that love the video game and the parallels that you kind of expect to see when you see a series, you know, that's kind of mirroring a video game. So that's a really good one. Let's talk about Furiosa, a Mad Max saga.
She's coming back?
Yes.
Charlize?
Well, she's not. So that's so interesting. Okay, so this is a film that's coming out. They were going to, it's a prequel, so they were going to age her backwards, right?
Gosh.
But the director is not into CGI and all that stuff, so they cast Anya Taylor-Joy.
Oh, I love her too.
She's fantastic. She looks incredibly intense. And Chris Hemsworth, by the way, who's unrecognizable in the film.
Wait, what?
Which you would kind of think, wait, you kind of want him to be a little recognizable.
Don't you want those Hemsworth jeans?
There he is, right? Would you even know?
No, that doesn't really look like him.
Right, okay.
Oh, can't wait.
Okay, that one, we do 5/4, May 4th, we're going to see that.
Okay.
And then Godzilla versus Kong, because you need your, you need your villains to be super big and fighting each other. This is in a world that supports the hollow Earth theory. Do you know the hollow Earth theory, where in the Earth there's a lot of hollow spaces where these creatures can just be hiding, and there's a third creature that's going to be a threat to Kong and civilization as we know it.
I'm nervous.
April 12th. Be very nervous. Okay?
I think
Be very
Kong and
nervous.
Godzilla are friends. I like that better.
I feel like they could try and get along.
Team up.
And then we have The Boys season 4.
Oh, yeah.
That's on Prime. No date yet on when that's coming out, but the trailer is out and people are very excited about that.
Absolutely.
These are a bunch of vigilantes that are fighting bad superheroes because there are bad superheroes, you know?
I'm in on it. I'm in
It
on
happens.
it.
No one's perfect.
Right. Drinking that V.
Right. And so people are excited about that trailer as well.
Brian, what about the reality TV side? What about Squid Game Challenge? I heard they were renewed for a second season.
Right, it's already renewed for season 2. Wow. In fact, they just released the finale last night. I won't spoil it. Are you watching this show, by the way?
I haven't.
You gotta watch it. It's so good because the stakes are real. Like, these are real stakes. They're really fighting for the money. They simulate, they have squids.
Nobody's dying.
Nobody's dying. But they kind of act like they do. They all have to like pass out and like play dead at the when they're eliminated. It's pretty cool. But it's really intense.
Yes.
It delivers. And season 2 is they're going to have season 2 of the scripted show. They're bringing back, I think, 3 or 4 of the original cast members and then a whole new group of people. And we won't see that until like late this year, maybe.
Okay. Well, a lot to look forward to.
Yeah.
What about Variety's talk show, Actors on Actors?
Well, this is really great. A lot of these actors, we couldn't see them because of the strikes. So now we're seeing this great reunion of Anne Hathaway and Emily Blunt. And they're reminiscing about 18 years ago. Can you believe it?
Has it been that long since Devil Wears Prada?
Right. Yeah. So let's take a look at a clip of them talking about some of their more favorite lines.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have some prior commitment? Do you have some hideous skirt convention to go to?
My favorite line, though, was, "I'm one stomach flew away from my goal weight." Do you remember that one? Which we can all pretend we don't be that way, but, if you ever had one, you're like, I look good after this.
Been there, done that, got a t-shirt.
Body beautiful, yeah, but I don't mind, a little bit of the aftermath of a flu. Okay, and then we have Cillian Murphy and Margot Robbie, they give a really good one, too.
Oh.
But let's talk about what you should be watching this weekend,
Tell me.
shall we? Okay, let's talk about The Boy and the Heron, right? This is in theaters. It's the first film we've seen in 10 years from Hayao Miyazaki. He's 83. This is hand animated by more than 60 animators.
Animated?
Right? Yes. Isn't that amazing? And it's getting incredible reviews. Beautiful story. This is apparently going to be his last film, but he's said that before.
Okay.
Okay, but that's the one to watch. And then on Netflix, let's talk about Leave the World Behind.
Yes.
This is one I don't want you to know
Roberts,
anything.
Mahershala?
Just watch it.
Oh, I can't
Just
wait.
watch it. Julia Roberts and Ethan Hawke, they rent kind of an Airbnb, and stuff starts to happen.
Interesting.
Right. And it's more than just someone shows up. It's just more. And I think sometimes you want to go into a movie cold and just trust and be surprised along with them.
And we will find out. Our
it.
top expert, Brian Balthasar. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. We love
much.
career has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Starting this month, visitors here at Rockefeller Center in New York City can recreate one of the most iconic images in American history.
Now, this is pretty cool. You might remember this photo here on your screen. It's called Lunch Atop a Skyscraper, and it shows construction workers dangling over the city while building 30 Rock back in 1932. So the Today Show was among the first to go through the experience, and co-anchor Savannah Guthrie takes us along for that ride.
Wow.
Check it out, guys. We're going up there to the top of the rock.
Yeah.
All the way to the top. You know what's up there?
What?
The beam.
Let's go beam.
Oh, we're getting on the beam.
It was just a short walk across the street from Studio 1A.
Yeah, let's go.
Going up.
To be the very first guests to beam ourselves up to the latest experience in Rockefeller Plaza.
To the beam.
The beam.
Beam.
The beam refers to a steel beam that became part of one of the most iconic photographs in American history. 11 ironworkers dangling more than 850 feet high above the city, casually eating lunch.
The construction of Rockefeller Center is complete, and John D. Rockefeller Jr. will drive the last rivet.
The year was 1932, the height of the Great Depression, and this construction project, eventually known as Rockefeller Center, put more than 40,000 people to work when jobs were hard to come by. The photo, called Lunch Atop a Skyscraper, came to symbolize American resilience and an ode to the American worker.
Oh, here we go. Get ready.
And we were on the way to pay our own tribute of sorts to the 69th floor of 30 Rock, to that very same location the original photo was taken. This new adventure is called The Beam.
Is that the beam? This is it?
That's a beautiful piece of metal right there.
And soon we were strapped in.
This is like being on a ride at Universal. Hands up! Come on, let's go!
Because to recreate that famous photo, we have to be lifted high into the air.
Here we go. So good.
And then something we don't expect. We turn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, baby. Carson, how we doing?
We're doing good.
SG?
Man, yeah, now we go out over the...
We're not really.
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't.
And, oh yes, we turn again.
Oh, now we're going back.
This is so great. Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And now we're in position to try and capture that famous moment. We felt like we were beaming, but something was missing. If those brave ironworkers were having lunch, so were we.
Would you want to eat lunch up here?
We were going back up.
So what do you guys think about this experience? Would you like to meet at this place for lunch again?
Sure. I think we should do the show from up here.
I think it's a great lunch spot. I think it's perfect. Carson, how are you?
The view is tremendous.
You all right?
It makes you think about hardworking Americans back almost 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And the idea
What
this,
they went through.
this building is still standing.
Yeah. And I got news for the people at home watching this. The beam underneath us, not that wide.
No, it's not.
Not that wide.
No.
But this is special. Go back in time.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Do it again in 80 years.
Cheers.
There you go.
Savannah Guthrie, NBC News.
That's pretty cool. Would you take it?
I was just going to ask you the same question. I definitely, now that I see that you're really only a little bit above some ground, definitely.
Maybe we
no
can
fear
have
pipes
lunch up there. All right, here's what's trending right now. Fans of And Just Like That are going to have to wait almost 2 years for some new episodes. The premiere date for the show's 3rd season was teased in Max's recent one-to-watch promo, saying it will return in 2025. The popular spin-off of Sex and the City finished its 2nd season back in August.
And a young fan is carrying on the legacy of Rocky Balboa. Actor Sylvester Stallone was greeting fans outside the Philadelphia Museum of Art on Sunday at the famous Rocky Steps when he was approached by 9-year-old Roe Knight. Take a listen.
Sunshine and rainbow.
It's a very winning and nasty place. And I don't care how tough you are,
it will beat you to your knees.
Oh, I just got chills. That is so cool. Knight and Stallone reciting an iconic speech from the franchise's 6th movie. The young fan says he has aspirations of becoming an actor and a wrestler. What a fun memory-making, core memory moment right there.
That's right. I think young Knight is already on his way.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You can also watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Stay right there. Your news continues right after this.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being with us. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, December 7th, 2023, tragedy on campus. 3 people are dead after a gunman opened fire on the University of Nevada campus in Las Vegas. What we're learning about the victims and the gunman's potential motive.
Somber night. Israel marks the first night of Hanukkah exactly 2 months after the war against Hamas began. Parties canceled and empty spots at dinner tables. How Hanukkah celebrations look different this year as Israeli forces intensify their fight against Hamas.
Key ruling in the fight for abortion rights. A Texas judge grants a pregnant woman's request for an abortion because of a deadly genetic condition. What this means for the state's restrictive abortion law and for women in similar situations.
Plus, save the drama. We all likely know someone who seems to crave chaos and conflict. Why one expert says people thrive on drama and how to break that cycle.
Pretty sure my family would say that I am that person. I like chaos.
Hey, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe. We'll dig into it.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little later on.
Yeah, but let's start this hour with that latest information on the deadly mass shooting on the campus of University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
3 people were killed when a gunman opened fire yesterday afternoon. A 4th person remains in the hospital. We're told in stable condition. 2 law enforcement sources tell NBC News the gunman has been identified as 67-year-old Anthony Polito. Polito, who died in a shootout with campus police.
This incident is considered a mass shooting, defined by the Gun Violence Archive as a shooting where 4 or more people are shot or killed. In the United States, there have been a staggering 632 mass shootings just this year. That's almost an average of 2 mass shootings per day.
That's incredible. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is out in Las Vegas, and NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter. Tom, I'll start with you. I know you have some reporting about the suspect and his connection to the school.
Well, that's right, Kate. So the suspect, as you said, Anthony Polito, age 67, apparently in 2020 applied to be a professor at UNLV, but was ultimately not selected for that position. Now, authorities have said they have no idea what the motive is at this point. And I think folks might look at that and say, well, if he tried to apply but was rejected, was that the reason why he decided to shoot the school? Well, that's not necessarily so. According to law enforcement officials who have been briefed on this and based on their experience with these types of investigations, because they look at it and say, well, that was 3 years ago. What happened in the meantime? Was there something else that led him to get to this point? He is a prior college professor, as you just saw. So right now they're looking into his background. And of course, as we all know, by this stage of the game, when it comes to somebody's background and what they've been up to and why they may have done something like this, they'll obviously dig deep into whatever cell phones or email accounts they have to try to determine and learn more.
And Jay, let's bring you in here. What's the latest information we've learned about the victims?
Yeah, Clay, 3 people killed, a 4th wounded, still in the hospital, but upgraded to stable condition. So that's good news. And we want to give you an idea of what's going on here on campus right now. And as you look through the walkway, past the student union here, you can see the business building. That's the College of Business where the shootings occurred. And the investigation centered in this area. You can see teams moving about there. They've been doing some cleaning up and sifting through some of the things that have been left behind here. Of course, they're searching for anything they might be able to find, not only here, but overnight. We know that police searched through an apartment in Henderson, which is about 20 miles or so from this campus, just looking for evidence that may lead them to answers as to how and why all of this happened.
And Jay, what is the UNLV community doing to try to come together at such a difficult time? What are they doing for the students, for the staff?
Yeah, and Kate, I think it's important to remember this is just about 5 years after the horrible attack at a country concert here in Las Vegas that killed dozens, wounded hundreds. So that brought back some very difficult memories, some very real pain. We know that certain groups gathered just on their own last night, but this evening there will be a vigil and thousands expected to gather inside Reliant Stadium, the home of the Las Vegas Raiders, the NFL team here, all coming together, they say, needing to be together to help start to get through what's going on here.
It'll be quite the process. Jay Gray in Las Vegas for us, and Tom Winter, thank you both so much.
Just one day after that latest high-profile mass shooting, members of Congress today are marking 11 years since the devastating events at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
26 people were murdered on December 14th, 2013, including 20 children. And today on Capitol Hill, lawmakers and loved ones of victims of gun violence marked the tragedy at a press conference urging greater action on assault weapons. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. So, Julie, what did we hear from these lawmakers today?
Guys, this was such an emotional press conference. It was long. There were several family members of victims of gun violence, not just the shooting that took place in Sandy Hook and took the lives of so many children and teachers, but also other shootings that took place in the years since, including we heard from one mother, Kristen Song, who lost her son Ethan in 2018 when he had an accidental shooting involving a gun at a friend's house. That a law named after her son, Ethan's Law, was attempted to be passed on the floor yesterday by some of these members of the Connecticut delegation. I want you to take a listen to what Rosa DeLauro, a lawmaker from Connecticut in the House, had to say about this at the press conference. Watch.
As members of Congress, it's our sacred duty to protect the American people, especially our children. There is no more noble cause that we fight for here, and we have failed Doing nothing to prevent these tragedies is cowardly and it is shameful. We need to take action so that innocent children will not continue to die in our society.
Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, also of Connecticut, was emotional when she spoke later on in the press conference, saying she's run out of things to say because, of course, Congress did pass that bipartisan gun safety bill last year. But other than that, there really hasn't been any other meaningful steps taken to address the rise in gun violence.
All right, Julie Sirkin for us. Julie, thank you so much. It is a night of mixed emotions in Israel. Right now, Jews are celebrating the first night of Hanukkah while also marking 2 months since the start of the Israel-Hamas war.
Israel's military says it's fighting inside Han Yunis, the main city in southern Gaza, and surrounding the home of a top Hamas leader. The United Nations is warning of an impending, quote, humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. And the UN says there are no safe places for anyone to go and a critical lack of supplies on the ground. More than 1,400 people in Israel and more than 17,000 people in Gaza have died since the war began.
NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Tel Aviv again for us. Raf, what is the Israeli military first off saying about the fighting tonight inside Gaza?
Well, Kate, they're saying it's very intense. Earlier, they announced that the son of a senior Israeli minister, a member of the war cabinet, was killed fighting inside of Gaza. He's one of more than 80 Israeli troops killed since the start of this ground offensive. Humanitarian groups, including the United Nations, say they're running out of adjectives to describe the situation in southern Gaza right now. The UN has already described it as apocalyptic, as catastrophic. They say they are not getting enough aid into Gaza in the first place, but that there is also not enough fuel to deliver that aid once it's inside. So right now, they are only able to distribute those very basics, water, food, medicine, in the area immediately around the Rafah crossing. And we've spoken to Palestinian civilians in that city of Han Yunis, where the Israeli military says senior Hamas leaders, including Yahya Sinwar, who they say was the mastermind of the October 7th terrorist attack, are hiding. And those civilians are facing just an agonizing choice, whether to stay in their homes and risk encirclement by Israeli forces or whether to flee south. And one man we spoke to earlier said right now fleeing south is just a leap into the unknown. They don't know if they have shelter, they don't know if they'll have water, and they don't know if they'll have food if they go south. Guys.
And Raf, as we speak, there are still more than 130 hostages being held inside Gaza. So what are you hearing from families today as they're gathering to celebrate Hanukkah?
Yeah, so we're in Hostage Square right now. This is in the very heart of Tel Aviv. In some ways, it's become the beating heart of Israel. Families have been gathering here for 8 weeks to remember the hostages being held inside Gaza. And earlier tonight, they were lighting candles to mark the first night of Hanukkah, 138 candles for the 138 hostages still being held. And there is enormous frustration and fear among a lot of the families who still have loved ones inside of Gaza. They say that time is running out. Many of their loved ones were wounded on October 7th during the terror attack. Many of them are sick. They are not getting much food. We don't know if they're allowed to see the sun or not. And they are telling the Israeli government, make a deal now, even if it involves painful concessions like releasing senior convicted Palestinian militants. They say the deal is there to be made, and they want it made while their loved ones are still alive. Guys.
Raf, I'm curious what it's like just generally in the country right now, marking this holiday. It must be very difficult.
It's solemn, Kate. This is supposed to be the Festival of Lights, and instead there is a subdued atmosphere here in Tel Aviv. This is a time when families gather together, not just the immediate family, but the extended family, grandparents, parents, kids. And there are a lot of Israeli families that have a loved one inside of Gaza right now. So this is a difficult, painful occasion for a lot of people across this country. Okay.
Well, we thank you for covering it. Raf Sanchez, stay safe.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Meta adds a long-awaited security feature to its Messenger service.
And hundreds of Washington Post employees are on strike. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha.
Hi, Kate and Clay. Yeah, a new privacy feature is coming to Facebook Messenger. End-to-end encryption will now be the default on all Messenger accounts. Previously, you had to opt in. That means that no one aside from the people involved in the message chain will be able to read those messages. More than 750 Washington Post staffers walked off the job this morning to spend the day picketing. The news outlet comes as the union representing the News Guild negotiates a new contract with the company. The Guild says the two sides cannot make a deal on pay increases even after a year and a half of trying to come to an agreement. And artificial intelligence is coming to a fast food restaurant near you. McDonald's says it will team up with Google next year to update the hardware and software at thousands of restaurants. Fast food giant says you'll see the AI improvements on its mobile app and at the drive-thru. Company also claimed the technology would help to keep food fresher, but stopped short of explaining just how. I wonder about that.
Me too. We'll have to go to a drive-thru and find out.
I guess so.
Bertha Coombs, thank you.
Coming up, the unusual punishment this woman is now facing for throwing her burrito bowl at a Chipotle worker.
Plus, new sexual assault allegations against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. What we know about the new claims. Next, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs says he will fight for his name as he faces new allegations of sexual abuse. A new lawsuit accuses Combs of raping a woman when she was 17 years old. Here's NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz.
Music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, facing a fourth accusation of sexual assault. In a federal lawsuit filed Wednesday against the three-time Grammy winner, an unnamed woman alleges Combs and two other men, including a former longtime president of Combs' record label, gang raped her in a New York recording studio 20 years ago when she was just 17 and a junior in high school. The woman says it all began when she met two associates of Combs at a Detroit lounge. According to the lawsuit, which includes these photos allegedly taken that night, they convinced her to get on a private plane with them to New York, where they then plied her with drugs and alcohol. It's there, she says, the three men took turns raping her in the studio's bathroom. When they were done, the lawsuit says they drove her to the airport and put her back on a plane to Michigan. Combs denies the allegations, posting on Instagram Wednesday, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear," he continued. "I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." This woman, now the fourth person in recent weeks to raise accusations against Combs, some including rape and trafficking. Last month, his former longtime partner, singer Cassie, whose real name is Cassandra Ventura, filed a graphic lawsuit claiming Combs raped and physically abused her over the course of a decade. That complaint accuses Combs of uncontrollable rage and alleges that he often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on her. Cassie and Combs reached a settlement in that lawsuit without disclosing terms of the agreement. Two other women have also alleged in recent lawsuits that Combs sexually assaulted them, allegations Combs also denies.
And the lawsuit says the first three women to come forward with allegations against Combs gave this fourth woman the confidence to share her story. She says as a result of the alleged incident, she has suffered significant emotional distress that has plagued her life for 20 years. Back to you.
Liz, thank you. Former President Donald Trump is back in court today watching New York's $250 million civil fraud trial against him play out. New York Attorney General Letitia James has accused Mr. Trump and his family business of inflating the value of their assets to secure favorable business deals. The former president is set to take the stand again on Monday as testimony enters its final days. MSNBC's Yasmin Basugian joins us now from outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Yasmin, good to see you. The former president's sitting inside the courtroom, from what I hear, but what have we heard today, and what do we expect on Monday when he takes the stand?
Kate, good to see you as well. Yeah, he just re-entered the courtroom. There was a lunch break for about an hour or so. We've heard from the former president twice today, once upon entering the courtroom early this morning as he made his way here, the second time as the court took a brief break. And we heard the former president say the things that he normally says, in which he said this is a political witch hunt. He said he was wronged. Everything he did was above board. He mentioned his political rivals that were on the debate stage yesterday evening, along with the current president as well. One of the big questions that we've been asking throughout the day was, why is he here? And I think we figured out why, which is the witness that is testifying today and tomorrow as well. His name is Eli Bartov. He's an NYU accounting professor, and he's considered a star witness in the defense. And I'll tell you why. Essentially, he has said, and I want to read for you a statement that he provided in court today during his testimony, in which he said, "My main finding is that there is no evidence whatsoever for any accounting fraud. On the other hand, my analysis shows the statements of financial condition for all the years were not materially misstated." Now, one of the reasons in which he's considered a star witness is the ways in which, and for the people to whom he's testified, he's offered testimony in front of Goldman Sachs, in front of the SEC. He has also acted as an expert witness for the Attorney General as well in a case against Exxon. He also goes on to say, while he doesn't believe the financial statements that were provided by Trump or Gore were misstated, he feels as if anything that was wrong with those financial statements would have been called out by Mazars USA. And if not Mazars USA, then the banks, who would have had their own valuation. All that being said, court is still in session behind me, and we're certainly going to be watching and waiting to see what else comes out from this testimony today, Kate.
Yeah, okay. Yasmin Basugian, thanks. Appreciate it.
Coming up, trouble brewing behind the scenes of a popular TV show, Yellowstone. You're watching Daily.
In Chicago, plans for a multi-million-dollar tent camp set to house thousands of migrants have now been shut down after toxic chemicals were found in the soil and groundwater.
NBC's Maura Barrett has more. Maura, what do we know about just what happened here?
Well, Zinkley, this is just the latest chapter in what's been a lot of, frankly, public frustration and tension between the Chicago's mayor and the Illinois governor as they're trying to figure out how to best house these migrants. As more and more of them are coming up from the southern border, there's simply not enough shelters to house them. And even where there are shelters available, residents from the neighborhoods are frustrated over what they say is lack of transparency or safety of some of these proposed sites. Now, the city's biggest solution has been shut down over this controversy. In Chicago, the migrant crisis taking on new urgency as frigid winter temperatures move in and hundreds of people remain out on the streets.
We need to, move as quickly as we can.
A major setback, plans to open a $65 million tent camp that would house nearly 2,000 migrants near Chicago's Midway Airport, halted by the governor over serious environmental concerns.
It is toxic. And now can we sit down and actually talk about what we can do that's humane? This is a concentration camp.
The reversal coming after the city released an environmental report over the weekend indicating the Brighton Park site would require a cleanup of toxic chemicals and heavy metals, as the 9.5-acre plot formerly housed industrial work. Mercury, arsenic, and lead, along with cyanide, pesticides, and the now banned cancer-causing compounds known as PCBs, were found on site. City officials saying the most problematic levels of contamination were removed and still deemed the location safe for migrants.
Discovering toxicity there wasn't a surprise. The state of Illinois knew that this assessment was happening and felt confident enough to continue to build on this site.
Friction between the mayor and governor's offices on full display as nearly 600 migrants await placement in shelters, according to the city. The mayor's office writing it's received clear signals from Texas officials that the number of buses will continue to increase, so the urgency of the moment remains.
We say no!
The proposed site facing opposition from residents in the community from the start, as state and city officials struggle to house the influx of migrants. With 80 buses of migrants arriving in just the last month, the need for shelters like this is massive. An alliance with faith-based organizations like Grace and Peace Church is filling that gap.
También nos dan dotaciones de ropa y eso para estar preparados para el invierno.
What's the realistic capacity for churches that are part of this initiative without those bigger shelters?
Well, let me tell you something. There's more than 100 churches in the city of Chicago. The church is really the gatekeepers of the city. If we get the church involved in many areas, we can relieve some of the stress that the city is dealing with.
Pastor John Zayas is coordinating shelter for around 200 migrants across his 8 sites.
It's hard because we have this water hose that's constantly coming with migrants. But there are people on the ground giving tireless hours to serve this city and to serve the people in our community.
He says they've developed a plan with the city to get migrants housed and employed in 60 days.
There's continual flexibility of folks rotating in. There's also folks that have received their work permits. And so we're just lining folks up into the system of, housing and working as we move along.
Bueno, fue un proceso largo, costoso, muchos inconvenientes, no es fácil.
Uncertainty rising as the temperatures here only continue to drop.
And Maura's with us again. Chicago police stations, Maura, have been offering temporary housing for migrants, but I understand that now the city has been clearing those out, too.
That's right, Kate. Unfortunately, especially as the temperatures are really hitting single digits sometimes in early December here in Chicago, police stations, a little bit more than 20 of them, have served as kind of a midpoint as migrants have tried to wait and find their spot in shelters. But the city has been trying to shut those down with the plan to then move migrants into shelters by mid-December, was the original plan. But when they don't have these big shelters opening up, these migrants are only able to turn to the streets to sleep overnight, more than 100 of them staying at the airports. And so there's a big bit of confusion here about where they're supposed to go, especially as the city doesn't have a backup plan for a large shelter like that. They're also dropping the ball on when it comes to feeding the asylum seekers, as well as the state having to step up with additional funding.
Thank you, Maura. We'll be right back.
morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
UK officials claim Russia's intelligence services targeted high-profile British politicians, civil servants, and journalists with what they call malicious cyber activity. The attacks were reportedly attempts to interfere with the UK's political processes and have been going on since at least 2015, Moscow said since at least 2015. Moscow, meanwhile, said there was no evidence for these allegations, dismissing it all as an anti-Russian propaganda.
An Ohio woman who threw a burrito bowl at a Chipotle worker has received a unique punishment. In this viral video, you can see Rosemary Hain throwing the food at the restaurant store manager. Hain was convicted of assault and received 180 days of jail time, but the judge offered to reduce that time if she agreed to work 20 hours a week at a fast food business. Hain is required to complete her fast food service before reporting to jail in March.
And take a look at this video out of Utah. There's a crowd of kids. It's coming up. Here we go. Crowd of kids gathering to lift up a car that had run over a trapped mother and her 2-year-old son in a school parking lot. Look at all those kids running in. A teacher saw them trapped, ran inside Layton Christian Academy to get as much help as she could, and then as he could, and the students were actually able to lift that car off the ground just enough for someone to pull the woman and her son to safety. They were taken to the hospital. They are expected to be okay. That is a dramatic picture and just shows that people are good, right? They try to help each other sometimes.
Yeah, we need some of that, especially today. Several Republican presidential contenders are back on the campaign trail today after the final GOP debate of 2023. Just 4 candidates appeared on stage last night in Alabama, the smallest field yet, and there were several heated and personal attacks throughout the night.
You have other candidates up here like Nikki Haley. She caves anytime the left comes after her.
The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley, who thinks the government should identify every one of those individuals.
I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
I've got these 3 guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort. He who shall not be named. They don't want to talk about it.
Quite the debate, and the current frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, skipped it once again. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is live in Tuscaloosa, where that debate took place. So, Shaq, former UN ambassador Nikki Haley was the target of several attacks last night. She even acknowledged that. How is she responding today?
Yeah, she's still acknowledging that she was on the defensive for much of the time last night on that debate stage. You usually see Nikki Haley able to introduce herself, to talk about her record, to then throw a jab or two at some of the other candidates. This time around, she was defending herself for her foreign policy. She was defending her record as governor. She was forced to defend her corporate connections and donor endorsements that were an asset for her going into last night's debate. Listen to how she's spinning it a little bit this morning.
When you start getting attacked, that means you're surging, and we know that. We see it in the polls in Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina. We want to make sure that we get a new generational leader that's going to get America back on track, and I think the people see that, and certainly my opponent saw that last night.
Meanwhile, the DeSantis campaign is feeling really good from last night. He was able to do what you usually see with Nikki Haley, but he was the one throwing a lot of the jabs. You saw Ramaswamy also playing that aggressive attack dog that we've seen and become familiar with over the course of these debates. And then there's Governor Christie. He told me before the debate that he was going into last night as a prosecutor. He wasn't going to let other candidates dodge or evade some answers to questions. At the end of the debate, he walked right up to our camera, leaned in and said, "I told you."
All right. I told you. Shaq Brewster, thanks for your reporting. We appreciate it.
A Texas judge has granted an emergency order allowing a pregnant woman to get an abortion in the state. The plaintiff, Kate Cox, had said that her baby had a condition unlikely to result in survival, and that doctors told her that carrying the pregnancy to term would put her life and her future fertility at risk. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has been following this story for us for a while now. She joins us. So, Marissa, Cox's attorney says that this is the first case since Roe versus Wade was decided way back in 1973, where an actively pregnant person had asked a court for an emergency abortion. What did the judge say in the ruling today?
Yeah, I want to read you some of the words from the judge this morning. She said in part at the very end there, quote, "The idea that Ms. Cox wants so desperately to be a parent and this law may have her lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice." So for some background, Kate Cox is 20 weeks pregnant. She's had 2 previous C-sections from her 2 children. She's actively seeking and hoping to have a 3rd child, but she's carrying a fetus who has trisomy 18. About 95% of babies do not survive beyond the 1st year. Now, doctors had told her she's required to continue with this pregnancy by Texas law, but it was last week, 19 weeks into her pregnancy, she was told her fetus has no chance of survival. She's been to the ER 4 times already, and her lawyers argued that her future fertility as well as her own life is at risk if she carries through this pregnancy. That is why her legal team filed that emergency appeal, and why, even though this was filed on Tuesday, we already have a decision by noon, just 2 days later. So a couple things. Everyone's asking about the broader implications here. This does not apply to other women. This is specific to Kate Cox and her legal team. We do expect the state of Texas to appeal this. We're awaiting a timeline and exactly that. And finally, we do not have details on when or where Ms. Cox will be seeking an abortion. They're saying for safety reasons, Kate.
Yeah, I would imagine. Melissa Parra, thank you.
We have new details on a legal dispute that could further shake up the set of the popular series Yellowstone.
A company owned by the show's creator, Taylor Sheridan, is now suing one of his own cast members over, get this, his new coffee company. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Molas is here with the brewing legal drama. Get it?
I see what you did there. Oh, I have other ones too, the grounds percolating. But in all seriousness, you have Cole Hauser, who stars on Yellowstone, in this legal battle that was brought about by Bosque Ranch, which is owned by Taylor Sheridan, which is where Yellowstone is filmed. They have their own line of coffee and some competing logos.
Do what's best for the ranch.
A legal battle percolating between the creator of the hit show Yellowstone and one of its own actors.
Everybody ready?
The lawsuit was filed in a Texas federal court by Bosque Ranch, which is owned by Yellowstone showrunner Taylor Sheridan and serves as a filming location for the series. According to a Wall Street Journal report citing executives and crew members, Yellowstone's network Paramount pays Sheridan up to $50,000 a week to film on his properties. Bosque Ranch debuted a coffee line in June and is accusing a coffee company launched 4 months later by Cole Hauser, who plays ranch hand Rip Wheeler on Yellowstone, of trademark infringement and false advertising.
You leave now or you never leave.
The grounds for the lawsuit? Bosque Ranch alleges that the interlocking letter design of Hauser's Free Reign logo is confusingly similar to the ranch's, causing irreparable damage to its brand. Taylor Sheridan and Bosque Ranch did not respond to NBC News' request for comment. Free Reign declined to comment to NBC News on the lawsuit. But Hauser talked about his new brand of coffee on Today when it launched in October.
What's the story behind Free Reign?
I'll tell you, it's about taking risk. It's about enjoying your time and a little bit of coffee.
Brand isn't something you earn, it's something you live up to.
It could mean even more drama behind the scenes of the wildly popular hit show. Set to start filming its final episodes in the spring after a hiatus during the Hollywood strikes, scheduled to air in November 2024. But there's been no shortage of rumblings surrounding the series' end, including whether its star Kevin Costner will appear as John Dutton in the final episodes at all. After Costner testified during a September child support hearing that Paramount, quote, offered him less money than previous seasons and that there were issues with the creatives behind the show. Now it's unclear how the latest legal twist will affect Yellowstone's final days of filming.
So Kevin Costner said in those divorce hearings that he was owed $12 million from the show. So it's unclear how Kevin Costner's potential legal dispute with the creators of Yellowstone and the production company, and now this issue with one of the stars, Cole Hauser, could potentially affect filming this spring. And I know that so many people are looking forward to that other half of season 5. Hopefully none of this legal drama affects what the fans want.
Because the actors' strike got in the way, right? So everybody's like waiting for the final episodes.
I know. Well, look, it'll have to be seen if Kevin's in those final episodes and what's going to happen with Cole Hauser. But I'll keep you posted.
Thank you, Chloe.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Well, if you felt a little toasty this year, you are not alone. 2023 is officially the hottest year on record, according to the European Union's Climate Change Service. Just this week, we've seen wild weather in the Pacific Northwest with torrential rain and historic flooding. Today's show co-host Al Roker got an exclusive look at a first-of-its-kind weather and climate emergency alert network working to keep the public safe.
It's become our new normal, experiencing extreme weather from coast to coast. Just how many billion-dollar weather and climate-related disasters have hit the U.S. this year? According to NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that number reaching 25 versus the annual average of 8. This rapid increase in these events has officials at every level of government working quickly to try to adapt plans and policies to keep the public safe. In New York, a state threatened by nearly every type of natural disaster, from hurricanes to blizzards to wildfire smoke, a first-of-its-kind State Weather Risk Communication Center, or SWRCC, just launched. Governor Kathy Hochul gave us an exclusive look.
So, Governor, what is this room? Where are we?
This is the Mesonet room. We're taking data from the National Weather Service. They're our great partners in this, adding the data we're collecting from these points that are every 19 miles throughout the state. So we have data on the ground.
The Mesonet network collects and reports real-time weather conditions from 126 sites 24 hours a day. This data used both in major weather events and collected as historical record.
As opposed to a forecast, this helps you deal with what is happening on the ground at any given moment throughout this state.
We always will want the forecast from you. But what's happening after that forecast become a reality, the conditions can change quickly. And people need to know what's happening in their neighborhood. That's how we can really manage the best we can what Mother Nature is doing right now.
Meteorologist Dr. Nick Bazil is director of the SWRCC.
When there's an extreme weather event, what's happening at the center?
Yeah, so our employees will be monitoring as much weather data as they can. And what we want to do is collate, synthesize that data, share it with partners in state government as easily readable as formats as possible, so they can react to it without needing a meteorology degree.
Still in its early stages, the center was put to the test during New York City's heavy rainfall and flash flooding event in September.
We were able to start implementing our first tools, which were a real-time sewer capacity exceedance map. So basically, are we seeing more rain than the sewers can handle in real time? And sure enough, those pinpointed Brooklyn as areas that were likely to be hardest hit, and that's where we saw the most impacts, unfortunately. This system allowed us to communicate immediately to our partners so that they can better know, okay, we better start sending assets to Brooklyn, to Western Queens, to Eastern Manhattan right now.
And that's the goal, a coordinated effort in the sharing of real-time information.
As you look at that globe, a lot of things happen that are outside of New York State's borders. How do you think perhaps other governors will be looking at this system?
These systems don't know geographic boundaries. They just sweep across our country. And to the extent that we can prepare a model for other governors to adopt and implement, then we're all going to be safer. That's what we have a responsibility to do. That's how we protect lives.
Al Roker, NBC News.
Coming up, some people seem to thrive on conflict and chaos, but what happens when it becomes too much? You're watching NBC News Daily.
what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming shell. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
In today's mental health check, we're talking about drama. And according to our next guest, some people may actually depend on it. Scott Lyons is the author of Addicted to Drama, Healing Dependency on Crisis and Chaos in Yourself and Others. And he says there are ways to overcome this cycle.
He says it starts with understanding that engaging in drama is actually a coping mechanism, sometimes to distract from disease, even pain. Scott joins us now. It's nice to have you here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we were joking in the break when you came out that I, anyway, thrive on drama and chaos and crisis. It's part of our job, I think, when you're a news person. It's like all about breaking news. But in your book, you say people can be addicted to drama. Explain what you mean by that exactly, and what causes some people to kind of depend on it more than others.
Yeah, so drama is the unnecessary stress and turmoil in our life. It's the exaggerated responses and intensification of behavior, gestures, emotions, stories, and it's the disproportionate amount of energy between what's happening in real life and someone's reaction to it. And really what we're talking about is a dependency on stress. And so people become dependent on stress because they are using the drama to avoid their underlying trauma and pain. It's a survival mechanism.
And how might that survival mechanism impact relationships, co-workers, romantic, family? What does that actually look like?
I mean, the impact is huge because we all know someone addicted to drama. And the impact is we often get exhausted and we have something called secondhand stress. Their stress becomes our stress and we have to deal with it. And if we don't know how to deal with it, we often get ill.
Yeah, I worry that I do that to people in my family sometimes. I'm being honest, like there's a lot of stress in this job. How do you engage with, if you have a friend, let's say, or a family member who you think is maybe in that cycle? How do you engage? How do you help?
There's a lot of tactics. Boundaries, boundaries, boundaries. So set your time limit of how much time you're willing to spend with them, what you're willing to talk about. Grow your resilience. So I like to use a bucket of ice on my own, put my hands in it, and grow a little stress tolerance. If I know I can tolerate that discomfort, I can likely just, be okay with the discomfort of a family member or friend who's addicted to drama. I also love the technique, and this is a trauma technique we use called shaking it off. When you get overwhelmed by their stress, you literally just start to shake your body until you get rid of the overload of energy that's coming from them into you.
Yeah, so often we underestimate how even mental, emotional things impact us physically. If you identify with this drama-seeking behavior, you're like, this is not my friend, this is me. How do you retrain your brain?
Yeah, well, first of all, amazing. So unlike most people to honor the fact that they might have a little propensity for the drama, so I really appreciate that.
I think it's what attracts us to this field. I know I keep saying it, but it's all about stress every day.
Being a doctor, being a psychologist, yes, I'm attracted to the drama. I liked it. I'm getting over it, just like some of us might.
And how do you do that? How do you retrain?
Yeah, so the first thing is acknowledging it. The second is recognizing when you start to exaggerate and intensify. People will give you feedback about like, hey, that doesn't quite feel like in line with what's happening. Take that to heart and look what's going on underneath the hood. So your exaggerated, intensified reactions, go back inside and go, what's actually happening inside my body? What am I feeling? What do I need?
In my house, we call that checking the facts.
Yes, checking the facts.
Your book talks about the different archetypes of drama dependency. What is that? What does that mean?
Well, the addiction to drama shows up in a lot of different ways. So sometimes we have like a catastrophizer, someone who makes everything so negative and so bad. We have like an internal rever, someone who's creating stories constantly in their head. We have a martyr who is sometimes like,
there's so many different ways it manifests.
There's so many different ways it manifests.
Well, this is really helpful insight, Scott Lyons. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and thanks for watching.
Thank you so much.
Haley. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
A new interactive experience here in New York City is giving visitors a unique opportunity to recreate an iconic photo from American history.
And members of the Today Show got the chance to experience it for themselves. Here's Today Show anchor Savannah Guthrie.
Check it out, guys. We're going up there
Oh,
to
wow.
the top of the rock.
Yeah.
All the way to the top. You know what's up there?
What?
The beam.
Let's go beam.
Oh, we're getting on the beam.
It was just a short walk across the street from Studio 1A.
Yeah, let's go.
Going up.
To be the very first guests to beam ourselves up to the latest experience in Rockefeller Plaza.
To the beam.
The beam.
Beam.
The beam refers to a steel beam that became part of one of the most iconic photographs in American history. 11 ironworkers dangling more than 850 feet high above the city, casually eating lunch.
The construction of Rockefeller Center is complete, and John D. Rockefeller Jr. will drive the last rivet.
The year was 1932, the height of the Great Depression, and this construction project, eventually known as Rockefeller Center, put more than 40,000 people to work when jobs were hard to come by. The photo, called Lunch Atop a Skyscraper, came to symbolize American resilience and an ode to the American worker.
Oh, here we go. Get ready.
And we were on the way to pay our own tribute of sorts to the 69th floor of 30 Rock, to that very same location the original photo was taken. This new adventure is called The Beam.
Is that the beam? This is it?
That's a beautiful piece of metal right there.
And soon we were strapped in.
This is like being on a ride at Universal. Hands up. Yeah. Come on, let's go.
Because to recreate that famous photo, we have to be lifted high into the air.
Good.
Here we go.
So good.
And then something we don't expect. We turn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, baby.
Carson, how we doing?
We're doing good.
SG?
Man.
Wow.
Yeah, now we go out over the...
We're not really.
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't.
And, oh yes, we turn again.
Oh, now we're going back.
This is so great. Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And now we're in position to try and capture that famous moment. We felt like we were beaming, but something was missing. If those brave ironworkers were having lunch, so were we. Would you want to eat lunch up here? We were going back up. So what do you guys think about this experience? Would you like to meet at this place for lunch again?
Sure. I think we should do the show from up here.
I think it's a great lunch spot. I think it's perfect. Carson, how are you?
The view is tremendous.
You all right?
It makes you think about hardworking Americans back almost 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And the idea
What
this,
they went through.
this building is still standing.
Yeah. And I got news for the people at home watching this. The beam underneath us, not that wide.
No, it's not.
Not that wide.
No.
But this is special. Let's go back in time.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Do it again in 80 years.
Cheers.
There you go.
Savannah Guthrie, NBC News.
How cool.
Very cool. And before we go, Babel magazine is out with its list of the most mispronounced words of 2023.
Okay, here we go. The magazine teamed up with captioners to find words that defined our year, but were hardest to actually say out loud. Some of the trickiest words this year were celebrity names like SZA. She's the most nominated artist ahead of next year's Grammys and was one of Spotify's top 10 streamed artists of the year.
All right, another mispronounced word. Samophile. I only know it because they told me how to say it. It's a plant or an animal that thrives in sandy soil. Samophile. Actually, the winning word for this year's Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Try using that in a sentence, huh? And finally, another name on the list, Cillian Murphy. The Irish actor starred in one of this year's biggest films, Oppenheimer, also played Thomas Shelby in the hit period drama Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like Cillian, does it?
No.
Okay, and here's a few more to add to your list. All right, I'm going to try Popocatépetl.
No, that sounded
I
right
missed
to me. It was closer than what I could do.
Popocatépetl.
Okay, I like that. The next one, Shoe Pet. That's the pet of Karl Lagerfeld.
His
Really?
cat, actually.
His cat.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Nepo Baby, which is like nepotism.
We don't, yeah.
That one doesn't feel as hard to me.
Yeah, but I think we're missing one. I think it's Zincle Esamoah. I think it's fair to say that one has been mispronounced. I know y'all watch every day. Zincle. There's no C or K, but that's
Equal emphasis, right?
Equal
Zincle,
emphasis,
not
yes.
Zincle.
Not Zincle, Zincle.
There we go. She's Zincle. I'm Kate. Thanks for watching.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zincle Esamoah.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zincle Esamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Thursday, December 7th, 2023, chaos on campus. At least 3 people killed after a gunman opened fire at the University of Nevada. Students forced to cower in classrooms for hours. What police are revealing about the shooter and his possible motive.
Cross-country storm. A powerful system is on the move, threatening millions. Heavy snow, drenching rain, even tornadoes are possible. We're tracking when and where it's hitting.
Marketplace for predators. Facebook and Instagram are facing an explosive new lawsuit accused of steering child predators toward kids online. We'll speak with New Mexico's Attorney General who filed the suit, what he says all parents need to know.
And staying present, how parents can teach kids to appreciate the holiday season itself. No wrapping paper required.
Ooh, that's good news because those presents get expensive, Kate.
Right. It is kind of, the segment's kind of about how to keep it under control and not make it all materialistic. But we do begin, unfortunately, with another mass shooting in America. This time we're talking about the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
That's right. 3 people were killed yesterday when a gunman opened fire just days before students went on December break. A 4th victim was shot and injured. They remain hospitalized at this hour. NBC News has learned the identity of the shooter, 67-year-old Anthony Polito, who died in a shootout with campus police.
The number of mass shootings this year is hard to wrap your head around. 632 in America just in 2023. A mass shooting defined by the Gun Violence Archive as a shooting where 4 or more people are shot or killed.
Let's bring in NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter and NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin in Las Vegas. Tom, we'll start with you. What more have we learned about this gunman, and what are investigators focusing on now?
Right. Well, right now it's all about the motive and trying to determine why this individual, Anthony Polito, 67 years of age, former college professor, somebody who in 2020, according to our reporting and multiple senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter, previously applied to work as a professor at UNLV, but that was back in 2020. So the question is, if that was back in 2020 and he was disappointed about it, why did he go to the school now? Why did he conduct this shooting? That's the big question. That's what investigators are focused on. A review of all sorts of Google searches, social media. We can't find anything that indicates that there was any sort of a protest, demonstration, or event at the school yesterday that would have led to somebody perhaps carrying this out as a result of the tensions in the Middle East. So we did look into that. Of course, the Las Vegas law enforcement community very familiar with active shooter investigations after the horrible 2017 tragedy at Mandalay Bay and a country music concert there where Stephen Paddock killed 60 and wounded over 400 others. So this is a town that is unfortunately far too familiar with these types of incidents.
Yeah. Dana, let me bring you in and bring us up to speed on what we know about the victims at this point. And also, what are you hearing from students about what they experienced?
Yeah, we're still waiting to get confirmation on the victims. We know 3 have been killed, 1 remains in the hospital. I spoke with one student who was here on campus. He tells me that students are really frustrated, angry, and anxious about what has happened on their campus. He told me about what happened to him. He was on the 5th floor of this building, the Lee Business School. He was meeting with his professor. He says his professor went to the restroom. Moments later, the shooting happened. He says he's tried calling and emailing his professor. He has not heard back. He is obviously concerned that his professor may have been one of the victims, but he has not been able to confirm it. Listen to what he told me about that experience, waiting and hiding as those gunshots were going off.
I had to hide under the table for about 40 to 50 minutes. And this whole time, I've heard more than 20 shots at least. Like at some point, you just feel like there's a war. Like 2 people were shooting each other. Yeah, so it was terrifying.
Absolutely terrifying. That student tells me that he actually texted his mom saying that he loved her because he felt like he was going to die. Investigators have been behind us, including members from the coroner's office. Outside of this business school, there are several tables and chairs set up because students were planning to meet, set up logos. It was kind of like a meetup. So investigators say they were lucky that 2 campus police officers shot and killed the suspect because there may have been more victims.
Yeah, scenes that are all too common here in this country. Dana Griffin, Tom Winter, thank you both.
Today, Jewish people across Israel celebrating the first night of Hanukkah while also marking 2 months since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Candles were lit next to hostage posters at the Western Wall in Jerusalem, one of the most sacred sites in the world. Israeli forces are still fighting deep into the Gaza Strip. The military says it has surrounded the home of a top Hamas leader. Images posted on social media appear to show Israeli forces detaining dozens of stripped men in Gaza. This video appears recent, but it is unclear to us exactly when it was taken. The Israeli military says it has been arresting terror suspects throughout Gaza. Several groups are warning that conditions inside Gaza are, quote, not survivable unless more humanitarian aid gets in. More than 1,400 people in Israel, more than 17,000 people in Gaza have died since the war began, according to both sides. NBC News correspondent Hala Garani is with us again in Jerusalem. Hala, good to see you. The White House says President Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. I don't think he had for a while, right? What is the Israeli government saying about that call and about allowing more aid into Gaza?
Interestingly, we haven't had a readout from the Israeli Prime Minister's office on that, but we do know that Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, has spoken with the Prime Minister's advisor, Ron Dermer. He said, according to the State Department, that the United States is happy that Israel is allowing a trickle more fuel into the Palestinian areas. The Gaza Strip through the south, but that more needs to be done to protect civilians. This is a message we've heard from the United States directed at Benjamin Netanyahu for several weeks now, and that more needs to be done as well to allow aid through, because as you've been reporting, humanitarian aid agencies, the UN, are all saying that essentially we are seeing a catastrophe unfold in Gaza, a humanitarian catastrophe, the complete collapse potentially of civil society, no medical centers or hospitals functioning in the north almost at all at this point, and those that are still in the south because of continued airstrikes put under very heavy strain, Kate.
And Hala, there's still 130 some hostages being held inside Gaza. How are families today reacting and gathering to celebrate Hanukkah?
Right, and this is coming against the backdrop of reports that the Israeli military is considering using seawater to flood the tunnels. And I can tell you that the families of hostages, they would find this terrifying because of the assumption that at least some of these hostages are held in the tunnels. Today is the first day of Hanukkah, and there was a procession from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv to the Ministry of Defense and back. We're talking about a 45-minute walk there, and the lighting of 138 candles. And symbolically, the U.S. ambassador to Israel lit the first of the 138 candles. These families, some of them are extremely angry with the government of Benjamin Netanyahu. There was that leaked audio yesterday of one released hostage screaming at the prime minister, telling him that he was prioritizing his military aims over the lives of the Israeli hostages still stuck in the Gaza Strip, Kate.
Hala Gorani for us. Hala, thank you so much.
Here in the U.S., we're tracking the storms that flooded parts of the Pacific Northwest after days of nearly nonstop pounding rain. Those storms are now heading east. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking this forecast for us. So, Bill, what should we expect here?
This storm is moving in and out quickly, and it's not even half as big as the last two. So that's why we're not seeing a lot of issues with flooding or anything like that in areas of the West. But it is unsettled, and we do have a little bit of rain and snow heading up towards the Lake Tahoe, Reno area. We've had a lot of showery type weather in Oregon and Washington State. But as I mentioned, this will be on the move. It's actually colder with this storm than the last two, so we are getting some significant snow at some of the highest of elevations, especially in the Cascades of Oregon. Another 6 to 12 inches is possible at the peaks. Areas inland, as we head into the Rockies, we'll get a good dose of snow out of this too. So the ski resorts, it's been very warm lately. They didn't like the last couple storms. They'll like this one a little bit better. So now let's talk about the weekend. As we go through Friday, the storm heads into Colorado. Still showery type weather, snow and rain showers in areas of Oregon, northern Idaho, Montana. California looks just fine. Arizona, you're dry as could be. Then as we go into the weekend, that storm heads into the middle of the country. Lots of travel issues in the east Saturday and Sunday. The next storm comes into the Pacific Northwest as we go through Saturday. This one is not going to have a huge punch to it. I don't think we're going to see a lot of renewed flooding concerns. It's colder with this one, so we will have snow at the higher elevations going through the passes. And then by the time we get to Sunday's forecast, what a mess on the East Coast with a lot of rain, wind, you name it, flooding concerns, maybe even some severe weather to deal with. And we're still kind of unsettled. I'd expect some rain on and off in areas like Portland, down to Eugene and Medford. Much of California, though, does remain dry. So it's active in the West, but nothing nearly as impactful as what we just got done with.
Oh, just when you think you're done with one storm, there comes another. Bill Cairns, thank you.
It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. It is a bad time to be buying a house.
And another star golfer joining the Saudi-backed Golf League. CNBC's Julia Boorstin joins us now. Hey, Julia.
Hi, Kate and Zinkley. Well, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is donating $100 million to expand its work on economic mobility. The money will be used for initiatives including sending local leaders to Washington to learn strategies to lift their communities out of poverty. The foundation said the goal is to give grantees more power and to accelerate the impact of its gifts. A new Redfin report shows that this was the least affordable year to buy a home in over a decade. Californians were the most likely to feel the sting, with San Francisco and San Jose ranked the most expensive metro areas. Midwest metros were named the most affordable. Jon Rahm, he's the world's #3 ranked golfer and reigning Masters champion, is reportedly set to leave the PGA Tour for the Saudi-backed LIV Tour. The Wall Street Journal reports the deal is expected to happen this week. It comes ahead of a December 31st deadline when the two leagues are supposed to finalize a deal to join forces. Back over to you.
All right. Julia Boorstin, thanks so much for that.
Still ahead, up for debate, 4 Republican hopefuls facing off but noticeably absent frontrunner Donald Trump. Is any of it enough to sway voters?
Plus, a Texas judge grants a pregnant woman permission to get an abortion. What the decision could mean for other women. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm hearing sleigh bells twinkling lights.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You have other candidates up here like Nikki Haley. She caves anytime the left comes after her.
The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley, who thinks the government should identify every one of those individuals.
I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
I've got these 3 guys who are all seemingly to compete with, Voldemort. He who shall not be named. They don't want to talk about it.
In case you missed it, things got heated and personal during the 4th and final Republican presidential debate of 2023. Just 4 candidates took the stage last night in Alabama. But just like the previous 3 debates, former President Donald Trump skipped the event altogether. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Tuscaloosa for us. Shaq, we're a month away from Iowa. I can't believe it's that close. First major contest, right, of the 2024 presidential cycle. So did last night's debate do anything to change minds of voters you're talking to?
At least not on first impact, Kate. When you listen to what voters have said, when you talk to the campaigns, they acknowledge that there was a smaller viewership to last night's debate and that candidates are not getting that much attention right now because the leader of the pack, former President Donald Trump, has not been on that stage. One thing that was unique about last night's debate, though, is that you saw Nikki Haley in a slightly different position. She was playing defense more. She was receiving attacks from Ron DeSantis, from Vivek Ramaswamy. She says that's because of her new positioning in the polls and the rise in the polls. But when you talk to voters, you're not really getting the sense that things are fundamentally shifting in this race. I want to play some sound from our colleague Priscilla Thompson, who is in Des Moines, in Iowa, talking to voters. Listen to how they put it.
I do feel like Nikki Haley had a target on her back. I think that they were kind of coming after her tonight. So I don't think it was her strongest debate performance, but I still will support her.
There's no way that these other candidates have a shot. So Trump is the front runner. He is
clearly the front runner, and all these, I enjoy watching these guys. It makes good television, but
that's it.
Trump is the man.
And that's kind of the point that you heard from Chris Christie on stage last night, saying that the focus should be on Donald Trump because he's in that first place position, Kate.
And Chuck, I know we also learned that there will be 2 more debates, Republican debates next month.
Yes.
Any chance Donald Trump shows up to those, and when and where are they going to be?
Well, his campaign is already saying that he is unlikely, that there's actually no chance that he will show up on that debate stage. We know that the debates will take place in Iowa and New Hampshire. The polling threshold will be 10% now and a mixture of national or state polls. So we can expect more excitement and more debate stages to come as we get closer to those contests.
All right, Shaq Brewster for us. Shaq, thank you.
A Texas judge has granted an emergency order allowing a pregnant woman to get an abortion in the state. The plaintiff, Kate Cox, said that her baby had a lethal condition, resulting in a slim chance of survival. Ms. Cox also said doctors told her carrying the pregnancy to term would put her life and her future fertility at risk. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra has been following this story for us and joins us now. So, Marissa, what did the judge say in her ruling today, and how are attorneys for Ms. Cox responding now?
Hey, Zane Clay, a lot to get to. I want to start with what the Texas judge said earlier this morning. Quote, in part, the idea that Ms. Cox wants so desperately to be a parent and this law may have her lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice. Now, for some background, Zane Clay, it's important to note, Kate Cox, she is 20 weeks pregnant. She's had 2 C-sections. She already has 2 children. She's desperately hoping for her third, but she's currently carrying a fetus who has trisomy 18. About 90 to 95% of babies with this condition don't make it past a year. And doctors have told her she is required to continue with her pregnancy by law. She just found out last week at 19 weeks, however, that her fetus has no chance of survival. Lawyers for Kate Cox argued that the future of her fertility as well as her own life are at risk if she carries with this pregnancy. And this is why her legal team filed an emergency appeal on Tuesday. And this is why this all happened so quickly. We already have a decision just 2 days later. Now, what does this mean for the rest of the women in Texas, and what are the broader implications? The first thing I want to start with is the judge's order only pertains to Kate Cox as well as her physicians. But we did just get a response from the Attorney General for the state of Texas. Among the things that they have said, they warned that anyone who is thinking of breaking the law, because this law remains in place, as we've mentioned, they reminded everyone of those legal consequences, punishable. This is potentially a felony, punishable by prison time. They also sent a letter to the physician's hospital where that physician works. And it is important to remind as well that this TRO, the temporary restraining order, only lasts for 14 days. So they made a point of mentioning that. But there are so many questions in terms of the broader implications. We know that legally there is still a potential for a path forward if other women in other districts decide to file a similar appeal in their own areas. But it remains to be seen what the next steps across the board are going to look like here. Zane Clay?
Yeah, really important reporting. It's not just about this one case. It could have some serious ripple effects. Marissa Parra, thank you.
Coming up, explosive new lawsuit. Facebook and Instagram accused of steering child predators toward kids online. What the New Mexico Attorney General who filed the suit wants all parents to know, and what Meta is saying about it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In Chicago, plans for a multi-million-dollar tent camp set to house thousands of migrants have now been shut down after toxic chemicals were found in the soil and groundwater.
NBC's Maura Barrett has more. Maura, what do we know about just what happened here?
Well, Zinkley, this is just the latest chapter in what's been a lot of, frankly, public frustration and tension between the Chicago's mayor and the Illinois governor as they're trying to figure out how to best house these migrants. As more and more of them are coming up from the southern border, there's simply not enough shelters to house them. And even where there are shelters available, residents from the neighborhoods are frustrated over what they say is lack of transparency or safety of some of these proposed sites. Now, the city's biggest solution has been shut down over this controversy.
In Chicago, the migrant crisis taking on new urgency as frigid winter temperatures move in and hundreds of people remain out on the streets.
We need to, move as quickly as we can.
A major setback, plans to open a $65 million tent camp that would house nearly 2,000 migrants near Chicago's Midway Airport, halted by the governor over serious environmental concerns.
It is toxic. And now can we sit down and actually talk about what we can do that's humane? This is a concentration camp.
The reversal coming after the city released an environmental report over the weekend indicating the Brighton Park site would require a cleanup of toxic chemicals and heavy metals, as the 9.5-acre plot formerly housed industrial work. Mercury, arsenic, and lead, along with cyanide, pesticides, and the now banned cancer-causing compounds known as PCBs, were found on site. City officials saying the most problematic levels of contamination were removed and still deemed the location safe for migrants.
Discovering toxicity there wasn't a surprise. The state of Illinois knew that this assessment was happening and felt confident enough to continue to build on this site.
Friction between the mayor and governor's offices on full display as nearly 600 migrants await placement in shelters, according to the city. The mayor's office writing it's received clear signals from Texas officials that the number of buses will continue to increase, so the urgency of the moment remains.
We say no!
The proposed site facing opposition from residents in the community from the start, as state and city officials struggle to house the influx of migrants.
With 80 buses of migrants arriving in just the last month, the need for shelters like this is massive. An alliance with faith-based organizations like Grace and Peace Church is filling that gap.
También nos dan dotaciones de ropa y eso para estar preparados para el invierno.
What's the realistic capacity for churches that are part of this initiative without those bigger shelters?
Well, let me tell you something. There's more than 100 churches in the city of Chicago. The church is really the gatekeepers of the city. If we get the church involved in many areas, we can relieve some of the stress that the city is dealing with.
Pastor John Zayas is coordinating shelter for around 200 migrants across his 8 sites.
It's hard because we have this water hose that's constantly coming with migrants. But there are people on the ground giving tireless hours to serve this city and to serve the people in our community.
He says they've developed a plan with the city to get migrants housed and employed in 60 days.
There's continual flexibility of folks rotating in. There's also folks that have received their work permits. And so we're just lining folks up into the system of, housing and working as we move along.
Bueno, fue un proceso largo, costoso, muchos inconvenientes, no es fácil.
Uncertainty rising as the temperatures here only continue to drop.
And Maura's with us again. Chicago police stations, Maura, have been offering temporary housing for migrants, but I understand that now the city has been clearing those out too.
That's right, Kate. Unfortunately, especially as the temperatures are really hitting single digits sometimes in early December here in Chicago, police stations, a little bit more than 20 of them, have served as kind of a midpoint as migrants have tried to wait and find their spot in shelters. But the city has been trying to shut those down with the plan to then move migrants into shelters by mid-December, was the original plan. But when they don't have these big shelters opening up, these migrants are only able to turn to the streets to sleep overnight, more than 100 of them staying at the airports. And so there's a big bit of confusion here about where they're supposed to go, especially as the city doesn't have a backup plan for a large shelter like that. They're also dropping the ball on when it comes to feeding the asylum seekers, as well as the state having to step up with additional funding.
Thank you.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The House has voted to censure Representative Jamal Bowman for pulling a fire alarm in a congressional building back in September. The Democrat from New York pulled the alarm while the chamber was called to vote on a resolution to fund the government. Republicans accused him of trying to delay the vote, but Bowman maintains it was an accident. Bowman was charged over the incident and pled guilty in October. He was ordered to pay a $1,000 fine and write an apology to the U.S. Capitol Police Chief.
One of the biggest stars in baseball will be wearing pinstripes next season. Last night, the New York Yankees acquired Juan Soto in a 7-player trade with the San Diego Padres. In 6 seasons in the MLB, Soto has made 3 All-Star teams, won 4 Silver Slugger awards. The Yankees won just 82 games last year, narrowly avoiding their first losing season since 1992.
And a Miami woman was arrested after she reportedly set her Tinder date's car on fire. Police say the 25-year-old poured a gallon of what appeared to be gasoline onto the passenger seat of her date's car and torched it with a lighter. The victim was able to escape the car and extinguish the flames on his body while the woman ran off. She's now facing several charges, including attempted murder and aggravated battery.
Just one day after the latest high-profile mass shooting in Nevada, members of Congress are marking 11 years since the devastating events at Sandy Hook Elementary School. 26 people were murdered on December 14th, 2013, including 20 children. Today on Capitol Hill, lawmakers and loved ones of victims of gun violence marked the tragedy. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin joins me now. Julie, what did we hear from the lawmakers today?
This was really an emotional press conference as gun violence survivor, as families of victims who have been struck by gunfire, who have died, who have suffered and were never the same since, gathered to mark 11 years since the Sandy Hook mass shooting. But there were also parents there of children who died in other shootings, including that happened in Connecticut. I'm talking about Kristen Song, a mother who shared words that she wrote 4 weeks after her son, Ethan, was killed by accidental gunfire at just 15 years old. All four lawmakers here were part of the Connecticut delegation here. I want you to take a listen to some of what Song had to share.
What's so heartbreaking is that Ethan's death was 100% preventable. If that gun owner had taken seconds, just seconds, to lock up his 3 handguns, my son would be alive today. I would not be serving a life sentence, and he would not be serving a death sentence.
Just painful words from Song, and she said that lawmakers in that room were there to hold her hand as she cried when she lost her son. One of the lawmakers said they're just running out of words to say.
And Julie, I know a lot of advocates are looking for broader legislation on guns. What is the latest on Capitol Hill and beyond?
Well, look, a law named after Ethan that would require guns be stored safely and locked. That law was attempted to be passed, that bill, I should say, on the Senate floor on Wednesday night by some of those Connecticut lawmakers, Senators Murphy and Blumenthal. That, along with an assault weapons ban and an enhanced background check bill, all were blocked by Republicans on the floor. There really is just no appetite to do anything more, even as we're continuing to see these mass shootings, especially after that bipartisan gun safety bill was passed just last year.
Yeah, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
A deputy U.S. Marshal is being detained in the United Kingdom after being accused of sexually abusing a female passenger on a flight. The Marshal and a second deputy were flying to London to extradite someone wanted on fraud charges in Brooklyn, New York. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. So, Ken, what else do we know about this incident, and how is the U.S. Marshal Service responding?
Zinkley, law enforcement sources told NBC News the federal marshal was one of 2 deputies traveling on a Delta flight from New York City's JFK airport to London when a woman complained to the crew that she had been inappropriately touched during the flight. A Delta Airlines spokesman confirmed there was an incident on board involving an unruly passenger behavior and that the plane was met by police upon landing. 2 law enforcement sources told us that 2 federal marshals had been drinking during the flight, and the sources said that the second marshal was being sent back to New York Wednesday without facing any charges. Both deputies are assigned to the Eastern District of New York and were en route to London to bring back a suspect wanted in Brooklyn on federal fraud-related charges. The Metropolitan Police in London said in a statement that their officers at Heathrow Airport were informed that the U.S. Marshal had sexually assaulted other passengers and crew aboard the flight, adding that the 39-year-old was arrested on suspicion of sexual assault and remains in custody. A U.S. Marshal Service spokesman said that the agency was aware that an officer engaged in, quote, serious alleged misconduct while intoxicated on an inbound flight from New York City. The spokesperson added that the Marshal Service is cooperating with UK law enforcement, and he said the alleged actions of the employees do not reflect the professionalism or core values of the Marshal Service. Sinclair.
Important reporting. Ken Delanian, thanks for bringing us that one.
A warning briefly to our viewers that this next story discusses sexual abuse against children. A bombshell, wildly disturbing new lawsuit alleges that Meta, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, exposes children to sexual exploitation. The suit alleges Meta has allowed its platforms to become, quote, a marketplace for predators in search of children upon whom to prey.
New Mexico's Attorney General filed the lawsuit conducting its own undercover investigation. The lawsuit says the state set up several decoy accounts like this profile profile of a 13-year-old persona named Issa B, who was served, quote, a stream of egregious sexually explicit images, even when the child expressed no interest in the content.
Meta strongly denying these accusations, saying in part that, quote, we use sophisticated technology and share information and tools with other companies and law enforcement, including working in partnership with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. New Mexico's Attorney General Raul Torres joins us now with more on this. Mr. Attorney General, thanks for being with us, first of all. The findings, I've looked through the whole claim. It's horrifying. The photos are disgusting. We can't show them on television. What would you tell parents about what you found?
Well, the most important thing is parents need to be vigilant, and they need to wake up to the reality that these platforms are simply not safe for children. Facebook and Instagram, contrary to all of the reassurances that have been made by Mr. Zuckerberg and senior executives, are simply not safe for kids. And parents, I think, probably have some sense that this kind of conduct, this kind of predatory behavior may be off in dark and hidden corners of the internet. And the reality is it's available and present every day on the apps that, most Americans have on their phones and a great many children have access to.
And Mr. Attorney General, you just named Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, and you also name him as a defendant in this case. But there is a federal statute that protects social media companies from being liable for what people say on their platforms. So legally speaking, what sets you up to be a winner in court in this case?
Well, we're not, our lawsuit is not about holding them responsible for the content that's put forth by third parties. It's about the misrepresentations that have been made, misrepresentations about the safety of the products and services that they offer, and fundamentally designing that product in a way that funnels predators to vulnerable children. That is a space that we believe is still open despite the broad immunity that's been granted by Congress under Section 230. Recent cases in California and Oregon support, I think, that approach. And, we intend to put on a very strong case about the affirmative misrepresentations that executives have made and the specific decisions that they've made about how the platform is organized and designed. The absence of things like real age verification, the ability of stranger, unassociated adults to contact minor children. These are just a few of the things that fundamentally have to be redesigned inside these platforms.
Yeah, and briefly, as you're describing that, I'm reminded that some view this as a federal issue. And I think of that case of a federal judge who just blocked Montana from implementing a statewide TikTok ban. So how do you believe New Mexico, a state, has standing to unilaterally take on this kind of issue with Meta?
Any business that conducts business here in the state of New Mexico has to comply with state law, and our state law is very clear about the legal requirements for doing business. That means not engaging in dishonesty, not misleading consumers, not engaging in deceptive practices, and all of those are alleged and are at issue in this complaint.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, they have violated state law and they need to be held accountable here in state court in New Mexico.
So just to push back a little, Meta is a company with more than 3 billion daily active users. They say they shut down 500,000 accounts in August alone for violating child sexual exploitation policies. So doesn't that show that they're trying?
They may be trying, but they're not trying hard enough. The reality is that the steps that they had taken were sufficient. The accounts that were established wouldn't have been flooded with the kind of material that is so graphic, frankly, you're not able to show it to your viewers. And one of the things that was really telling for me is that, Issa B had racked up so many followers in such a short period of time. Number one, 95% of those followers were men, the vast majority of them men over the age of 25. And, how this demonstrates how clueless the platform itself was. They actually recommended to our undercover agent, the account holder for Issa B, that she establish a professional account so she could better track and drive followers and engagement to the platform. If they were really taking this seriously, something like that never should have happened.
Just lastly, executives from Meta and other social media companies are supposed to testify in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee on online child sexual exploitation in January. What action would you like Congress to take?
I think Congress fundamentally needs to re-examine Section 230. They need to look carefully, not only at the allegations that we have offered about the sexual exploitation of children, but also the allegations that we include in our complaint and that are mirrored in the complaint offered by other attorneys general about the mental health harms associated with, the obsessive and addictive use of these types of products by teens. This isn't the early days of the internet anymore. We don't need to give that kind of blanket immunity to help these things and these businesses get off the ground. It's time for Congress to step up and step into this space.
New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres, thanks for your time. We should also note that representatives from Meta declined our request for an interview, but they are welcome on our show anytime to respond and discuss this important issue.
We're also following breaking news in Las Vegas. We have just learned the identity of 2 of the 3 victims from yesterday's shooting. They are both members of the school faculty, Professor Cha-Jan Chang and Assistant Professor Patricia Velez. Police say they have identified the 3rd victim, but are still trying to notify their family. 1 other person was injured in the shooting and is still in the hospital. We'll continue to bring you the latest.
Coming up, it is the season of giving and receiving. So how can you make sure your kids are able to balance both those things?
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
Welcome back, and a heads up to any parents watching this with little ones around. In today's Modern Parenting, we're talking about the holidays and Santa, specifically how to put more gratitude in our kids' attitude this holiday season.
It's usually a time to indulge this time of year, right? To spoil ourselves, spoil our little ones. People think about that. But what happens when kids are a little too focused on the over-the-top wish lists and the never-ending shopping trips? Joining us now with more tips on how to keep our kids kind of focused on the season and not the gifts is Amy McCready. She's founder of Positive positive parenting solutions. It's great to have you. Thanks for being here. Also the author of the book, The Me Epidemic, which rings true right now. So for parents who may have over-gifted in years past, my husband would say that would be every year for me, and also for parents who maybe can't afford to over-gift and spend tons of money, how do we stop the disappointment in the kids and make it just, I don't know, a kind of a better environment?
Yeah, so research tells us that people who are grateful are happier. So the sort of antidote to that disappointment is cultivating an attitude of gratitude in our kids. And so really working with them to feel a sense of contentment and thankfulness for all they have. But the key is we have to kind of manage the expectations ahead of time. So even if you've overdone it in the past, it's not too late to set the expectation for a simpler season, especially around gifts. So limit the number. When your kids are finalizing their wish list, commit to 4 gifts. Something I want, something I need, something to wear, and something to read.
In my
It's a
house,
thought.
it's 1.
It's a thought. Good for you. That's fab. But so you've set the expectation. Now, the thing that comes up often is grandparents or relatives that will overdo it. So sometimes you have to set the expectation with them as well, that we're kind of cutting back and get them to agree on a limit, a number of gifts or a spending limit.
I feel like I interrupted you. Something to...
So it's 4 things. Something to wear, something I want, something I need, something to wear, and something to read. So it's fun categories for kids to focus on.
Okay, and it's interesting because you point out that the job of creating a perfect holiday, right, whatever that is not the responsibility of the parent or guardian. It's actually a family affair. So what do you mean by that?
It should be, because I think as parents, don't we have this like sense of creating this magical picture perfect holiday, but we run ourselves ragged trying to do that. So this year we can set the expectation that we are a family, we're a team, and everybody has to contribute. So that long list of holiday prep to-dos that you have, share it with the family, have everybody sign up for some jobs, whether it's hauling decorations to and from the attic, ironing napkins, everybody contributes.
Ironing napkins? I wish. Amy, okay, I have to ask about this. I was told that you have strong opinions about the elf on a shelf, which I actually never bought because it's a lot. Everybody knows that it visits every day, keeps an eye on behavior of your kids, and reports back to Santa every night. You say don't do it.
Well, I love the elf for all the antics and the fun and the mischief. And I think that's how we should use the elf. The problem comes in is when parents use the elf or the threat of Santa's watching to kind of scare their kids into behaving appropriately, because nobody wants to be on the naughty list. But think about it from the child's perspective. That creates incredible anxiety for kids, especially for kids who already struggle with impulse control or making poor choices. Or when parents give that blanket threat of, that's it, we're canceling Christmas. Hanukkah's not happening, right? I've never met a parent who canceled Christmas or Hanukkah, but that creates a lot of stress and anxiety for kids.
Yeah. So how do you encourage parents to maybe keep behavior in check if they're struggling to?
Well, throughout the holiday, and always, really, we can do 3 simple things. First, stick to our routines as much as you can, especially bedtime. You know, a couple of nights staying up past bedtime wreaks havoc for everybody. Second is set technology limits. So during the holidays, how much tech time can they have? When can they have it? And what are your rules about technology when family is visiting? And third, give the gift of your presence, meaning slow down, spend time with your kids. Just one-on-one time with your kids. They're less likely to act out.
I got to quickly ask you about a TikTok trend that we're noticing where kids are turning their wish list into a PowerPoint presentation. No joke. What do you think of that?
It's actually kind of fun because it teaches critical thinking skills and planning, but you have to set the parameters. The limit on the number of gifts, spending limit. You're not going to get everything on your wish list, so you have to prioritize. But I like to add a second piece. If you're going to submit a wish list presentation, it should also include your giving plan. So what is your plan to give your time, talents to family and friends? Fosters that heart of generosity.
Oh, so holistic. I love this. I'm going to take some of this back home.
Yeah, me too. Amy McCready, thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks for watching. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm here to stay
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
pretty bad.
In case you missed it, the holiday shipping rush is here, and that has all of Santa's helpers working overtime.
Millions of packages are crisscrossing the country right now as companies race to deliver your packages on time and in one piece.
NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung got an exclusive look inside FedEx's packaging lab. And Brian, I feel like we should have gotten a package for you. Congratulations, by the way, on your
thank
new
you so
title.
much. Appreciate it.
So you actually went there and got to wrap gifts, see how it's done specifically for your mom. What did you learn?
Yeah, so look, the worst thing when it comes to the holidays is if you're trying to ship something thousands of miles and it arrives in pieces, right? So I want to go to FedEx's lab and see, okay, how are they using the materials that they have to try to see and make sure that you can protect specifically fragile items as they go in transit? What types of innovations are you doing? So I put it to the test. I took 3 things that I was going to send my mom: a rack of ribs because we were in Memphis, when in Rome, am I right? Some wine glasses and a poster of Harry Styles.
We're watching the wine glasses right now.
Yeah, so we did a drop test. We did a vibration. The vibration test, which you're watching right now, it simulates the back of a plane going through turbulence. Tests to see if those wine glasses are rattling up against each other. And then there was a drop test, and they came out perfectly fine. So again, we dropped it from like 2.5 feet, boom, faster than gravity, and all the wine glasses ended up intact. Again, we were very deliberate about the way that we packed it. You want to keep it nice and tight, no looseness. You want to wrap it in paper, but it all came out all right.
And the poster of Harry Styles, his face is still preserved.
Harry's house came out completely intact.
Okay, good.
So.
And what about what was the food item?
Yeah, we had some ribs. The thing is, temperature control is very important as well. So they have apparatuses on site. You can put it into a chamber. You can turn up the heat to 104 degrees or turn it down to 0 degrees and see how the temperature inside stays the same.
And it was okay.
And it was all right.
Okay.
It was all right, yeah.
Does your mom know about all this? Like, is she watching right now going, thanks for ruining my
She was surprised about that. She was like, wait, what? Where am I going to put that poster?
Not everybody gets to go to FedEx, right? Or can afford, frankly, to go and have somebody wrap up their presents, and not everybody goes to
that was
lab.
the first time, actually, that they had like cameras inside.
So what if we do it ourselves and it arrives damaged? What do you do?
Yeah, it's an important distinction because the lab, they use that with corporate clients. They work with Walmart to go in there and say, okay, how do we take the things that you're shipping and kind of tailor it to them? But for everyday people, what you're going to want to do is make sure, again, don't keep it loose. You want to make sure that there's things tight to keep it from moving around in transit. And then secondly, you want to think about padding on top and bottom. For the wine glasses, we put padding at the bottom and padding at the top. And also, one important thing is add a slip for the address inside the box.
Oh, yeah.
If something happens to the label outside, that way at least you have a backup inside so that people can know where it goes.
And if it's shattered, you just complain?
If it's shattered, so you can call the vendor to see, because it's actually the company that's going to be able to get you a replacement item or a refund, but also you can reach out to FedEx and file a claim if that doesn't work.
All right, super helpful.
Can you stay with us?
I would love to.
Okay, we're going to talk trending. What's trending today?
Well, let's start with Pantone. They've revealed their color of the year for 2024. Drum roll, please. The color is called, quote, peach fuzz. Pantone says.
Nice.
Isn't it? It is nice. And Pantone says the light orange pink hue is supposed to radiate warmth and modern elegance.
I feel warm already.
Oh, good. This is
very
the
comforting.
25th year in a row of the company's tradition, and I don't mind it.
I don't mind
They've
that.
been making darker colors in previous years, you know, and it's like harsher, but this is very, like, I feel like I could take a nap.
It's calming.
We need a nap next year.
There's a new chip in town. You guys heard about this? Pepperidge Farm announced on Wednesday that the snack options will now include goldfish crisps. Described as light and airy, a marriage between the original goldfish and a potato chip. I'm not sure I like that.
I'm confused. Is this like a puff then? Is it almost like a Cheetos
You'll have
puff?
to taste and see.
I don't. It's like half chip, half goldfish.
You know, the OG goldfish is good enough for me.
Right?
You know, like the classic.
And I think it's time we talk words, specifically mispronounced words. Babel magazine came out with that list, and let's jump into it.
All right, so most mispronounced words of 2023. The magazine teamed up with captioners to figure this out, and they said that this one was one of the trickiest here. We're talking about SZA. SZA,
yeah,
right?
What are the other pronunciations?
Well, okay. Well, if you don't know SZA, she's the most nominated artist ahead of next year's Grammys, was one of Spotify's top 10 streamed artists of the year. But there's another word.
Okay, I get this one?
I don't want to say it.
Samophile.
Definitely not doing it.
Samophile.
Samophile.
Samophile, Brian.
And what is samophile?
It is. I'm glad you asked. It's an animal that thrives in sandy soil, a plant or an animal that thrives in sandy soil.
And it actually was the word for the spelling bee. And finally, another name, Cillian Murphy, Irish actor, starred in this year's biggest film, Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
But I gotta say,
This is helpful.
You know,
I thought it was Cillian.
No.
Or Cillian.
No.
Oh, Cillian.
But then there's
okay.
another name that trips people up, Brian. You know what it is?
Is it?
It's
Zinkley Asamoah?
Zinkley Asamoah, folks.
I
No
never
C, no K, but it sounds like it.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm Zinkley.
Thank you, Zinkley. I'm Kate.
Thanks for watching Daily. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks for sticking around.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
They're supposed to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
If it's Thursday, Republican frontrunner Donald Trump emerges unscathed again from a fiery primary debate night as the remaining rivals direct their fury at each other instead in the countdown to caucus day. Plus, fighting in southern Gaza's main city intensifies as NBC News learns new details about the horrors of October 7th and the brutal gender-based violence committed by Hamas 2 months after the terror attack. And we're following the fallout and the implications of a major abortion ruling in Texas, where a pregnant woman just won an unprecedented emergency challenge against the state's ban. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in New York. We begin with the race for the White House, with the first primary contest fast approaching. It was an action-packed debate night, with Nikki Haley's rivals attacking her like a frontrunner. Ron DeSantis delivering his most capable performance of the campaign, and Chris Christie at his most forceful, and Vivek Ramaswamy mainstreaming white nationalist conspiracy theories. It's all significant, but it's also significant that with 40 days to Iowa, none of that changes the race. Despite skipping every debate, despite mounting legal obstacles and authoritarian rhetoric, Former President Trump remains on a glide path to the nomination. And with just one exception, his rivals are still pulling their punches. So the question is why? Take a look at perhaps the most telling moment of the debate last night, an exchange between DeSantis and Christie on Trump's fitness for office.
Do you think he's mentally fit to be president? I think we need to have somebody younger. I think when you get up to 80, I don't think it's a job for that.
Why doesn't he just answer the question? The question was very direct. Is he fit to be president or isn't he?
We should not nominate somebody
He won't answer.
who's almost 80 years old.
He's afraid to answer.
No, I'm not.
You have to either you're afraid or you're not listening.
No, it's not.
There's a simple
you
question.
Don't want to hear the
Is he
answer.
fit?
Because you,
Is he fit?
Hey, nobody can hear this. No one can hear you. They can't hear you. You finish and then you get it back.
All right. Look, I'm a simple guy. Okay? I hear the question and I answer it. Is he fit or isn't he?
Well, it's no coincidence that the only candidate willing to forcefully make the case against the former president is the only candidate who finds himself well underwater in terms of favorability. Mr. Trump's rivals were on the trail today, but he wasn't. Instead, he was in a Manhattan courtroom where he's facing civil fraud charges. And yet last night, Christie got booed when bringing up Trump's many legal woes. Take a listen.
I want you all to kind of picture in your minds Election Day. You'll all be heading to the polls to vote, and that's something that Donald Trump will not be able to do because he will be convicted of felonies before then, and his right to vote will be taken away. Look.
Big picture here, there is a robust fight for second place between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley happening right now. But last night was a reminder that Donald Trump is still the political third rail of today's Republican Party. With us now is our NBC News team, Shaquille Brewster in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where last night's debate took place. And Priscilla Thompson is in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Shaq, I want to start with you. You were in the spin room last night. How are the candidates, how are the campaigns framing the debate? Who are the winners and losers?
Well, Kristen, I'm sure you will be shocked to know that when you talk to aides and advisors of all campaigns, they all say that their candidate won the debate, so you could take that for what it is. But coming in following the debate, when you listen to the candidates now, you had Nikki Haley acknowledging that she was on the defensive for much of last night, but she's saying that that's because she has now surged in polls. Now, surging, that word is relative. When you look at recent polls, even one that came out today, you still see former President Trump with that dominant lead in this race. But you have Ron DeSantis, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He was able to play somewhat of the role that you've seen Nikki Haley play in prior debates, where he was able to get his messaging out, pretty much stick to his stump speech, and also throw in a couple of jabs at other candidates throughout. And then I'll tell you, former Governor Chris Christie, he definitely was proud of his performance. I spoke to him hours leading into the debate. He said that he was going to be coming in as a prosecutor, that he wouldn't let other candidates evade the answers, and he would keep the fire on former President Donald Trump. When he came into the spin room, he was rushing over to another television hit, but he stopped at my camera. I yelled out a question. He ignored my question, but he looked me in the eyes and said, "I told you so." So he's proud of what he was able to do. And then you also hear Ramaswamy proud of his performance. He's become that attack dog on stage, and he definitely replicated that again on stage last night, Kristen.
Shaq, mixing it up with all of the candidates pressing for the answers there. What has been so extraordinary is that, of course, former President Donald Trump has skipped all 4 debates. Instead, he's facing 4 indictments. Today, he was in a Manhattan courtroom. This was for a civil trial. Basically, his strategy is working because he's only been increasing in the polls, right?
Right. He essentially is debate as he is dealing with his legal issues in the courtroom. The courtroom, by the way, that he doesn't need to be in, but he's sending out fundraising emails. And when you listen to his messaging as he talks to reporters, he essentially says that I'm forced to be here. I'm forced off the campaign trail when I want to be in Iowa and New Hampshire, and is staying and keeping that combative tone against his legal foes. Listen to a little bit of that messaging that you've been hearing from Donald Trump. Again, ignoring the debate, but focused on his legal issues.
The Attorney General committed fraud, and you just saw it right up there. She's a fraud. This whole case is a fraud. It's election interference. is keeping me here instead of Iowa and New Hampshire. You just saw it. The Attorney General's a fraud. She committed fraud.
And today we also learned of 2 new debates, one in Iowa, the other in New Hampshire, both in January. Source with the Trump campaign already telling NBC News that there is no way that he will be on that debate stage.
No surprise there, Shaq. They have continued to say unless they see a real dip in the polls, the former president is not going to be participating. Great reporting as always. Thank you. Priscilla, I want to turn to you. You and I were up late last night, and you were watching the debate with some Iowa caucus goers. What did they have to say? And, of course, you asked them the key question, were any minds actually changed last night? What did they tell you?
Kristen, that was the big question. I was in the room with about 24 independent and Republican voters in Iowa, and as soon as it wrapped up, the first question I asked them was, did this change anything for anyone in this room? And not a single hand went up. There were folks in that room who were supporting Donald Trump, some of whom this was their first debate watching, and they said it was interesting, but Trump was still the winner in their eyes. He's still their candidate. There were a number of people who were very interested in Vivek Ramaswamy, but I will tell you, what they said in the same breath was, well, I will take him or I'll take Trump. And so it's unclear how strong that support actually is. But I will tell you, there was also a contingent of people very interested in Nikki Haley. Some of them said that she didn't have her strongest night last night, that she got a lot of incoming and she maybe didn't handle that so well. But they say that overall her answers are clear, her policy positions are clear. And so they're going to support her because they believe she can win in the general election. But an interesting note, one name that did not come up among those voters that we were with, Governor Ron DeSantis. Kristen?
That is pretty fascinating. Let me ask you about Governor DeSantis, because it's really starting to feel like a fight for second place between Haley, who's had a lot of momentum in recent weeks, and Governor DeSantis. He is back in Iowa today. He, of course, has done the 99 county tour, the full Grassley, as they call it. What is his pitch to voters today as he tries to regain the momentum?
Yeah, Kristen, he just wrapped up here a short while ago, and I spoke to a lot of the voters who were in line today, and it was interesting. I'll tell you, all of them, half a dozen that I spoke to, none of them watched the debate last night. They said they wanted to be here in person, hearing from the candidates. And another thing is, a lot of those folks have not attended candidate events yet. This was their first event that they were attending, including one man who was on Team Senator Tim Scott, but is now shopping around for a new candidate. And I want to play some of those conversations I had with those voters.
I've seen enough of the debates. They're pretty much reiterating what they've said before, and without Trump there, the energy just isn't there.
Yeah. And have you looked at any of the other candidates, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy?
Well, yeah, but Vivek's kind of out there right now. I think he's a really good politician. He knows what he wants, but not yet.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
And what about Nikki Haley? Because she's gaining traction here, too, it seems.
DeSantis.
All right.
Or Trump.
And that is going to be the issue. It's a lot of, I'll take this candidate or maybe that other candidate. And so it's convincing them to caucus for someone like DeSantis. And I asked him what he needs to do to shore up that support in these last few weeks, especially given the poll numbers that show him trailing by double digits. And he says it's ground game. It's making it to the 99 counties. It's convincing people to commit to caucus. And he believes he'll have a successful night here in January. Kristen?
We shall see. All right, Priscilla and Shaq, beforehand, thanks for your fantastic reporting. Joining me now on set is our panel, Noah Rothman, senior writer at the National Review, and former Homeland Security Secretary and current partner at Paul Weiss, Jay Johnson. Thanks so much to both of you for being here. Secretary Johnson, let me start with you. What were your takeaways last night? Do you think that last night changed anything about the Republican field?
I had two thoughts. One, Chris Christie, who was my governor, I'm a resident of New Jersey, left governor in 2017, woefully unpopular. In that debate last night, he is like the one truth teller. He's polling at, what, 3%? He knows he has no shot to get the nomination. He's just there to basically, he did last night what he does best, debating. You remember that takedown moment of Marco Rubio in 2016, for example. I think he overall wants to improve his image, improve his standing, improve his prestige. He's in it for that, and he's good at debating. The question I have every time I see Nikki Haley, who's on the rise, is whether, Trump does have a 50-point lead in that group, is whether he would be willing to offer her the number 2 and she'd be willing to take it. That's the question. But overall, I've noticed, particularly in primary campaigns, candidates enter the race polling at a certain level, and then sometimes the more you see them, their numbers go down, and sometimes the more you see them, their numbers go up. And that does seem to be the case with DeSantis and Haley. He started here, he's been dropping, that's been arrested somewhat, but Governor Haley continues to climb, and you may see a surprise in New Hampshire, South Carolina.
Well, that's what makes it so exciting, Noah, because there is, even though Trump is so far out in front, because we are talking about caucuses, this is a very different way, unique way of weighing in, casting your ballot, if you will. So could there be a surprise? And did last night change anything, do you think? I mean, the secretary is talking about the fact that, yes, we have seen Nikki Haley with this momentum. It's a real fight for second place.
Yeah, but you framed it right. It's a fight for second place. I would be surprised if last night changed any dynamics. First of all, it was a very low-rated debate, as far as we understand it. About 3 million people tuned in. And I can't really think of any viral moments that are going to translate in the next couple of weeks into organic enthusiasm. But enthusiasm is the big question. As far as Iowa goes, it's not quite like the Democratic 2008 primary, where everybody argues with each other and there's second ballots, there's multiple ballots, and they all have to sort themselves into camps. It's more like a firehouse primary. It's definitely, it is a standard primary, but there's an enthusiasm element there, and getting people out to vote for their candidate could matter quite a bit. Donald Trump is banking quite a bit on his image, right? He's banking on the idea that his persona, his aura is such that he doesn't really have to campaign very much. And the polls suggest he's right. But enthusiasm on the ground matters quite a bit. Ground game matters quite a bit. He does have it. But Ron DeSantis' team is very, he's got the governor behind him. He's got Bob Vander Plaats behind him. And now Nikki Haley has the Koch network, all of which are augmenting their games. You could see an upset in Iowa. You could definitely see an upset in New Hampshire. And you could see an upset in South Carolina. After that, I don't know where either of these candidates go. Super Tuesday comes on very fast, and then you're dependent upon the momentum from those early states. If they don't have it, I think the balloon deflates pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we are 40 days until Iowa, so I think you're absolutely right about that. Let me ask you about some of the drama that is unfolding on Capitol Hill, this big fight over the supplemental. And Noah, the big sticking point is over this border piece of it. How to fund the border, what, if any, changes should be made at the border? And Republicans and Democrats just don't see eye to eye. And, oh, by the way, should Ukraine and Israel aid be dealt with as a part of this supplemental? Should they be dealt with separately? Should aid to Israel be conditional? There's a lot unresolved, and they want to get out of town by next Friday.
That's the only thing they can agree on, is that everybody wants to get out of here by next Friday. Yes. The House, in particular, to mollify members of the House Republican Conference who are hostile, outright hostile to the Ukrainian cause, will support it, be convinced to support it if it is paired with border funding and changes to the status quo in statute when it comes to the border. And will they get that is the big question. The White House has signaled they're interested in negotiating. They haven't said where they want to negotiate or where they're pliable. And the House Republican Conference has yet to actually propose their own resolution to this impasse. So I'm very pessimistic that we're going to get something in the next.
Are you pessimistic? Do you share that pessimism?
Well, if I were in the administration now, this Democratic administration as opposed to the last one, I would see this as an opportunity. There are 3 compelling governmental interests here at stake: funding Ukraine, funding for Israel, and the border. If I were in the room, I would be negotiating on the border side of this thing. Sure, more customs officers, more border patrol, more immigration judges. H.R. 2 is unacceptable to Democrats, but changing the asylum laws, which a lot of people on the left don't like, would actually help. In the way our asylum laws are structured right now, where the bar is very low on the front end to qualify, does serve as a magnet for a lot of what we see on the southern border. And as long as we're talking about this general topic, let's take care of the DACA recipients, maybe provide a path to citizenship for those who've been here over 10 years. So I would see this as something of an opportunity.
The president has said he's open to compromise on this issue. Do you think that includes on asylum laws, too? Do you think there could be some common ground that they could find there?
Yes, I do. I think that there are people, even within the current administration, who recognize that we need to change our asylum laws and perhaps alter the standards on the front end.
No.
Everybody could walk away here with a victory, and everybody could walk away here with a narrative that they want to promote. The White House has been criticized, I think duly and justly, for throttling material lethal aid to the Ukrainians. They ask for something, they get hemming and hawing for 3 or 4 weeks, and they eventually get the platform that they need. That has hindered, indeed, rendered the counteroffensive this year rather unsuccessful. Republicans would be handing this president the ability to say, look, Republicans abandoned the cause. I had nothing to do with it. You blame them. They would be giving them that narrative. It would be political malpractice to provide them with that out.
And one of the fascinating things that we're seeing is Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican, who has been really focused on Ukraine, is now saying, I'm more worried about our border than Ukraine. Doesn't mean he doesn't want Ukraine to get done as a piece of this, but it speaks to the fact that they have to deal with the border.
And Lindsey could be key to this. Lindsey understands the border. He understands immigration policy. So he could play a key role here.
All right, well, we will watch him and all of the lawmakers and the president very closely to see to what extent he gets involved. Thank you so much, Noah and Secretary Johnson. Really appreciate it. Great to see both of you. And coming up, today marks 2 months of Israel's war with Hamas. We are on the ground in Israel, where tensions are flaring as protesters march in Jerusalem and Israeli forces advance deeper into southern Gaza. Plus, my one-on-one interview with the Jordanian foreign minister on how the Israel-Hamas conflict is reshaping dynamics and deepening divides in the Middle East. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to get started with breaking news.
The record number of migrant crossings.
The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
A closer look at the good news we got about the economy. If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
A lot of people spend a lot of time sitting. 20 minutes of exercise might be able to help out.
How does it feel to be an out college athlete?
Freeing. The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. The Israeli military says they are in the middle of, quote, stubborn fighting in the Gaza Strip, including inside the southern city of Khan Yunis, as they seek to eliminate Hamas and locate the remaining 138 hostages. The IDF released this footage they say shows their military's operations in the city. And as Israel's aerial bombardment continues, this was the scene on the ground in Khan Yunis, as shot by our NBC crew on the ground. The UN says hundreds of thousands in Khan Yunis are under evacuation orders as the World Health Organization's Gaza envoy warns the health system is collapsing.
We just delivered essential medical supplies, trauma kits, essential medicines. This is not the first time. We are constantly supporting hospitals and health facilities around Gaza, but the health infrastructure is on its knees. It's almost collapsing. That is what the reality is. It's almost collapsing.
Today, President Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, the first time in 10 days. We do not yet have the details of that call, but it does come as Secretary Blinken told Netanyahu advisor that Israel must do more to protect civilians, as humanitarian groups warn nowhere is safe. This was the scene in Rafah, where tens of thousands of civilians have already fled and more are expected. Israel says Hamas launched rockets Wednesday from within humanitarian zones in southern Gaza. Joining me now from Jerusalem is NBC's Hala Gourani. Hala, thank you so much for joining me. What is the very latest on the fighting in Gaza at this moment, and what we were just talking about, the humanitarian situation on the ground as well?
Right. Well, you spoke of the intensifying military activity by the Israeli army in the southern part of the Gaza Strip, and in particular Khan Yunis, where you showed some of that NBC News video of buildings that were targeted by airstrikes and people sometimes with their bare hands trying to get to any survivors. There is also, of course, the added complication of a collapsing healthcare system. So anyone who is rescued from these piles of rubble having a very hard time getting the medical attention that they need. UN officials say that the healthcare system is collapsing. Some, though, parts of the Gaza Strip we're seeing a medical system that is completely collapsed. In other words, that cannot accommodate any more injured, any more sick. And on top of everything else, you have just run-of-the-mill everyday illnesses. I'm talking, of course, about diarrhea that children can suffer from, skin conditions, chest infections, all of these benign medical conditions that are not treated now and that might lead to an even bigger humanitarian and healthcare catastrophe down the line, Kristen.
And the images tell the tale of everything you are detailing, the horror there, Hala. Let me ask you about what we are seeing in Jerusalem, a far-right march scheduled for tonight. Of course, it is the first night of Hanukkah. The Israeli opposition leader saying it could further inflame tensions. What unfolded? What were the takeaways?
So this was an extreme nationalist, supremacist march that was scheduled for this evening. It doesn't seem to have taken off in any kind of significant way. The road behind me was blocked by Israeli police, and it seems like the group was small. It didn't end up taking that very provocative route to Temple Mount, or Haram al-Sharif, as the Muslims call it, and Temple Mount as the Jewish Israelis call it. So in other words, it really ended up just kind of petering out and not causing any kind of significant disturbance as far as that march is concerned. But the atmosphere, of course, is still very much tense. There is still violence that takes place, especially in the West Bank, with increased settler violence against some of the Palestinian villagers and residents, not very far from our position here, Kristen.
And obviously the West Bank, an area of grave concern as well with the settler violence that you describe. I do want to ask about these reports we're getting from U.S. officials who've confirmed that Israel is considering a plan to effectively flood Hamas tunnels with seawater. Where is that plan? Is it still in the planning stages? Is it realistic? Do you expect that to actually come to pass?
We're seeing satellite imagery that NBC News has been able to show to experts that show that certainly in the last few weeks, there appear to be some sort of pipe network connected to the seashore and connecting the water of the Mediterranean inland into the Gaza Strip. Now, when the Israeli military is asked specifically about that plan of flooding tunnels, they are not denying that that is a tactic that they are considering using. They're not confirming it either, but certainly there have been changes to the landscape that suggest that this is something that they may be considering. Many complications, though. Obviously, first of all, achieving anything that would be successful in rooting out militants from the tunnels is much easier said than done. And secondly, of course, very quickly, you have the hostages, some of whom are assumed to be in those tunnels. So taking that step would certainly anger the families of the hostages even more than they are currently, and increasing their level of frustration even more than it is now with the government of Israel. Kristen.
It's such an important point, Hala, particularly as we continue to ask the U.S. government if they know the specific whereabouts, the conditions of the remaining hostages, and they say they do not. So clearly a lot of focus on those tunnels. Hala Gourani, thank you so much for joining us. Please continue to stay safe. We really appreciate it. Joining me now is the Jordanian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ayman Safadi. Thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
I'd like to ask you about the very latest that we're hearing from the administration. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying last week that in his meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other top officials in the region, that Israel agreed that there does in fact need to be a plan in place to protect civilians. We have heard similar language from top Israeli officials as well. And I wonder if you can give us your assessment. Have you seen evidence of this, that Israel is taking new steps and more steps to protect civilian lives in this new phase of the war?
Thank you so much. Actually, no, we're seeing evidence to the contrary. The number of Palestinian wounded since the aggression resumed has increased. People are still being killed at very, very large number. Infrastructure being destroyed, hospitals attacked, humanitarian aid trickling down in a much, much less way than it was before the hostilities were resumed. So yes, Secretary Blinken tried. He did tell us that the Israelis committed to try and do more to protect civilians. Unfortunately, on the ground, we have not seen that materialize. We've seen more killing and we've seen more aggressiveness in the attacks.
Israel has said that they have created safe zones where people can go and not be targeted, bombed. Do you have any information about those safe zones? Are there, in fact, areas where civilians in Gaza can go to and feel safe? Because based on the reporting that we have from the region, there's a sense that nowhere is safe in Gaza.
Well, absolutely nowhere is safe. You remember at the beginning of the war, Israel was telling people to leave the north and go to the south, where the south will be safe. And now we're seeing people being killed in the south. So basically the message, we're not going to kill you in the north, we're going to kill you in the south. And that's exactly what's happening. About 1.8 million Palestinians, about 2/3 of the population of Gaza have left the north, are now all concentrated in the south. Khan Yunis is one of the biggest cities there, and it's been the target of Israeli fierce bombardment over the last few days. So pretty much nowhere in Gaza is safe. No hospital in Gaza is being able to provide sufficient treatment. No shelter in Gaza is being able to really give people any cover from this war.
Do you believe that the United States bears any responsibility for the civilian death toll in Gaza?
I mean, basically, this war that Israel has started after October 7. We all condemned what happened on October 7 as something that is unacceptable by any standard. But what Israel is doing now is also unacceptable by any standard. Denying people food and water is a war crime. Targeting civilians is a war crime. The reality that Israel is creating now is not a reality that's going to be conducive to the peace that everybody wants. Now, what we're seeing is that we're seeing an international community that is not doing enough to stop Israel from continuing with those atrocities. The UN has failed to take any meaningful action to stop that, and therefore we believe all need to come together and stop this war in the interest of the Palestinians, in the interest of Israelis, and in the interest of overall peace, because another victim of this war is the faith that people have had in peace. That is eroding by the day as the images of kill and destruction continue to come out from Gaza.
As you know, Israel has made the argument that it is Hamas that is embedding itself in these civilian centers and thereby creating war crimes. What do you say to that argument? Does Israel not have a right to defend itself, particularly in the wake of the attack on October 7th, the worst attack against a Jewish population since the Holocaust?
Well, unfortunately, it's not the largest attack against Arab Muslims in decades. The right to self-defense does not mean a license to kill with impunity. It does not mean attacking a whole community. As I said, 1.8 million people displaced, over 16,000 killed. The majority of them are women and children. Over 6,000 Palestinian children killed. These are not Hamas. These are innocent people that had nothing to do with the conflict between Hamas and Israel. So I think that argument resonates with no logic anymore. This is a war that is not going to bring about security to Israel. Definitely, it's not a war that's going to have any implications in terms of moving us towards peace in the region. No, it is not self-defense. It is blatant aggression whose victims are civilians who need to be protected. By international law, they must be protected. So Israel is violating international law by targeting civilians. Remember that Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas on earth. So again, people had no shelter in the north, no shelter in the south. Hamas is eliminating Hamas, which Israel has set as a target, is not going to be possible through this war. The civilians are going to be and have been the victims of this aggression.
Let me ask you more about the civilians. Why hasn't Jordan opened its borders to Palestinians who want to flee to help deal with this growing humanitarian crisis that you have talked about and that we are talking about and witnessing?
Well, I mean, Palestinians have a right to protection in their own country. We're not going to allow Israel to proceed with its policies of transferring the crisis to the region. Neither Jordan nor Egypt would accept the displacement of Palestinians from their country, which, by the way, again, is a war crime. We've seen Palestinians displaced in 48 and 67. They have not returned. Palestinians deserve to be protected on their own national soil, that is in Gaza, on the West Bank, where, by the way, civilian populations are also being the target of settler terrorism and other measures that suffocate their existence. So we will not allow for the Palestinians to be pushed out of their country. Jordan has done enough. We're the largest per capita host of refugees anywhere in the world. But this is not about providing protection. This is about allowing Israel to empty Gaza from its population and then probably move and do the same on the West Bank. And that is, for us, is a red line, because that would mean killing the Palestinian people's aspiration for freedom and statehood on their land. And that would mean trying to solve the problem at the expense of Jordan and other countries in the region.
All right, Foreign Minister Ayman Safadi, thank you so much for your time and your perspective. Please do come back as we continue to track this tragedy that is unfolding in the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
After the break, NBC News exclusive reporting on the mounting evidence documenting Hamas's sexual violence against Israeli women and girls and how the U.S. and human rights groups are responding. You're watching Meet the Press now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. The latest developments in the war between Israel and Hamas.
If you do have points or you have miles, is now a good time to use them.
The first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. It's been exactly 2 months since the deadly October 7th Hamas terror attacks in Israel. And we're starting to learn more about some of the most atrocious crimes committed on that day, including acts of gender-based violence. We do want to take a moment to warn you that many of the details of this reporting are incredibly disturbing. NBC News has reviewed interrogations of captured Hamas fighters, Hamas documents, and a number of testimonies from eyewitnesses and first responders describing accounts of rape, sexual violence, and mutilation against Israeli women. Israeli police have also released video of survivors of the attacks detailing what they saw. One woman described watching a group of Hamas militants gang raping a woman, mutilating her body, and then shooting her in the head. Earlier this week, President Biden condemned the acts of sexual violence, calling it unimaginable cruelty, and urged unequivocal global condemnation of Hamas. Joining me now is the reporter on this story, NBC News Investigations Unit Senior Producer Anna Schechter. Thank you for being here, Anna. This is such a difficult report.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. What more did you learn in this report, in these documents that you have poured over?
Well, the detail, the level of detail that hasn't been released to the public was really important to gather and lay out, because there have been questions of did it happen and did it not happen. So we wanted to very carefully analyze all of the evidence and get corroboration on eyewitness testimony. And so we've been working on this for about 5 weeks. And we just had it ready just in time for that UN panel about the sexual violence carried out on Israeli women.
How are international leaders responding? How is the Israeli government responding, Anna?
Well, the Israeli government is taking their police investigation of these crimes very slowly and carefully. There's just such a huge amount of intelligence to go through, and so they haven't come out with any numbers. So my reporting indicates dozens of women mutilated, abused, or raped. The biggest number of those is their bodies mutilated. The international community, the UN, made a statement about 50 days after October 7th, condemning Hamas and these specific crimes. And the Israeli government came out, and we'll hear from Netanyahu. For him, it was too little, too late.
Let's play a little bit of what we heard from Netanyahu in response to this.
I say to the women's rights organizations, to the human rights organizations, you've heard of the rape of Israeli women, horrible atrocities, sexual mutilation. Where the hell are you? I expect all civilized leaders, governments, nations to speak up against this atrocity.
Where do you think this goes from here, Anna? Could we see war crimes against Hamas in the wake of these revelations?
Well, the UN has set up a special commission to investigate war crimes in the general Hamas Israel war, so looking at all sides of this. And the police investigation in Israel will likely take many months, so we'll probably get more evidence trickling in, and we'll stay on the story and continue to report it out.
And talk a little bit about what we've heard from the Biden administration. We know that John Kirby of the NSC has also weighed in, obviously condemnation. But what are they talking about in terms of next steps and in terms of what should happen here?
They are all calling for a full investigation of the sexual crimes, from Kirby to Blinken to up to President Biden. So a lot of support for this investigation from U.S. officials.
All right. Anna Schechter, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Incredible reporting. Up next, a major ruling out of Texas where a judge just granted a woman the right to an emergency abortion despite the state's sweeping ban. We'll have the details and what it could mean in the battle over abortion rights after this. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're following a major development in an abortion rights fight in Texas, where a judge today granted a pregnant woman's emergency request for an abortion. Kate Cox filed a request for a temporary restraining order to allow her to have an abortion. She found out late last month that her fetus has a rare disorder that will likely lead to a stillbirth or the death of the baby shortly after birth. Texas has some of the strictest abortion laws in the country, banning nearly all abortions with very few exceptions. NBC's Marissa Parra now joins me with the very latest. Marissa, thank you so much for staying on top of this developing story. So bring us up to speed here. What specifically did the judge rule today?
Well, in short, the judge ruled that the plaintiff can end her pregnancy. And this is historic because, as you mentioned, this is the first attempt we've seen on, since the overturn of Roe versus Wade to seek a court-ordered abortion. We also have heard from the Texas Attorney General's office. They have put out a statement after the judge's decision, in part, not only attacking the decision to file a suit and the judge's decision in response, but also detailing the warnings and the punishments for violating the Texas law as it stands. We're talking about thousands of dollars, prison time, felony charges. And so I want to take you to words that came from the Texas judge this morning after she had made her decision. She said in part, quote, "The idea that Ms. Cox wants so desperately to be a parent and this law may have her lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice." And so I want to detail a little bit of the behind the scenes and some of the context here that's important. Kate Cox is 20 weeks pregnant. She is currently carrying a fetus that has trisomy 18. This is a condition that 90% to 95% of babies do not make it past their first year. And this is a condition that doctors had told her was also putting herself, her own life at risk, as well as future fertility. So this is a big reason why her legal team filed an emergency motion. This was an emergency case, an emergency medical case. That's another reason why we have a decision just 2 days later, Kristen, which, if you remember, there is a lawsuit with 20 women that was filed in the state of Texas. That was in March. We're not expecting a decision on that until next summer.
It's incredible context, Marissa, and you're absolutely right. The speed with which the judge came to that conclusion is really astounding. So just taking another step back, what might this mean for other women seeking abortions in Texas?
Right. So a couple of important clarifications here. The judge's order today only pertains to Kate Cox and her medical team. This does not pertain to other women. Now, in terms of a path forward, it doesn't set a precedent per se, but as it was explained to me, there could be someone in a different district, and if their judge, if they have a similar case, whether it's, an emergency medical case with similar conditions, if a different district judge in the state of Texas rules differently, they could now appeal that and potentially have a path forward because of the decision made by this judge today. So that's some important context. And in terms of what happens next, there are questions on what the state of Texas will do in terms of a potential appeal. There's a lot of questions. We saw, of course, that very stern letter that came out. So those are all things that we'll keep an eye out for in the coming days. Kristen?
All right. Fantastic reporting, Marissa Parra. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Really appreciate it. We want to turn now from Texas to Minnesota, where history is set to be made next month when St. Paul, the state's capital, will be governed by an all-female city council. All of the women are under the age of 40, and 6 of the 7 are women of color. NBC News correspondent Adrienne Brodus spoke to all 7 of these women, and she joins me now. Adrienne, thank you so much for bringing us this report. What are these history-making women telling you?
Well, these women say they hope the work they do in St. Paul will serve as a blueprint for other cities around the country.
A new generation.
Was it over 30 people running for these 7 seats? But people chose to elect us.
Of diverse leadership.
I'm a daughter of refugees.
St. Paul elected not just women and women of color, but they elected experience and skill sets.
Professionally, I'm a civil engineer. We think about problems and approach them in a different way.
All under the age of 40.
To be in this moment now and show what's possible is very exciting to me.
I want to continue being a game changer. I want people to see this city hall, this chambers as their own.
I remember growing up but never believing that I was a leader. Whenever I see ads on TV that's about politics, they are people who look like me at all. It really is important to me that other folks who are like us, growing up, and that they see somebody who they can be, because it is hard for you to be who you cannot see at all.
These three were reelected in November.
History isn't just the fact that we all got here, but it's going to be made by what we do here.
When I ran for city council, it did not look like it looks now today. 5 years ago, seeing that transformation has been amazing.
The four newly elected will start their first term in January.
What do you think about the history you seven are making?
Replicable.
Say more.
What we did was certainly special, but we're not extraordinary. We're not the exception. There are women across the country that are running for municipal races.
And for the critics and anyone who may underestimate them, a challenge.
I dare them.
Yeah.
And the reason is because, I think that is something. Also, being a young black woman, but like a young woman, a lot of my criticism stemmed from that fact alone, that I was young, despite having almost a decade of politics, actual direct government experience.
Experience with a powerful message for those who aren't hopeful about the future.
When I was elected 8 years ago, there was only one woman on the city council. And when I and a fellow council member joined, there were then 3. 8 years later, the entire council is women. And that's not a lot of time. I think it's really powerful to see just how quickly this change took place.
Forging a path toward change.
I see the work that we're doing as trailblazing, what we believe our, folks in our city deserve.
And speaking of trailblazing, others did come before them. St. Paul is not the first city to elect an all-female council, but St. Paul is one of the largest. And the women say when they're sworn in next month, they are ready to tackle those big agenda items and get to work. Kristen?
They certainly seem ready to do so. I like that one of them said that history will be defined by what we do here. What a fantastic eye-opening report. Adrian Brodus, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And still to come, Israel's special envoy for combating anti-Semitism joins me on set to discuss America's rising anti-Semitism problem and how to confront hate on college campuses. That is next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. The first night of Hanukkah begins just a few hours from now, but for millions of Americans, the holiday celebration also comes at a moment of heightened fear and grief due to the Israel-Hamas war and growing concerns about a rise in anti-Semitism. Some parties are being canceled. Other celebrations are being toned down as the ADL reports a dramatic spike in anti-Semitic incidents nationwide since October 7th. That includes college campuses, where a recent ADL survey found that 73% of Jewish students reported experiencing or witnessing anti-Semitism since the start of the school year. I'm joined now by Michal Cutler-Wunsch, Israel's special envoy for combating anti-Semitism. Thank you so much for being here. I wish it were under different circumstances. It has been 2 months since the October 7th attack. We are witnessing this spike in anti-Semitism. Talk to those here in this country and other countries who are afraid to openly and proudly celebrate Hanukkah, to light the menorah.
So first of all, you're right. It's 2 months exactly since the massacre of 10/7. Actually, war crimes, crimes against humanity, so terrible that, you know, they're very difficult to imagine and not too terrible to have happened, and no less terrible than the anti-Semitism that fueled those atrocities is the anti-Semitism as a response to those atrocities that deny, that justify, that support, and as we saw, that attack Jews in their wake on university campuses, in demonstrations on streets, and on social media platforms. And so, you know, you started with the fact that tonight is the first night of Hanukkah. For 2,000 years, Jews, a prototypical indigenous people that 75 years ago, we mark 75 years to Israel, returned to an ancestral homeland after thousands of years of exile and persecution. We did, at the end of the day, we did prevail. And even as Hanukkah sort of reminds us, the reminder of the few over the many, of the courageous over the cowards, I think that 10/7 is a call to action and a moment of reckoning. You mentioned those on university campuses. You mentioned the importance of giving the courage to all of the students and all of those that feel threatened, that feel insecure, that feel that they can't show their identity. More than anything, I think that the conflation of 2 months to 10/7 with the first night of Hanukkah says to us the opposite. Wear your identity proudly and with courage.
When you look at the figures, the rise in anti-Semitism, is it because there has been a rise in anti-Semitism in the wake of 10/7? Or are we uncovering something that was always there? And how should we, as a country, as a global community, address that?
So that's a really great question, because the truth is it didn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
It's been percolating and bubbling below the surface, and the mutation of an ancient hatred, I said 2,000 years ago, right? An ancient hatred that has mutated and permeated according to guiding social constructs of our time, and now latching on to what we regard as human rights, the secular religion of our times, in many ways social justice, and under the guise of progress has enabled the attack of Jews, or the call for genocide of Jews on university campuses that would not be acceptable against any other group, has come to a head. And I think 10/7, more than anything else, as you alluded, actually exposed many masks that have become a moment of reckoning. They're a moment of reckoning for university spaces. They're a moment of reckoning for our societies. The attacks of 10/7 are not just the atrocities themselves. And as we speak, Israel is in a state of war. The entire country is deployed to war. And they are not just attacks on Jews around the world, including in the United States, who are afraid to celebrate Hanukkah. They're actually an attack on our shared humanity and on civilization as we know it, because I remind us, Hamas, that perpetrated the atrocities of 10/7, is a genocidal terror organization that in its charter is committed to the annihilation of Israel and the murder of Jews. That is an understanding that we cannot accept in our societies, on our campuses, and in our midst.
We only have a little less than a minute left, but I do want to follow up with you on what we're seeing in our college campuses, this extraordinary moment where the presidents of 3 big universities refused to say that calling for the genocide of Jewish people was outlawed effectively on their campuses. What should happen to those presidents very quickly before we go?
Right. So, you know, we spoke about how we got here, and it's not about specific university presidents. What has to be very clear is if there is a DEI infrastructure, diversity, equity, and inclusion that protects all students except for Jews/Zionists/supporters of Israel, then that is not a good DEI infrastructure. If you can call for the genocide of one group, of one minority, and you would not be allowed to call for genocide against anybody else, then we have to ensure that that double standard is not allowed to continue festering, including on university campuses.
Michal, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your time. NBC News Now coverage continues with Christine Romans in for Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with brand new details in that horrific shooting at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. We now know the suspect applied to work there, but there's still so many questions about motive and ties to the victims. We're live on the ground. Then the fighting intensifying and the human toll catastrophic as we're now in 2 months into the Israel-Hamas war, the impact in the region and here at home on this first night of Hanukkah. Plus, the wild weather in the West turning even more deadly tonight, and it's not letting up anytime soon. We'll tell you where it's headed next. Then, the fight over transgender athletes and sports hitting a local bicycle race. Why this state race is getting international attention. And in tonight's original, are you hoping for some reliable, affordable public transportation in your neck of the woods? Well, the Biden administration has some plans. How realistic they are later in the show. Hi, I'm Christine Romans. I'm in for Hallie tonight, and we're coming on the air with new details about the man police say stormed into a building at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and killed 3 people, with 2 senior law enforcement officials telling us the gunman, identified as 67-year-old Anthony Polito, applied for a job at the school but wasn't hired. Those same officials adding the job application wasn't recent. Any minute, law enforcement and school officials will brief the press. We'll be sure to bring you any updates from that briefing room. As we're learning tonight about 2 of the victims in the shooting, Professor Shajan Jerry Chang, age 64, and Assistant Professor Patricia Navarro, aged 39. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, though. Despite the job rejection from UNLV, police still are not identifying any motive. NBC News has confirmed addresses for the suspected gunman in several states in the Southeast, but it's unclear why he traveled to Vegas in the first place. We're also waiting for police to identify that 3rd person killed in the shooting. The coroner is still trying to notify the next of kin. The one surviving victim of the shooting, who police say was seriously hurt, we don't know their condition at this time. The shooting took place just miles from the worst mass murder in modern American history. Remember, at the Las Vegas Music Festival in 2017, 60 people were killed. One student reflecting to NBC News after he survived both attacks.
I feel like at this point as a society, we're normalized to it now. Everybody was just standing out here calling their parents and whatnot. You had some people crying, but it was desensitized to it.
Desensitized to it. NBC's Dana Griffin is following this from Las Vegas for us. I know you've been on the ground there since just the hours after this shooting happened. What are you hearing, Dana, from the students who went through this?
Christine, they are traumatized, they are angry, because for some of them, like the man that we just heard from, they've either experienced this more than once or they've had threats at their school, so they've had to prepare to run, hide, fight, which is the message that went out across this university for students. I spoke with one student here. He's a senior. He was actually in that building on the 5th floor, just 1 floor above where that shooting started. He tells me he was meeting with his professor. His professor went to the restroom, never came back, and he cannot get in touch with his professor. Listen to the video that he shot. It lasts only seconds, but it shows part of that shooting on that video. Listen. So that was the shots, 2 shots that you heard in that video. He says that when that professor left his office, 3 other faculty members pulled him into a safer room. That's where they were when he shot that video. He told me what those tense moments were like. He told me he texted his mom that he loved her because he thought that he was going to die. Listen.
I was like, what's going on? And they're like, oh, there's an active shooter in this building. I was like, no way. And then right after I said that, like 5, 6 gunshots we heard. And it was very close. And I don't know if my professor is alive now or not because I can't get in contact with him.
And we have not been able to confirm his professor. He says he didn't know how to pronounce his professor's name, but he said that he goes by Professor Bott, and that he even sent a message to his professor that he would really love to hear from him if he's okay. Christine.
It's terrifying. All right, so there's still a lot of questions around the shooting, but what else are you learning about the suspect that's kind of filling in some of the blanks here?
Yeah, so although police have not set a motive, we are starting to connect the dots. So the 67-year-old is a professor. He considers himself partly retired. He applied in 2020 for a teaching position here, a position here at UNLV, wanted to be a business professor, or excuse me, he actually is a business professor and taught at East Carolina University. He worked there from 2001 to 2017. He's also a former member of Mensa, so that just goes to show the greatness of his mind. And he was reportedly obsessed with the city of Las Vegas. That's according to some students that wrote reviews on his Rate My Professor profile, and said that at one point he talked, you know, ad nauseum just about Las Vegas, what those talks were about, and if that had anything to do with the shooting here. We hope to learn that pretty soon. There's going to be a press conference. If it hasn't started already, it's going to be happening pretty soon, where we hope to get an update. Christine.
Yeah, we know we'll be monitoring that, and so will you. Dana Griffin, thank you so much. All right, overseas now, where Israel is pushing deeper into Gaza with no signs of the ferocity in this war. Now, 2 months in, ending anytime soon. The Israeli military is surrounding the heart of southern Gaza's main city and the home of one of Hamas's top leaders, who is thought to be hiding underground. The IDF also blowing up some of Hamas tunnels. The military says, as we're learning about Israel's possible plans to flood the tunnels with seawater to destroy them. This, as the humanitarian crisis growing more and more dire comes into greater focus tonight. The United Nations top leader issuing a rare, dramatic warning of a, quote, humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and complete breakdown there. As we're seeing new heartbreaking images like this one. This is a man holding the body of a child outside a hospital morgue in southern Gaza. I want to bring in Hala Garani in Jerusalem. Hala, we're also just learning that Secretary of State Antony Blinken, is now telling Benjamin Netanyahu Israel just has to do more to protect civilians in Gaza. Talk about the significance here and where this humanitarian crisis could go next.
There were 2 parallel conversations with very similar messages. The Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, spoke with the Prime Minister's advisor, Ron Dermer, underscoring the importance of allowing more humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip and the importance of protecting civilians more. And then we're getting a readout from a conversation that Joe Biden, the President Biden, had with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, also underscoring the importance of protecting civilians and also thanking Israel for allowing more fuel into the Gaza Strip, though aid agencies and humanitarian organizations will tell you that what is being let in is just a drop in the ocean. Much more needs to go in terms of fuel to power the generators and hospitals, to allow even just basic functions like bakeries to produce the amount of the bread that would feed people, cars to be fuel to transport supplies to warehouses and to the people who need it, etc. So there is a little bit of a trickle of aid and fuel coming in through the southern border from Egypt into the Gaza Strip, but certainly not enough. And U.S. officials, all the way up to the president himself, are trying to tell the Israelis to allow more in. But so far on the ground, the situation, and it is very difficult to overestimate how bad the humanitarian situation is, with hospitals collapsing, collapsing, basic infrastructure destroyed, and many people just not able to access the bare necessities. Christine.
Yeah, in the words of the UN, not survivable, the conditions. Hala, President Biden is also talking with the King of Egypt and Israel's Netanyahu today. What do we know about where this war goes next?
Well, I wish I had the answer, to be honest with you, Christine. I think it just depends on how Israel is envisioning the next few months. Is this, at this intensity, what is going to continue in terms of the bombardment, the ground incursion, or will there be a protracted urban warfare scenario that at some point perhaps will give some edge to the Hamas militants on the ground? Because if this is a waiting game, if this is a game, a war of attrition, of course, you have an asymmetrical situation where you have, militants and fighters of a terrorist organization facing a well-organized army of a nation state that is now in control of a lot of the Gaza Strip, certainly of the northern part of the Gaza Strip. So where does the war go from here? Right now, it doesn't appear as though there is any kind of ceasefire negotiation that is gelling. The Israeli negotiators left Qatar, which was leading the negotiation for the hostage release, and the warfare, the active warfare portion of this conflict seems to be very much still in full swing with no real end in sight, and civilians caught in the crossfire suffering immensely, Christine.
Yeah, heartbreaking and frustrating. Hala Grani, thank you so much. All right, some breaking news just into us right now. A suspect is now in police custody after firing shots near a synagogue in Albany, New York, late today. Witnesses say he fired off a round from his shotgun in the temple's parking area and made threatening statements. Let's get right to Tom Winter, who is following this breaking news for us. What more do you know, Tom?
Right. So at this hour, what we know is that a 28-year-old is in custody. He has prior contacts with law enforcement after firing a shotgun in the parking lot of Temple Israel in Albany, New York. The Albany police and the state police arrived at the scene. Apparently, he was acting very suspicious just shortly before firing that round from his shotgun. As you mentioned, there's a preschool there, 24 plus preschool students, all okay, all reunited with their parents. And right now, according to New York Governor Kathy Hochul, the FBI is in the lead of this investigation. The FBI telling us on the record that they are assisting with it. If, in fact, the FBI is in charge of the investigation, it typically means, though not always, that federal hate crime charges could be coming for this individual. The governor did not go into the specific statements that this person made, but apparently they are a part of the motive investigation of this case, as you would well imagine. So right now it appears that this individual is at least off the streets for the time being, that this person does have significant contacts with law enforcement in the past, and we'll just wait and see what types of charges bring. But of course, it comes on the eve of Hanukkah. Is very concerning for this community, and this specific synagogue has received threats in the past. So everybody has been on edge since October 7th when Hamas attacked Israel, and that feeling of intense security and a heightened security environment very much continues.
Absolutely. All right, Tom Winter, I know you'll keep following it for us. Thank you so much. All right, former President Trump back in a New York courtroom today as a key witness for his defense testified that Mr. Trump and his company did not commit fraud. That going against everything we've heard from the New York Attorney General, who is arguing that valuations of the Trump properties were wildly and illegally inflated. Now, the defense's expert, an NYU accounting professor, saying, quote, "There is no evidence whatsoever for any accounting fraud." It seemed to be exactly what the former president wanted to hear.
This is a highly respected man. I don't know him, but he's a expert witness, and he found no fraud whatsoever. He found no accounting fraud whatsoever.
Those claims coming as the trial heads to a close, with the former president himself set to take the stand as the defense's final witness. That's on Monday. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins me this evening. Nice to see you, Danny. How convinced do you think the judge is going to be by this accounting professor's testimony that there was no evidence of fraud?
There's a pretty good argument to be made that he's completely unconvinced by the testimony, and the evidence for that would be the fact that he already ruled on summary judgment that there was fraud. So there's, like I said, probably not too convincing, but on the other hand, on the remaining issues that were not disposed of by summary judgment, The judge has now been listening for some time now to the defense's case. And when you do a bench trial, and I've done them before, you are pitching your case to one person. Ideally, a judge doesn't make up his mind at the beginning of the case. Ideally, the judge leaves himself open to persuasion. So who knows? Maybe Justice Engoron has been listening. Maybe he has been persuaded. There's no way of knowing now, although some of his comments in the courtroom have generally tended to lean towards the government in this case.
You know, the former president's going to take the stand once again on Monday. And you'll recall the last time he got up there, I mean, it really went off the rails. I mean, going on tangents, dodging questions, seriously annoying the judge who will decide this case. Does it surprise you that his lawyers want to send Mr. Trump back up there for round two?
It does. They must have some strategic reason for it. But the way I see it is they did a good job of getting what I call the high level of annoyance witnesses out on the front end. That's all the Trump children, the people who are likely to spar with the judge. So now they're out of the way. They've already testified. Now they get their experts. They get the Deutsche Bank executives who come in and say in a much more measured tone that there was no problem, no evidence of fraud. So now at the end, they're going to end with a crescendo. They're going to put Donald Trump back on, and he'll probably antagonize the judge because he sees this as a podium to speak, knowing that his words will be heard and repeated everywhere. So it seems like an interesting choice, but they must have some piece of evidence that they need from Trump to put him up there.
Yeah. We're also getting news today that an appeals court is keeping a pause on the order to dissolve Trump's businesses, something the judge in this case ordered back in September. Here's how Mr. Trump reacted earlier today.
The appellate division, New York State, just gave us a very good ruling. We appreciate it. I think the country appreciates it. Businesses are watching this case. No business will move back into New York.
So is that really a big win for the former president?
It's a big pause. It's maybe forestalling the inevitable. I mean, it really is, in all likelihood, going to continue. This dissolution of his business certificates will probably ultimately happen. But this is just a pause until the outcome of the proceedings. And that's probably the right thing to do, because in dissolving his companies, his businesses, that would have a lot of shockwave effects on a lot of employees, for one. So this is the right call, in my view. It's the harm is the potential harm from dissolving it right now is probably pretty great, considering the possibility, however remote, that Donald Trump could prevail either now or on appeal. So no surprise there that the appellate court did that.
All right, Danny Cevallos, thank you so much. Nice to see you. All right, just when you thought it was over, Republican presidential hopefuls will have 2 more chances to debate in January. The announcement comes as the dust is settling after last night's debate. And the questions remain, did anyone on that stage move the needle or convince voters? And can any of them get close to Donald Trump? Nikki Haley was the main target last night, getting a bit of the front-runner treatment from Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy.
We know from her history, Nikki will cave to those big donors when it counts.
The only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley.
I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
Except for your little speech in the beginning, we've had these 3 acting as if the race is between the 4 of us.
Chris Christie there pointing to the reality that former President Trump is still leading the field by huge margins. New polling from the Wall Street Journal showing it's Trump, and then everyone else way down the line. Shaquille Brewster is joining us now. Shaq, we all thought that last night was the final debate before the Iowa caucuses. Now there are 2 more on the calendar. The first debate just days before the Iowa caucuses, and the second one a week before New Hampshire, the New Hampshire primary.
That's exactly right. A surprise in debates. A new, if you like the action last night, if you like the competition that we saw yesterday, well, you get at least one more before Iowa voters begin to have their say in January, on January 15th. Then there'll be another one before the New Hampshire primary. So another opportunity for candidates to face off on stage. And when you listen to the campaigns, you have most of the campaigns that were on stage, or the candidates that were on stage last night, saying that they plan to participate in those debates if they qualify. We have not yet heard from the Christie campaign, but there are open questions on if he will even be able to make that stage. But you look at these debates, these are key opportunities for the candidates because they're out each and every day or most days talking to voters, making their pitches to voters, making attacks and drawing contrasts on other candidates. And like you saw with Nikki Haley last night, this is an opportunity for them to be able to respond to some of those attacks and confront other candidates on the attacks that have been made there. And now they'll have that opportunity to do that one last time before voters begin to have their say. But the big thing there, you saw that poll there, former President Trump, he and his campaign is saying that there's no way he will be on that debate stage come next month. If that continues, then it becomes that open question of how much movement, how much can things fundamentally shift in this race before voters begin heading to the polls.
Totally. You know, and about last night, Chris Christie was the only candidate who said anything about former President Trump. I wonder if the others are just have to be very careful about offending Trump supporters, right? Because even if Trump isn't in the room, his voters are.
Yeah. That's exactly right. And that's the point there. You know, Chris Christie, he has some leeway because he is already unpopular among Republican voters. He's underwater with Republican voters, meaning that more voters don't like him than do like him, even within the Republican ranks. You don't have that situation with the rest of the candidates who were on that stage last night. And that's why there's some sensitivity there. You're hearing them willing to contrast and go up against Trump on specific things. For example, him not showing up on the debate stage. Beyond that, you hear a lot of the broad strokes. They knock him in a way that it's clear to you and me that they're talking about Donald Trump. They might mention, oh, we need to move on to a new generation, or I want to make sure we fulfill all our campaign promises. But they're not direct in that criticism, and a lot of that goes to the fact that that poll that you just saw there, Trump has dominance in the Republican Party. He has a lot of popularity, and they don't want to crash with that too much.
Absolutely. You know, it was so interesting, too, because, you know, if you read the papers this morning, it was like Nikki Haley was, you know, the rising star, but she is still behind DeSantis in this polling.
Exactly. Still behind DeSantis, well within the margin of error. There was another poll out today that showed her just above DeSantis, but still within the margin of error. Yeah. So, yes, if there's any competition here in this race, it's for that second place positioning. The problem, again, is when you see where Donald Trump is, there is a lot of room, a lot of growth that these candidates need, and many of them don't even want to say his name. And that was something you kept hearing Chris Christie mention last night. Competition,
fierce competition for a very distant number two. Shaquille Brewster, thanks so much. Nice to see you. All right, tonight, a major storm claiming the life of a third person found dead entangled in tree branches in a creek in Oregon as the Pacific Northwest grapples with the aftermath of the record-breaking rain that's poured down there this week, overflowing rivers causing major flooding as this other storm barrels through the region today. Today, it's mountain snow that's added into the mix for states like Washington, Oregon, Northern California. The storm's supposed to move more into the Rocky Mountains tomorrow, bringing more snow with it, up to 6 inches expected in some parts of Wyoming and Colorado. And then it'll move again. Strong thunderstorms forecast for parts of the south, with large hail posing a big risk. I want to bring in meteorologist Bill Cairns right now. Bill, the Pacific Northwest just cannot catch a break, and it looks like the storm is picking up again in the next few days with landslides still possible. What can people expect?
Not as bad as it was, Christine, but it is still going to cause problems, and it's going to be right on the weekend. So, you know, everyone's trying to do their decorations, their shopping, a lot of holiday parties. You get it. Not good timing. So the weak storm that moved through today, you can see the blue here, a little bit of snow if you're heading up towards the Lake Tahoe, Reno area. Not too bad, though. There's been some snow showers at the high elevation, so that's what we've dealt with today. Hasn't been too bad. But on Saturday morning is when the next kind of significant storm moves in. It will not be as bad as the last two, but you can see at 7 a.m. that rain is just getting towards the coastal areas here of the Northwest. Much of California, you're going to miss this one again, just like you have a lot of the other ones. But we will have a renewed flood threat. Rivers are already still pretty swollen. They have gone down, but it won't take much to get them going and have them rising once again. This is 5 p.m. Saturday, and you can see, Christine, that heavy rainfall here. So, you know, not the flooding and the historic impacts of the last one, but still some significant problems.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bill, it's heading east. What lies ahead? What do we need need to expect Sunday, Monday commuting time?
The middle of the country and the East Coast, yeah, this storm is going to be heading your way Saturday, Sunday. So there's the snowfall in the Rockies, not a huge ordeal. So Friday is actually kind of quiet, maybe some very, very late day storms here in the central portion of the country. But it's Saturday that we're going to see more severe weather possibilities here. Houston up to Memphis, rain in the Ohio Valley, some snow, Minneapolis up to northern Wisconsin. And then this whole mess gets to the East Coast. Windy, rainy. It shouldn't have too many power outages. The exception may be Long Island up here to Cape Cod, coastal sections of eastern New England. And then we may have some snow mixing in on the backside of this. So the first concern will be Saturday afternoon. If we get any severe weather, it would be from Houston to Greenville, Mississippi, Shreveport, Memphis included. Isolated tornadoes, more wind damage is probably the bigger threat. And then maybe even some snow. You're going to be waking up and shoveling probably Monday morning from Buffalo to Syracuse up into the Adirondacks and a few spots in Pennsylvania. So, yeah, this is a classic coast-to-coast storm.
Sure is. All right, Bill, thanks so much. All right, coming up, a major ruling in Texas, why a judge granted an emergency order so a woman could get an abortion despite that state's strict ban. Plus, a South Korean rights group says hundreds of North Koreans deported from China have vanished. What the group says may have happened to them later this hour.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A legal win in Texas today with a judge ruling in favor of a woman seeking an emergency abortion. The lawsuit was filed by Kate Cox, a 31-year-old mother of two, requesting the right to an emergency abortion after doctors told her the fetus she is carrying has a fatal condition.
Texas has been at the forefront of states that restrict abortion, and state law prohibits almost all abortions with few exceptions, very few exceptions. This is one of the first cases where a pregnant person is asking a court for an emergency abortion since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Marissa Parra has been following this story for us and is joining us now. Marissa, I understand, we just heard from Kate Cox. Walk us through the details of this case and what she is saying about this ruling.
Hey, Christine. Yeah, so in short, the judge ruled that a plaintiff can end her pregnancy. And as you mentioned, this is historic because this is one of the first times that we're seeing an attempt to seek a court-ordered abortion. Certainly far from the first time that there has been some sort of legal battle since the overturn of Roe versus Wade. But this is really unique for a lot of reasons, especially the emergency nature of this. And I want to take you to a response that we heard from the Texas Attorney General that came down within the last couple of hours. And in their letter, in their response, of course, and predictably attacking not just the suit, but the people behind it, the doctor's decisions, as well as some very stern warnings for anyone that might be considering filing a similar lawsuit. They even sent a letter to the hospital that the physicians that are involved in this particular suit or involved in currently work at. And they sent this letter describing all of the punishments that someone participating in an illegal Texas abortion could face. We're talking about charges of a felony, fines of tens of thousands of dollars, prison time. I also want to take you to words from the Texas judge this morning as this hearing was wrapping up just before the afternoon. In part, this judge said, quote, "The idea that Ms. Cox wants so desperately to be a parent in this law may have her lose that ability is shocking and would be a genuine miscarriage of justice." Now, it's important to add some context here. Kate Cox is 20 weeks pregnant. She's carrying a fetus who has trisomy 18. This is a condition that roughly 90 to 95% of babies do not survive past their first year. And it was at 19 weeks, just last week, that Ms. Cox was told that her fetus had no chance of survival. And Ms. Cox herself has been to the ER 4 times. Now, lawyers for Kate Cox argued that carrying this pregnancy, which doctors told her was required by the current Texas state law, this would not only put her future fertility at risk, but her own life at risk. And this is why her legal team filed an emergency appeal. And that is why, even though this was filed on Tuesday, we're getting a decision just 2 days later, because some important context here, Christine. We know that there has already been a lawsuit filed by roughly 20 women in the state of Texas. That was in March, but it was not an emergency medical case. And so we're not expecting a decision in that until mid next summer.
So I guess what does this mean going forward, or for other women who might be in a similar situation in Texas and elsewhere? Will they just have to go hire lawyers and go to court?
It's such an important question, and it is something, it's honestly speaking, some of those questions we have answers to, and others we're just going to have to wait to find out. We have been speaking to the legal representation for Ms. Cox, as well as we heard, NBC News has heard from Ms. Cox herself. And many of the statements that we've heard from them have been a complex set of emotions. I mean, of course, this in some ways is a legal victory, but there is some frustration from the legal team that there even has to be a lawsuit filed for them to be able to seek an abortion to begin with. I want to take you to some very powerful and emotional words from the plaintiff herself.
We're going through the loss of a child. There's no outcome here that I take home my healthy baby girl, so it's hard, just, grief.
So obviously you can see the emotion on her face there. Christine, you asked about the next steps, the path forward for not just her team and herself, but for other women. So important to mention, this was a temporary restraining order. It expires in 14 days, and it only pertains to Kate Cox and her physicians. There's a lot of questions about what anything means beyond that, any possible punishments. That letter was very threatening, and so I think that is how their team has perceived it, at least. And so that is something that everyone is looking to answer, including, is the state of Texas going to file some sort of appeal? I will just say quickly on the other end of this, there is a potential path forward for women now in other districts, however, because if they were to file a similar lawsuit and that district judge ruled and said a different decision, they could now file an appeal because of this district court decision today. Christine?
All right, Marissa Parra, thank you so much. A difficult story there. You can see more of that interview with Kate Cox, who won her court fight to get an abortion tonight, 6:30 Eastern Time on NBC Nightly News. Now let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about right now tonight. Number 1, British poet and political activist Benjamin Zephaniah died today. His family says he was diagnosed with a brain tumor 8 weeks ago. He wrote poems, novels, and plays and was in the show Peaky Blinders. He was 65. Number 2, more than 750 Washington Post staffers say they're walking off the job for 24 hours today. The company says it's the biggest labor protest there in like 50 years. The Washington Post Guild says the company isn't bargaining in good faith. Union members want things like better pay, mental health support, and remote work flexibility. Number 3, the House voting today to censure Democratic Congressman Jamal Bowman for pulling a fire alarm back in September. It was generally along party lines. Republicans have accused Bowman of triggering the alarm to delay a vote, something he denies. He has already pleaded guilty to pulling it. Number 4, this right here is a peek at the menu of Cosmics. That's McDonald's new space-themed spinoff focusing on breakfast, snack foods, drinks, things like s'mores cold brew, spicy queso sandwich, hash brown bites. Hungry yet, anybody? The first location opening this month in Illinois. McDonald's probably hoping Cosmics is out of this world. Number 5, Pantone's 2024 color of the year, drumroll please, is Peach Fuzz. You can see it right here. That's Peach Fuzz. Pantone calls it a velvety, gentle peach tone that, quote, enriches mind, body, and soul. It is supposed to forecast what we'll see in the upcoming year. All right, when we come back, disturbing video of a bizarre attack in California. A man punching a grandfather, pushing his grandson in a stroller. More on that later in the local. Plus, a potential big shakeup in the golf world with big money behind it. Why the timing of a top player's reported move to the Saudi-backed Live Tour is raising so many eyebrows.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Tonight, a puzzling disappearing act as up to 600 North Koreans have apparently vanished after they were deported from China back to North Korea. They have not been heard from at all since leaving China in October in what a South Korean rights group says is the largest mass repatriation of its kind in years. The rights group also saying today that they're most likely facing prison and abuse at the hands of authorities there because they'll be branded as criminals and traitors by North Korea. And it's urging the U.S. and other governments around the world to condemn China's actions. Josh Letterman joins me right now. Josh, we don't know all of the identities of these people, but more than 70% are said to be women, putting them even more at risk for sexual and gender-based violence in the North, right?
Yeah, that's right. And not only that, Christine, but according to the Transitional Justice Working Group, which is this human rights group based in South Korea, many of these individuals could face other consequences, such as incarceration in concentration camps in North Korea, forced abortion, or even executions. And so that is a real concern. It's also a problem, according to that rights group, that many of these deportations are really breaking up families, because a lot of these women are leaving behind children or husbands back in China. And the other fear here is that there's about another estimated 1,500 North Koreans who are currently detained in China. The fear is there could be even more of these forced deportations back to North Korea, where these people could simply vanish, especially given that the North Korean border is now once again open after several years where it was closed during COVID.
So just what are the possible courses of action, I guess, for the international community to intervene or to help in a situation like this?
Yeah, it's tough because, as we've seen from the nuclear issue, North Korea kind of does what it wants to do, and it's very hard to hold them accountable. And so the South Koreans, they have protested to China over this. We've heard the United Nations say China and every other country should not be deporting people back to countries where they could face execution. And we've also heard, of course, from a panoply of human rights groups about this. The real hope is that while North Korea may not care what anybody thinks about its behavior, China does care about its image on the world stage, may be susceptible to some of this public pressure campaign, particularly in terms of not deporting even more North Koreans back to China, where they could face these types of consequences, Christine.
Josh Letterman, nice to see you. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so NBC covers, hundreds of stories each day. Because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment that we like to call The Local. From our Southern Bureau, prosecutors are charging a former Jacksonville Jaguars employee for stealing $22 million from the team. They say Amit Patel spent it on a condo, cars, betting, and more over 4 years. His attorney didn't respond to a request for a comment. The Jaguars say they've been cooperating with law enforcement and that no other employees were involved. From our Western Bureau, some disturbing video caught on camera in California. Police say they've arrested a man for this, allegedly punching a grandfather, pushing a baby in a stroller. You can see both the man and the stroller fall over. Police say the suspect attacked another man later, and that although both victims were of Asian American descent, the motive is still under investigation. No word yet on how any of the victims are doing. And also from our Western Bureau, this amazing rescue out of Utah, a group of students lifting up a car to save a mother and her 2-year-old son. They got hit and were trapped under the vehicle after a driver was blinded by sunlight, according to officials. Both the mom and the son are expected to be okay. The students, obviously, heroes. All right, a golf shakeup today as the reigning Masters champion is reportedly set to leave the PGA Tour for the Saudi-backed Live Golf. A pretty crucial moment. That's according to NBC Sports, confirming with multiple sources. We're talking about Jon Rahm. Timing here key because the PGA Tour and Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, which backs Live, they have until the end of this year to finalize a potential deal to join forces. So this new coup, if you will, raises questions on why now? Remember, this is basically the Gulf Wars. Live poached several star players from the PGA Tour, offering some deals worth $100 million or more, money that the tour doesn't really have, which is why this deal sent shockwaves through the industry and the country, really. And what may be even more surprising is that Rahm would even take the deal in the first place. He's been pretty outspoken in the past that he does not want to play for Live Golf. Listen.
My heart is with the PGA Tour. Will my lifestyle change if I got $400 million? No, it will not change one bit. I want to play against the best in the world in a format that's been going on for hundreds of years.
Right, Rahm has not responded to NBC News' request for comment on this deal. Let's bring in NBC's business and data correspondent, Brian Chung. Brian, what's going on here? What's the tactic here? Because this deal is supposed to be coming, but then Liv takes this huge player from the PGA Tour. What is this going to do?
Yeah, I mean, Christine, a giant in the sport. We're talking about someone, as you mentioned, the reigning Masters champion. This would be a huge if he did end up leaving, as we're reporting. Now, when it comes to the story here, as you mentioned, a lot of this is just simply money. We're talking about Saudi Arabia. Their public investment fund reportedly has $720 billion that they could use to throw at players as part of their initiative to get LIV big. But a lot of this also has to do with the looming merger of the PGA Tour in addition to LIV Golf. And this is happening at a time where there's a big crunch because the merger has to be done by December 31st, which if you're looking at the calendar, there's not many days. You could read perhaps the interpretation here being that Jon Rahm might be leaving with the concerns that this merger might not go through and that maybe you do the cash grab now. Again, that's one interpretation of it, because the whole idea here is that it would be moot if LIV and PGA were to merge anyway. Why would you leave if you just ended up coming back to the same entity anyway? But again, it usually comes back down to money. We've seen other big names like the likes of Phil Mickelson leave for the LIV Golf Tour, and they've been making it very clear with the money that's there and the hype around it, the expectation is that more golfers could head over there as well.
So we have players now who have gone to LIV and some that have stayed with the tour. So did the people who didn't join LIV pull the short straw? How would that work if this partnership goes through? Yeah,
well, again, a lot of this is just a bet on whether or not you think this deal is going to go through. Now, on one hand, we also have to recognize that there's a congressional probe into this potential merger. And if the merger is ultimately consummated, would there be any sort of regulatory scrutiny from the likes of the Federal Trade Commission or even the Department of Justice? So there's a lot of obstacles to getting this done. But for what it's worth, there are still a number of large names that are still associated with the PGA Tour, like Tiger Woods, and there's been an interesting kind of commentary around where he stands on this matter. He's been pretty vocal on the side of the PGA Tour, in some cases being characterized as essentially another mouthpiece for their stance on all of this. So The Athletic reporting and describing his latest comeback, Tiger's being, that it's a focus on the future of the PGA Tour, that he's represented himself as a politician, executive, talking confidently about the PGA Tour, answering questions about this potential merger. So all of this is kind of in alignment with Jay Monahan, who's the commissioner of the PGA Tour, during a very precarious time, and again, a time that's against the clock to try to get this deal done, Christine.
I mean, you heard Jon Rahm say in that earlier clip that $400 million wouldn't change how he lived his life. I mean, but Brian,
apparently it does, yeah.
Would $400 million change how you live your life, Brian?
I think so. I buy a few more shoes, perhaps.
Yeah. Another pair of sneakers for Brian Chung. Nice to see you. Thanks so much. All right, still to come, outrage online about a women's cycling event where transgender women took the top 2 spots on the winner's podium. What the woman who came in third is telling our team about all this attention. Next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. It's not an incoming show. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Transgender athletes back in the spotlight tonight after 2 just took first and second place in a women's cycling event. That victory sparking outrage from some online and reigniting conversations over how to best treat athletes who have transitioned, balancing inclusion and fairness. But not everybody is so concerned. Noah Pransky spoke with a competitor and has the story.
An amateur cycling race with 2 transgender women on the podium, once again producing outrage on social media and new arguments over the policies affecting transgender athletes. Criticism coming from the likes of Piers Morgan, Megyn Kelly, and Martina Navratilova. But you know who wasn't outraged? The woman who finished 3rd.
I think that it would be ridiculous to say that my life is being ruined by getting 3rd in this. It would be ridiculous to sacrifice other people getting to have fun in a sport that they love on the weekends so that I could say I was the state champion.
Kristen Chalmers finished 3rd to Tessa Johnson and Casey Williamson, both transgender, at the Illinois State Cyclocross Championships. Chalmers described the event as a warm-up race.
Yeah, I had a great race, and it would have been more boring if it had been a smaller field without such strong competitors in it.
She wants critics to know the 3 podium finishers, all friends. It was an amateur race with only 5 competitors, not an elite race. And there were lots of events at these championships that were not won by transgender women too. In fact, Kristen says she penned a letter with many of her fellow cisgender counterparts supporting the inclusion of their transgender teammates and competitors. But the outrage illustrates the challenging path forward for top sports federations as they try to balance inclusion and fairness.
It's a really emotional issue for a lot of people that garners a lot of attention.
Katie Barnes wrote a book on the issue and reports for ESPN.
It's worth noting that of the people that I spoke to who were at the event over the weekend, they talked about a really supportive environment for these transgender competitors.
Just like the World Rugby, Aquatics, and Track Federations have done recently, the international cycling body, UCI, revamped its policies this summer, mostly barring those who started puberty before their male-to-female transition from competing in women's races. But lower level, more casual cycling races like the Illinois event fall under USA Cycling rules, which provide for more inclusion.
Frankly, there isn't a ton of science on the topic in the way that we would hope that there would be to generate evidence-based policy.
That hasn't stopped 24 states from adopting new laws and regulations restricting transgender youth from participating on the school sports teams consistent with their gender identities. But to this 3rd-place finisher, who says she only competes for fun while she pursues her medical degree, building community is more important than taking home a medal.
The cycling community is making a really strong statement that we care about inclusion and our sport is better when we include everyone.
Noah Pransky joins us now. I'm so glad you reported and filed this story. So interesting, especially with all the noise online. Noah, the Biden administration announced a plan this past spring to regulate how trans athletes are treated in sports. Why haven't we heard anything about that?
So those were proposed rules. The final were supposed to come out this fall, but they received 134,000 comments during the comment period. They said they're taking their time to go through every comment to make sure their final language is perfect. The issue here, the proposal, they basically said they're going to bar blanket bans of youth athletes who happen to be trans, but they will allow it for specific cases when the issue of fairness or safety is on the line. So it'll basically be up, you can't have the state rules, but you will have local leagues and local school districts able to make their own rules. They say, again, getting this perfect is so important because there are so many people counting on this kind of rule.
Of course. All right, Noah, thanks so much. Sure. Right, coming up, if your holiday plans begrudgingly look more planes and automobiles than trains, stick around. We're talking about why rail travel in the U.S. isn't better in our original tonight.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Now we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And tonight we're talking about trains, which will become all the more important for one region in just a few months. New York's new congestion pricing is set to go into effect early next year. That means it's going to cost you $15 just to drive into the busiest parts of Manhattan. It's all part of the push in recent years away from cars all across the country. The controversy also highlights the nation's many troubles with trains. Sam Brock has the story.
The United States, known for its open roads, but also its crazy traffic. From coast to coast, bumper to bumper gridlock, the bane of commuters' existence.
Getting into the city, it's a nightmare.
Now, New York City is trying to do something about it. You may have heard of it, congestion pricing.
Who's going to pay for it? The customers.
New details calling for a $15 a day charge for cars entering the central business district of downtown Manhattan. The goal? To reduce vehicles in the street, lower traffic and pollution, and direct more folks and funds to New York's famed subway and commuter rail systems, still struggling to rebound from the pandemic. The proposal's hailed by city planners as a major step forward, but as some people in and around the city fuming.
From my point of view, it's the most stupid idea of doing that.
The debate pitting those frustrated with traffic.
I mean, I love it. I think we should get rid of cars.
There's way too many cars sometimes.
Against those who've soured on public transit.
Slow, dirty, dangerous.
Bringing a baby on Metro North and on the subway is just not that convenient.
So definitely security needs to step up.
I'm going to drive.
Begging the question, why aren't trains in the U.S. better? Well, the United States has more than 280 million cars. Americans drive more than 3 trillion. Yes,